In Jiangnan City at Shaoran Secondary Academy, everyone on the playground stood beneath the blazing sun drenched in sweat, yet still tilting their heads up squinting toward the rooftop of the teaching building. It's Ling Feng again. That makes the 6th time this month, doesn't it? Yeah, the pressure from the upcoming entrance exams is suffocating me. I can hardly breathe. Stop talking, the dean and the others are here. At the rear of the crowd, a fat, balding, middle-aged man hurried over, raising a loudspeaker toward the roof as he shouted, "Student Ling Feng, we can talk this through calmly. Please come down first, okay?" "No. You must agree to my conditions today." Ling Feng roared down from above. "Cancel the weekend class system. We need rest." The dean tried to persuade him earnestly. "Ling Feng, your major examinations are imminent. The teachers are doing this for your own good." "Nonsense." Ling Feng snapped. "You may say that, but in truth you only want to protect your precious admission rate. If you keep forcing us like this, we'll all go insane. How are we supposed to get into a bachelor program like that?" Ling Feng shouted angrily while the teachers below were at their wits' end. "Should we ask old Zheng to come out?" one teacher suggested. "No." The dean rejected it at once. "The one up there is Ling Feng. His realm force level had originally reached 1.6, and he still had hope of getting into a bachelor program. But the last time old Zheng intervened, he was too heavy-handed and smashed Ling Feng's realm force back down to 1.5, a full 0.1 lower. The dean is right. We don't have many students this year who can reach the bachelor line as it is. If we lose one here, our admission rate will drop again." The dean let out a heavy sigh. A decade or so ago, a student with a realm force of 1.5 would have been nothing special. He would have decisively summoned the powerhouse stationed at the academy to drag Ling Feng down by force. Nowadays, each cohort is worse than the last, and they fear that using force might affect the academy's admission rate and spell disaster. "Ling Feng, how about this?" the dean shouted. "I'll approve a rest day for you all on Sunday, but you still have to come to the academy for classes on Saturday." "No, we want a full 2-day weekend," Ling Feng shouted back. "And also change the cafeteria manager. Day after day, there's barely a few drops of oil in the food, and the auntie serving dishes shakes all over. Don't think we don't know. He's your little brother-in-law." The dean's face turned exceedingly ugly. Ling Feng had essentially executed him in public. Forcing himself to endure it, the dean shouted, "Ling Feng, come down first. We will definitely satisfy all your demands." "I don't believe you," Ling Feng roared. "Not unless you put it all in a written agreement." The dean almost burst a lung from sheer fury at Ling Feng. "Dean, we're out of options. If he really jumps our academy, we'll bear enormous responsibility. That's right, we should call old Zheng after all. As long as old Zheng steps in, that brat will definitely come down a beat." Just as many teachers were arguing among themselves, an old man wearing a beret with 3 ferocious scars slashing across his face walked up beside them. "Are you calling for me?" "Who called you? Go cool off somewhere else," the dean snapped impatiently, waving his hand. "Can't you see we're busy right now?" "You." Then, as the dean finally saw clearly who had spoken, his expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly corrected himself. "Old Zheng. You how come you're here?" Zheng Hongji was a retired soldier from the military now stationed at Shaoran Secondary Academy. Even the dean feared him 3 parts. "You all disturb my sleep," Zheng Hongji rumbled in a low voice. "That brat up there. It's Ling Feng again, isn't it?" "Yes." The dean scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want to involve old Zheng, because once old Zheng acted, the student would definitely be hurt. "That brat has stirred up trouble 6 times this month. I'll flay him alive this time." Enraged, Zheng Hongji strode forward, and several teachers hurriedly rushed to grab his arms and legs. "You mustn't, old Zheng. Ling Feng is still just a kid. Please be magnanimous and spare him." Many teachers clung tightly to Zheng Hongji's 4 limbs, yet even so, he dragged 7 or 8 people along as he continued to move forward. Such strength was nothing like that of an ordinary old man. The moment Ling Feng on the rooftop saw Zheng Hongji's figure, his expression changed at once. "Dean, you're shameless. You promised not to call old Zheng," Ling Feng shouted hurriedly. "Hurry up and agree to my demands, and put them in writing, or I really will jump." "Ling Feng," Zheng Hongji cursed angrily. "If you've got the guts, then jump. Let's see if I don't fix you." "Old Zheng, it's the school that's gone too far. I'm fighting for the rightful interests of the thousands of students in Shaoran Secondary Academy." "Rights my ass," Zheng Hongji barked. "If you won't listen to reason, then jump once, and let me see." Ling Feng's anger surged to his head. "Fine, I'll jump. You think I don't dare?" But when he glanced at the 6-story-tall teaching building, he couldn't help but swallow hard. His realm force was only 1.5, just a bit stronger than an ordinary person. If he jumped now, he would at best be grievously injured if not killed. Just as he was about to step back, his foot slipped. Ling Feng's eyes flew wide open as he felt his body tipping outward past the edge of the rooftop. "No way. I didn't mean to really jump." Ling Feng's face changed dramatically. The teachers below cried out in horror. "Ling Feng, The students all held their breath. Only Zheng Hongji's expression remained unchanged. As Ling Feng plummeted, scenes flashed before his eyes like a life's revolving lantern. He had once been a graduate student in biology, already resigned to a laid-back life, planning only to coast after his master's degree in some research institute. Unexpectedly, during one experiment, he accidentally contracted a lethal virus, and when he woke, he discovered he had crossed into this world. He had thought he had been reborn back into his high school days, and was ready to use his years of advanced knowledge to utterly crush these naive youngsters. Yet to his surprise, this world did not value cultural subjects at all, but instead revered realm force level and combat stats. According to the textbooks, everyone has a dormant, small world within their body, and as long as one's realm force level reaches a certain threshold, that inner world can fully awaken. Ling Feng had been deeply fascinated by this so-called small world, and had once sworn he would awaken it no matter what. Yet unexpectedly, before his journey even began, he was on the verge of dying. Just before he hit the ground, Ling Feng sighed and closed his eyes. In the next instant, Zheng Hongji broke free of the crowd's restraints and leapt several meters high, using both hands to forcibly dissipate the momentum of Ling Feng's fall. Then Zheng bellowed, jumping off a building. "Jump my ass. Get back up there." With a resounding kick, Ling Feng felt a brutal impact on his back, and his body was sent flying back toward the rooftop. Ling Feng crashed onto the rooftop, face first, eating dirt. In a single bound spanning several floors, old Zheng scaled the building and seized Ling Feng by the collar. Ling Feng lay sprawled on the ground, turning his head with a foolish grin. "Oh, old Zheng. Oh, you can still talk. Seems I held back too much. Should I add another kick?" No, old Zheng, I was wrong," Ling Feng said with a bitter smile. Last time, Zheng Hongji's kick had injured his body and dropped his realm force level by 0.1. If Zheng kicked him again, he figured he would be ruined. "I've already informed the dean. From today onward, you, Ling Feng, will be personally taught by me," Zheng said. "According to school regulations, all your weekends this month are cancelled. Until the major exams, every moment will be devoted to raising your realm force level. If you fail to reach the bachelor cutoff, I'll beat you to death." Ling Feng's expression shifted drastically. Still gripping his collar, Zheng Hongji leaped from the 6th floor to the ground in just a few steps. Everyone stared in stunned silence. So this is old Zheng's strength. I heard he awakened his inner small world long ago, otherwise how could he serve as our academy's guardian powerhouse? He's incredible. Anyone who can awaken their small world is at least a 4-star realm user. We aren't even 1-star yet. Many students watched this scene with bitter smiles. Ling Feng is doomed. Falling into old Zheng's hands, his realm force level might drop even further. He brought it on himself. Look at our peers Chen Xinyao and Song Zichuan. Aren't they all studying diligently? And apparently Song Zichuan's realm force level has already reached 3.6. He's the true hope of our academy this year. What does Ling Feng count as? I kind of feel Ling Feng isn't entirely wrong. Our holidays really are too few. It seems Zheng Hongji heard this, for he turned and glared savagely at the students. The students immediately grew guilty and lowered their heads. No one dared meet old Zheng's gaze. "Dean Song, I'm taking this brat with me." The dean hurried to say, "Old Zheng, please do as you see fit." While Zheng Hongji was speaking with the dean and the other faculty, Ling Feng had already picked up the loudspeaker lying on the grass. Even if he was dragged away by Zheng today, he was determined to change this unfair system. Absolutely determined. "Classmates, quiet down and listen to me for a moment." All the students turned their eyes to Ling Feng in unison. Even the dean and teachers hadn't expected him to dare court death in the middle of everything. The dean frowned, and some teachers even prepared to rush forward to restrain Ling Feng. In the next second, Zheng Hongji's gaze grew icy as he thrust his right hand into the wall of the teaching building, forcibly wrenching out a brick. He stared coldly at Ling Feng. "What is it you want them to hear?" Everyone's bodies trembled. Even Ling Feng's breathing turned rapid. He held it in for a long time before finally stammering. Listen to me, say thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons have been warmed." Half an hour later, a thick stack of practice papers was flung down in front of Ling Feng. "What is this?" Ling Feng was dumbfounded. "Homework. Finish it within a day," Zheng Hongji said casually as he sat on the sofa. "Old Zheng, are you crazy? So many papers." Ling Feng grumbled. "And why are you sitting on the sofa while I can only sit on a stool?" Zheng Hongji cast Ling Feng a sideways glance, picked up a brick from the floor, and asked, "You have an opinion?" Ling Feng immediately replied obediently, No, I actually like sitting on a stool. It keeps me grounded." Zheng Hongji snorted coldly. "Listen up. Now I ask, and you answer. Let me see how much foundation you have, brat. First, tell me your view on small worlds." Ling Feng sighed and said listlessly, "Small worlds are the steps of human evolution and the fundamental measure of a powerhouse's strength. Only when one's realm force level reaches 100 and one becomes a 4-star realm user does one meet the conditions to awaken a small world. During the realm user stage, the main task is to complete preparatory work before awakening the small world, such as bringing physical fitness up to standard, passing realm force tests, and passing sexual capability tests. At this point, an embarrassed look crept over Ling Feng's face. He had no idea why the assessment for reservists had to include sexual capability. According to the textbooks, sexual capability determined the foundation for the birth of living beings within the small world. If one lost sexual capability, no living beings could ever be born in one's inner small world. In severe cases, one might not even be able to open up a small world at all. Thus, some experts only realized in their later cultivation that they lacked sexual capability, making it impossible to break through that bottleneck, and impossible for their small worlds to evolve living beings. What you just said is merely what's written in the textbooks, Zheng Hongji said calmly. Do you know how the realm within the human body came to be? Isn't it bestowed by the gods? Ling Feng shot back. Do the gods from your house have nothing better to do than plant a small world in your body? Zheng Hongji glared at him. Stop listening to nonsense online. The realm is something that emerged during the course of human evolution. Once your realm force level reaches a certain value, you can sense the realm within your body. That means you're not far from awakening. But old Zheng, to awaken a small world, you at least need to be a 4-star realm user, with a realm force level of at least over 100. Ling Feng said resentfully. I trained so hard just to raise my realm force level by 0.1, only to have someone punch it right back down. Zheng Hongji's brows furrowed instantly. What do you mean by that? If you have something to say, just say it. Ling Feng opened his mouth, but when he saw the brick in Zheng Hongji's hand, he ultimately kept quiet. Zheng Hongji relied on his status as a powerhouse of the academy to bully a mere student like him. Don't look at me like that. If you hadn't been stirring up trouble, this old bag of bones wouldn't have had to make a move, Zheng Hongji snorted. Only Dean Song and the others would tolerate your nonsense. If it were 10-odd years ago, they wouldn't even bother with you. Ling Feng couldn't help asking, is it because there are fewer geniuses in these cohorts? That's not the only reason. Zheng Hongji sighed. 30 years ago, Blue Star was racked by internal chaos. The 5 great powers fought viciously and countless experts fell. After the war, all kinds of spatial rifts suddenly appeared in major cities, drawing in large numbers of exotic beasts into our Blue Star, forcing humanity onto the defensive. In that war, Blue Star paid a tremendous price. Humanity was forced to retreat into major metropolises and establish defensive systems. Such sacrifices set Blue Star's history back by 50 years, and most lineages were severed. In the past decade, those powerhouses who survived the disaster era have passed away one after another. As a result, to this day, exotic beasts occupy 92% of Earth's surface. See these 3 scars on my face? Zheng Hongji pointed at his face. Back then on the battlefield, they were left by an exotic beast called the demon-winged bird. You were clawed by an exotic beast. Ling Feng was stunned. But our classmates all say you were scratched by a cat. Nonsense. Zheng Hongji cursed angrily. Who's spreading rumors about me? Go tell them that if I find out, they'll all be thrown into solitary confinement. Ling Feng could only shut his mouth with an awkward smile. The old man before him was the guardian powerhouse of Shaoran Intermediate Academy, a master who had awakened a small world. If not for his retirement, he would still be a formidable hand on the battlefield. Zheng Hongji cleared his throat and looked at Ling Feng. You kid have decent talent. Don't bury yourself by fooling around. Look at Chen Xinyao and Song Zichuan. Aren't they all studying like mad, striving to get into undergraduate programs, even top-tier ones, to bring honor to the academy? And then look at you, causing trouble 6 times in a month and spouting catchphrases all day. Are you planning to sit the postgraduate exams? Ling Feng replied earnestly, if possible, I would like to. Zheng Hongji rolled his eyes outright. Like hell you would. The hard requirement for postgraduates is awakening the small world within the body. Your realm force level is only 1.5. You're not even fit to carry their shoes. Ling Feng said helplessly, Old Zheng, there's a saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never bully a poor youth. Zheng Hongji replied, that adds up to 60 years. I'll be dead by then, so I won't see it. Ling Feng was left speechless. Ling Feng chatted with Zheng Hongji for about an hour, during which Zheng Hongji gained a clear picture of Ling Feng's current foundation. In Zheng Hongji's own words, very poor. Not even up to scratch. You won't get into an undergraduate program. Just wait for death. Yet before leaving, Zheng Hongji still took a white bun-shaped object from the bookshelf and tossed it to Ling Feng. This is a mantle stone. It has some effect on improving physical fitness. Keep it on you and sense it for a month, and you should be able to make up that 0.1 realm force. Don't misunderstand. I'm not compensating you for what happened earlier. I just simply find you pitiful. Now get lost, you little pity case. Don't be an eyesore here. Zheng Hongji shut the door of his office. Ling Feng was a bit speechless. He knew this old man had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He weighed the white bun in his hand. After all, this was something kept by an awakened powerhouse. At worst, it should still sell for tens of thousands. Ling Feng slipped it into his pocket and whistled his way back to the classroom. The history teacher was in the middle of a lesson. Seeing him, the teacher sighed helplessly. Ling Feng, go back to your seat. Okay. Ling Feng said nothing more and sat in the second-to-last seat by the classroom window. This world was more or less the same as the one he came from, but in essence some things were different. In year 621 of the realm calendar, that is 20 years ago, the experts of the Five Peak forces fought the Beast Emperor of the exotic beasts at Goaishu and were defeated. The two supreme experts of Tianxia Nation, Changsheng and Yue, fell in that battle, and humanity as a whole retreated into the great metropolises to establish massive defensive systems. The key point here lies in Tianxia's General Changsheng and General Yu. These two were heroes of their era and are always tested in exams. They rose during the invasion era and protected tens of millions of Tianxia citizens. Though they died, their spirit lives on. The students' eyes shone with admiration and excitement. While the history teacher filled the blackboard with information, Ling Feng's thoughts had already drifted out the window. After school, he was the first to dash out of the school. His home was quite far from the school, requiring a subway ride to the outskirts of the city. Towering city walls rose there with arcs of high-voltage electricity visible atop them. There were soldiers on duty there every day, blocking flying exotic beasts that tried to charge the city. Ling Feng saw those soldiers on the walls every day. Oh, as a child in this world, he had greatly yearned to become someone like them. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor. As soon as Ling Feng stepped out, he saw his mother seeing a man wearing sunglasses into the elevator. The two of them were chatting and laughing. Ling Feng was shocked. Mom, who is this? Kids shouldn't ask too much, his mother glared at him. Dinner is ready, hurry in and eat.
The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. He bore a slight resemblance to Sun Yaozu, but his demeanor was entirely different.
The two of them were left utterly baffled. After about 10 minutes, Ling Feng's father Ling Changxing returned home. He glanced at Ling Feng, who was serving dishes, and chuckled. The sun is rising from the west. You're helping your mother. Dad, this is green vegetable, Ling Feng replied. What color do you see it? What other color could green vegetable be? It's green, of course. Ling Changxing, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, sat down directly, saying, I'm exhausted after a long day. Meanwhile, his mother Gu Fanyue came out of the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried green peppers and pork. Was the Xing Pavilion crowded today? Not too much, but 2 3-star real meters came. Ling Changsheng picked up his chopsticks, ate a bit of a dish, and said, I conducted several physical tests on these two guys. One has a realm strength of 97, the other 95, and not far from becoming 4-star real meters. If they progress further, they could open their inner small worlds, and then our Xing Pavilion could have 2 more honorary coaches. Gu Fanyue smiled, and said, wouldn't that make it easier for you? Ling Changxing replied, of course. If they choose to break through at our Xing Pavilion, we'll definitely recruit them. Ling Feng then cleared his throat, and asked, Dad, I have a friend. His girlfriend is with someone else, but he doesn't know. How should I tell him? Ling Changxing frowned, and said, that's simple, just hint to him. Ling Feng silently placed a piece of green pepper in Ling Changxing's bowl. Dad, you should eat more green vegetables. Ling Changxing was taken aback. He looked at Gu Fanyue in astonishment. Gu Fanyue replied irritably, Old Yang just left, and this child ran into him. You know Old Yang, he hasn't even awakened his small world yet. Ling Changxing lightly coughed, frowning at Ling Feng. You child, all day long not learning anything good, just daydreaming. Ling Feng scratched his head, awkwardly laughing. No, he really thought there was something going on at the elevator earlier. What did Old Yang come for? Ling Changxing replied, he can't just be here to chat with us, right? It's about Yuan and Xiaofeng's. Gu Fanyue said he mentioned that his quotas are already filled, and he can only let Yuan go. Xiaofeng might not make it. So he specially came to return the gift and some cash. Ling Feng had a somewhat complicated expression. His sister Ling Yuan had excelled into the top secondary school in Jiangnan City with a realm strength rating far superior to his. But Ling Feng did not expect that his parents would give gifts to someone for their schooling matters. What does it mean that the quota is already full? Upon hearing this, Ling Changxing exploded with anger. I've stepped back, not died. Yang Pingan is now even discounting such a small favor. Be careful not to say such things in front of the children, Gu Fanyue advised. Yuan is already a 1-star realm expert with a realm strength of 18. Many prestigious colleges are eager to recruit her. She doesn't even need to take the major exams to have guaranteed admission. And you know Xiaofeng here, his realm strength is only 1. 6. Even getting an undergraduate degree is somewhat difficult. Ling Feng interjected, actually it's 1. 5. I just got knocked down by Elder Zheng by 0. 1. Gu Fanyue immediately shot Ling Feng a glare. Child's mother Xiao Feng is my child, he might blossom late. Ling Chongqing said current results do not represent his future, they do not determine his destiny. Don't forget when I was his age, I hadn't even gotten into an undergraduate program. And later I still became a coach at the Xing Pavilion. Gu Fanyue said flatly otherwise. Ling Chongqing wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and lost the courage. Xiao Feng Gu Fanyue said earnestly Jiangnan Higher Academy is a key academy designated by the National Document No. 611, even entry requires a 1-star realm strength level. Your current results are indeed lacking, this isn't Uncle Yang's fault. Ling Feng however was unconcerned saying it's fine and my academic performance is pretty good. Perhaps I can find a research academy and directly enter the research institute after graduation. You guys don't need to worry about me. His parents said nothing, but Ling Feng could see their helplessness in their eyes. In this era the status of researchers isn't very high, at least not as high as that of real Mirs. But the death rate of real Mirs is terrifying. Being a researcher and living steadily in the rear isn't a bad thing either. Ling Feng had slacked off in the research institute in his previous life, and naturally, he would go again in this life. After all, slacking off is temporarily enjoyable, and constant slacking off is always enjoyable. Ling Feng quickly returned to his room. The way his parents raised him and his sister Ling Yuan was very different, but in terms of resource allocation the two were surprisingly consistent. Whatever his sister had he also had. The money spent on his sister however could be 10 times the cost for him. Ling Feng sighed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out the big white bun Zheng Hongji gave him. I have no idea how to use this thing. Ling Feng prepared to check online for information, but the next second the big white bun slowly sank into the palm of Ling Feng's hand. It's gone. Ling Feng. What the hell, the good stuff old Zheng gave, how could it disappear? Ling Feng couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes and checked his pocket again. It's indeed gone. Ling Feng sat in his chair in a daze at a loss. But the next second his consciousness suddenly sank into a space. This space was like a pitch-black universe, but at the center of the universe was a dark sphere. The big white bun sank directly into the spherical object. A piece of text floated on the surface of the dark sphere. Small world TX virus infection attributes, none world construction level 0 talent none, what is this? Ling Feng was momentarily stunned. He looked left and right, even tried to touch it, but he found that the dark sphere was inaccessible. It was as if there was a protective membrane isolating Ling Feng's probing. What on earth is this? Ling Feng felt somewhat speechless. But the next second the dark sphere revealed the phantom of the big white bun. While Ling Feng was in a daze, the sphere gradually dissolved the big white bun into countless fragments. And Ling Feng noticed that the text on the dark sphere had changed. Mantle Small World TX Virus Infection Attributes Earth World Construction Level 50 Talent Mantle Defense Passive. Ling Feng instantly regained his senses. He found that he could now approach the dark sphere. But through this dark sphere he couldn't see inside. The previous phantom of the big white bun seemed to be an illusion. Before Ling Feng could react, his consciousness was abruptly kicked out of this layer of space, returning to his body. Ling Feng felt a bit panicked. It was said that only upon reaching the 3-star realm could one sense a small world. But what on earth is this dark sphere? Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, then walked out of his room and sat beside Gu Fanyue. What are you doing? Gu Fanyue frowned. Have you finished your homework? Mastered the skills? Hurry up. Mom, I need to tell you something, it's quite important. Go ahead. Ling Feng said anxiously. It seems I've grown a tumor in my head. Gu Fanyue was utterly stunned. What on earth grows a tumor? She touched Ling Feng's forehead and muttered, no fever, huh? Mom, I'm not sick. If you're not sick, why are you talking nonsense? Gu Fanyue waved her hand. Go away, don't disturb us while we watch TV. On the television, the news of a scientist's death was being broadcast. This scientist, named Jiang Yi, was said to be a national-level scholar researching exotic beasts found dead in his own research institute. Immediately after, the screen showed white exotic beasts locked in cages. These beasts resembled pangolins, but were hundreds of times larger, standing over 4 meters tall. What made Ling Feng feel familiar was that the scales on these white exotic beasts looked very much like the big white bun given by Zheng Hongji. They actually raised so many of the mantle beasts designated number 199. Ling Chongqing was somewhat surprised. Mantle beast. Ling Feng gasped, suddenly recalling the words that had appeared in the dark spherical object earlier. Innate talent mantle defense passive. Dad, does this mantle beast have any abilities? Ling Feng asked. Abilities? It's not really an ability, it's just thick skin and tough meat, hard to beat. Ling Chongqing laughed. I had a run-in with them back in the day, they are quite tough to deal with. Why are you asking this? You won't learn this knowledge until you go to university. No, it's nothing. Ling Feng's eyes showed a hint of panic. He was mulling over whether the scales given by Zheng Hongji were indeed from these mantle beasts. Did he unexpectedly acquire the mantle beast's abilities by absorbing the scales? If that were the case, then what was the sphere in his mind? A small world. No small worlds awaken in the Dantian. Oh, how could one awaken in the mind? He clenched his fists, feeling a slight increase in strength. However, without the instruments to test his realm power level, Ling Feng couldn't tell if there had been any change. At that moment, Ling Chongqing received a phone call. Hello, I am Ling Chongqing. What? Xiao Xiao broke through to 4 stars. Wait for me, I'll send the files and materials over right now. Ling Chongqing was quite surprised. He quickly got up and gestured for Gu Fanyu to bring the documents from the room. Wait for me a moment, I'm taking my wife over to have a look. Ling Chongqing hung up the phone and said directly to Ling Feng, Xiao Feng, an uncle at the Star Pavilion, just broke through to a 4-star realm. Your mother and I need to go now. Yuan Yuan's evening study session just ended today, you go pick her up. Saying this, Ling Chongqing tossed Ling Feng 10 yuan. This was the fare for the siblings to take the subway. Dad, this is still not enough. Ling Feng was speechless. His father was even cutting corners on transportation fees. Did you not pocket an extra 100 last time when you said the school needed a materials fee? Ling Chongqing shot him a glare. Don't think I don't know. Ling Feng was instantly rendered speechless. Goodness, this was his biological father. He knew but didn't say it directly, waiting for him to figure it out. But Ling Feng had a comeback, Dad, but the materials fee is 200, didn't you tell Mom it was 500? Hearing this, Ling Chongqing quickly covered Ling Feng's mouth and glanced warily at the bedroom. He lowered his voice and said, stop talking nonsense. He'll earn 200, you earn 100. If you disagree, we part ways. Understand? Blink your eyes. Ling Feng blinked. Buy some snacks for your sister when you get home. Don't blow your cover. Ling Chongqing said, we might be back late, so you all sleep first. Soon Ling Chongqing hurriedly left with Gu Fanyu. Ling Feng watched their old car drive out of the neighborhood from the window side, locked the house, and prepared to set off. His sister Ling Yuan studied at Jiangnan's top secondary school, which was the best academy in Jiangnan City bar none. In contrast, his own school, Shaoran Secondary School, was much worse. According to past evaluations, it was roughly the difference between the top academy in the province and an ordinary academy at the city level. But now there was no longer a concept of province. After the invasion era, Tianxia country was left with only 23 megacities, while all other regions were occupied by exotic beasts, forcing humanity to defend. Every year, many real Meirs died in Tianxia country. Even in subway stations, the red banners proclaiming "Defend our homeland" were everywhere. Ling Feng took the subway and arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan's top secondary school. Although it was called evening study, it was actually a training session after dinner, allowing students to quickly enhance their realm power level. The undergraduate line is a realm power level of 3, and achieving an A in cultural subjects is sufficient. The heavy undergraduate line is much harder, requiring a realm power level of 8 and an S rating in cultural subjects. However, students at Jiangnan's top secondary school could basically reach this heavy undergraduate line. Ling Feng fell short. His realm power level was only 1.5. Fortunately, his cultural subject scores were top-notch at SSS, allowing him to apply for research majors during the big exam. This could be considered a special talent. Once he arrived at the playground of Jiangnan's top secondary school, Ling Feng saw some large machines specifically used to test precise values. The mechanical gates placed on the track could be used to test instant explosive speed, and those that resembled propellers in the center of the playground could test the force value of punches. The standard for a realm power level of 1 is an instant explosive punch force of 100 kilograms and an instant explosive speed of 8 meters per second. Ling Feng's realm power level was 1.5, derived from his instant explosive punch force of 125 kilograms and an instant explosive speed of 9.8 meters per second. 1.25 of punch force level multiplied by 1.225 of speed level equals a realm power level of 153,125. Rounding to 1 decimal place gives 1.5. This is roughly equivalent to a body quality slightly stronger than an average person. On the playground, a large group of students participating in the evening study training were resting. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared on the playground. She was wearing a tracksuit, her brown medium short hair tied in a ponytail, who despite years of training, her skin remained as translucent as jade with delicate and well-defined features. She looked quiet yet full of vitality. Look, it's Ling Yuan. Every time I see her, I think she's so beautiful. Is she testing today too? After all, with the big exam approaching, if she can break through to a realm power level of 20, she should secure her spot for guaranteed admission. Not only is she pretty, but I heard her cultural subject rating is also SS and her ability tests crush everyone else. So envious. Is this what it's like to be a big shot? Hearing the conversations of the boys and girls around, Ling Feng felt somewhat helpless. This was his sister. Fully developed in ethics, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, secondary school students had already won numerous national competition awards. Many people in the academy admired her, both boys and girls. Ling Feng sat in the stands of the playground waiting for Ling Yuan to finish her test. As the teacher fired the starting pistol, Ling Yuan dashed out at incredible speed. She passed through several mechanical gates, and the data boards immediately displayed the results. 81 meters per second, the teacher announced. This data elicited gasps from everyone present. My goodness, didn't she just break through 20 in her peak speed test the day before yesterday? Now she actually reached 81. Didn't this mean her realm power level rose again? I remember her previous punch force test data was 742. 3 kilograms corresponding to a realm power level of about 18. 6. Let me calculate. It's actually 19. 3 now? Everyone was extremely envious. In their eyes, Ling Yuan seemed like a ceiling of existence. Ling Yuan, congratulations. Even the testing teacher came over to share the good news. Ling Yuan smiled politely. What a pity, I didn't manage to directly break through 21 meters per second. No worries, once you pass the punch force test tomorrow, your realm power level should be able to reach 20. Haha, there aren't many students this year who can reach a realm power level of 20. If you can make it, you'll basically secure admission to Jiangnan Higher Academy. Thank you, teacher. Ling Yuan smiled sweetly. This smile captivated many admirers. Ling Feng looked at the scores on the data board, completely stunned. No way. Another breakthrough. Why is this breakthrough as easy as drinking water or eating? Ling Feng now suspected that after his rebirth, the heavens had mistakenly given the cheat to the wrong person. It should have been for him, not his younger sister. This older brother was still stuck at a realm power level of 1.5, unable to move, while his younger sister was heading toward 20. Ling Feng was wallowing in his depression when a voice rang in his ears. Ding! Your cheat has been credited. Ling Feng turned his head. The student beside him was listening to an audiobook and the headphones were leaking sound. Good heavens, Ling Feng almost thought he was about to turn his fortunes around. Without external assistance, Ling Feng could only rely on himself. As if sensing Ling Feng's gaze, the guy leaned over and quietly asked, Brother, are you here to see Ling Yuan too? Ling Feng was taken aback. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? Most people in this stand are here to see. The guy chuckled. Look, the one standing by the track with flowers is Lin Yiping. His family is quite wealthy, and he's been pursuing Ling Yuan. His Dao strength level is 12. 1. The one on the left in the black coat is Gu Yan. His family has a master from Jiangnan City, and his Dao strength level is 14. 2. Even higher than Lin Yiping. And that flamboyantly dressed kid is Ning Chenxian. He's a year lower than Ling Yuan, but he has managed to mix with this crowd and has been sticking close to Ling Yuan. His Dao strength level is 11. 6. The promising talent. Ling Feng finally reacted and looked at the person next to him. The boy looked young, probably not over 15. Wearing a hooded headset, the headphones were leaking sound severely. He looked like a student from a primary academy, but Ling Feng noticed a lightning-like mark on his forehead, and his eyes remained remarkably calm. Calm to the point of resembling an elderly person nearing the end of life. Ling Feng asked, What about you? Are you also here to see Ling Yuan? Of course. The boy replied self-deprecatingly, She's a beauty, and every man likes to watch. Later I want to ask for her contact information to see if I have a chance. Ling Feng immediately became vigilant. This guy wouldn't be interested in his sister, would he? How old is he? Ling Feng tentatively asked, How long have you been here watching her? How long? It seems like it's been a while. I even record her physical data every day. The boy took out a small notebook. Ling Feng noticed that the cover of this small notebook had 2 crooked characters. It seemed to be Jiang Yi, the same name as the national-level scholar who had passed away. Before Ling Feng could react, the boy named Jiang Yi displayed the notebook to him. Look, in addition to the punch strength data and speed, there's also her height and measurements. Upon seeing the measurement data, flames of fury erupted in Ling Feng's eyes. Good heavens, this kid with the surname Jiang is a pervert. Before the boy could finish, Ling Feng couldn't help but slap him on the back of the head. The slap came so suddenly that it left Jiang Yi stunned. What are you doing? What am I doing? Damn you. Without saying another word, Ling Feng picked up his backpack and smashed it hard towards Jiang Yi. Although his Dao strength level was not high, taking on a primary academy student should be no problem. Jiang Yi quickly retreated and coldly shouted, Don't come any closer. Ling Feng stepped forward. I will come closer. What are you going to do about it? Jiang Yi's expression was panic-stricken as he quickly stepped back. Ling Feng took 2 steps forward, and Jiang Yi took 2 steps back. Ling Feng lunged forward 3 steps, and Jiang Yi took off running. Ling Feng chased after him with all his might. This kid is definitely a pervert, recording Ling Yuan's physical data. If he lets this pervert escape today, how can he still be a brother? Help! Someone's hitting me. The 2 of them, one in front and the other behind, actually ran onto the playground. Ling Feng felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to catch this guy, because he wasn't fast enough. This guy's Dao strength level probably isn't low either. Their chase also attracted the attention of many people. Where did these 2 rookies come from running so slowly on the playground? They shouldn't be from our school, right? Looking at their speed, their Dao strength level is probably only 12. Haha, that's hilarious. Let's have the security throw them out. Students in the stands and on the playground were all discussing. Even the boys waiting for Ling Yuan laughed heartily, treating Ling Feng and the other as a joke. But Ling Yuan was taken aback upon seeing the two. Brother. This word made everyone freeze and look at Ling Yuan. Brother. This slowpoke is Ling Yuan's brother. Ling Yuan hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing here, brother?" Ling Feng, while chasing, turned his head and said, Yuan, this guy is a pervert. Not only is he stalking you, but he's also recording your measurements." Upon hearing this, the boys exchanged glances. Lin Yiping was the first to react and immediately rushed out. He shouted, "Big brother-in-law, I'm coming to help you." The others quickly caught on. "Big brother-in-law, I'm coming too." "Wait for me, big brother-in-law. We can't let this pervert get away." As Ling Feng turned around, he saw a large group of people shouting big brother-in-law chasing after him. What the hell? Ling Feng was dumbfounded. At this moment, he suddenly had so many brothers-in-law. Moreover, why were there girls in the crowd chasing after him and shouting big brother-in-law? What a chaotic scene. The fleeing Jiang Yi was also flabbergasted. He thought that with Ling Feng's speed it would be hard to catch up to him, but unexpectedly Ling Yuan's single sentence stirred up a hornet's nest. "I'm not a pervert, help." Jiang Yi wailed, but a group of people had already exploded with speed and caught up. Among them, the highest Dao strength level was Lin Yiping with a level of 12. 1, capable of reaching a peak speed of 17 meters per second. This speed was almost twice that of Ling Feng. Soon he was already running alongside Ling Feng. "Big brother-in-law, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yiping. My family is in the medicine business, and here's my business card." "Goo?" Lin Yiping asked, puzzled. "Goo? What goo?" Ling Feng, panting heavily, angrily said, "Get lost." Before Lin Yiping could react, Jiang Yi had already escaped to the edge of the playground. There was no way forward. "Don't corner me." Jiang Yi was also gasping for breath, but he had somehow produced a flashlight-like thing in his hand. "Kid, come back and apologize." Lin Yiping was ready to grab him and seek credit with Ling Yuan. But no one expected that the flashlight-like object in Jiang Yi's hand would suddenly emit a burst of light. Boom. Lin Yiping was hit in the chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer, directly flying backwards and crashing onto the lawn. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even the teachers who originally planned to watch the show were instantly bewildered. What was going on? A microelectromagnetic cannon. A Sharpie teacher recognized it and turned pale. "That's a controlled weapon. How could it appear here? Quick, catch him." They finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. But at this point it was already too late to rush over. Jiang Yi pressed the weapon in his hand again, and the light directly blasted towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng didn't even have a chance to dodge. "Brother." Ling Yuan's face changed dramatically. If a weapon that could send Lin Yiping flying over 10 meters hit Ling Feng, he would probably not be able to participate in this year's major exam. At that moment, Ling Feng also hadn't reacted. Everyone instinctively stepped back. But in the next second, nothing happened. Huh. Ling Feng was stunned as he touched his body. Nothing happened. What? Even Jiang Yi stood there dumb. This self-defense weapon was enough to repel 2-star realm practitioners, but why did it have no effect when hitting Ling Feng? This is impossible. In his panic, Jiang Yi reached for his weapon, only to be intercepted by a swift stride from his school teacher, who seized his arm firmly. Teachers at Jiangnan No. 1 middle school were all formidable cultivators who had opened their own micro-realms. Their speed and strength far surpassed those of ordinary mortals. "Student, this device must not be used recklessly. Come with me. We'll discuss this thoroughly. Teacher Wang, I suggest we hand this deviant over to the police. Let him rot in custody for 2 days. He'll learn his lesson." Teacher Wang glanced at the student who had made the suggestion, then spoke gravely. "To repent sincerely is the greatest virtue. He has erred, but correction through compassionate guidance suffices. Why deny him a chance to redeem himself? Hey, don't run." Teacher Wang never imagined Jiang Yi would shrug off his jacket right under his watchful gaze and scramble toward the wall to flee. Yet before Teacher Wang could act, everyone noticed Jiang Yi's stature was insufficient. He grasped the wall's upper edge but couldn't heave himself over. Jiang Yi hopped and wriggled beneath the wall like a frantic toad, and silence fell upon the crowd. How could such an inept boy even dare attempt escape? Unable to bear it any longer, Teacher Wang stepped forward. "Student, shall I assist you?" Laughter erupted across the courtyard. Jiang Yi flushed crimson, glancing wildly around, his breath catching in his throat. The entire sports field teemed with curious students, most of them ranked as level 1 boundary cultivators. Teacher Wang admonished gently, "Son, cease your resistance. You're surrounded. We've got you completely encircled." "Nonsense. I'm the one surrounding you." Jiang Yi retorted defiantly. "Release me, and I'll pretend today never happened." "No release. Not until your parents arrive." This time Teacher Wang acted shrewdly, gripping Jiang Yi's shoulder firmly to prevent another escape. Soon other faculty members arrived and escorted Jiang Yi away. He offered no resistance, but as he was led off, his gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Ling Feng. His eyes held an unsettling curiosity. Logically, Ling Feng should never have withstood that blast, unless the miniature electromagnetic cannon had run out of power. Only that explanation could account for Ling Feng's unscathed condition. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. What rotten luck. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan rushed breathlessly onto the scene. Brother, are you alright? Fine. Ling Feng brushed dust from his clothes and smiled. That boy's flashlight must be counterfeit. It barely tickled me. A collective, awkward silence settled over the onlookers. Lin Yiping, who'd just taken a direct hit from the electromagnetic cannon, lay unconscious, already carried off to the infirmary. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Yet no one could explain why Ling Feng stood there perfectly animated and unharmed. Once assured her brother was unharmed, Ling Yuan exhaled in quiet relief. Nearby students gazed at Ling Feng with open admiration. One boy remarked, "If only I had a sister like that. I'd light incense and pray daily." Dream on, scoffed a girl beside him. You and Ling Yuan exist in entirely different dimensions. She's crisp 8K resolution. You look like your face was blurred with pixelated static. Her brother is handsome, exactly my type, but terribly weak. Students murmured, all around, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the sibling pair, regardless of gender. Ling Yuan was legendary across campus. Generous, kind, strikingly beautiful, and exceptionally capable. She seemed flawless. Many regarded her as their ideal goddess. Mom and Dad had urgent matters to attend to. They've gone out. I've come to pick you up. Let's head home. All right. Ling Yuan nodded obediently. Several boys approached, eager to hand Ling Feng their business cards and forge connections. Ling Feng accepted each card graciously, then finally extricated himself from the throng, hurrying Ling Yuan out of school and onto the subway bound for home. He remained silent throughout the ride, not only because passers-by kept glancing their way, but also because Ling Yuan's allure had always been magnetic in his past life. Yet somehow post-reincarnation it had intensified. Ling Feng remained impassive. He alone knew precisely what sort of person his sister truly was. As expected, the moment they crossed the threshold, Ling Yuan reverted instantly to her true self. Within the time Ling Feng spent washing his hands, the living room transformed into a chaotic trove of snack sodas and gaming consoles, items his parents had hidden to curb her indulgence. Yet Ling Yuan had unearthed them all, and the instant Ling Feng reappeared, she snatched every treat, drink, and game into her arms. Mine. She glared at him, bracing herself against theft. Ling Feng sighed. His sister's duality was staggering, polished, and poised outside, fiercely possessive and delightfully absurd within. Outwardly, Ling Yuan was gracious, refined, and empathetic. At home, she guarded her food like dragon, hoarding treasure, obsessed with wealth, ravenous, and utterly indefinable. Seeing Ling Feng say nothing, Ling Yuan grinned. Brother, I found a discount on my favorite character skin. Originally 380 yuan, now only 200. That saves over 100 yuan. Ling Feng stiffened, expressionless. Not buying it saves 200. Ling Yuan ignored him entirely, palm extended. I've got 150. I need 50 more to seal the deal. Lend me 50. No money. Don't lie. Last time you told Mom and Dad you needed funds for study materials, you swindled them out of 100 yuan. How could you possibly be broke? How did you know? Ling Feng recoiled in shock. Ling Yuan giggled. Guess where my 150 came from? Ling Feng froze, then felt profound pity for his father, Ling Chongsheng. For a man to squirrel away private savings was no easy feat. Defeated, Ling Feng reluctantly produced 50 yuan. Father and son schemed exhaustively, only to see their hard-earned coins vanish into Ling Yuan's pockets. A tragedy beyond words. Ling Yuan pocketed the money cheerfully. I'll earn a scholarship this semester. It's quite substantial. I'll repay you once it's disbursed. You said the same last time. Half my New Year's money vanished into your vault, and it's still outstanding. Brother, what nonsense. Once your sister starts earning, repayment is guaranteed. Ling Feng sighed, a wry smile playing on his lips. Ling Yuan's personal treasury grew richer each year. Though she rarely repaid debts, Ling Yuan occasionally gifted Ling Feng things he genuinely desired, so he chose silence. Just then, keys jingled in the lock. Mom. Dad. Ling Feng hurried to the door, and there stood Ling Chongsheng and Gu Fanyu. Why are you back so early? Ling Feng frowned. When a cultivator at the Stellar Pavilion broke through to level 4 boundary cultivator status, Ling Chongsheng invariably stayed behind to stabilize their newly attained realm, often returning well after midnight with Gu Fanyu assisting him. Don't ask. The equipment malfunctioned. Ling Chongsheng withdrew a disc-shaped object from his bag and handed it to Ling Feng. This is the new stellar disc. I just purchased it from the shop. Tomorrow I'm escorting 2 level 3 boundary cultivators to another stellar pavilion. Please deliver this to Uncle Wu at the pavilion before school. Understood. Ling Feng accepted the stellar disk, a palm-sized artifact resembling an ancient bagua plate capable of assessing a cultivator's ki-blood vitality to estimate their boundary force level. Rough, but reliable. Yuan, both of you should retire soon. You have classes tomorrow, Gu Fanyu remarked glancing at— Mom, I haven't finished my game yet. Ling Yuan protested half-heartedly. Gu Fanyu shrugged. You may stay up, but pay me 50 yuan internet fee and I'll grant you 30 extra minutes. Ling Yuan grumbled and reluctantly set down the console in the living room. This tactic never failed. Ling Yuan, ever the miser, would never spend 50 yuan for mere half an hour of play. Ling Feng shook his head amused. Ling Yuan's thriftiness clearly ran in the bloodline inherited straight from Gu Fanyu. After returning to his room, Ling Feng placed the nebula disk, handed to him by his father, upon the desk. This thing is surprisingly heavy. I wonder what's stored inside it. He examined the disk before him. It was not his first encounter with a nebula disk. After all, it served as the foundational testing device used at the Stellar Institute. I recall that placing one's right hand upon its center activates the boundary force measurement. My body feels quite robust lately. Might as well test it now. Ling Feng pressed his palm onto the nebula disk. In the next instant, light flared within the disk, initiating the readout of his physiological data. Within seconds, a luminous interface shimmered into existence above the disk. Testing complete. Boundary force level 2. 8. Minor world activated. Strength assessment. Ling Feng stared dumbfounded, scrutinizing the words with growing bewilderment. How did my boundary force level become 2? 8. And what do you mean, minor world activated? Where is it? He frantically patted himself down. Nothing. His eyes widened in alarm. Could this wretched disk be malfunctioning again? Hesitating briefly, he retrieved his phone and quickly searched for the market price of nebula disks. The figure that appeared left him utterly stunned. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Damn it, this thing costs 100,000 yuan. Ling Feng jolted upright. He swiftly erased his search history, then tiptoed to the door and cautiously peered outside. Satisfied no one lingered nearby, he hurriedly sealed the nebula disk back into its case. Tomorrow when I return it, I must swear I never touched it. If everyone suspects me of breaking it, I'm finished. 100,000 yuan. He couldn't repay it, even if he sold himself. That night Ling Feng tossed and turned sleepless. At dawn, long before his family stirred, he slipped out quietly to return the nebula disk to the Stellar Institute. Boarding the earliest subway, he arrived swiftly at the Stellar Institute's location. A former provincial sports stadium repurposed after the invasion era when survival eclipsed physical training. The authorities redeveloped the site into a dedicated stellar institute, the Tianlin Stellar Institute. Its director Long Tianlin was a renowned national hero, a distinguished general who had safeguarded countless citizens of Tianxia during the invasion era. The institute where Ling Feng's father Ling Chongqing worked was one among over 100 Tianlin Stellar Institutes across Tianxia. Numerous schools and boundary cultivators from Jiangnan City frequented it for training and boundary force assessments. Ling Chongqing served as a permanent staff member there, rumored to have already awakened his own minor world, though Ling Feng had never witnessed him demonstrate such power. Upon entering the institute, Ling Feng immediately located Wu Linghua, the early shift staff member, inside the employee office just as his father instructed. Uncle Wu. Ling Feng burst through the door. Ah, it's Xiao Feng. Why aren't you at school today? Wu Linghua, familiar with the boy, asked warmly. Dad asked me to deliver the nebula disk early. Ling Feng replied nervously, carefully extracting the disk from his bag and setting it gently on the desk. Oh, that. Wu Linghua chuckled. Go ahead and leave it here. Since you're already here, have some tea before you go. No thank you, Uncle Wu. I still have classes. Seeing his chance, Ling Feng prepared to flee. If Wu Linghua discovered the disk was damaged, his life would be— All right then, I won't detain you. Finals are approaching, study hard. If there's anything your Uncle Wu can assist with, don't hesitate to ask. He clapped Ling Feng heartily on the shoulder, beaming. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Ling Feng bolted, feet barely touching the floor. Meanwhile, Wu Linghua picked up the disk and casually opened its test log. My. He noticed an anomaly in the soul test record. Boundary force level 2. 8. And yet a minor world has awakened. Good heavens. This is precisely the prodigy our superiors have been searching for. Wu Linghua recoiled in astonishment. Such geniuses are rarer than phoenix feathers across all of Tianxia. Who conducted this test? Instantly, he dashed out the door and shouted after Ling Feng, still lingering in the— Xiao Feng, wait. I need to ask you something. Ling Feng's heart lurched. He panicked and sprinted away. He feared being dragged back for interrogation. If he delayed even a second, it would be too late. Wu Linghua stood bewildered. What on earth had startled the boy so? But the nebula disk mattered far more than Ling Feng. Wu Lingua immediately dialed the nearest Xingyi Research Institute. Hello, is this clear? I've obtained a stellar boundary force report. I need specialists dispatched immediately. Yes, the subject registered boundary force level 2. 8, yet manifested a minor world before attaining even Fustar boundary cultivator status. Wu Lingua's report left the Institute's on-duty researcher speechless. A genius of this caliber emerged once in 10,000. They instructed him to secure the disk while they dispatched a team without delay. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had already fled over a kilometer. Surely I'm safe now, he gasped, chest heaving. If caught, that 100,000 yuan could keep Dad working at the Institute for half a year. Ling Chongqing, though reputedly a minor world awakened master earning a substantial salary, still found 100,000 yuan no trivial sum. The more Ling Feng dwelled on it, the more unsettled he grew, and he bolted straight toward school. Even if Institute staff tracked him down, he'd deny all knowledge, firmly and unequivocally. Elsewhere, Wu Lingua and several Institute staff waited at the entrance. The Xingyi Research Institute ranked among Tianxia's most prestigious scientific institutions. Its founders, the Jiang brothers, were luminaries, one a preeminent biologist, the other devoted to boundary cultivator ability research. Approximately 15 minutes later, several vehicles pulled up before the institute. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat stepped out. Wu Lingua extended his hand, but the man ignored it instead, turning his gaze toward the vehicle. Others followed his line of sight, watching as a youth leapt down from the car. Is this it? The youth asked flatly. His tone, though calm, carried an unnerving air of seasoned authority, disorienting, inexplicable. Yes, master. Sir. The youth nodded approvingly, then smiled, and offered his hand to Wu Lingua. Greetings, I am the lead investigator for this matter. My name is Jiangyi. A pleasure to meet you. Wu Lingua's expression flickered with confusion. He glanced sideways at the middle-aged man and asked, wasn't Professor Zhou previously assigned to these cases? Effective today, I assume responsibility, Jiangyi replied coolly. Mr. Wu Lingua, do you object? No, no objection. Wu Lingua dared not press further and gestured inward. The item I mentioned over the phone is inside. Please follow me. Lead the way. Had Ling Feng been present, he would have recoiled in shock. The youth, now commanding over 20 researchers at the Stellar Institute, the very same boy he'd chased and beaten across the campus of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school the day before. Yet now the youth wore an expression of grave solemnity as he followed Wu Lingua into the office housing the nebula disk. Here it is, Wu Lingua explained. It arrived this morning. I performed a preliminary inspection and found a single test record, so anomalous I contacted you immediately. Jiangyi accessed the disk's data. Instantly the test results materialized before them. Boundary force level 2. 8. Minor world activated. Strength assessment undetermined. Moi. A chorus of frowns rippled across the assembled researchers' faces. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Please step outside, gentlemen. We'll now disassemble the nebula disk to determine whether a fault occurred. Understood. Wu Lingua and the others withdrew promptly. Once the door clicked shut, the middle-aged Professor Zhou ventured cautiously, Professor, has the disk malfunctioned? How many times must I say it? Zhang Yi shot him a sharp glance. Never address me as Professor outside the lab. I cannot possibly serve as your mentor in this form. Professor Zhou instantly corrected himself, sir. Zhang Yi waved dismissively. Enough. The disk is intact. The data is genuine. The researchers exchanged startled glances. Professor Zhou frowned. Then how? The human body is an exquisitely intricate system, Zhang Yi observed calmly, and the genesis of a minor world remains scientifically unexplained to this day. Recall the documented case of a Fustar boundary cultivator awakening a minor world. Thus a boundary force level 2. 8 manifestation, while extraordinary, is not impossible. The group gasped collectively. Awakening a minor world typically demanded 4-star boundary cultivator status. Some spent lifetimes striving in vain to reach that threshold. Yet this tester, scoring only 2. 8, had already achieved it. It defied all reason. Sir, what shall we do? What do you mean? What shall we do? Zhang Yi arched a brow. Secure the disk and transport it to the laboratory immediately. Also, have they located that brat from yesterday? Yes, sir. Professor Zhou handed over a dossier. He attends Shaoran Middle School, final year student, imminent final examinations. Boundary force level 1. 5. No exceptional aptitude. Zhang Yi scanned the file, brows knitting. So this child humiliated me so publicly. Professor Zhou hesitated. Indeed, sir. Zhang Yi's face darkened, recalling yesterday's indignity. He'd sat serenely in the stands evaluating candidates for upcoming experiments, only to be ambushed and pummeled by Ling Feng without warning. Had Institute personnel not intervened, he might have been hauled off to police custody as a pervert. It remained an unspeakable disgrace. He drew a slow, steadying breath. Has the microelectromagnetic cannon diagnostic report been finalized? Yes, but it confirms the weapon functioned perfectly. Professor Zhou answered. What? The cannon operated normally. Affirmative. Zhang Yi fell silent, baffled. At that moment, the researcher who'd interviewed Wu Lingwa returned. Sir, I've confirmed the details. This nebula disk was sold last evening and delivered this morning by a youth named Ling Feng. His father works here as staff. Ling Feng. Again, hearing the name, Zhang Yi's eyebrows lifted. He glanced at the dossier in his hand and smiled faintly. It appears matters are growing increasingly intriguing. Elsewhere, Ling Feng had already taken his seat in the classroom. A faint unease stirred within him. Would the Xingyun disk's damage be detected by the Xingguan Academy? His father worked hard. If he added to his burdens, he'd surely earn a stern scolding, and perhaps even a thrashing, from his mother upon returning home. Through 2 consecutive cultural studies classes, Ling Feng drifted through in a daze. Yet most of his classmates were no different. Though unburdened by Ling Feng's particular anxieties, many shared his foggy, listless state. Especially during mathematics class, any momentary lapse in attention revealed the instructor inscribing indecipherable celestial script upon the blackboard. At last the long break arrived. Ling Feng had intended to step outside for a stroll when a sudden gasp erupted from the rear doorway. Ling Feng turned toward the sound and saw Song Zichuan flanked by several followers. As the son of Dean Song and class monitor, Song Zichuan sat in the same class as Ling Feng. Ling Feng held him in low regard. This man had been insufferably arrogant in his past life, and now, having acquired an additional boundary force rank, his conceit had only deepened. The gasp came from Song Zichuan's entourage. Brother Song is incredible. The boundary force rank has broken through to 4.0. This year's scholarships and quotas are undoubtedly his alone. Brother Song, could you share some insights with us? Surrounded by admirers, Song Zichuan preened proudly. That morning his family's Xingyun disk test had shown his boundary force rank rising from 3.6 to 4.0. In other words, one of his measured parameters had improved according to the Xingyun disk's assessment. This breakthrough meant not only meeting the undergraduate admission threshold, but perhaps even qualifying for a prestigious higher academy. I have no special method, Song Zichuan modestly replied. I simply slept and awakened to breakthrough. Perhaps persistent effort finally bore fruit. If you emulate me, you too shall succeed. His audience gazed upon him with rapt adoration. What was genius? This was it. Ling Feng merely rolled his eyes. Song Zichuan clearly owed his advancement to his family's wealth, not diligence, but sheer financial power. Had Ling Feng possessed similar resources to purchase costly enhancers, his own boundary force rank would surely surpass this. A classmate nudged Ling Feng with his elbow. Ling Feng, do you think the same? Ling Feng bobbed his head vigorously. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. Our monitor is truly remarkable. Undergraduate admission secured. He is our role model. Strength gained even in slumber. Ling Feng cared little for Song Zichuan. A leisurely stroll remained his priority. Yet the moment those words left his lips, silence fell over the room. Something felt distinctly off. Ling Feng and Song Zichuan had long been at odds, making such praise seem unmistakably sarcastic. Ling Feng, Song Zichuan retorted, brow furrowed. Remember, beyond every person lies another. Beyond every sky stretches yet another. Indeed, Ling Feng replied calmly. I fully agree with your sentiment. The crowd blinked in bewilderment. Had he truly failed to grasp Song Zichuan's veiled jab? At that moment, the study committee representative entered. Monitor, your cultural studies results are in. Here is your report. Curious classmates crowded around for a glimpse. A grade evaluation. Not poor yet far from exceptional. Ling Feng, here is yours. He accepted the report while others peered over his shoulder. An SS grade evaluation, nearly perfect across all subjects. The stark contrast silenced them once more. Monitor, Ling Feng remarked lightly, you were absolutely right earlier. Beyond every person lies another. Beyond every sky stretches yet another. Song Zichuan's face flushed iron gray. What do you mean? Nothing at all, Ling Feng said, glancing at his own report with feigned astonishment. Why does my transcript bear 3S grades? Not a single A. How tragic. How utterly tragic. Still, Monitor excels. You've earned 1A. Song Zichuan's composure shattered. So what? Your boundary force rank remains a mere 1.5, far below the undergraduate threshold. Sufficient for graduate school admission. Ling Feng smiled sweetly. They require only 1.4. Song Zichuan choked on his retort. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself. Why compare academic scores with a specialist student? Such students entered elite universities despite low scores, while he exhausted himself and his family's fortune on enhancers, barely scraping past the undergraduate cutoff. Furious, yet powerless to retaliate. Just then, homeroom teacher Zhou Ziming entered through the front door. Students, please settle down. Return to your seats. Song Zichuan shot Ling Feng a venomous glare and hissed, "You'll pay for this." Ling Feng offered a wry, knowing smile. Here it was, the classic Song Zichuan threat. Having witnessed it countless times in his past life, he found himself oddly nostalgic. Zhou Ziming stepped onto the podium and announced coolly, "A new student joins our class today." Students exchanged startled glances. Final exams loomed, yet someone transferred in. Even the teacher was perplexed. This student had been directly placed via Ministry of Education channels, an unprecedented occurrence in Shaoran Secondary Academy's history. This implied extraordinary background. With a quiet sigh, Zhou Ziming gestured toward the doorway. "Please come in and introduce yourself." A youth in a crisp white shirt entered slowly and stood before the class. "Greetings. My name is Jiang Yi. I begin studying with you all today." He appeared strikingly youthful, more like a junior high student. Yet the instant Ling Feng laid eyes on him, his pupils widened in shock. Wasn't this the unsettling child who'd recorded Ling Yuan's biometric data yesterday? Why had he transferred into Ling Feng's class? Was he seeking revenge? Ling Feng's mind raced, until Zhou Ziming addressed Jiang Yi. "Please sit beside Song Zichuan. As monitor, he can assist you." Teacher Jiang Yi glanced toward Song Zichuan seated centrally, and sighed. "He looks rather foolish, perhaps lacking in intellect. Might I sit elsewhere?" Song Zichuan, who'd just risen with a welcoming smile, froze mid-motion. The entire classroom fell silent. This newcomer possessed astonishing audacity to mock monitor Song Zichuan on first sight. He truly courted disaster. Frowning, Zhou Ziming asked, "Then whom would you prefer beside?" Jiang Yi pointed decisively that corner, directly at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's scalp prickled. He now knew for certain Jiang Yi had come solely for him. Seeing this choice, Zhou Ziming winced inwardly. Of all seats, why choose Ling Feng's? Ling Feng was notorious throughout the class. No, throughout the entire academy, as the archetypal troublemaker. Were it not for mandatory national education through secondary school, and Ling Feng's genuinely outstanding academic performance, he would long since have been expelled. Zhou Ziming cleared his throat. "Jiang Yi, please sit with Song Zichuan instead. Ling Feng cannot assist you." Jiang Yi inquired Song Zichuan. "What is his academic grade?" "An A. Only an A." "Preposterous." Jiang Yi scoffed. "I could outscore him scribbling with my feet." The barb landed with crushing force. Students drew sharp breaths, averting their eyes from Song Zichuan's livid expression. His gaze burned with murderous intent. Zhou Ziming hastily interjected, "But Song Zichuan's boundary force rank is 3-6. Jiang Yi countered coolly, "So what? Will he strike harder if provoked?" Zhou Ziming faltered. Why did Jiang Yi's logic mirror Ling Feng's so uncannily? "Fine. Fetch a desk and chair and sit beside Ling Feng." Exhausted, Zhou Ziming sensed a second major disruption looming. "Yes." Jiang Yi cheerfully retrieved furniture and settled directly beside Ling Feng. Ling Feng braced himself. This boy held grudges fiercely. Was transferring schools truly necessary for vengeance? "What brings you here?" he asked, frowning. "Heh, guess." Ling Feng delivered a sharp flick to Jiang Yi's forehead. "No riddles, just or you'll sit beside Song Zichuan." His voice carried softly, yet in the hushed room half the class heard. Song Zichuan's face darkened to volcanic fury. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead, wincing. "Did you send a Xingyun disc to Tianlin Xingguan this morning?" Ling Feng stiffened. "How did you know?" "Don't hit me. I'll tell you." Ling Feng hesitated, then released his clenched fist. Disclosure of the damaged disc would carry serious consequences. "Speak quickly. First answer me, were the test records on that disc yours?" Ling Feng's gaze darted away, his tone deliberately casual. "No." Jiang Yi's expression twisted. His disbelief was written plainly across his face. "No need to fret. I'm merely gathering facts." Jiang Yi smiled. "If difficulties arise, confide in me. I have connections above." He gestured upward. Ling Feng replied, "I know. I've got connections above too." An entire class full. Jiang Yi stared blankly. Their whispered exchange did not escape Song Zichuan's watchful eyes. Public humiliation cemented an enduring grudge. They're acquainted. Ling Feng must have summoned backup. Excellent. Both shall be dealt with. Song Zichuan's gaze turned icy, his mind already weaving retribution. Meanwhile, at the rear mountains of Shaoran Secondary Academy, two large trucks wound along a secluded mountain road and halted behind the campus. Professor Zhou leapt down from the lead vehicle. Several researchers hurried after him. "Professor Zhou, is releasing these anomalous beasts here truly safe? Could fatalities occur?" "No concern," Professor Zhou assured them. "We've brought mantle beasts, naturally armored, low aggression, and sluggish. Even ordinary humans can evade them easily." They turned to peer into the truck beds, where colossal mantle beasts loomed like living hills. White bun-shaped jade nodules sprouted along their backs, lizard-like heads crowned broad snow-dusted carapaces resembling gargantuan albino tortoises. The professor carries pheromones that trigger mantle beast aggression. He will apply them to the test subject shortly. We await his signal to retrieve the beasts. Now release them. At Professor Zhou's command, the trucks began unloading their massive cargo. These lumbering titans ambled slowly into the forested slopes behind the academy. Professor Zhou watched them vanish into the trees, then cast a lingering glance towards Shaoran's secondary academy. Silently, he murmured, "Teacher, may your operation proceed flawlessly." The school bell rang. This was the last cultural class of the morning, and after lunch the entire afternoon was reserved for training. Unlike Jiangnan First Middle School, the students of Shaoran Middle School were focused on how to get into undergraduate studies. As for how to break through to the first-star realm, that was not something they should be fantasizing about. The school's development had been poor in recent years, and it was even close to having no students for undergraduate studies. Although Dean Song was anxious, he was helpless. After lunch, Ling Feng planned to use the restroom before preparing for the physical fitness test in the afternoon. He felt that his physical condition had improved over the past 2 days, perhaps because he had regained that 0.1 realm power level that Elder Zheng had knocked off him. However, just as he entered the restroom, several figures appeared behind him. Before Ling Feng could react, he was pushed inside. He turned to look. Sure enough, it was Song Zichuan. Beside him were 2 lackeys, the chubby one, named Wang Zhishuan, and the skinny one, named Guoming Rue. Both of them were Ling Feng's classmates, and usually these 2 troublemakers were keen on how to glue Ling Feng's books together. They thought Ling Feng's SSS grades in cultural subjects were solely due to his studying. But Ling Feng didn't care. He only pretended to study, having already mastered these high school problems years ago. At this moment, the 2 of them surrounded Song Zichuan, whose expression was clearly very grim. "Ling Feng, you should know what I want to say, right?" Ling Feng hesitated for a moment and stepped aside at the urinal. "Please go ahead." Song Zichuan was taken aback and suddenly flew into a rage. "That's not what I meant." "Then why are you in the restroom? Are you here for a meal?" Ling Feng asked oddly. "Class monitor, I didn't expect you to have this hobby." Song Zichuan's face turned ashen with anger. "Ling Feng." He stepped forward, wanting to grab Ling Feng by the collar, but the ground suddenly shook. The tremor nearly caused Song Zichuan to stumble into the urinal. What's happening? Everyone was confused. An earthquake. The shaking continued, and everyone could distinctly feel that it was growing stronger. It was as if something was... Before Ling Feng could react, the urinal in front of him collapsed, and a massive white beast crashed down. Holy crap! Song Zichuan was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and scrambled to escape. But the aura of the white beast hit him, and he immediately went weak at the knees, unable to stand. His 2 lackeys, panicking, abandoned Song Zichuan and ran away. Ling Feng was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. After all, they were on the 2nd floor. How did this white beast get up here? Is this a mantle beast? At this moment, Ling Feng was much calmer than Song Zichuan. He had already recognized the obvious features of the beast. The scales resembling white buns piled up into a small mound, and its greenish-blue eyes were exceedingly cold, now fixated on Ling Feng. In the next second, it raised its paw and slammed it down towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng trembled all over. In a moment of crisis, he rolled aside to evade the paw. However, the ground also collapsed, and both Song Zichuan and Ling Feng fell into the restroom on the 1st floor. Song Zichuan still wanted to grab Ling Feng's pant leg, but Ling Feng kicked him in the face and shouted, "Class monitor, dinner is served." Song Zichuan didn't expect Ling Feng's kick to be so powerful. He was directly kicked into the pit on the 1st floor. Meanwhile, Ling Feng seized the opportunity to leap up and land on the mantle beast. The mantle beast immediately went berserk, as if Ling Feng's presence had triggered its sensitive nerves. It charged wildly, with Ling Feng knocking down several walls. The school finally reacted and triggered the alarm. At that moment, Jiang Yi, who was leisurely eating in the cafeteria, suddenly received a call from Professor Zhou. "Teacher, the mantle beast has begun to move. The potion you developed is incredibly effective." Professor Zhou sounded pleasantly surprised. After all, its movements were even smoother than they had anticipated. The mantle beast was really charging towards Ling Feng. But Jiang Yi was confused. "What movement? I haven't even sprayed the potion on that kid yet." This time it was Professor Zhou's turn to be dumbfounded. "But all the mantle beasts we have are running towards Ling Feng, and one of them is going crazy. How could this happen?" Jiang Yi jumped up, and at that moment the cafeteria alarm went off. Boom. The wall behind Jiang Yi was smashed, and students scattered like frightened deer. Jiang Yi turned around in shock. He saw Ling Feng riding the mantle beast charging towards him. The once docile and slow-moving mantle beast was now so agitated. Its greenish-blue eyes had turned blood red. Crap, this has gone wrong. According to his plan, the mantle beast shouldn't attack other students. It was only supposed to target Ling Feng, who had been sprayed with the potion. Jiang Yi slapped his thigh. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. But at this moment the mantle beast had clearly lost control and several students had already been injured. Zhou Anlin, hurry up and initiate the emergency plan. Jiang, he yelled into the phone while dodging. Teacher, it will take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes I might be smashed to bits. What kind of creature did you let in? Is this a docile mantle beast? Jiang, he was furious. Professor Zhou explained, we didn't know. The mantle beast has incredible defense, but doesn't actively attack humans. That's common knowledge. To hell with common knowledge. After this, everyone will be punished. Jiang, he had no time to bicker with Professor Zhou. He could only try to stall for time, while waiting for the Research Institute personnel to arrive. He knew that if these two mantle beasts rampaged through the school for 5 minutes, the number of injured students would only increase. They were not being directly attacked by the mantle beasts, but were getting hurt by debris flying around. How did things end up like this? Jiang, he forced himself to calm down. He took out a flashlight-like device, a mini laser cannon. The mantle beast had knocked over a lot of tables and chairs, and some students were trembling in the corners. Jiang, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. At the moment the mantle beast crashed into the wall, he fired the cannon. The bright laser beam struck the mantle beast. The mantle beast let out a high-pitched cry, but only took a step back. There was not a single scratch on it. Damn it, this mantle beast's defense is too strong. Jiang, he gritted his teeth. The mantle beast was known for its high defense, which was why it ranked in the top 200 of the exotic beast list at position 199. There's no way out. Jiang, he took out a pill from his pocket. This was his backup plan. If Ling Feng couldn't defeat the mantle beast, he would have to step in. The pill could temporarily activate an exotic beast ability, the latest product from the Xingyi Research Institute. But because of that last shot, the mantle beast had noticed Jiang Yi's presence. It charged straight at Jiang Yi recklessly, its lizard-like head lifting him up. The pill flew out of his... Holy crap! Jiang Yi was stunned. Without the pill, with his current strength, it was impossible to break through the mantle beast's defense. He instinctively grabbed the horns on the mantle beast's head, and then he was thrown onto its back. Ling Feng, who was being carried by the mantle beast, was a bit dazed. Seeing Jiang Yi appear beside him, he instantly smiled, and said emotionally, "Good brother. You came to accompany me too. I came to accompany your grandmother." Jiang Yi directly scolded, "You should think of a way to stop this guy. Otherwise in a few minutes half the school will be destroyed." Ling Feng's face instantly turned into a bitter melon. "If I could stop it, I would have acted long ago." Ling Feng found himself helpless. He realized that once he sat atop the mantle beast, he couldn't get down. He could only allow the mantle beast to run around with him. Jiang Yi was numb. Currently his realm strength was even lower than Ling Feng's, and the miniature electromagnetic cannon in his hand was of no use. Stopping this mantle beast was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "What about your small world?" Jiang Yi roared. "Use it quickly. Otherwise we will both die here." "What small world?" Ling Feng was taken aback. "At this point you are still hiding it." "Hiding what?" Ling Feng was dumbfounded. "If I had a small world, would I still be attending school here?" Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng's bewildered face, and at that moment began to doubt himself. "Wasn't the test record on the nebula disk yours?" Ling Feng immediately became alert. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jiang Yi was enraged. He was certain that Ling Feng was doing this on purpose. "Fine, if you don't want to use it, then forget it." Jiang Yi awkwardly handed the miniature laser cannon to Ling Feng. "Find a way to use this, and aim for its abdomen. The mantle beast's abdomen is its weak point." Ling Feng was speechless. "Are you joking? How can I attack its abdomen now?" Jiang Yi glanced at Ling Feng expressionlessly. Then he revealed a meaningful smile. "It's up to you now, classmate Ling." Jiang Yi kicked Ling Feng in the waist, and before Ling Feng could react, he was directly kicked away. "Jiang Yi, I won't let you off." Ling Feng howled as he fell into the ruins. Dust and smoke filled the air. At this moment, as if sensing Ling Feng's fall, the mantle beast suddenly stopped, its crimson eyes piercing through the dust, staring at Ling Feng. Jiang Yi grabbed the scales of the mantle beast and shouted at Ling Feng, "Slide tackle it. You slide tackle it. I fucking..." Ling Feng wanted to curse, but the mantle beast's frenzied charge forced him to dodge. He barely managed to evade the mantle beast's impact. He discovered that after going in circles, he had returned to the vicinity of the restroom in the teaching building. At that moment, Song Zichuan, who had just crawled out of the pit, was wiping the dirt off himself when the wall behind him suddenly collapsed. He turned around in shock and saw Ling Feng returning with the mantle beast. "Ling Feng." Song Zichuan was furious. Ling Feng had actually dared to kick him into the pit, leaving him covered in filth. This was a great humiliation, but he didn't expect Ling Feng to sprint past him in a flash. The next second, the mantle beast soared into the air, crashing down toward Ling Feng's position. The ground shook violently, and Song Zichuan lost his balance, falling back into the pit with a thud. Did I just hear Song Zichuan's voice? Ling Feng was somewhat doubtful, but the roaring mantle beast behind him left him no time to consider anything else. The man and beast had circled around here for quite a while. Jiang Yi's arm gripping the scales of the mantle beast had gone numb. Ling Feng stopped running. Attack it. Ling Feng was panting, but he also realized that his physical condition seemed to have improved considerably. But in just a moment the mantle beast's claws swiped toward Ling Feng. Boom. This time Ling Feng could not dodge, and was directly struck by the mantle beast. Jiang Yi didn't dare to look, instinctively closing his eyes. However, the scene of blood splattering that he anticipated did not occur. Ling Feng was merely pinned beneath the mantle beast's foot. Though he was pressed down and struggling to breathe, Ling Feng realized that his body wasn't in much pain, and he could just see the mantle beast's abdomen. He immediately shouted, "Jiang Yi, how do you use this laser cannon?" When Jiang Yi opened his eyes and saw this, he was instantly stunned. What's going on? This guy can still talk. Although the mantle beast's attack was weak, it was comparable to a full-force strike from a 2-star realm cultivator. A 1-star realm cultivator hit like this would likely break bones and even risk their life. Ling Feng must be related to the mantle beast, right? Jiang Yi finally realized that the miniature laser cannon from yesterday wasn't out of power. Rather, Ling Feng's defense was too astonishing. Jiang Yi, are you still in a daze? I'm going to be crushed. Hurry and tell me how to use the laser cannon. Ling Feng's call instantly snapped Jiang Yi out of his reverie. He quickly said, "Press the red button. That's the maximum setting. Attack its abdomen." Okay. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and painstakingly fitted his right thumb into the red area of the miniature laser cannon. In just a moment, the miniature laser cannon, resembling a flashlight, erupted with a burst of light. This light struck precisely at the mantle beast's abdominal cavity. The powerful attack penetrated the mantle beast's weak abdominal layer, directly exploding its insides. The crimson gaze of the mantle beast immediately dulled, and the claw pinning Ling Feng began to lose strength. Ling Feng seized the opportunity and crawled out in a panic. Blood sprayed out. Ling Feng had avoided disaster, but Song Zichuan, who crawled out of the pit for the second time, was directly splashed all over with the warm blood of the strange beast. Ling Feng leaned against the mantle beast's back, gasping for breath. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling battle since his rebirth. At this moment, a white bun-shaped scale rolled off the mantle beast. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled. This is a good item. Gathering some loot shouldn't be too much to ask, right? He directly stuffed the white bun into his pocket. Jiang Yi then rushed over, panting heavily. Ling Feng, you still say you haven't opened a small world. Is that defensive power something a normal person can possess, eh? Are you calling me out? Ling Feng retorted angrily. You have a miniature electromagnetic cannon and know the mantle beast's weak points. You are definitely not a middle school student. I suspect that this mantle beast was released by you. Ling Feng remembered that his father Ling Chongqing had mentioned that knowledge about the mantle beast was only taught in university. Jiang Yi was definitely not as simple as he appeared. The two exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes they saw caution and a hint of curiosity. How about this, Jiang Yi proposed. Let's temporarily cease hostilities. You won't tell anyone your suspicions, and I won't tell anyone about your abnormal defensive power. What about this mantle beast? If the news of us killing the mantle beast spreads, we might end up being captured by strange research institutions as test subjects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression evidently turned a bit strange. He was indeed one of the members of the strange research institution Ling Feng mentioned. Forget it. Let's hurry and run. Jiang Yi said, find a place to faint and act as if we don't know anything. All right. The two quickly reached an agreement to keep each other's secrets. Soon the two found a conspicuous corner and lay down. To make it look convincing, Ling Feng even covered himself with some stones. They played dead until the school reacted, sending out the academy's powerful protector Zheng Hongji to resolve everything, after which they pretended to be discovered by students and teachers. 10 minutes later, Zheng Hongji and Dean Song stood before the two deceased mantle beasts, their expressions grave. This one I killed. Zheng Hongji pointed to the smaller mantle beast on the left. That one I have no idea who killed it. The surveillance was damaged right from the start. Zheng Hongji pointed to the larger mantle beast on the right, which was nearly twice the size. That shouldn't be the case, Dean Song said as he took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This larger mantle beast is at least 8 meters long. To kill it, one would definitely need to be a 2-star realm practitioner. He examined the wounds, noting that they had been penetrated by some kind of weapon. Zheng Hongji's gaze was sharp. This manner of death suggests it was struck by something akin to a laser cannon to the abdomen, causing the internal organs to explode. Dean Song furrowed his brow. In our academy, besides you, there shouldn't be anyone qualified to wield such a weapon, right? I'm not sure. Perhaps a student brought a weapon, or maybe one of them suddenly awakened a small world. Zheng Hongji replied. Dean Song, you know as well as I do that in extreme situations, even a one-star realm practitioner can awaken a small world. The potential of humans is often triggered in life and death situations. Such scenarios are noted in textbooks. Are you saying that one of the students awakened a small world and then killed this mantle beast? Pretty much. To obtain an energy weapon capable of killing a mantle beast, one would need at least a national level permit. Do we have any students with that kind of background? Zheng Hongji turned to ask. Dean Song shook his head. If there were such a student, they definitely wouldn't be studying at Shaoran Middle School. Then it means someone awakened a small world, but they might not even be aware of it. Zheng Hongji said seriously. Dean Song, the researchers from the Xingyi Research Institute are already on their way. They are not fools, they can see the traces on the mantle beast's corpse. If our academy really has a genius who awakened a small world, it would indeed be a great honor, wouldn't it? He urged, let's find someone quickly. Zheng Hongji patted Dean Song on the shoulder. Only then did Dean Song come to his senses, understanding Zheng Hongji's intention. Handing that student over to the Research Institute once they confirm that Shaoran Middle School has produced a phenomenon-level genius, the academy will certainly capitalize on this for next year's recruitment, turning the tide. After realizing all this, Dean Song hurriedly contacted the teachers in the publicity department. At the same time, Ling Feng and Jiang Yi were pretending to be injured, resting in the infirmary. Fortunately, the evacuation was timely, so there weren't many students in the infirmary. The most severely injured one only had fractured arms and was not in life-threatening danger. Suddenly a voice came from the school broadcast. Students, please return to your classrooms in an orderly manner. The school will announce an important notice shortly. Many students who were there to watch the excitement were also sent back by their homeroom teachers, leaving only those whose classrooms had been damaged by the mantle beast gathered in the square. Then Dean Song cleared his throat twice. First of all, I am relieved to see that everyone is safe. Secondly, due to the damage to the surveillance, one of the mantle beasts was killed by one of our students, but the school has yet to identify this student. We kindly ask this student, upon hearing the broadcast, to come to the dean's office, where I will personally present them with an award. The prize is 10,000 yuan, plus a guaranteed admission quota for a university this year. Upon hearing this announcement, the students erupted in excitement. What? Someone killed a mantle beast? That's incredible. That mantle beast was so terrifying, who could have taken it down? You know, I saw Class 8's class leader Song Zichuan running over covered in blood. Could it be him? Song Zichuan, the one with a realm power level of 3.6. That's quite possible. If it's not him, then who else could it be? The students discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Ling Feng felt a bit nervous. He glanced around, fearing that others might mention him. After all, he had seen through the window that the researchers in white coats had arrived at the school carrying a lot of instruments and equipment. The thought of these things being directed at him sent shivers down his spine. Did the stingy Dean Song really want to lure him in with 10,000 yuan? He wouldn't fall for that. Dean Song had waited a long time, but hadn't seen any students come forward. What's going on? Dean Song exclaimed. Is there really no student coming to claim it? That's a lot of money. Dean Song, we don't have much time, Professor Zhou, sitting on the sofa, said. This incident was an accident, and in a couple of days compensation will be deposited into the school's account. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. No, wait. Dean Song could not let this opportunity slip by, and quickly stood up, saying, Professor Zhou, please wait a bit longer. There will definitely be students coming forward. Professor Zhou's patience was wearing thin. They had already examined the mantle beast's corpse, and it was clear that the larger one had been killed by Jiang Yi's laser cannon. However, due to confidentiality regarding their plan, they could not disclose that information and could only accompany Dean Song as they waited there. Just as both parties were becoming anxious, a head suddenly peeked into the dean's office. I've come to claim my prize. When Dean Song saw the visitor, he was instantly delighted. It was indeed Song Zichuan. He called for Song Zichuan because he had heard that when the mantle beast died, Song Zichuan happened to be nearby. However, Song Zichuan also did not see how the mantle beast was killed. His eyes had been completely covered in the blood sprayed by the mantle beast. Nevertheless, this did not affect his coming to claim his prize. Quick, come in and talk. Dean Song urged Song Zichuan to come in. When Professor Zhou saw Song Zichuan arrive, he immediately frowned. Did you kill the mantle beast? Yes. Song Zichuan replied confidently. It was me. Look, I still have the mantle beast's blood on me. I was just cleaning the blood off, which is why I'm late. Song Zichuan actually hadn't intended to claim the prize at first, but seeing that no one had come forward to claim it, and with the students believing he was the one who killed the mantle beast, he decided to obey his father's wishes and came here. After all, if he could become the academy's poster child, it would greatly benefit Song Zichuan's future studies. However, Professor Zhou smiled, his gaze meaningful. Student, I'll ask you again, did you kill it? Song Zichuan asserted, yes, Professor. I guarantee that there is no one else besides me. Good, then take action. He spoke indifferently. The researchers behind him immediately stepped forward and seized Song Zichuan's arm. What is this about? Song Zichuan was taken aback. Even Dean Song was stunned. Professor Zhou, what? The blood of exotic beasts has the ability to assimilate with human blood. We now have reason to suspect that this student has been infected with exotic beast blood, Professor Zhou said with a smile. Please, Dean, don't interfere. We need to take him back for processing. What a... Dean Song was bewildered. He never expected this turn of events. But soon Song Zichuan was forcibly dragged out by several researchers. To prevent Song Zichuan from resisting, they even shackled him and forcibly escorted him into the Research Institute's vehicle. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to the Research Institute. Dad! Song Zichuan had never seen such a scene before, and his cries echoed throughout the entire academy. Ling Feng, upon seeing Song Zichuan, instantly understood what the fool had done. Fortunately, I didn't stick my head out, otherwise it would have been me being taken away. Ling Feng felt a wave of fear. As he watched Song Zichuan being escorted into the vehicle, he sighed. Class leader, good luck to you. After experiencing the sudden attack, the school declared a holiday that afternoon. As Ling Feng was about to head home, someone grabbed his collar before he could leave the school gate. I should have mentioned this before. You need to come to me before the big exam. Ling Feng turned in terror to find it was indeed Zheng Hongji. I was just going home to grab a bite, Zheng Laosi. Have you eaten yet? Ling Feng quickly flashed a smile. Zheng Hongji replied coldly, I heard you got hurt because of today's incident. Yes, look at my arm, it's bandaged. Ling Feng indicated. The doctor said I shouldn't move around too much. Zheng Hongji glared at him. Don't try to fool me, I asked the doctor, and he said you're bouncing around without a care. Ling Feng's face turned pale. He pointed behind Zheng Hongji. Look, there's a mantle beast over there. After saying this, Ling Feng tried to run, but Zheng Hongji grabbed his shoulder. Come with me. Ling Feng struggled violently, but was forcibly dragged away by Zheng Hongji. Help! Zheng Hongji is eating children. Upon hearing this, almost all the students turned to look. When they realized it was Zheng Laosi making a move, their expressions turned tense as they hurriedly left. Ling Feng felt dead inside. He was taken directly by Zheng Hongji to a small courtyard outside the office. This area was specifically allocated by the academy for Zheng Hongji to train some students, but for the past few years he had been too lazy to teach, citing poor health. Until Ling Feng appeared. Many had begged him to teach, but he refused, and here you are unwilling. Zheng Hongji tossed Ling Feng aside and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Ling Feng bitterly said, Zheng Laosi, I want to pursue a path as a cultural course specialist and won't be a boundary keeper in the future. His cultural course grades were SSS thanks to his identity as a top student in his past life. In this lifetime, pursuing biological research would certainly ensure basic survival, even if he didn't achieve remarkable results. What good is research? Zheng Hongji said with frustration, this world ultimately needs powerful boundary keepers for protection. How many researchers could manage on the battlefield? The path of researchers is entirely different from that of boundary keepers. Basic researchers are no different from ordinary people. Only those who have opened the small world within themselves through research can possess strength comparable to boundary keepers. But it's far too rare, astronomically so. If the number of boundary keepers in Jiangnan City is 100, there probably wouldn't even be a single awakened researcher. Your boundary power level can reach 1.6, indicating your talent is indeed better than most students in the academy. Zheng Hongji dried his hands and said calmly, there are still a few days until the big exam. If you seriously learn some things from me, you might not have to follow the specialist path and can still get into undergraduate studies. Zheng Hongji put on gloves and took out 2 iron whips from the warehouse, tossing one to Ling Feng. You originally weren't qualified to learn from me, but I can't stand your antics. Zheng Hongji said indifferently, pick up the weapon. I will teach you a set of whip techniques that my senior brother, surnamed Ma, developed. It's quite suitable for beginners. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the iron whip. He feared that if he were slow he would get beat. Now I will demonstrate. Zheng Hongji gathered his chi, his gaze calm, and swiftly swung out a whip. 1 whip. He continued to move his arms, swinging them horizontally. Ling Feng was stunned as he had just seen a flicker of electricity in that moment. 2 whips. Zheng Hongji leaped up the whip, striking through the air, actually creating a bolt of lightning that crashed into the ground. Ling Feng's scalp tingled, and he quickly backed away. 3 whips. Zheng Hongji stopped, not continuing. He said lightly, this set of whip techniques has a total of 5 whips, each capable of tracing lightning, hence, it is called the Lightning 5 whips. The iron whip I gave you can release electrical currents based on the intensity, improving the user's physical attributes for rapid progress. With your current physical condition, mastering 1 whip is the limit. I will demonstrate 3 whips, which is already sufficient. Ling Feng's current boundary power level was reduced to 0. 1 only about 1.5a, and forcing the use of the second whip, might paralyze his body with electric shock leading to internal injuries. Zheng Hongji raised his head about to teach Ling Feng the details, but Ling Feng had already started jumping around in the courtyard. He mimicked Zheng Hongji's earlier actions, surprisingly swirling bolts of lightning. Ling Feng exclaimed, "Zheng Laosi, is it like this? I think I've learned it. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips." 3 traces of electricity clearly marked the ground of the courtyard. Zheng Hongji was dumbfounded. This is impossible. Zheng Hongji knew well that without the physique of a boundary keeper it would be impossible to so easily withstand the electrical shock brought by 3 whips. But how could Ling Feng, who was emanating electricity, be explained? Is it haunted? Zheng Hongji quickly told Ling Feng to stop, then checked the values displayed on the iron whip. Indeed, it was the current strength that could only be activated by 3 whips. He was incredulous and turned to look at Ling Feng, then grabbed his arms. "Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Or any pain?" Ling Feng shook his head in confusion. "No." Zheng Hongji was at a loss and immediately said, "Show me again." Ling Feng moved again, executing 3 whips cleanly, creating a wide arc of electricity. Could these be fake arcs? Zheng Hongji hesitated, then suddenly reached out to grab one of the arcs, but soon felt a tingling sensation wash over his entire body. Bang! Zheng Hongji's few remaining hairs exploded. He opened his mouth and coughed out some smoke. The arcs are real and the whip is real. Could Ling Feng be fake? Zheng Hongji couldn't believe that Ling Feng could instantly learn the 3 whips. Zheng Hongji narrowed his eyes, took off his gloves, and a spark of electricity appeared in his right hand. "Ling Feng, come here, I have something to say to you." Ling Feng instinctively sensed something was off. "Zheng Laosi, I won't come over, just tell me directly. I told you to come over, don't force me to act." Under Zheng Hongji's threat, Ling Feng unwillingly walked over. Zheng Hongji's right hand began to flicker with electric light. Seeing this, Ling Feng turned and ran. Zheng Hongji was stunned and yelled, "Why are you running? You want to zap me with something? I'm not falling for that." Ling Feng ran out of the small courtyard, immediately shouting in the school, "Zheng Hongji is eating children. Zheng Hongji is eating children." Some students still in school immediately peeked out to see what was happening. Before long, Ling Feng was dragged back by Zheng Hongji. "Try running again, and I'll break your legs." Zheng Hongji snarled fiercely. Ling Feng trembled uncontrollably. Just moments earlier, Zheng Hongji had leapt several meters to seize him, shattering the school's pavement beneath his feet. Faced with such terrifying power, he felt utterly silent, as still and meek as a chicken. "Stay still, I'll run a physical assessment." Zheng Hongji rubbed his wrist, and instantly a surge of electric current arced forth. Ling Feng stammered in fear. "Elder Zheng, let's talk calmly. This could be fatal." "Silence. I know precisely what I'm doing." Zheng Hongji pressed his right hand firmly against Ling Feng's body. Ling Feng let out a piercing shriek. Zheng Hongji hastily withdrew his hand. "Well, did you feel the sting of the current?" No. No. Then why scream?" Ling Feng blinked innocently. "I was just synchronizing with your move." Zheng Hongji nearly burst into laughter at Ling Feng's audacity. Resigned, he said, "Listen carefully. I'm increasing the current now. Tell me the instant you feel any sharp sensation. And no more theatrics." "Understood," Ling Feng replied, closing his eyes. "Go ahead." Zheng Hongji released the current once more, while closely observing Ling Feng's subtle facial expressions. Yet as the current intensified, Ling Feng remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Zheng Hongji deeply unsettled. Could this boy truly be born an insulator? Just as Zheng Hongji pondered this, Ling Feng's hair suddenly stood on end. Boom! His hair exploded outward in a crackling halo. Zheng Hongji immediately cut off the current and shook Ling Feng gently. "Boy, how do you feel?" "Elder Zheng," Ling Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke, voice weak and hoarse. "Be honest. What's your connection to Yang Yongxin, the Thunder Sovereign?" Zheng Hongji's expression turned strangely unreadable. He had awakened a personal realm, the Thunder Realm, granting him mastery over all forms of electrical energy, enabling him to conjure lightning at will. Indeed, his ability bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the infamous Thunder Sovereign. "Ling Feng, I'd assumed you were merely a student with slightly above-average talent, but now I think otherwise." Zheng Hongji pulled up a chair and sat down heavily, his gaze upon Ling Feng layered with complexity and genuine astonishment. Overjoyed, Ling Feng blurted out, "Am I a prodigy?" "Not quite a prodigy," Zheng Hongji replied. "Those born with innate resistance to electricity are ideal candidates for awakening a realm like mine, the Thunder Realm, allowing absolute command over currents. And your resistance is exceptional. Should you walk the path of a realm walker, your prospects would far surpass those of a mere researcher. That's enough training for today. You may return home." Zheng Hongji waved dismissively. Relieved to be released, Ling Feng cheerfully prepared to leave the academy. He had no desire to remain detained by Elder Zheng. Yet the moment Ling Feng departed, Zheng Hongji glanced down at his mechanical wristwatch. He endured electrical intensity equivalent to realm force level 50. That defies belief. The figure left Zheng Hongji speechless. Realm force level 10 marked a 1-star realm walker. Realm force level 30 denoted a 2-star realm walker. Realm force level 60 signified a 3-star realm walker. Realm force level 100 indicated a 4-star realm walker. Thus Ling Feng could withstand a strike comparable to that of a 3-star realm walker. Could it be that Ling Feng slew the other mantle beast today? But his realm force level is only 1. 5. How could that possibly be? Zheng Hongji remained baffled. If these test results hold true, he must have awakened a personal realm. Yet this foolish boy remains blissfully unaware. To endure 3-star level current at realm force level 1. 5. This boy is unquestionably a rare gem of our Thunder Realm Walker lineage. I must call my junior brother Zhao Tianming. This matter is too significant to handle alone. After careful deliberation, Zheng Hongji resolved to seek Zhao Tianming's counsel first. He withheld the truth from Ling Feng, not wanting the boy to grow arrogant. Already reckless at realm force level 1. 5. How much more unruly would he become if he learned he was in fact extraordinary? Zheng Hongji retrieved his phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in years. The call rang twice, then abruptly ended. Undeterred, he redialed immediately. This time the line connected, but the background roared with chaos. Old Zheng, hold on. I've just ambushed a stone source beast and am field dressing its carcass. Tianming, I've found a candidate, realm force level 1. 5, yet capable of enduring level 50 electrical intensity. What did you say? Only then did the other man grasp the gravity of the situation. Hold on a moment. His voice echoed sharply. You brats, listen up. The stone source beast's reproductive organ sits atop its head, and it detonates. I'll handle this now. If anyone dies before I return, you'll be mocked across the sect for life. Understood, master. Zhao Tianming resumed the call. Old Zheng, don't toy with me. Is there truly such a candidate? Absolutely true. I tested him myself. He mastered the first 3 lashes of senior brother Ma's lightning 5-whip technique in an instant. Are you joking? Zhao Tianming was utterly stunned. When you first underwent testing, you could barely withstand level 15 current. I managed only level 18. And now you claim a student endures level 50. Utterly true, Zheng Hongji murmured in awe. Had I not witnessed it myself, I'd never dare believe it. How old is he? What's his family background? Send me all supplementary data. Already in your inbox. Zhao Tianming paused 2 minutes to review Ling Feng's complete dossier. His father serves as a coach at the Stellar Academy. Does he know? Likely not. Otherwise he wouldn't have sent Ling Feng to Shaoran Secondary Academy. Excellent. Zhao Tianming declared decisively. Old Zheng, keep him secured. If we can recruit him into our sect, this year's inter-school exchange tournament holds real promise. After all, you remember what happened with senior brother Ma. Still bringing that up after all these years. Zheng Hongji sighed helplessly. Years ago, senior brother Ma had accepted a challenge against young practitioners from rival sects, only to be felled by a single punch. It should have been a trivial incident within their circle. Yet Ma's recorded confession went viral overnight, making his humiliation known across the entire Tianxia nation. The Thunder Realm Walker sect was mercilessly ridiculed, resulting in abysmal recruitment for years. Enough, let's drop it. Zhao Tianming sighed. I'll take a cross-city flight tomorrow. Make sure you guard him well. Agreed. I'll await your arrival. Zheng Hongji hung up, gazing toward the direction Ling Feng had vanished. A sly smile curled his lips. Never imagined such a rare talent would surface in this modest academy. Still, the boy lacks discipline. I only hope nothing unforeseen occurs before tomorrow. With hands clasped behind his back, Zheng Hongji strolled out, heart light and spirits high. The sky darkened. Ling Feng, having just finished school, did not wander about as usual, but headed straight home. All the while he remained vigilant, glancing warily at passers-by, utterly silent, not daring to draw attention to himself. For nestled inside his school bag lay a mantle stone, a relic dropped by the mantle beast he had encountered that afternoon. Ling Feng had told no one. He had concealed it carefully all the way home. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred along the way. The moment he stepped through his front door, Ling Feng rushed to his room and emptied the mantle stone from his bag onto his desk. This mantle stone was noticeably larger than the one Zheng Hongji had given him earlier, its surface crystalline and translucent, resembling not a plain steamed bun, but rather a rare precious jade. I lost the last one. I absolutely cannot lose this one. Ling Feng lifted the mantle stone with reverent care, preparing to lock it securely in his drawer. But the instant he pulled open the drawer, he froze, his hand now empty. The mantle stone had vanished. What the hell? He frantically scanned the room, yet there was no trace of it. What's going on? Before Ling Feng could even process the shock, his consciousness was abruptly drawn inward, into his own spiritual sea, where he once again beheld that obsidian black sphere. Mantle Microcosm TX Virus Infection and Attribute, Earth and World Construction Progress, 50 in Talent, Mantle Defense Passive, and in the next instant, a luminous mantle stone materialized and fused seamlessly into the obsidian sphere. Ling Feng blinked in astonishment, reaching out too late. The obsidian sphere fully absorbed the mantle stone. Almost immediately, characters upon its surface began to shift and reform. Mantle Microcosm TX Virus Infection and Attribute, Earth and World Construction Progress, 100 in Talent, Mantle Defense Passive, and a notification flashed forth. Replication initiated. The obsidian sphere swiftly split down its center, dividing into two distinct spheres, one retaining its original deep black hue, the other now marked with delicate white streaks. Ling Feng gazed intently. The two spheres each bore inscriptions. In Microcosm TX Virus Infection and Attribute, None in World Construction Progress, 0 in Talent. None yet, and these words shimmered across the obsidian sphere. Mantle Microcosm TX Virus Infection and Attribute, Earth and World Awakening, Level 1 in Talent. Mantle Defense Passive, and these glyphs glowed softly upon the white-streaked sphere. Ling Feng stood utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was this? He reached out to touch them, when suddenly footsteps echoed outside his door. His parents had returned. A momentary daze passed, and Ling Feng snapped back to full awareness. Opening the door, he found them removing their shoes in the hallway. Was there an incident at your academy today? Ling Chongqing asked, concern edging his voice. The academy sent us a message saying a mantle beast had escaped from a nearby research institute and entered campus. Were you injured? Just a minor injury, Ling Feng replied, gesturing to the medicinal plaster taped to his arm. Gu Fanyu hurried over, inspecting him closely. Only after confirming his injuries were truly superficial did she exhale in quiet relief. Honestly, your academy is quite negligent. Two massive mantle beasts breached campus and no one noticed. If this had happened at Jiangnan First Secondary Academy, Gu Fanyu added with mild reproach, the creatures would have been neutralized the moment they crossed the gate. Ling Feng scratched his head and offered a wry smile. After all, Jiangnan First Secondary Academy possessed profound heritage, unmatched by ordinary institutions. By the way, Mom, Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Go ahead. Ling Feng hesitated. Say, can tumors divide? Both Gu Fanyu and Ling Chongqing stared at him, puzzled. What tumors? Gu Fanyu countered. If you'd grown 2 lumps, how could you possibly be so spry? Ling Feng conceded the point. He'd even practiced lightning 5-strike whip with Zheng Hongji today. His physical vitality felt sharper, stronger than before. Ling Chongqing draped an arm over his son's shoulders and murmured, Son, you're simply exhausted. Later tell your mother you'd like some nourishing food. She'll definitely give you the money. Then let's go out. Just you and me. For a proper treat, what do you say? Ling Feng glanced at his father, then at Gu Fanyu, turning toward the kitchen. Nourishing food meant preparations using blood or tissue harvested from exotic beasts, tonics designed to elevate a young cultivator's baseline potential. Affluent families routinely administered such supplements to their heirs, granting them an early advantage over ordinary youths. Yet excessive use risked instability, undermining foundational cultivation and hindering future boundary force advancement. A modest dose posed no harm. Indeed, the family had long provided Ling Feng and his younger sister Ling Yuan with affordable tonics. But premium-grade tonics commanded exponentially higher prices. Dad, how exactly do you plan to handle this? We'll ask your mother for funds. I've got connections, can source materials cheaply. We'll split the remainder 50-50. Ling Chongqing winked. To 8 split, Ling Feng countered. Ling Chongqing nodded approvingly. Good boy. You show filial piety. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept the lion's share. No, I mean A2. I take 8, you take 2. Ling Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't your mother teach you respect for elders and compassion for the young? She taught me contentment, Ling Feng replied calmly. Dad, I know you've been wanting a pack of cigarettes. This time when you ask Mom for money, the leftover portion will cover it entirely. So deal it. Ling Feng grinned. Ling Chongqing choked on air. Of the 4 family members, Ling Yuan was a little miser, Gu Fanyu a full-fledged one, and even Ling Feng occasionally revealed his own thrifty nature. Only Ling Chongqing remained by comparison refreshingly honest. Done, he declared after brief calculation. Later you'll request the funds. I'll contact my suppliers and procure the necessary materials. Ling Chongqing knew numerous boundary cultivators and could acquire raw materials at reduced rates, then arrange for trusted artisans to refine them into potent tonics, having the market price. The remaining half would be divided between father and son. Thanks, Dad. Ling Feng scampered cheerfully toward the kitchen to discuss the matter with Gu Fanyu. Typically consuming such tonics elevated his boundary force level by approximately 0.2 2. Not insignificant though costly. His last dose, reportedly crafted from pollen of specimen 232, the flame devourer bloom, had cost Ling Chongxing 20,000 yuan. With major examinations approaching Gu Fan, you had already discussed acquiring additional tonics with Ling Chongxing. Ling Yuan required no supplementation, but Ling Feng's deficiencies demanded urgent reinforcement. Otherwise, his lagging boundary force might jeopardize his eligibility for specialized talent recruitment. Upon hearing Ling Feng's request, Gu Fan Yu reluctantly agreed. After all, Ling Chongxing served as a permanent coach at the Star Pavilion, earning enough to sustain the family. Though expensive, the tonics remained within reach. Yet Gu Fan Yu remained deeply troubled. That night, only after her children had fallen asleep, did she finally sit down with Ling Chongxing to speak. Honey, I've reconsidered. Instead of flame no. 1, let's invest extra and secure lightning no. 3 foot. Ling Chongxing recoiled. Are you insane? Lightning no. 3 costs 100,000. Flame no. 1. Refined from pollen of specimen 232, the flame devourer bloom. Enhance the consumer's vital energy, yielding broad-spectrum, physical augmentation, gradual gains in both speed and strength. Lightning no. 3, however, was distilled exclusively from the blood of specimen 166, the lightning cheetah, granting only dramatic acceleration, nothing else. Ling Chongxing had merely intended to pocket cigarette money, never imagining Gu Fan Yu would commit 100,000 yuan to elevate Ling Feng. For an ordinary household, that sum was staggering. I understand, Gu Fan Yu articulated her thoughts, since Xiaofeng wishes to pursue the path of a researcher. Speed is far more important than strength. You also know that if the speed meets the standard, he can participate in numerous research projects. Conversely, strength does not significantly benefit a researcher. Ling Chongxing fell into contemplation. For a boundary traveler, strength and speed are the only criteria for measuring the level of boundary force. However, for researchers, the outcome of their research is the sole measure of their capability. If speed is adequate, it can enhance a researcher's cognitive capacity and experimental pace, indirectly aiding their experiments. You are correct, but it still requires 100,000. Ling Chongxing scratched his head. If we only arrange this for Xiaofeng, what about Yuan Yuan? He'll speak to Yuan Yuan. Gu Fan Yu replied. She has already reached the standard of a 2-star boundary traveler, and even the effect of taking lightning no. 3 would be minimal for her. Furthermore, I've considered that if Yuan Yuan truly wants lightning no. 3, you should secretly deal with the lightning cheetah. Gu Fan Yu turned to Ling Chongxing, blinking her eyes. Ling Chongxing's expression turned extremely grim. A 4-star boundary traveler, like me, going after the lightning cheetah of number 166. What if someone finds out? Once a 4-star boundary traveler opens a small world, it temporarily enters a chaotic state commonly referred to as the chaos realm. The weakest lightning cheetah possesses the power of 1-star chaos, while the strongest has 4-star chaos. If a 4-star boundary traveler like Ling Chongxing were discovered while hunting a lightning cheetah, it would likely cause trouble. If you go conceal your identity, swiftly eliminate those cheetahs, and cleanly retrieve the materials. Gu Fan Yu suggested they want find out. This. Ling Chongxing appeared somewhat reluctant. If you want go, I will. Gu Fan Yu warned, this is a once-in-a-lifetime major exam for our child. What does it matter if we violate the agreement from back then? I don't believe that group would dare to use such a trivial matter against us. Ling Chongxing sighed. First, let's ask Yuan Yuan's opinion. If it doesn't work out, he'll secretly take care of it. In the face of family, he eventually compromised. The couple's nighttime discussion did not attract the attention of Ling Feng and Ling Yuan. At this moment, Ling Feng was soundly asleep, completely unaware of his parents' plans. The next morning, Ling Feng took the subway to school, as usual. But as soon as he entered, he was caught by Zheng. Kid, you don't have class today, come with me. Zheng Hongji grabbed Ling Feng's collar, preventing him from leaving. Ling Feng's face was filled with terror. Old Zheng, I still have cultural classes to attend. Zheng Hongji replied nonchalantly, whether you attend class or not is irrelevant. Haven't you always received full marks in cultural subjects? I heard you were researching how to blow up the school during class. Ling Feng. Oh no, the school found out about that. But how could Ling Feng admit it? He feigned innocence, saying, impossible. How could a model student like me think? Zheng Hongji's eyelid twitched. You are the most disruptive student in this academy. Model student, my foot, you are more like an active troublemaker. Alright, today I'm taking you to meet someone. Just wait for me in the courtyard. Zheng Hongji said. I've already informed the principal. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt quite anxious. Who could Zheng Hongji be taking him to meet that it seemed so far? But Ling Feng had no way to escape. Zheng Hongji had clearly come prepared, and the grip he held made Ling Feng dare not entertain the thought of running away. The two waited in the courtyard, during which Zheng Hongji explained some specific matters to Ling Feng. The person coming is my junior brother. Oh, just call him Teacher Zhao. Remember not to cause any trouble lest they think I brought out an undisciplined student. This time he is mainly here to test your physical fitness. Consider it a simple boundary force test. Additionally, this matter must be kept confidential. I haven't even mentioned it to the principal. Did you understand? Ling Feng quickly saluted. I understand. Zheng Hongji frowned. There are only the two of us here, no need to be so formal. Understood. Ling Feng responded, and immediately sat down heavily in a chair, resting his legs on the table and starting to shake them. Zheng Hongji's eyes widened in anger. I didn't tell you to relax like that. Seeing Zheng Hongji grab a brick nearby, Ling Feng quickly sat up straight in alarm. Zheng Hongji narrowed his eyes. When the person arrives, if you are still like this, don't blame me for hitting you in front of others. Ling Feng pouted. The two waited in the courtyard for quite a while, yet still no one arrived. Old Zheng, is your junior brother not coming? That shouldn't be. He told me he would arrive at this hour. Zheng Hongji glanced at his watch. Just as he was puzzled, suddenly the watch began to flicker with electric sparks. Ling Feng looked astonished at the pool beside him, where he noticed arcs of electricity forming above the water. This was the first time Ling Feng had seen such a strange scene. Both of them abruptly looked up as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, silently landing. As the lightning dissipated, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue windbreaker slowly materialized. Old Zheng, I've arrived. Zheng Hongji's eyes narrowed in shock. Timing, you've actually broken through to that realm. Thank goodness for not disappointing my mission. Zhao Tianming smiled and nodded, looking at Zheng Hongji. And you haven't changed much over the years. So you know about that incident from back then? Never mind, let's not mention it. Zheng Hongji looked at him and asked, did you bring the testing equipment? Of course. Zhao Tianming pointed with his right hand and lightning flashed. Ling Feng was astonished to find a machine added to the courtyard. This machine resembled a treadmill, but it had a metal ring encasing the entire apparatus. A high-level boundary force testing machine. Zheng Hongji exclaimed in surprise. Timing, you've done well for yourself these past few years. You've even carried this around with you. This belongs to the academy, oh, I borrowed it temporarily for use. Zhao Tianming said. Is this the kid you mentioned over the phone? Zhao Tianming looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's breath caught. He finally realized that Zheng Hongji had contacted Zhao Tianming for him last night. But compared to Zhao Tianming's identity, he was more curious about how Zhao Tianming had conjured such a large machine with just a gesture. This was simply incredible. Yes, Zheng Hongji nodded. I confirmed that there were no issues with the data from yesterday's test. If today's test is successful, you can take him away. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng panicked. He quickly knelt down. Old Zheng, I know I was wrong, please don't let him. As soon as these words were spoken, both Zheng Hongji and Zhao Tianming's expressions froze. Zheng Hongji, Zhao Tianming. Zheng Hongji's expression shifted from rigid to a deep shade of anger. Zhao Tianming, however, chuckled and said, Old Zheng, your student is quite interesting. Zheng Hongji, with a face full of gloom, replied, Brat, don't mess with me here. Quickly get on the machine and test the data. If successful, you can follow my junior brother to Kyoto, and you'll be directly recommended to Kyoto University's Academy of the Boundary Keepers. This is 100 times better than being an unknown researcher. Zheng Hongji kicked Ling Feng in the rear. Ling Feng winced in pain and hurriedly got on the machine without a word. Then let's get started. Zhao Tianming smiled, pointing with his finger as lightning coursed through the machine. The machine began to operate and the circular ring started to separate layer by layer, forming a massive spherical device that trapped Ling Feng. Ling Feng was taken aback as the ring beneath his feet began to move. Run hard. Zhao Tianming's voice came through. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and started to run. As Ling Feng ran, arcs of electricity formed outside the ring. Old Zheng, I'm really looking forward to this. What kind of genius can withstand electricity of level 50? Don't worry, he won't disappoint you. Zheng Hongji nodded and then looked towards the ring. Ling Feng ran with all his might, generating various data amid the electric currents. Peak speed 12 milliseconds, peak strength 320 kilograms, boundary force level 4. 8 electricity resistance level 3. Note the small world is not activated, unable to determine small world level. Upon seeing the values, Zheng Hongji was instantly dumbfounded. Boundary force level 4. 8. He gasped, how is this possible? Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming frowned, saying, Old Zheng, this doesn't add up. Didn't you say he could withstand level 50 boundary force electricity? How could it only be 3? At this level, let alone being a genius, he hasn't even reached the threshold of my Thunder sect. Zheng Hongji stared blankly at Zhao Tianming. Only then did he realize that aside from the issue of boundary force level, the resistance level to electricity was also suspicious. Impossible, I tested it yesterday, and it was indeed 50. I'll let him prove it to you. Zheng Hongji hurriedly shut down the device. Ling Feng stumbled out, feeling dizzy. The spherical device had made his head spin. Ling Feng, here's this for you. Zheng Hongji tossed him an iron whip. Demonstrate the whip technique I taught you yesterday for Teacher Zhao. Ling Feng took the iron whip, but as soon as he swung it, a strong current stung his hand. Reflexively he released it, and the whip fell to the ground. Zheng Hongji was left speechless. Old Zheng, did you drink yesterday? Zhao Tianming sighed. My junior brother flew all the way from Kyoto. And you let me see this. Zhao Tianming was clearly dissatisfied with Ling Feng's performance. Very dissatisfied. He even thought Zheng Hongji was playing a joke on him. No. Zheng Hongji was confused. I confirmed many times yesterday that this kid's electricity resistance is indeed 50. Even higher. The electric arcs he swung could singe my hair. Zheng Hongji pointed at his slightly burnt hair, saying, see, this is from yesterday's shock. Then how come he can't even swing a whip? Zhao Tianming said helplessly, old Zheng, if you want to see me just call, or come to Kyoto. There's no need to trick me into coming here. Who wants to see you? Zheng Hongji retorted angrily, I'm just telling the truth, believe it or not. It's pointless to say that. Zhao Tianming was clearly a bit angry. Since there's no genius, I'll be leaving now. With that, Zhao Tianming stepped out, and lightning flickered as his figure vanished from the courtyard. The testing device disappeared along with him. Zheng Hongji slumped down staring at Ling Feng, utterly perplexed. You did swing 3 whips? Zheng Hongji asked uncertainly. I think so. Ling Feng scratched his head, but today I'm not feeling great. I didn't even swing the first whip. I know. Zheng Hongji said, somewhat irritated. This shouldn't be the case. Could your physique have changed overnight? Suddenly he realized something. Right, you little brat, your boundary force level has reached 4. 8. Why didn't you tell me? Zheng Hongji slapped his thigh, his eyes reigniting with hope. Ling Feng was stunned, pointing at his own nose. Me. Boundary force level 4. 8. Of course, Zheng Hongji exclaimed angrily, if the electricity resistance level from that broken machine is correct, then your boundary force level must also be correct. When did you break through to 4? 8. Spill it. Ling Feng stood frozen. This doesn't make sense. I haven't done anything in the past few days. Ling Feng scratched his head. Could it be? I did good deeds and heaven saw my sincerity. Zheng Hongji rolled his eyes. If heaven had seen your sincerity, it should have struck you dead, you little brat. Ling Feng. Although there was no way to verify Ling Feng's talent, the fact that his boundary force level had reached 4. 8 was still a great joy. Zheng Hongji immediately took Ling Feng to the testing room in the academy. Looking at the values on the testing device, Zheng Hongji was certain he was not mistaken this time. This time it's definitely correct. Your boundary force level is indeed 4. 8. Zheng Hongji said with satisfaction. Boundary force level 4. 8 is considered at the bottom in Jiangnin's top middle school. But in Shaoran Middle School, it's a top student. This also means Ling Feng can avoid the path of special students and still meet the normal undergraduate line. After stepping off the testing machine, Ling Feng was overjoyed. I have a boundary force level of 4. 8. Wow, what a surprise. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Happiness had come too suddenly. He used to swagger around in school, just avoiding that fool Song Zichuan. Now it's great. His boundary force level is even higher than Song Zichuan's. Not only will he swagger around, but he'll also leap and fly doing flips in school. Let's see who dares to mess with him. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Zheng Hongji saw Ling Feng's expression and immediately poured cold water on him. The machines at school can sometimes be inaccurate. After school, go to your dad's star hall for a test. If the values are the same, it proves that you indeed have this ability. Before then, you need to behave and not cause trouble for the school. Ling Feng rolled his eyes, and Zheng Hongji understood what the kid was thinking. Ling Feng hurriedly assured, don't worry, old Zheng, I won't cause any trouble. I'm a model student, how could I cause trouble for the school? Zheng Hongji nodded in satisfaction. That's good. The most important thing for you now is to figure out how to break through again and reach. Huh, what are you doing? He noticed that Ling Feng had already walked out of the testing room and was fiddling with the door. Zheng Hongji then realized something was off and hurried to turn the doorknob. The door had been locked by Ling Feng. Zheng Hongji shouted angrily, brat, what are you up to? Old Zheng, you just stay inside for a bit. I'll come back to rescue you later. Ling Feng grinned, and immediately, Zheng Hongji stood behind the door wide-eyed. This Ling Feng really has no sense of propriety. He sighed, and a flash of electricity flickered in his right hand. Then a loud sound echoed as he broke the door lock, startling all the teachers and students in the campus. Following that, Zheng Hongji's furious roar spread throughout the academy. Ling Feng. 10 minutes later, Ling Feng was dragged down from the top floor by Zheng Hongji. Brat, have you gotten so high and mighty after just this little breakthrough? Who gave you the courage to lock me in the testing room? Ling Feng said with a pitiful expression. I just wanted to see how fast I could run. Are you satisfied now? Zheng Hongji snorted coldly. Although you broke through to level 4. 8, you are still insignificant. There are over 100,000 students participating in the major exam this year who are stronger than you. What do you think you are? Listen, brat, since you can rapidly increase your level, it indicates that your talent is far from what it could be. Today my junior brother may not think highly of you, but if you can break through to a 1-star realm, you will be eligible for direct admission to Jiangnan Advanced Academy. There are 3 months until the major exam. If you work hard to break through, you should have hoped to reach the one-star realm. Although Zheng Hongji seemed to encourage Ling Feng, he himself was not very confident. Ling Feng's breakthrough was too strange. Last month during the school test, Ling Feng's level was only 1.5. It didn't make sense for him to break through so quickly to 4.8. But encouragement was still necessary. Hearing Zheng Hongji's words, Ling Feng quietly murmured, "I want the direct admission qualification for Jiangnan Research Academy, Jiangnan Advanced Academy." What's wrong with Jiangnan Advanced Academy? Zheng Hongji naturally heard this and lamented, "You are qualified to attend a university dominated by real Meirs, why go to a research academy?" Listen, only real Meirs can protect the country and the people. Those researchers don't have that ability. Ling Feng nodded helplessly. He knew that if he argued with Zheng Hongji here, he might have to crawl back to the classroom. But he didn't say that he wanted to go to the research academy, because it was easier to slack off there. He wanted to lie low just like in his previous life. Otherwise, going to Jiangnan Advanced Academy meant competing with a group of celestial beings. How exhausting. Alright, I have some matters to attend to, so I will let you off today. Zheng Hongji waved his hand. Starting tomorrow, you won't have to attend morning classes, come over for training, and I will personally teach you. Ling Feng's face instantly fell like a deflated gourd. He still wanted to sleep and slack off in class. Now he had no more classes to sleep through. Ling Feng returned to the classroom without saying a word. Jiang Yi leaned over and asked, "How was it?" "What do you mean, how was it?" Ling Feng frowned. "Don't hide it. I saw a bolt of lightning enter Zheng Hongji's courtyard with my own eyes," Jiang Yi said with a grin. "That must be a powerful figure who opened the realm of thunder, right? It couldn't possibly be just to catch up with Zheng Hongji. It should be related to you." Ling Feng was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Yi in astonishment. This kid was young, but had a keen mind. "What did he say?" Jiang Yi asked curiously. "Tell me, you want to know?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yi was speechless, "Otherwise why would I ask you?" "Then bring your ear closer," Ling Feng said. "I'll whisper it to you." Jiang Yi, upon hearing this, eagerly leaned closer. Ling Feng leaned in and said, "I am your father." Jiang Yi was stunned and couldn't help but angrily say, "What do you mean by that?" "I promised to keep it a secret, but I never promised to tell you everything." Ling Feng shot him a glare. "Want to know? Pay up." Jiang Yi was infuriated. This Ling Feng truly didn't play by the rules. Just as Jiang Yi was about to argue with Ling Feng, a cheer erupted from the front door. The class monitor, Jiang Yi and Ling Feng exchanged glances. It was Song Zichuan. They looked over and saw Song Zichuan walking in with a beaming face. A student beside him asked, "Class monitor, what did the people from the Research Institute say to you?" Song Zichuan replied proudly, "They said my talent is excellent, and that they would prepare some supplements for me. As long as I take those medicines, I will be able to break through to a one-star realm before the major exam." Wow! Song Zichuan's words drew gasps from half the class. One-star realm. To them, Ling Feng, with a level of 1.6, was already an honor student. The vast majority of students had levels only between 1 and 1.4, while Song Zichuan had reached an astonishing 4.0. The school was a small society, and Song Zichuan's achievements were outstanding throughout the academy. This also attracted many compliments and envy from other students. However, many students looked at him with cold eyes. Besides envy, there was also a lot of jealousy. In the crowd, a sneer suddenly sounded. The Research Institute would never spend money on a useless person. This statement extinguished everyone's enthusiasm for chatting. They turned around in surprise, wanting to see who was daring enough to mock Song Zichuan at this critical moment. To their astonishment, the speaker was Jiang Yi. "Is this new student crazy? He dares to mock the class monitor. He's too bold, it's making my scalp tingle. The class monitor may have a good temper, but he will probably blow up soon." Sure enough, everyone noticed that Song Zichuan's expression had darkened. This transfer student kept calling him an idiot and a useless person, completely provoking him. "What do you mean by that?" Song Zichuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Yi. "What could it possibly mean?" Jiang Yi replied nonchalantly, "Unless the Research Institute is getting paid, they won't provide you with supplements. I guess your father, the dean, invested money, right?" Upon hearing this, Song Zichuan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yi's words were spot on. Previously, when the Research Institute took Song Zichuan away, his father, the dean, was extremely anxious and rushed to the Research Institute overnight. Ling Feng's words left a group of classmates bewildered. Indeed, the one being mocked was Jiang Yi, so it made no sense for Ling Feng to be beaten. Although he really wanted to hit Ling Feng, this was ultimately Jiang Yi's issue, and it had nothing to do with him. But before Song Zichuan could gather his thoughts, Jiang Yi's voice rang out in the corridor, "Come out and take a look. Class 8's monitor Song Zichuan has challenged Ling Feng to a duel. A challenge letter has been issued." It was unclear how Jiang Yi managed to do this, but even the school's broadcast featured his voice. Director Song, who was leisurely enjoying tea and reading the newspaper, immediately spat out his drink upon hearing the broadcast. What happened? I just got this kid back from the research institute, and now he's causing trouble again. Wait, the opponent is Ling Feng. Was it Ling Feng who instigated this? Director Song sensed something was off and hurried to the broadcasting room. However, he found the teacher there frantically, trying to manage the equipment. What's going on? I don't know. The teacher in the broadcasting room replied anxiously. Just now the equipment stopped responding. It seems like it has been hacked. Hacked? Director Song was stunned. This has never happened in the history of Shaoran Secondary School. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances until the broadcasting teacher had a moment of clarity. Quick, find that student who was in charge of the announcement and take back the control of the broadcast. Right now the main control of the broadcast is in Jiang Yi's hands, and even if Director Song went to the scene, the students would most likely not listen to him, because the sound of the broadcast would drown out his voice. Only by regaining control of the broadcast could this farce be quelled. But soon the two noticed that many students had already taken their seats in the playground stands, and even some confused teachers were sitting among the students. The academy had a challenge mechanism, and at Jiangnan First Secondary School, such challenges occurred almost daily. Each one was overseen by dedicated teachers to ensure students could fight and spar safely. However, in Shaoran Secondary School, this was the first time in 2 years. Even if there had been challenges, they were merely trivial. It was refreshing to see a top student challenge another. Not only was Song Zichuan stunned, but Ling Feng was also taken aback. Jiang Yi clearly intended to draw Song Zichuan in to take a beating for himself. Song Zichuan wanted to explain, but after glancing at Ling Feng, he recalled his own miserable state from yesterday. Perfect, I can beat him in front of the entire school. Song Zichuan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ling Feng and taunted Ling Feng, you're not scared, are you? Everyone turned to look at Ling Feng. They had expected him to refuse, but to their surprise Ling Feng stood up, took off his outer jacket, and tossed it onto the table. Sai, I wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but all I received was distance. I'm done pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. I, Ling Feng, the top student of Shaoran Secondary School. Today I accept the challenge. The entire class was momentarily stunned, then erupted in laughter. Ling Feng is so interesting. Is he trying to boost his courage? Calling himself the top student. Now he's angered the monitor. It's going to end badly for him. I can't believe he actually dared to accept you. I would never have the guts. The monitor's ability level has reached 4.0. If he hits me, I'd be laid up for a month. Some students laughed, others were worried, but more were simply eager to watch the spectacle. Watching a show is human nature. The world is always filled with spectators. Upon hearing this, Song Zichuan sneered, all right, see you on the playground. Don't you dare not show up. Let's go. Song Zichuan immediately led his entourage to the playground. Ling Feng did not rush to leave immediately. Instead, he ran into the corridor under everyone's watchful eyes. That rascal Jiang Yi had already made announcements to 2 grades and was now running towards the other grades. But on the way, he was caught directly by Ling Feng. What exactly do you want? Ling Feng asked coldly. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Yi was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and replied, Ling Feng, the atmosphere has been built up this much. Aren't you going to go on stage and fight a bit? Ling Feng guessed correctly. Jiang Yi indeed did this on purpose. The aim was simple. The Earth Mantle Beast had failed to test Ling Feng's strength yesterday, so let Song Zichuan pressure Ling Feng a bit. Jiang Yi was not mistaken. Ling Feng certainly possessed the talent they desired. I will deal with you later. Ling Feng released Jiang Yi's collar. Now that the entire school already knew about the duel, he naturally had to step in. Ling Feng might have been worried before, but now he was completely unafraid. With a power level of 4.8, it was not difficult to deal with someone like Song Zichuan. At this moment, Director Song and a group of teachers had also arrived at the playground. Even Zheng Hongji was alarmed. Director Song, what on earth is going on? Zheng Hongji frowned and asked. He had just let Ling Feng go, so why was Ling Feng causing trouble again? Director Song took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems my son had a small conflict with Ling Feng, and they agreed to a duel. Zheng, don't go. Director Song quickly stopped him, smiling as he said, it's perfectly normal for students to duel. This is beneficial for the learning atmosphere of the whole school, and it can also give Ling Feng a break. After all, he's been causing trouble every few days, and we can't keep up with it. Director Song's meaning was quite clear. Let Song Zichuan teach Ling Feng a lesson. How a little injury would ensure that Ling Feng wouldn't be causing trouble every day. However, Zheng Hongji's expression was grim. He was not worried about Ling Feng getting hurt. He was worried about Song Zichuan getting hurt. If nothing unexpected happened, Ling Feng's power level had already reached 4.8. His speed and strength surpassed Song Zichuan by a good margin. Moreover, Ling Feng did not play by the rules. Song Zichuan might not necessarily be able to handle him. No, we should cancel it, Zheng Hongji said anxiously. I'm afraid something will happen. It's fine, Director Song reassured him. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Zheng Hongji glanced at the comm director Song. He had initially wanted to explain, but he decided against it. Director Song seemed to have a lot of confidence in Song Zichuan. Not just Director Song, nearly all the teachers and students present seemed to favor Song Zichuan. Last month's test showed that Song Zichuan's power level had reached an astonishing 3.6. The second-ranked Qin Xinyao was only at 3.0. There was a difference of 0.6 between the two. As for Ling Feng, after being taught a lesson by Zheng Hongji, his power level had not only not increased, but decreased to only 1.5. The gap in power levels would manifest in strength and speed. For Ling Feng to win was nearly impossible. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Ling Feng and Song Zichuan stepped onto the stage. In the center of the playground, Song Zichuan walked over calmly. On the other side, Ling Feng rolled in. The entire faculty and student body was dumbfounded. Oh, Ling Feng was clearly up to something. Zheng Hongji's facial muscles twitched as he forcibly suppressed the urge to rush onto the stage and strike Ling Feng. Elder Zheng, both young men are this year's brightest undergraduate prospects at our academy. Should my son inadvertently strike too hard, I would be unable to account for Ling Feng's well-being before the entire faculty, student body, and his family. I must therefore ask you to intervene at the critical moment. Separate them, lest Ling Feng sustain injury. Zheng Hongji glanced coolly at Dean Song and replied, so your implication is that Song Zichuan need not be rescued. Haha. I as his father know precisely how much my son is truly capable of, Dean Song boasted proudly. To be frank, in his most recent assessment, his boundary force level has surpassed 4.0. His speed and striking power now exceed all prior benchmarks. Your sole responsibility is ensuring Ling Feng's safety. If he gains admission to the graduate academy this year, he will stand as a distinguished undergraduate alumnus of our institution. A minor injury is acceptable, so long as it does not incapacitate him from sitting the academic examinations. Dean Song's words drew a weary sigh from Zheng Hongji. In the arena, Song Zichuan and Ling Feng had already taken their positions. Ling Feng, yesterday's incident demands a proper repayment, Song Zichuan declared coldly, teeth clenched. Ling Feng blinked in confusion. Yesterday's incident? Then comprehension dawned, and he chuckled. Class representative, there's no need for such formality. If you enjoyed it, I'll gladly take you again later. Ling Feng's silence would have been preferable. That single sentence ignited Song Zichuan's fury anew. Even after washing for 3 or 4 hours yesterday, he still faintly detected the lingering odor today. All of it, courtesy of Ling Feng. Ling Feng, teeth bared and speech reduced to venomous grit, Song Zichuan abandoned further discourse and lunged forward. The academy taught students basic combat techniques, standard military boxing, and elementary forms. Advanced instruction commenced only upon attaining first-tier boundary walker status. Ling Feng's smile vanished. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Song Zichuan. Song Zichuan's boundary force level stood at 4.0, while Ling Feng's registered 4.8. Though the precise disparity in speed and punch force remained unknown, Ling Feng knew one truth: victory was attainable, but decisive, unassailable victory. Far more difficult. Yet he had already devised his strategy. As Song Zichuan's fist hurtled toward Ling Feng's face, Ling Feng swayed aside, then stomped viciously onto Song Zichuan's toes. He channeled near total force into that stomp. Song Zichuan shrieked in agony. What a shock rippled across every faculty member and student present. Ling Feng, you disgraceful cheat. Song Zichuan roared, enduring the pain just long enough to lash out with an open palm. But Ling Feng met the blow, not with his palm, but with a single extended finger. Then in one fluid motion, he wrenched Song Zichuan's finger backward, snapping it sharply. Song Zichuan's scream echoed across the entire stadium. HSSSD. A collective gasp rose. Many spectators recoiled, instinctively experiencing phantom pain despite no physical contact. Ling Feng was merciless, trampling toes, breaking fingers. Could any human mind conceive such ruthless ingenuity? Even Zheng Hongji stared dumbfounded. Ling Feng's boundary force level already surpassed Song Zichuan's. Yet he resorted to such tactics. It was sheer psychological torment. Cold sweat poured down Song Zichuan's brow, not merely from pain, but from searing humiliation. His boundary force level vastly exceeded Ling Feng's. Surrendering here would brand him the academy's laughingstock forever. Ling Feng, do you possess nothing but these petty tricks? Song Zichuan spat, forcing himself upright. If you dare face me, Heathen, in fair honorable combat. Face-to-face combat. Ling Feng beamed. Gladly. His eyes blazed with newfound intensity. He was now fully engaged. He too wished to test the limits of his current strength. And Song Zichuan, his toes crushed, his finger broken, was the perfect experimental subject. Ling Feng stepped back several paces, his gaze locking onto his opponent with unnerving focus. At that instant, the white sphere within Ling Feng's mind began rotating, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Song Zichuan gritted his teeth, though his left hand bore injury, his right retained full striking power. My boundary force level exceeds yours. I shall overwhelm you in direct confrontation. Knowing this advantage, Song Zichuan sought to provoke Ling Feng into accepting battle on his terms, only to find his bait accepted without hesitation. Ling Feng advanced step by step. A faint, ominous smirk curled Song Zichuan's lips, until it froze. Each footfall resonated with deep, muffled thunder, as if the figure approaching were not Ling Feng, but a colossal mantle beast. Song Zichuan's breath quickened. In that flash, the terrifying visage of yesterday's mantle beast surged unbidden into his mind. How is this possible? He forced calm upon himself, took several determined strides forward, and hurled a crushing fist at Ling Feng. Their fists collided in that instant. A sharp, unmistakable crack of bone echoed through the air. And in the next second, before stunned gazes, Song Zichuan screamed anew. Pain compelled him to recoil instinctively, just as Ling Feng's blow struck his chest full force. Song Zichuan flew backward, skidding 2 or 3 meters across the ground. Ling Feng's expression turned icy, then in a blink softened into lucid clarity. What just happened? Even he could not fathom the nature of that fleeting state. It felt as though raw power had surged into him, suddenly, explosively, propelling Song Zichuan airborne with a single punch. The spectacle left the crowd utterly transfixed. Impossible. Dean Song slammed his fist onto the table and leapt up. Song Zichuan's boundary force level has reached 4.0, far surpassing Ling Feng's. How could he fail even to withstand a single blow? Zheng Hongji too gaped wide-eyed, momentarily baffled. Even granting Ling Feng's boundary force level of 4.8, such explosive force, hurling Song Zichuan 2 or 3 meters, defied all rational expectation. What exactly transpired? Zheng Hongji stood bewildered. Ling Feng possessed undeniable talent, but it flickered like distant starlight, yesterday's lightning-fast triple whip, today's inexplicable punch. Song Zichuan gasped raggedly, his arms screaming with unbearable agony. Ling Feng. He forced himself upright, jaw clenched. You? Ling Feng loomed over him, voice calm and detached. Class representative, you've lost. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. Students and faculty alike stood paralyzed, unprepared for Song Zichuan's defeat, still less for its utter, humiliating totality. He hadn't even brushed Ling Feng's sleeve. Quick, Dean Song shouted. The school physician, where is the physician? Frantic Dean Song had never imagined, never conceived, that his own son, not Ling Feng, would lie injured on the ground. Amid the crowd, Jiang Yi adjusted his high-tech spectacles and smiled faintly. This Ling Feng proves unexpectedly intriguing. Something extraordinary has just been recorded. He tapped the lens, initiating playback, rewatching Ling Feng's entire punch sequence frame by frame. At his third stride, his boundary force level surged from 4.8 to 8.2. If released, this data would ignite seismic upheaval across the entire research community. Jiang Yi tucked away his spectacles with a quiet, knowing smile, and melted seamlessly into the dispersed. After examination by the school physician, Song Zichuan was found to have fractures in his big toe, left index finger, and right hand bones, along with widespread muscle strains in his right arm. Ling Feng's punch alone would keep Song Zichuan bedridden for at least a month. This thanks to his high boundary force level and rapid recovery capacity. Had it been another student, being incapacitated through final exams would be the least of their worries. Headmaster Song felt profound anguish, but dared not voice his outrage, for he himself had insisted on obstructing Zheng Hongji. Now he could only swallow this bitter fruit in silence. After this confrontation, Ling Feng's reputation among faculty and students alike ascended yet another tier. This young man, who seemed perpetually embroiled in trouble, had somehow, without anyone noticing, achieved an astonishing leap in boundary force level, even sending the academy's top scholar Song Zichuan straight to the hospital. It was utterly inconceivable. Who would have thought Song Zichuan would actually lose? Exactly. When did Ling Feng become so formidable? What's more, Ling Feng could have knocked him out cold with a single blow, yet deliberately chose first to stomp on his toe and snap his fingers. That's beyond excessive. He strikes not just the body, but the soul. From now on, steer clear of Ling Feng. Do not provoke him. Students murmured among themselves. Many remained deeply unsettled. Ling Feng had long been known as a mischievous instigator, igniting chaos wherever he went. Yet his academic scores remained consistently SSS, nearly perfect. And now his boundary force level had surged dramatically as well. Must be old Master Zheng giving him special training. I suspect so too. If not for old Master Zheng's personal guidance, how could he possibly have grown so strong? Old Master Zheng is far too partial. If he can uplift Ling Feng, why not extend that help to us? Does diligent study truly count for less than Ling Feng's antics? Rumors spread like wildfire. Amidst the crowd, a girl with short black hair gazed silently at Ling Feng's retreating back. Her name was Qin Xinyao. Once ranked second among students most likely to gain undergraduate admission, she had slipped directly to third after this incident. At this moment, Qin Xinyao felt deeply unsettled. The sudden emergence of a peer stronger than herself threatened to derail her focus for the next 3 months. Meanwhile, Zheng Hongji sought Ling Feng to clarify what had transpired, only to be intercepted by several faculty members. Master Zheng, did you administer boundary-enhancing supplements to Ling Feng? Indeed, he's improved at an astonishing pace. Could you possibly possess a method to elevate students' boundary force levels? If such a method exists, please share it with us. Our academy hasn't seen talent of this caliber in decades. And if every student could advance thus, it would be a monumental boon for the entire institution. A cluster of teachers watched Zheng Hongji with fervent anticipation. His head throbbed with exasperation. He had no idea how Ling Feng had broken through. This matter bore not the faintest connection to him. At most, he'd gifted Ling Feng a single mantle stone and taught him a foundational whip technique. He was certain that even wearing the mantle stone constantly would raise one's boundary force level by no more than 0.1 or 0.2. And mastering the whip art demanded enduring intense electrical currents. Neither could possibly account for Ling Feng's explosive breakthrough. I truly have no idea, Zheng Hongji replied helplessly. Not even you. I'm just as bewildered as everyone else. Don't be modest, Master Zheng. Ever since Ling Feng entered your tutelage, his strength has skyrocketed. A balding middle-aged teacher chuckled. If there's no connection here, I'll refuse to believe it, even at sword point. Precisely. Master Zheng, if you hold the key to elevating boundary force, please extend your aid, not only for our academy, but for Tianxia Nation and all humanity. Zheng Hongji stood frozen, utterly speechless. He too desperately wanted to know why the accursed Ling Feng had suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful. At that very moment, having slipped free from the crowd, Ling Feng emerged headfirst through a first-floor restaurant. Just as he prepared to vault out, a voice rang out coldly from beneath the wall. Where do you think you're going? The tone sent chills racing down Ling Feng's spine. He whirled around instantly and saw Jiang Yi. You again? Ling Feng snarled. How dare you show your face? If not for you, things wouldn't have spiraled into such chaos. What does any of this have to do with me? Jiang Yi shrugged indifferently. Had you simply accepted Song Zichuan's beating like a gentleman, you'd now be peacefully resting in a hospital bed. Peacefully resting. Ling Feng bared his teeth. Let me show you peaceful rest. Do you believe me? Words are fine, no need for fists. We're civilized people after all. Jiang Yi instinctively stepped back and said, your boundary force level now surpasses Song Zichuan's. You're virtually guaranteed undergraduate admission. And what does that have to do with you? Ling Feng frowned. You've been scheming to sever my relationship with Song Zichuan. What's your real motive? Jiang Yi smirked. As if you and Song Zichuan were ever close. Ling Feng's jaw twitched. Truth be told, even without Jiang Yi's interference, his rapport with Song Zichuan had never been anything but frostbitten. In his past life, Ling Feng's academic performance had consistently eclipsed Song Zichuan's, fueling the latter's deep-seated envy. In this life, however, Song Zichuan's boundary force level dwarfed his own, and wore that superiority with arrogant flair. I bear you no ill will, merely curiosity, Jiang Yi smiled. If my memory serves, after final exams you intend to apply to Jiangnan Research Academy, correct? Yes, so what? Ling Feng grunted. Jiangnan Research Academy requires minimum academic scores of SS and certification as a level 1 boundary practitioner. I know, Ling Feng said, but each academy reserves internal nomination slots. I only need to secure one. Is that so? Jiang Yi grinned. Shaoran Middle Academy lost its Jiangnan Research Academy nomination quota last year. Only Jiangnan Higher Academy retains 2 slots. Did Headmaster Song neglect to inform you? Ling Feng froze. That accursed Headmaster Song hadn't told them a word. He'd been blissfully unaware, foolishly believing he'd earned direct nomination to Jiangnan Research Academy. You now face only 2 options: either meet Jiangnan Research Academy's rigid criteria, or apply. Jiang Yi continued, however, aside from Jiangnan Research Academy, other research academies in Jiangnan City are notoriously subpar, and none fall under the state's Project 611 designated institutions, frequently suffering chronic funding shortages. Ling Feng had heard rumors. Students admitted to those academies typically came from affluent families, their research budgets funded entirely by private investment. His father Ling Changxing coached at a star observatory, adequately fed perhaps, but certainly unable to shoulder research projects costing hundreds of thousands. Jiangnan Research Academy was Ling Feng's sole viable path. So what do we do? Ling Feng asked. Are you telling me this just to crush my hopes? Absolutely not. Jiang Yi beamed. I have connections. I can secure your direct nomination to Jiangnan Research Academy. You have connections. Ling Feng drew a sharp breath. His eyes gleamed with sudden hope. Then just as quickly he steadied himself. What are the terms? He knew full well nothing in this world came without cost. Sign this, and I'll procure your nomination. Jiang Yi pulled out his phone, opened a document, and showed it. Contract for acquisition of human experimental subject Ling Feng's personal rights. Upon reading the title, Ling Feng stood utterly dumbfounded. Party A, Jiang Yi. Party B, Ling Feng. Party B hereby sells their personal rights to Party A for a period of 1 year. During this period, Party B shall make every effort to meet any experimental requests from Party A. Jiang Yi reminded, while Ling Feng scrolled down to find 20 pages filled with clauses. He silently looked up and then reached out to give Jiang Yi a flick on the forehead. Jiang Yi winced in pain. What was that for? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Ling Feng snatched the phone and deleted the contract, saying, You little rascal, you expect me to wait here, don't you? If I signed this, wouldn't it be equivalent to signing a contract of servitude? Did you figure it out? Jiang Yi smiled. Honestly, who are you really? What do you want? Ling Feng was not foolish. He could almost confirm that Jiang Yi transferred to this school with the intention of targeting him. Jiang Yi unfazed took out his phone and said, I have a friend who is very interested in your current realm level and is willing to pay a hefty sum to have you as an experimental subject. Ling Feng looked puzzled. Is this friend? You. Jiang Yi was taken aback, then coughed lightly, saying, In any case, becoming an experimental subject won't bring you any harm. It's just a few instruments attached to you. Ling Feng rolled his eyes at him. Just look at Song Zichuan's miserable state. It was clear he had been tormented by the Research Institute yesterday. Otherwise, how could he have been sent flying so far by his punch today? Don't even think about it. Ling Feng turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly followed behind, saying, Wait, won't you consider it? This could be a guaranteed spot at Jiangnan Research Institute. Isn't it just entering Jiangnan Research Institute? He'll take the entrance exam myself. Ling Feng was almost certain that Jiang Yi had ulterior motives. Seeing Ling Feng's stubbornness, Jiang Yi felt helpless. Due to the duel between Ling Feng and Song Zichuan, students throughout the school were restless, and 3 more challenge matches were added in the afternoon. This was the first occurrence of such a situation at Shaoran Middle School in years. Dean Song was numb. After taking a quick look at Song Zichuan in the infirmary, he had to rush to the playground. Fortunately, the students challenging had realm levels of only 12, and nothing major happened. As soon as school ended, Ling Feng sneaked away by climbing over the wall. He had seen Zheng Hongji lurking at the school gate, clearly waiting to catch him. Ling Feng would not fall into the same trap. After climbing over the wall, he did not go home, but headed to Tianlin Star Pavilion. Zheng Hongji was right. The instruments at school were merely for rough measurements, and had their errors. However, the instruments in the Star Pavilion were high precision and almost error-free. Going there for verification was the best approach. Ling Feng entered Tianlin Star Pavilion, where it was particularly crowded. As soon as school was out, many students' parents brought their children here for training and testing. Ling Feng went straight to his father's office, pushing the door open to find Wu Lingwa adjusting the instruments in his hands. Uncle Wu, are you the only one here? Where's my dad? Wu Lingwa looked up, recognized Ling Feng, and put down the tools, saying, Your dad left around noon. It seems he had some personal matters to attend to. He told me he would be back by evening. Why don't you wait for him? No need, I just came to test my realm level at the Star Pavilion. Perfect timing. Take this and plug it into the right side of the R15 machine. I have something to do here, so you can test it yourself. Wu Lingwa smiled. You know how to operate it, right? I do. Ling Feng nodded. His father Ling Chongqing was a coach here, and he had been to the Star Pavilion many times to test his realm level. He was familiar with the machines here. Ling Feng quickly took the instrument that Wu Lingwa handed him and went to the testing room. Since it was an employee area, there were very few people, with only a couple of coaches guiding trainees. Ling Feng walked straight over and greeted the coaches. They were all his father's colleagues, and they recognized Ling Feng. Skillfully placed the cube-shaped instrument into the groove on the right side of the R15 machine, then jumped onto the machine to test his speed. This machine was similar to a treadmill, but circular in shape, resembling an enlarged hamster wheel. Coupled with the surrounding instruments, it was much more accurate than those at school. Ling Feng started the machine and a prompt sounded, Please start running. Ling Feng began to run, gradually picking up speed. Soon the machine completed the test. Peak value 12.2 ms. It seems I've indeed improved significantly, Ling Feng said, his face showing delight. Next up is the punch strength test. Ling Feng walked over to the punch tester. Please strike straight ahead with all your might. Number of tests 3. Ling Feng took a deep breath and struck the front pad with a punch, and the machine immediately began calculating the data. Punch strength value 309 kilograms. Ling Feng frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. He threw another 2 punches. Punch strength value 326 kilograms. Punch strength value 319 kilograms. Peak punch strength value 326 kilograms. Congratulations, your realm level assessment is 4. 9,715. Ling Feng was overjoyed. The standard peak speed was 8 milliseconds, which was also the speed of an average person, but he could already reach 12 milliseconds, faster than normal people, and surpassing the speed of world champions in his past life. Perhaps I really can break through to a 1-star realm before the big exam. Ling Feng felt extremely confident. At that moment, the door to the testing room was pushed open and Ling Changsheng walked in. He immediately spotted Ling Feng, standing in front of the machine in a daze. Xiao Feng. Daddy. Ling Feng turned his head, and seeing Ling Changsheng hurriedly called him over. Come quickly, and take a look. Ling Changsheng approached. Before Ling Feng could speak, he noticed the problem. Why is this cube tester plugged in incorrectly? Ling Changsheng frowned, and directly took out the cube-shaped instrument that Ling Feng had placed, and turned it around before reinserting it. After a brief flicker, the machine restarted. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He realized that the records from his earlier tests had been completely erased. Dad, I just tested my realm level, and it's already close to 5.0. Ling Feng hurriedly informed him. Unexpectedly, Ling Changsheng turned around with a complex expression looking at Ling Feng. Then his broad palm slapped Ling Feng's shoulder, and he said earnestly, Xiao Feng, you and your mother never taught you how to boast. Be a person who is grounded. Ling Feng was taken aback and immediately said, You don't believe me. If you don't believe me, I'll test again to show you. Forget it. Ling Changsheng waved his hand. You shouldn't aim too high, your dad got you something good. After you eat it at home, you should be able to reach a realm level above 2.0. After that, let's aim for a realm level of 3.0. We need to take it step by step. Ling Changsheng said, lifting what he was holding and waving it in front of Ling Feng. Ling Feng was speechless. Just as he was about to explain, he was drawn to the contents of the bag. He saw some bottles and knew that they were supplements for realm practitioners. Since the supplements were in hand then. What about the kickbacks? Ling Feng immediately pushed the realm level matter to the back of his mind and whispered to Ling Changsheng. Dad, there's no internal traitor here. Let's split the loot. The father and son exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. They found a secret room. In the darkness, Ling Feng struck a match, revealing his face. Ling Changsheng asked Ling Feng, how much is the kickback this time? He replied, also lighting a match, revealing his face with a proud smile. This amount. He extended 2 fingers. 200. Ling Feng suddenly became excited. And oh no. Ling Changsheng laughed. Be bolder and guess again. 2,000. Ling Feng's breathing quickened. 2,000 is quite a significant sum for a student. You're still too timid. Guess again. Ling Feng was taken aback. 2,000 is too small. Could it be 20,000? Ling Feng was not just surprised but astounded. What kind of kickback could reach 20,000? How much? Ling Feng gasped. Is this fire number 1? No, it's lightning number 3. Ling Changsheng replied, your mother gave me a full 100,000. I ran around all afternoon just to get the finished product from the supplier. Ling Feng's expression suddenly he certainly knew about lightning number 3. It was a tonic priced at 100,000. Did his parents actually buy him something so expensive? Your mother said since you want to apply to the research institute, speed is crucial. The speed can influence your mental acuity and physical fitness, so we decided to directly enhance your speed, allowing you to give it your all in the application to Jiangnan Research Institute. Ling Feng was deeply moved. 100,000, it would take Ling Changsheng half a year to earn that back. His parents truly invested heavily this time. Dad, I won't take the kickback this time, Ling Feng said. You've spent so much that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to accept it. Hearing this, Ling Changsheng felt greatly comforted. You truly are my good son. You understand and empathize with your parents. Know what I mean is I just want the portion you've hidden away. Ling Feng winked at Ling Changsheng, the rest handed over to Mom. Ling Changsheng was taken aback. He awkwardly asked, what are you talking about? Dad, don't hide it. Lightning number 3 is priced at 100,000. If you get the raw materials and process them, it should at least yield this amount. Ling Feng extended 4 fingers. Ling Changsheng's face suddenly turned quite grim. The raw materials for lightning number 3 actually cost him 40,000, with processing fees of 10,000, leaving 50,000. He also fabricated some tonics for Ling Yuan, leaving 4,000 as kickback. However, he only told Ling Feng about 20,000. He never expected Ling Feng to guess so accurately, instantly seeing through his thoughts. I have money, which means you have money. You child, you don't understand the hardships your father endures, Ling Changsheng said. Dad, we agreed on 8 for you and 2 for me. I can let you have an additional 10%, but you cannot tear up the agreement. This is not good for the child's education. Ling Changsheng's face darkened. All right, let's do it this way. Ling Changsheng compromised. I'll give you 20,000, I'll take 10,000, and the remaining 10,000 will go back to your mother. How about that? Okay. Ling Feng readily agreed. With 20,000, he could also buy some research equipment. Previously it was too expensive and he hesitated to spend. To prevent your mother from becoming suspicious, you keep this card for now. Ling Chongsheng said the password is your mother's birthday. Once the fuss dies down, he'll find a way to retrieve it. Ling Chongsheng handed Ling Feng a bank card. He trusted that his clever son would not waste the money. This he was confident of. Great. Ling Feng happily accepted the bank card. Both father and son felt helpless about obtaining some money from their mother Gu Fanyue. It was quite a challenge. Not to mention, there was also Ling Yuan, the little money grubber, who constantly robbed the two of them. Suddenly the door was pushed open and someone turned on the lights. Old Ling, what are you two doing in the dark? Wu Lingwo was startled upon seeing Ling Chongsheng and his son. Ling Chongsheng immediately smiled. Nothing much, we're leaving now. He quickly took Ling Feng and left the Star Pavilion. Wu Lingwo watched the father and son leave with a puzzled expression. The two drove home along the way. The towering walls gradually appeared ahead. The flickering electric lights made Ling Feng feel as if he were in another world each time he saw them. The car radio was broadcasting news about the death of a national-level powerhouse. Ling Chongsheng turned off the radio emotionlessly. These years have become increasingly unstable. Ling Chongsheng sighed. Rarely the frequency of beast tides has increased, and the number of fallen powerhouses will continue to rise. Dad, didn't humans kill the beast emperor? Why are there still so many beasts? Ling Feng asked in confusion. This was knowledge he had not learned from history books. A glint of light flashed in Ling Chongsheng's eyes, but after a brief hesitation, he coldly replied, who knows? This is not something you and I should worry about. I'll let those old men deal with it. Ling Feng keenly sensed his father's unease, but his father clearly did not want to elaborate, so he naturally refrained from asking further. The two soon arrived home. Gu Fanyue had already started cooking. She worked in a low-profile department in Jiangnan City. Her salary was not high, but it was stable with few tasks. Back already. Gu Fanyue poked her head out from the kitchen. How did it go? Did you get the stuff? I got it. Ling Chongsheng replied. The boss gave a discount, and I also bought some small tonics for Yuan. Additionally, there's an extra 10,000 here. I'll return it to you. An extra 10,000. Gu Fanyue was pleasantly surprised, but still said, you've always wanted to buy cigarettes, right? Just keep this 10,000, but don't ask me for cigarette money for the next 6 months. Ling Chongsheng was taken aback and joyfully hugged Gu Fanyue. Thank you, my wife. Watching his parents' affectionate display, Ling Feng sometimes wondered if he was an unexpected surprise. Brat, hurry up and wash your hands. Help your mother. Ling Chongsheng immediately rebuked. After dinner, take the medicine and see how it works. Ling Feng pouted and entered the kitchen to help Gu Fanyue carry dishes. After the three had eaten, Ling Chongsheng finally placed the box of tonics in front of Ling Feng. It was a yellow box engraved with patterns. When opened, it contained 2 transparent vials, each holding a viscous, slightly transparent golden liquid. It looked like honey, but its color was much brighter than honey. This is a mixture of lightning, cheetah bone marrow, and blood, made into a tonic that ordinary people can take. You should drink the first vial, wait for 3 minutes, and then drink the second vial. He placed the 2 vials in front of Ling Feng. Ling Feng carefully examined the 2 bottles of restorative medicine before him. He was very anxious. If these were to be sold in a shop outside, each bottle would cost 50,000. He cautiously opened the bottle, and a strong metallic smell hit him. It's so foul. Gu Fanyue said, disgusting as it is, you still have to drink it. You paid for it. Ling Feng muttered, why isn't it strawberry flavored? What are you saying? Hurry up and drink the first bottle. Ling Chongsheng said painfully, such an expensive medicine, every second that passes is worth dozens of dollars. Ling Feng thought for a moment and squeezed his nose to gulp down the potion in the bottle. As the golden liquid entered his mouth, it felt like the richest stream of blood was burning its way into his stomach. Ling Feng's complexion immediately turned unpleasant. Hold on. Ling Chongsheng said, this is unlike the restorative medicine you drank before. It might make your body very itchy, as if 1,000 ants are crawling all over you. Dad, stop talking. The more you say, the more ants I feel. Ling Feng had already sensed the extreme itchiness. This was no mere 1,000 ants. That felt like millions of ants were crawling all over his body, making Ling Feng unbearably itchy, yet he couldn't scratch. At that moment, Ling Feng's consciousness was suddenly pulled into his sea of consciousness. He saw again the enormous dark sphere alongside a smaller white sphere. Where is this? Ling Feng looked around. The black space swallowed his vision, with only the 2 spheres before him still emitting a faint glow. Ling Feng wanted to reach out and touch it, but he noticed that a large amount of golden liquid was flowing into the dark sphere. At the same time, the unbearable itchiness on his body slowly began to fade. Ling Feng then realized that the scales of the mantle beast had also been devoured by this dark sphere. This was not an illusion, it was something that truly existed. Soon the text on the dark sphere changed. Lightning Small World TX Virus Infection Attribute Lightning World Construction Level 15 Talent Electric Shock Active. Just as Ling Feng was astonished, a fierce-looking leopard suddenly appeared in his mind. The leopard was about 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary cheetah, and in an instant a golden light erupted from its eyes, followed by electrical sparks surrounding its body as its speed drastically increased. Ling Feng was taken aback, and in a daze he found himself back in the black consciousness space. The world construction level section of the Lightning Small World began to rise continuously. 15, 18, 24, 36. It stopped at 53. Ling Feng felt a little strange, but in the blink of an eye he regained his senses. Son. Ling Chongqing waved his hand in front of Ling Feng. What's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? Ling Feng seemed to have sensed some changes in his body, but he didn't know exactly. It's already been 5 minutes. Hurry up and finish the second bottle. Gu Fanyue handed another bottle to Ling Feng. Ling Feng said nothing more and downed it in one go. Strangely enough, after drinking it, the taste resembled lemon-flavored honey. Mom and Dad, I'm a bit tired. I'm heading back to my room now. Ling Feng stood up and muttered. If anything happens, tell your mom. Ling Chongqing also stood up. It's getting late. I'll go pick up your sister from school. All right. Ling Feng nodded. He entered his room, closed the door, and a flash of golden lightning flickered in his eyes. He staggered a step, his expression contorted in pain. It felt as if a tremendous mental pressure was trembling in his mind. Ling Feng immediately threw himself onto the bed, and in the next second his consciousness was pulled into the sea of awareness. Within the dark sphere, golden liquid continuously seeped into its surface. The value in the world construction level section began to soar wildly. 53, 58, 67, 79, until it reached 97. The speed began to slow. But the movement of the numbers made Ling Feng's eyes start to glow with electric light. His thinking speed accelerated. This feeling was wonderful, as if his previously chaotic mind suddenly became clear. At that moment when this sensation appeared, the value finally reached 100. A prompt popped up again. The dark sphere split apart just like before. A small golden sphere was separated, inscribed with some text. Lightning Small World TX Virus Infection Attribute Lightning World Awakening Level 1 Talent Electric Shock Active. The original dark sphere then returned to its calm state. Even the text on it seemed to have been formatted, resetting to its initial condition. Ling Feng finally understood this was not a tumor at all. This was a cheat. The cheat he obtained after his rebirth. Heaven has eyes. After all these years of suffering, it has finally come. Ling Feng was overjoyed. Just as he was about to reach out to explore the sphere before him, he noticed that the white sphere representing the Mantle Small World and the golden sphere representing the Lightning Small World began to orbit around the dark sphere. This scene resembled planets and their satellites. Ling Feng then began to calm down and study the situation within his sea of consciousness. He had many questions. These characters should represent something, but what does small world written on them mean? Normally a person's small world should awaken in the Dantian, so if this is my small world, why is it in my mind? What is it split based on? What is its function? After observing for a long time, he gradually began to discover clues. In his past life, he was a biological researcher, and he was very familiar with the theoretical deductions of science. Among the series of questions, quite a few could be answered through scientific reasoning. He derived the 3 major laws of the small world in the sea of consciousness. First, it must devour the body materials of certain exotic beasts to cause changes in the center of the dark small world. Second, when the body materials of exotic beasts are devoured to a certain quantity, it will undergo fission, causing the small world to separate, while the dark small world returns to its original form. Third, the split small world can enhance its own physical qualities, thus elevating its realm power level. Ling Feng understood this point, finally comprehending why his realm power level had been skyrocketing recently. Because of it. This initial small world infected by the TX virus. In other words, as long as I can obtain a large amount of exotic beast body materials, I can continuously create new small worlds, and then draw nourishment from these small worlds to elevate my realm power level. Everything seemed to unravel effortlessly with the acceleration of his thought process. Ling Feng finally understood the questions he had been unable to answer before. With a thought, he immediately withdrew from his sea of consciousness and came to his senses. Though still somewhat shaken, he picked up his phone and began to search. The prices for exotic beast materials and supplements are transparent. Shopping online is quite simple, but purchasing across cities incurs high additional fees. However, Jiangnan City has always been an important city for e-commerce development, and online shopping here is more advanced than in other places. Ling Feng quickly found the prices for the mantle stone and lightning no. 3. Are you crazy? A piece of mantle stone costs 30,000. Lightning no. 3 is 120,000. Ling Feng's mouth twitched, his expression grim. Buying it in store. Lightning no. 3 only costs around 100,000. How can online purchases be so expensive? The mantle stone as well. No wonder Zheng Hongji would collect this. This means that in just a week Ling Feng has consumed mantle stones worth around 60,000, as well as lightning no. 3 priced at 120,000. In total that's 180,000. For a student, this is undoubtedly a significant sum. I should look for something cheaper. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. Being poor leaves him with no options. The mantle beast is classified as exotic beast number 199, while the lightning leopard is number 166, so it makes sense that they are expensive. I should have extracted more stones from that mantle beast back then. What a regret. Ling Feng felt a deep sense of sorrow realizing he had squandered such a great opportunity to earn money. He could only continue scrolling down. A pair of manticore horns for 15,000. Demon goat fur per kilogram 8,000. Tiger claws from a cat for 6,006. Ling Feng closed his eyes, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. This online shopping is less appealing than robbery. The manticore, classified as exotic beast number 285, is only about twice the size of an ordinary cow with a strength level between 2-star and 4-star, yet a pair of horns sells for 15,000. Demon goat fur is even worse. It's harvested from the iron hoof demon goat, classified as number 365, and it can actually sell for 8,000. It's known that the iron hoof demon goat can grow 300 to 400 kilograms of wool in a year. This is not harvesting the demon goat's wool, it's a simply fleece taken from the buyers. Ling Feng sighed, noting that the remaining options are mostly exotic beasts numbered over 400 whose strength is not impressive, yet the materials are still exorbitantly priced. Now I understand why someone in the family who is a realm master has money. Killing one of these beasts can earn a fortune. But without exotic beast materials, my little world and my mind won't change. I still need to get some to experiment with first. Ling Feng scratched his head, and just as he was worrying, he suddenly spotted a bank card on the table. There are 30,000 in it. Indeed, online shopping doesn't yield much good stuff, but Ling Feng doesn't need to buy complete materials. Perhaps the incomplete ones are also useful. Ling Feng recalled the section labeled World Construction Level. The percentage there should indicate the quantity of exotic beast materials. With 30,000, if I buy some scrap materials, I should be able to get a lot. But who should I buy from? Ling Feng thought of 2 people. One is Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi must have significant connections and is vaguely related to a research institute, so he certainly has leads. But the problem is this kid always exploits him. If he asks him, he might end up being kicked into a pit. The second is Lin Yiping. That kid should be chasing after Ling Yuan. He had called him Big Brother before and insisted on giving him a business card before he left. Ling Feng remembered that his family is in the pharmaceutical business, so acquiring these exotic beast materials shouldn't be difficult. He just needs to leverage Ling Yuan's connections. However, Ling Feng is reluctant to let these troublesome kids get close to his sister, not for any other reason, but simply out of a brother's disdain. No matter which one I choose, there are pros and cons. Ling Feng felt quite melancholic. Forget it, I'll not think about it for now. He pondered there are still 3 months until the big exam. That should be enough time. Ling Feng tidied up his things and took a moment to sense his body. He felt as if he had become significantly lighter. This should be the effect brought on by the lightning little world. He immediately opened the door and called to Gu Fan Yue, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Mom, I'm going downstairs to run a few laps in the community. Okay, don't overdo it. Your dad will take you to the Star Pavilion for testing early tomorrow morning. Gu Fan Yue replied, while washing dishes. Come back early. Understood. Ling Feng excitedly went downstairs. His community is located on the outskirts where flying exotic beasts often come in, but are quickly dealt with by the realm masters stationed on the city walls. In the community, capable people have all left for the safer city center. Although Ling Feng's family isn't in dire straits, they simply cannot afford a house in the city center. This house is said to have been left by his late grandfather, and the family has lived here ever since. It has nothing to do with Ling Changsheng's salary. The real issue is that housing prices in the city center are exorbitantly high, often exceeding 100 million. How could an ordinary family afford that? Ling Feng went downstairs and slowly began to run. However, the more he ran, the lighter he felt. Ling Feng started to accelerate. People around him quickly moved back, and even the wind became extraordinarily noisy. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. After running a full 10 laps around the community, Ling Feng finally stopped. His phone sent a notification. Your average speed is 15 milliseconds, with a maximum speed of 20 milliseconds. Congratulations, you have surpassed all previous records. At that moment when Ling Feng saw this message, his eyes slowly widened. A maximum speed of 20 This is unbelievable. If according to the previous strength level of 320 kilograms, then my current realm strength level is 8. But my punching power should have increased significantly as well. Tomorrow morning I'll go test it. Perhaps I can break through to a 1-star realm master. Ling Feng was overjoyed with this achievement. He did not expect that Lightning No. 3 would have such a significant impact on him. If he could become a one-star realm master, his parents wouldn't be so disappointed, and he should have a chance to enter Jiangnan Research Academy. Once he got into the Research Academy, he would choose a decent major and live a laid-back life. Let those who want to compete do so. Ling Feng will not participate. Just as Ling Feng was feeling happy, someone suddenly patted him on the back. Brother. Ling Feng turned around to see Ling Changsheng and Ling Yuan. Xiao Feng, why are you downstairs? Where's Mom? She's at home. I'm just doing some exercise downstairs, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Let's go home, Dad. Wait a minute, brother, do you have something to tell me? Ling Yuan winked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was taken aback and immediately looked up at Ling Changsheng. Ling Changsheng muttered, it wasn't me who said it, as she saw the spending records on my phone. Dad. Ling Feng's face instantly turned bitter. It's not easy for us to earn some money. I know, but if your mom finds out, we will lose everything. The father and son turned to look at Ling Yuan, who was also smiling. So how much is the hush money? Ling Feng and Ling Changsheng stood speechless, tears welling in their eyes. They had narrowly escaped Gu Fanyu, only to fall straight into the clutches of Ling Yuan, their young money-obsessed daughter. If their mother ever discovered their kickback scheme, their secret piggy bank would vanish overnight. Don't look at me like that. I'm asking for very little, Ling Yuan smiled. Just a tiny bit, say 100 million. Ling Feng's face darkened. How much exactly? Here, take this. She handed him her phone. Just clear my shopping cart. Ling Feng's right hand trembled. Her shopping cart held precisely 100 items, totaling over 20,000 yuan. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng tapped delete all, then returned the phone to Ling Yuan. Done. I've cleared it for you. Ling Yuan blinked in surprise and immediately checked her cart. Sure enough, it was completely empty. Let's go home now, Ling Feng said with a smile. Ling Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then furious, she cried, you wiped out my entire shopping cart. I did. Wasn't that exactly what you asked for? Ling Feng grinned mischievously. I fulfilled your request. You can't go back on your word now. Ling Yuan was left utterly speechless. She shot Ling Feng a scathing glare before stomping off in a huff, riding the elevator upstairs. Ling Changsheng sighed wryly and followed suit, ushering Ling Feng up with him. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the next morning, father and son rose early. Honey, remember to wake Yuan. We're heading to the assessment first. Closing the door behind them, they drove toward the stellar pavilion. Ling Feng yawned repeatedly. He dreamed last night of 3 spherical orbs convening inside his mind, but upon waking, he couldn't recall a single word of their discussion. Once we arrive at the stellar pavilion, we'll begin with fist strength testing, then move on to speed, Ling Changsheng instructed. You ingested lightning serum No. 3 last night. Your speed should show marked improvement. My boundary force rating should easily surpass 3.0. Ling Feng glanced helplessly at his father. Dad, I think it'll be higher than that. That's already impressive. Lightning serum No. 3 rarely boosts ratings beyond 4.2. If yours climbs past 3.0 and approaches 4.0, your mother and I will light incense and pray. And once you breach 3.0, even without stellar academic scores, you'll meet the minimum threshold for undergraduate admission into the Boundary Cultivator program. Ling Changsheng continued his rambling commentary as Ling Feng listened half asleep. Before long, their car pulled to a stop before the stellar pavilion. Inside, they exchanged greetings with several early rising staff members before entering the employees-only assessment chamber, where someone was already waiting. It was Wu Lingguo. Ah, old Wu. Ling Changsheng greeted warmly. What brings you in so early? I'm here to assess my niece, Wu Lingguo replied. Her parents bought her Crimson Flame X tonic last night, so they asked me to verify its effects. Look, she's currently undergoing fist strength testing. The results will appear any moment. Crimson Flame X. Ling Changsheng gasped. That's refined from specimen No. 106, Crimson Flame Bloodbud Flower. A single vial costs 300,000 yuan. The Crimson Flame Bloodbud Flower grows only atop fresh blood. Its petals blaze like living flame, its buds glisten crimson as arterial blood, drawing countless monstrous beasts near. Yet it is exceedingly rare and lethally dangerous. Humans have documented footage of this flower ensnaring adult lightning leopards. Even the highest tier specimens once captured succumb inevitably to death. Its staggering price is thus thoroughly justified. Indeed, Wu Lingguo sighed wryly. She ranked second in school. First place belonged to the dean's son. Her parents originally planned to secure her direct enrollment at Jiangnan Advanced Academy via institutional recommendation. But yesterday an unexpected contender emerged, publicly defeating the top-ranked student and sending him straight to the infirmary. With only 2 recommendation slots available, she dropped to third, and her parents panicked. So last night they splurged on this expensive tonic and delivered her to me first thing this morning. If she surpasses those 2 top students, every yuan spent will prove worthwhile. Father and son turned their gaze toward a girl in school uniform, striking powerful punches against the strength-testing apparatus. This uniform belongs to Shaoran Middle School. Ling Chongqing mused. What a coincidence, my son studies there too. Ling Feng froze. From their description, only one person fit the profile: Chen Xinyao, the second highest ranked student at their academy, with a boundary force rating hovering around 3.2. Though Ling Feng had heard she was aloof and kept to herself, studying diligently in silence, he'd scarcely crossed paths with her in his previous life. They weren't acquainted, but in his past life Chen Xinyao had harbored quiet rivalry toward him, yearning to surpass him, yet never finding the chance. As Ling Feng reminisced, the strength tester flashed its result. Peak fist strength, 406 kilograms. The girl turned, breathing lightly, and stepped away from the machine. Ling Feng's suspicion was confirmed. Indeed, it was Chen Xinyao. Xinyao, excellent work. You've broken the 400 kilograms barrier, crossing into boundary force level 4.0 is now all but certain. Wu Lingguo beamed. Chen Xinyao offered a polite smile, then noticed Ling Feng standing nearby. Her brow furrowed instantly. Uncle, may I ask who these people are? Allow me to introduce. This is your Uncle Ling, my colleague. And this is Ling Feng, his son, also a student at your school. Chen Xinyao nodded coolly. I know Ling Feng, the one who causes trouble daily across campus. Even Elder Zhang, the school's guardian master, personally trained him in private. Rumors about it have swept through the academy. Hearing this, Ling Chongqing stiffened and shot Ling Feng a sharp, incredulous glance. This boy had become notorious. Ling Feng cleared his throat softly, silently pleading for her discretion, but Chen Xinyao merely regarded him with detached indifference before turning away. She held him in profound contempt, not merely for his disciplinary record, but because despite marginally better academic scores he remained nothing more than a disruptive nuisance. His recent victory over Song Zichuan, she believed, stemmed solely from luck. Elder Zhang's personal tutelage had artificially elevated him. In her eyes, Ling Feng was no different from any underperforming student. His rise built entirely on fortune. Ling Feng frowned. Just as in his past life, Chen Xinyao remained unbearably arrogant. Dad, let's begin our own assessment. Ling Feng clearly wished to leave. No. Since you attend the same school, observe her boundary force rating closely, Ling Chongqing insisted. Learn from her. Stop troubling your teachers constantly. Unable to resist his father's insistence, Ling Feng remained rooted in place, watching as Chen Xinyao stepped onto the speed testing apparatus. Chen Xinyao accelerated steadily, her velocity climbing rapidly on the display screen until it neared a critical threshold. Peak speed 12.26 milliseconds. Congratulations. Boundary force rating calculated 6.22195. Wu Lingguo erupted in jubilation. Xinyao, you've shattered the 6.0 threshold. Clearly last night's Crimson Flame X worked wonders. Her original boundary force rating had been 3.2. Yet after consuming Crimson Flame X, that 300,000 yuan investment had paid off spectacularly. Chen Xinyao glanced at the screen, and a faint triumphant smile curved her lips. With a deliberate challenging glance toward Ling Feng, she stepped down from the apparatus. Song Zichuan's boundary force rating stood at 4.0. Ling Feng's maximum potential was estimated at 5.0. Now she reigned supreme, uncontested, as the Academy's strongest cultivator, securing her place among the coveted recommendation slots. Son, you should learn more from others, Ling Chongqing said, while looking at the numbers on the screen. If your realm power level can reach 6.0, then your parents won't have to worry about you anymore. Training regularly won't do you any harm. I heard that old Zheng is training you now, which is even better. Hearing Ling Chongqing's words, Chen Xinyao couldn't help but show a proud expression in her eyes. She glanced at Ling Feng, and the mockery in her gaze was unmistakable. Ling Feng also looked at her, their eyes locking for a moment. Ling Feng hesitated and reminded her, is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep looking at us sideways? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Ling Chongqing had a strange look on his face. He quickly apologized to Wu Lingguo, saying, Old Wu, this child Xiaofeng is just straightforward, please don't take it to heart. If your niece can break through to a realm power level of 6.0, then she has hope at Jiangnan Advanced Academy. Wu Lingguo coughed lightly, and said, Yes, I have already informed her parents about this since I recommended Hanyan X for them to purchase. Now I can finally relax about it. Hey, wasn't Xiaofeng here to test his realm power level? Let him give it a try first, Wu Lingguo said. By the looks of it, Xiaofeng took some supplements last night too. I used a bit, but it was just a cheap one. Ling Chongqing rubbed his nose. Compared to the 3.0 Hanyan X, even Fire 1 or Lightning 3 wouldn't be good enough. Lightning 3 is priced at 1.000, but it's delivered in 2 bottles to be used together. That Hanyan X costs 3.000 per bottle. It can't be compared at all. Chen Xinyao remained silent, but in her heart, she was quite disdainful. Even if he took supplements, they were surely from the inferior batch and wouldn't significantly increase his realm power level. Then let's test the fist power level like Xin Yao did, Wu Ling was said. Xiaofeng, go ahead. Okay. Ling Feng calmly stepped forward. He stood in front of the fist power testing machine and adjusted his breathing. Although Lightning 3 primarily enhances speed, and increase in speed will also lead to a slight boost in fist power value. Ling Feng was well aware of this. Please strike forward with all your strength. Number of tests 3. The fist power testing machine, which looked like a propellant, began to emit mechanical prompts. Ling Feng took a deep breath and swung his fist with all his strength. Boom. This punch was delivered with incredible speed, utilizing all of Ling Feng's might. A value flashed on the display. Fist power value 356 kilograms. 356 kilograms. Ling Chongqing was taken aback and asked, how could that be? Wu Lingwa beside him sighed and comforted him, saying, Old Ling Xiaofeng's fist power is not low, he is only 50 kilograms less than Xin Yao, which is pretty good. I estimate he can break through to 4-0 in the end. However, Ling Chongqing was currently bewildered. He wasn't surprised that Ling Feng was weaker than Xin Yao, he was astonished that Ling Feng's fist power value had reached 356 kilograms. Because this meant that Ling Feng's realm power level was definitely above 3-6. It should be noted that Ling Feng's previous realm power level was only 1-5. Did I buy the wrong one? Did I mistakenly buy the strength-enhancing supplements? Ling Chongqing scratched his head. It shouldn't be. A Lightning 3 is a speed-enhancing supplement, but how could the fist power value be? Ling Chongqing was somewhat perplexed while Ling Feng looked at the value on the screen with some dissatisfaction, and yesterday he tested around 320 kilograms. After taking Lightning 3 and activating the Lightning Small World, his fist power value actually increased by 40 kilograms. Ling Feng was unwilling and threw another punch. Fist power value 366 kilograms. Ling Feng panted but was still not satisfied. Meanwhile, Xin Yao coldly observed the values on the screen, a hint of smugness appearing on her face. It seemed that Ling Feng's realm power level could not possibly be higher than hers after taking the supplements. Boom. At this moment, Ling Feng threw his third punch. Fist power value 375 kilograms. Peak fist power value 375 kilograms. Ling Feng saw his results and scratched his head, stepping back. Chen Xinyo's gaze was calm, looking at Ling Feng with a slightly provocative expression. Although these 3 fist power tests showed an increase, they still did not exceed her. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. As he expected, the increase in fist power was not substantial, but the speed improvement might be different. He had tested his speed last night, which had already broken through 20 milliseconds. Xiaofeng, don't lose heart. Wu Lingwa encouraged him. There's still 3 months until the big exam. You can still catch up to Xin Yao. Ling Feng firmly said. Okay, Uncle Wu, I will definitely work hard. I will show you that I can catch up to her. Having that confidence is already great. Wu Lingwa smiled and watched as Ling Feng stepped onto the speed testing device. The machine's prompt sounded, please start running. Ling Feng slowly began to move his legs, gradually increasing his speed. Beside him, Wu Lingwa was still comforting Ling Chongqing, saying, Old Ling Xiaofeng's results are fine. As long as he trains a bit more, he should be able to achieve a good score before the big exam. But if he is to compete with Xin Yao, Wu Lingwa clearly felt proud. However, before he could finish, the speed on the testing device began to soar. 12 milliseconds. 13 milliseconds. 14 milliseconds. 15 milliseconds. This speed has already surpassed Chen Xinyo's results. Wu Lingwa's words abruptly stopped. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Even Ling Chongqing and Xin Yao were dumbfounded. But the value continued to rise. 16 milliseconds. 17 milliseconds. 18 milliseconds. 19 milliseconds. Soon it broke through 20 milliseconds. The 3 were completely stunned. This is impossible. It was Ling Chongqing who spoke. As for Wu Lingwa and Xin Yao, they were already so shocked that they couldn't speak. 20 meters per second was almost the standard speed for a 1-star realm practitioner, and could even reach the speed level of a 2-star realm practitioner. How could Ling Feng have such speed? The value still showed no signs of stopping. Although the rate of increase had slowed, it was still rising. Finally, the value stopped at 21.5 milliseconds. Peak value, 21.5 milliseconds. Congratulations, your realm power level is calculated as 8,672. Ling Chongqing was breathing rapidly, staring blankly at the values on the screen in disbelief. Wu Lingwa was the same, muttering, this. Is the machine broken? Xin Yao was at a loss for words. If this realm power level were real, it meant that Ling Feng could soon break through to a 1-star realm practitioner. And not only had she not surpassed Ling Feng, the gap between them had grown even larger. Am I dreaming? Ling Chongqing slapped himself. Ling Feng, who had just walked out of the speed testing machine, saw this scene and asked curiously, "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you hitting yourself?" Ling Changsheng came back to his senses, grabbing Ling Feng's shoulder and glaring. "What happened? Speak honestly. What do you mean what happened to?" Ling Feng replied, "You saw it too, realm power level 9. 8. I'm about to break through to a 1-star realm practitioner." Ling Feng turned to Wu Lingguo and said, "I just promised you that I would catch up to her. Now I've done it." Wu Lingguo's expression was somewhat strange. "I told you to catch up to her, not to instant 9. 8. Wu Lingguo rubbed his forehead and turned to Ling Changsheng. "Old Ling, what tonic did you give the boy last night? He's improved this dramatically." "Nothing special," Ling Changsheng replied, bewildered. Just lightning formula, no. 3. Bought it on credit, me and his mother scrimped and saved. He drank it last night, and this morning, well, here we are." "Nonsense. Lightning formula, no. 3 can't possibly boost someone from 1.5 to 9. 8. Wu Lingguo glared at him. "Where'd you get it? I'll buy some for my niece too." This. Ling Changsheng was utterly flustered. Though he'd pulled strings to obtain the raw material for processing, he was certain, beyond doubt, that it contained genuine lightning leopard blood. After all, if it weren't authentic, why would the vendor charge such an exorbitant price? "Actually, I bought it from the Jianfeng and Jinxiong brothers," Ling Changsheng admitted helplessly. "Weren't they the ones who broke through to 4-star boundary cultivators here 2 years ago, awakening their own micro-realms? Coincidentally, they'd just returned from a hunting expedition outside, and had surplus lightning leopard blood to spare. So they sold it to me." "You processed it yourself?" Wu Lingguo blinked in surprise. "Exactly," Ling Changsheng retorted. "Do you think I could afford to buy the bottled version from a shop? You know full well, we've got 2 kids. Being able to afford lightning formula no. 3 is already a luxury." Wu Lingguo glanced again at Ling Feng, struck by how deeply strange it all seemed. "Impossible. This level of enhancement rivals tonics worth millions," Wu Lingguo murmured under his breath. The 2 men stared fixedly at Ling Feng, so intently that Ling Feng grew visibly unsettled. Ling Feng said, "Dad, I should head to school soon. You and Uncle Wu keep chatting." With that, he slipped away, vanishing in a flash. Left behind were 2 dazed men, and Chun Xinyao, her expression grim. The school lay not far from Tianlin Star Gym. With Ling Feng's current speed, a brief jog brought him right to its gates. But the moment he stepped across the threshold, a massive hand seized the back of his collar. Ling Feng opened his mouth to curse, then froze startled as he turned his head. It was Zheng Hongji. Instantly, Ling Feng plastered on a fawning smile. "Elder Zheng. Good morning." Zheng Hongji offered a faint smile, then his face hardened. "Good morning indeed. Didn't I tell you? From now on you're to train with me for 1 hour after school. Have you forgotten?" Last night, I had something urgent. I left early." "Excellent. Then come with me now, make up last night's session today." Zheng Hongji seized Ling Feng's arm. Even though Ling Feng had ascended to boundary force level 9. 8, he felt as helpless as a chick in the elder's grip, utterly unable to resist. In no time, Ling Feng found himself tossed into Zheng Hongji's courtyard. Lightning 5-strike whip. Again, Zheng Hongji tossed him a heavy iron training whip. "Today, deliver the first strike." Zheng Hongji seated himself before Ling Feng and spoke in a low, grave tone. "Failed to strike it. Even once. And you won't leave today? You'll stay here until you do." Ling Feng shuddered inwardly. He knew Zheng Hongji meant every word. Clearly the incident involving Zhao Tianming still rankled him. Ling Feng asked, his expression oddly quizzical. "Elder Zheng, if I succeed, may I leave?" "Yes," Zheng Hongji affirmed. "Don't try any tricks on me. Today I'll watch you like a hawk." Zheng Hongji curled 2 fingers, pointed emphatically at his own eyes, then at Ling Feng. "Very well, then watch closely." Ling Feng drew a slow, deep breath. He couldn't recall precisely how it had happened before, but today, having broken through to boundary force level 9. 8, his physical constitution had clearly leapt forward. Perhaps he could now endure the electric shock of the first strike. He recalled Zheng Hongji's precise, whip-cracking motion, then raised his arm and slashed the iron whip through the air. Arcs of electricity immediately crackled along its length. As the current surged into his body, Ling Feng's expression shifted. His limbs tingled with numbness, but remained within his threshold of endurance. Zheng Hongji watched Ling Feng intently. That day, Ling Feng must have cheated somehow to land 3 strikes. Today, Zheng Hongji had personally inspected him. No insulating materials concealed on his person or clothing. The iron whip's current would course unimpeded through Ling Feng's body. Ling Feng gritted his teeth against violent tremors, swinging the whip relentlessly. The voltage intensified. Suddenly, agony overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to his knees. Zheng Hongji moved to intervene, only for Ling Feng to spring upright, startling him. "Hey, Elder Zheng, how realistic was that act?" Zheng Hongji stared blankly, then smacked Ling Feng's head. "Brat, you nearly gave me a heart attack. If you're unhurt, get back to work. Finish the first strike." Zheng Hongji shot him a stern glance and resumed his seat. Ling Feng's gaze meanwhile sharpened with solemn resolve. As electricity coursed through him, he distinctly sensed a white sphere within his mind begin to glow. Zheng Hongji shot him a stern glance and resumed his seat. Ling Feng's gaze meanwhile sharpened with solemn resolve. As electricity coursed through him, he distinctly sensed a white sphere, and whenever he willed it, he could draw upon that planet's power. He swung the whip again. The current surged. Gradually Ling Feng lost himself entirely. His will pierced through his spiritual sea, and in that instant he was drawn deep into that inner cosmos. Before him floated the radiant white sphere. He reached out, and at the moment his consciousness touched it, his awareness merged seamlessly with its essence. The prickling, numbing ache of the current began to fade. When he lifted his gaze again, reflected in his pupils loomed the colossal form of a mantle beast. First strike. Ling Feng cracked the iron whip. Lightning flared. Second strike. He lashed again. Sparks exploded outward. Third strike. He whirled wildly. Arcs of electricity coalesced along the whip, blazing fiercely in midair. Clatter. Zheng Hongji dropped his teacup, shattering it on the floor, glass shards scattering everywhere. It's happening again. Zheng Hongji stared dazed at Ling Feng, then lunged forward and seized a live arc of electricity. Boom. His hair erupted outward, smoke billowed from his mouth. Yet he laughed wildly. I knew it. I knew it. I didn't miss see that day. Then his elation twisted into fury. He strode forward, snatched the iron whip from Ling Feng's grasp, hurled it aside, and seized Ling Feng's collar. You little rascal, yesterday was an act. Do you have any idea what opportunity you squandered? Ling Feng apologized. Sorry, Elder Zheng. I can't control this talent. It must have gone on vacation yesterday, so it refused to manifest. Zheng Hongji's face turned ashen as he angrily exclaimed, Are you kidding me? Ling Feng pale-faced replied, I can't control it, you see. Referring to the white sphere in his mind, he realized that although he had managed to control the white sphere for a brief moment, it had exhausted him, as if all his energy had been drained away. This feeling made Ling Feng very uncomfortable. Humph. Zheng Hongji frowned and said, Don't leave. I'm calling my junior brother to come over again. Even if Ling Feng's talent was questionable, he had witnessed it firsthand. If he could casually unleash the third whip, Ling Feng would definitely qualify for their Thunder Sect. Soon the call was connected. A low voice from Zhao Tianming came through. Hello, junior brother. It's me. Oh. Zhao Tianming's tone was clearly unfriendly. What is it, old Zheng? Have you discovered another genius? Let me see how big of a boast you're planning to make this time. Yesterday was yesterday. Zheng Hongji clearly picked up on Zhao Tianming's complaints. Today is today. My student may not have performed well yesterday due to lack of rest, but today I've had him unleash 3 whips effortlessly. This indicates that his talent for resisting electric currents is still there. So, why don't you come over to take a look? Zheng Hongji smiled. I promise I'm not deceiving you this time. Humph. Zhao Tianming did not respond and hung up the phone. Zheng Hongji was taken aback and glared at the grinning Ling Feng before quickly dialing again. Old Zheng, what exactly do you want? Zhao Tianming said impatiently. I still have students to train. Don't keep calling me for no reason. Junior brother, how did your senior brother treat you back in the day? He pulled my chair, tricked me into attending classes, and shocked me while I was urinating, making me shake over there. Cough, what are you talking about? Zheng Hongji shouted angrily. Let's get back to business. I beg you, senior brother, I really don't have time. Don't trick me into going to Jiangnan again. Zhao Tianming sighed. I'm about to compete with other sects, I'm very busy. That's it. Zheng Hongji wanted to say more, but the other party hung up. Listening to the beeping sound from his phone, Zheng Hongji's expression darkened as he put it away. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. He spat angrily, and seeing Ling Feng's cheeky smile became even more furious. He kicked Ling Feng in the buttocks and said, It's all your fault. Now they don't believe me anymore. Ling Feng winced in pain, rubbed his rear, and said aggrievedly, Old Zheng, how can this be my fault? Zheng Hongji frowned, and said, Here's the deal, I will assign you the last 2 whips of the lightning 5 whips. If you learn them, we can go look for my junior brother later. Zheng Hongji had not wanted to take on students again, but Ling Feng was simply too unreliable, causing Zhao Tianming to not want to come back to Jiangnan City. With no other choice, he decided to teach him personally. Watch closely. Zheng Hongji took the iron whip and began to swing it. The first whip was executed properly, allowing the current to penetrate his entire body, serving as a basic technique. The second whip revealed a flash of electric light, showcasing the initial power of the whip technique. The third whip created arcs of electricity, with each whip carrying immense power. The fourth whip generated swirling arcs of electricity, creating a domain that made it impossible for enemies to approach. The fifth whip caused all arcs of electricity to explode, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and even the surrounding soil was scorched black. That's the 5 whips. Zheng Hongji said. If you master all of them, taking on an opponent one level higher won't be a problem. Your current realm energy level is 4. 8. As long as you learn this, dealing with a 1-star realm practitioner will be a breeze. Ling Feng whispered. Old Zheng, actually, I went to the Star Pavilion this morning, and my realm energy level has already broken through to 9. 8. What did you say? Zheng Hongji was taken aback, looking at Ling Feng as if he were a monster. 9. 8. Are you sure? Yes. Ling Feng replied honestly. Last night my parents gave me some tonic, and when I woke up this morning I was at 9. 8. I should be able to break through to 1-star realm practitioner soon. Zheng Hongji was astonished. What kind of tonic did you eat to be so powerful? Lightning no. 3. Nonsense. Upon hearing the name of this tonic, Zheng Hongji scolded. Lightning no. 3 can't raise your level by 5. 0 overnight. That's absolutely impossible. Your father must have given you an even better tonic. But he won't tell you. He's tricking you into thinking it's lightning no. 3. Otherwise, just relying on lightning no. 3 wouldn't boost you this much. Zheng Hongji's words left Ling Feng a bit confused. Perhaps it had nothing to do with Ling Changsheng, it was the sphere in his mind that did it. After drinking it last night, the sphere split into another one, and Ling Feng could feel that when he connected with the white sphere earlier, the golden sphere also moved slightly. Let's not dwell on that for now. Zheng Hongji waved his hand. You should now train the 4th whip. It's just right to use the lightning 5 whips to boost your last 0.2 realm energy level. That way you'll be the first 1-star realm practitioner from our Shaoran middle school in recent years. Zheng Hongji no longer pursued what exactly Ling Changsheng had given to Ling Feng. In any case, Ling Feng's realm energy level was already at 9. 8. And becoming a 1-star realm practitioner was only a matter of time. Practicing the lightning 5 whips was more beneficial than anything else. Ling Feng nodded, took the iron whip, and the movements that Zheng Hongji had demonstrated earlier surfaced in his mind. His consciousness also locked onto the white sphere in his mind. The mantle small world opened. First whip. Ling Feng gradually began to move, all the actions connecting in his hands. Second whip. Ling Feng's movements became faster, and he soon unleashed the 3rd whip. Then came the 4th whip. Zheng Hongji's eyes gradually widened. The current from this 4th whip was enough to electrocute a 2-star realm practitioner, yet Ling Feng appeared completely unscathed. You. Hold on. Zheng Hongji said. I'm calling my junior brother on video now. I'm going to show him live. Ling Feng did not respond because he felt that the current was indeed a bit too strong, making his elbows tingle. You must not let go. Keep performing this set of movements. Zheng Hongji shouted. At least wait until I establish the video call. He quickly dialed Zhao Tianming's number. Old Zheng. Zhao Tianming appeared on the screen with a straight face. Are you done yet? Zhao Tianming. Zheng Hongji said, aren't you going to watch? I'm going to show you right now. I have no reason to deceive you. Zheng Hongji pointed the camera at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was drenched in sweat, clearly on the verge of collapsing. He felt as if all his vitality had been drained away by the white sphere in his mind, and this extreme fatigue nearly made him close his eyes. Do you see it? Zheng Hongji said proudly. I told you right. He can unleash this 4th whip. Ha ha, Zhao Tianming, you owe me an apology. Otherwise I won't let you have this disciple. Old Zheng, are we done yet? Ling Feng's voice had begun. Almost. Zheng Hongji hurriedly lowered his head and said to Zhao Tianming, how about it? Is it good enough? But Zhao Tianming in the video was speechless. Old Zheng, could you at least turn the camera around? Do you think showing me your old face will make you gain a disciple? Zheng Hongji was taken aback. He squinted and realized the rotation button in the upper right corner. Wait a minute, I'll turn it around for you right now. Just as Zheng Hongji turned the camera, the current on Ling Feng's side suddenly erupted with a flash of electricity. In that flash of electricity, Ling Feng let out a strange cry and collapsed onto the ground. Zheng Hongji was stunned. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianming's expression turned grim as he said, Old Zheng, are you messing with me again? No. Zheng Hongji quickly explained, this kid couldn't hold on. You didn't see it, he just whipped out 4 lashes in a row and his bodis resistance to electricity reached an extremely high level. Oh, as long as you're happy. Zhao Tianming shot a glance at Zheng Hongji and hung up the phone. Zheng Hongji was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, was shakily getting up. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin dry, and even sunken, and his gaze was vacant, as if his life energy had been drained by a succubus. Zheng Hongji was about to curse, but seeing Ling Feng like this, he was taken aback. What happened to you? Ling Feng weakly replied, I don't know. Seeing Ling Feng in this state, Zheng Hongji lost his urge to curse. Alright, go rest quickly. You little brat, you accomplished nothing but cause trouble. Zheng Hongji turned on his heel and stormed into the office. Ling Feng helplessly dragged his exhausted body to the classroom door. Oh, isn't this Ling Feng? You look terrible after just one day. Jiang Yi squatted down and poked Ling Feng's head with a twig. Ling Feng weakly lifted his head, although he lacked strength he still said fiercely, "Help me inside quickly, or I'll beat you up later." Using the most cowardly tone to say the harshest words. Ling Feng impressive. Jiang Yi smiled, and said, "Beg me, and he'll take you in." Ling Feng shot him a glare, slowly supporting himself against the wall, and weakly dragged his body into the classroom. At that moment the entire class fell silent. Everyone watched as Ling Feng slowly made his way in, looking dazed. He had been full of energy yesterday, but today he looked utterly defeated. Did Ling Feng really beat the class leader yesterday? Did he take some drugs? It seems like it. There's no way he could be this weak today. You wouldn't believe it, but I know of a banned drug that has this effect. On the first day it can give you the strength to kill a bull, but by the second day you feel like a dead dog. Tisk that might be it. Otherwise how could Ling Feng with his level of strength possibly be the class leader's match? The students whispered among themselves, and nearly everyone suspected Ling Feng. Jiang Yi was also puzzled. He had just seen Zheng Hongji take Ling Feng away, and now he had come back like this. Could Zheng Hongji be an ancient monster that drains people's life energy? As everyone speculated, Ling Feng finally managed to crawl to his seat. As soon as he sat down he fell asleep instantly. When he woke up again it was already afternoon. Ling Feng squinted his eyes, and gradually lifted his head. Although his eye sockets were still a bit puffy, his spirit was noticeably much better than before. He felt a wave of fear. Those orbs can really drain life energy. Although he had temporarily gained power from those orbs, his vitality had almost been completely drained. Ling Feng checked his body and confirmed that nothing was missing, just that his mental state was poor. This also led him to understand the fourth law of the small world within his consciousness. For one can draw upon the power of the small world through consciousness, but must pay a certain price, such as vitality. Since the mantle small world has a special defensive ability, what about the lightning small world? Suddenly Ling Feng remembered that there was also a power section on the golden lightning small world. Just then the physical education teacher hurriedly rushed in. "Class 8, all of you gather. Head to the playground now to prepare for this month's strength level test." The students groaned in despair. Ling Feng was also taken aback. "Isn't the strength test once a month? There's still over 10 days left." "What are you talking about?" Jiang Yi replied helplessly. "You beat up Song Zichuan yesterday, and Dean Song, just to be safe, organized a comprehensive school-wide test." Ling Feng exclaimed in horror. "When did this happen?" "This morning you slept like a pig. No one could." At that moment Jiang Yi lowered his voice and elbowed Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, have you thought about what I mentioned?" "Thought about what?" Ling Feng shot him a glare. "Don't even think about it. I wouldn't do it, even if you beat me to death. You're up to no good." Jiang Yi shrugged. He wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of patience. Soon, all the students gathered on the play. Shaoran Middle School had 16 classes per grade, with 4 classes being tested together. They started with the 3rd grade, and now it was Ling Feng's class turn. A group of people lined up looking at the testing equipment in the center of the playground. The teachers from the school pushed out the equipment from the testing room. These testing instruments were similar to those in Jiangnan Middle School, but theirs were newer, while Ling Feng's school had older ones. As they looked around, a sudden gasp erupted from the front of the line. "Chun Xinyo's strength level has broken through to 6-0. What the hell, what's going on? Yesterday there was Ling Feng, and now there's Chun Xinyao. She must be stronger than Ling Feng, right? Song Zichuan has already slipped to 3rd. The students discussed in a flurry, and the news quickly reached Class 8. Chun Xinyao from Class 6 has reached a strength level of 6-0. Guoming Rue exclaimed in surprise. What did she take? How can she improve so fast? Most likely some supplement. Her family must be willing to spend money on her. Wang Zhishuan laughed derisively. Wait until the class leader comes out. Taking some supplements would definitely make him stronger than her. Come on, that idiot Song Zichuan has already taken supplements long ago. Jiang Yi scoffed. Otherwise, do you think with his talent he could maintain 1st place? What did you say? Guoming Rue and Wang Zhishuan turned their heads in shock. They were both followers of Song Zichuan, and hearing someone speak ill of him made their faces turn ugly. What's wrong? Do you want to compete with my brother Ling? Jiang Yi raised his head, leaning slightly towards Ling Feng. Seeing Ling Feng's indifferent gaze, Guoming Rue and Wang Zhishuan immediately shrank back. They felt like they were under the gaze of a grandchild and couldn't help but lower their heads. Jiang Yi proudly declared, "Let's not even mention Song Zichuan. Not even the newly promoted Chen Xinyao is a match for my brother Ling. My brother Ling is invincible." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's heart sank. This kid wouldn't be looking to get him into trouble again, would he? Just as Ling Feng thought to turn around and grab Jiang Yi, he found that the kid had somehow run far away. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the playground suddenly announced, "Chun Xinyao from Class 6, listen, will I Ling Feng challenge you today?" The whole school gathered to watch. To the death, no retreat. The entire playground fell silent in an instant, and the next second it exploded like a bomb in the crowd with all the students going wild. Damn, this Ling Feng is so audacious. Chen Xinyao has already broken through to strength level 6. 0, beating him should be a piece of cake. Is he looking for death? Just because he could beat Song Zichuan doesn't mean he can beat Chen Xinyao. The students around were buzzing with discussions, none of them optimistic about Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Ling Feng stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. This was not what he had said. Jiangyi. Ling Feng roared to the sky, rushing into the crowd, looking around for the figure of that little rascal Jiangyi. At the same time, Dean Song hurriedly rushed into the broadcast room. What's going on? Why is Ling Feng's voice coming through the broadcast? I don't know. The teacher in the broadcast room looked anxious. We just fixed the network firewall yesterday, but somehow it got breached again. Hurry, find someone to fix the broadcast first, I'll handle the rest. Dean Song was sweating profusely. Ling Feng was indeed a handful. Not only had he sent Song Zichuan to the infirmary and hasn't come out yet, but he was also going to challenge Chen Xinyao. If both of them were still injured during the finals, wouldn't Shaoran Middle School be doomed? However, with the challenge announcement, nearly all the students in the school were aware of the matter. The students were delighted that they could cancel afternoon classes, and all the faculty and students went to the playground to watch the duel between the two. In Class 6, a group of female students surrounded Chen Xinyao, gossiping incessantly. Xinyao, you must beat that Ling Feng later, he's too despicable. Exactly, just looking at his arrogant face makes me angry. You have to get back at him for us. Once our Xinyao strikes Ling Feng, we'll probably surrender. I can't wait to see Ling Feng being carried away on a stretcher. The students around chattered, making Chen Xinyao. She didn't understand why Ling Feng was so eager to challenge her. Soon the PE teacher approached and asked Chen Xinyao, do you want to accept the challenge? A group of students turned to look at her. No, teacher, and I concede. The entire Class 6 fell silent. Even the PE teacher in Pingxing was taken aback. Chen Xinyao, your power level is currently 6. 22. Ling Feng might not be able to defeat you. And Pingxing said, are you really not thinking it over? You're just going to concede. Yes, I choose to concede, Chen Xinyao replied calmly. She sighed inwardly. If she hadn't encountered Ling Feng that morning, she might have agreed. But Ling Feng's power level measured at 9. 8 that morning. Although Ling Feng's strength was not as great as hers, she couldn't keep up with his speed. Taking a beating was inevitable. She wasn't foolish enough to do that. Chen Xinyao concedes. The students in Class 6 were all surprised, and the news quickly spread. What? In Class 8 the students were equally astonished. She conceded without even fighting. Does she think she's not as good as Ling Feng? Or is there another reason? Come on, I wanted to see her beat Ling Feng. Didn't expect Ling Feng to win without a... Many students felt regretful. Meanwhile, Ling Feng in a corner of the crowd caught sight of Jiang. You brat. Ling Feng said fiercely, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Yes. Jiang Yi replied playfully. Hand over the tool you used. What tool? How did you control the broadcast? Ling Feng shouted, give it to me. Ling Feng grabbed Jiang Yi by the collar, his gaze quite unfriendly. Jiang Yi helplessly took out a square device from his pocket. This? Ling Feng frowned. Yeah, Jiang Yi said, I've implanted a Trojan in the school's broadcast program. With the eyes of the school's IT teacher, he definitely wouldn't notice. How do you use this? Ling Feng asked again. Press the red button to speak. Release it to turn off. The blue one is reset and the green one is for voice modulation. You use this to frame me. Ling Feng gave Jiang Yi a flick on the forehead. If you do it again, I'll kick your butt. Jiang Yi winced in pain and followed Ling Feng with a whimper. Ling Feng carefully examined the small square in his hand, formulating a plan. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Xinyao's concession continued to spread. The students in Class 6 went from confusion to confronting Chen Xinyao directly. Chen Xinyao, this is a great opportunity for our class to shine. Oh, why did you concede? Ling Feng could never be your match. Oh, what do you mean by this? Facing the doubts of her classmates, Chen Xinyao remained indifferent. She couldn't be bothered to respond. Meanwhile, in Class 8 the testing had already begun. PE teacher in Pingxing took the roster and said flatly, Song Zichuan. Teacher Song Zichuan is still lying in the infirmary. Oh right. And Pingxing nodded. Next, Ling Feng. Here. Ling Feng grinned and ran up. Teacher, and I'm here. And Pingxing frowned and glanced at him. Last time your test score was 1.5. You should have broken 4.0 now, right? Roughly. Ling Feng scratched his head. And Pingxing said plainly, a score of 4.0 is indeed quite good, but not too impressive. Don't be arrogant. I see that Chen Xinyao just doesn't want to clash with you. You need to be humble, understand? Got it, I'll listen to teacher in. Ling Feng replied obediently. Alright, go up for the test. Sure. Ling Feng eagerly approached the launcher. Same old rules, hit 3 times. Okay. Ling Feng swung his fist with all his might. He didn't stop delivering 3 punches in one go. 368 kilograms, 375 kilograms, 372 kilograms. These 3 numbers astonished everyone. No wonder he could knock Song Zichuan away with one punch yesterday. But with this punching power, it'll be very difficult to surpass Chen Xinyao. His speed is at most 1012 milliseconds, it shouldn't be any higher. And Pingxing looked at the data in front of him, nodding slightly, as this was about what he expected. Go test your speed on the track. Okay. Ling Feng took a deep breath. This speed test was different from the one at Xingguan, it was assessed through actual running speed. This meant that peak speed might have some discrepancies, but it was also more realistic. Ready, go? As the electronic timer sounded, Ling Feng shot forward like an arrow. He accelerated wildly, instantly reaching 20 milliseconds, and then surpassing 20 milliseconds. He completed the 400 meters in just 19 seconds. Peak speed 21.2 milliseconds. And Pingxing looked at the data in surprise. This is impossible. The students on the playground were almost speechless in astonishment. Only Chen Xinyao in the crowd sighed quietly. She had long known this would be the result. According to this data, the power level is calculated at 9,375. About 9,94. And Pingxing found it hard to believe, just 0.06 away from breaking through to a one-star realm. If only. A one-star boundary cultivator. In these 4 words were utterly unattainable for students of Shaoran Secondary Academy. Most students' boundary force levels hovered between 1, 0 and 2, 0, even those exceeding 3, 0 were exceedingly rare, let alone Ling Feng, whose level approached 10, 0. How is this possible? Students of Class 8 stood utterly dumbfounded by Ling Feng's result. Jiang Yi, who had just been scheming how to trouble Ling Feng, lifted his head, saw the number on the screen, and froze in disbelief. Damn. 9.94. Just a hair's breadth away from entering the rank of one-star boundary cultivator. No wonder he refused my offer. He was lying in wait for me all along. Wait, something's wrong. Jiang Yi pulled out his personal logbook. When he fought Song Zichuan yesterday, his boundary force level suddenly surged from 4.8 to 8.2. Today it shot up to 9.94. Did he swallow an immortal elixir? How could his cultivation advance so rapidly? Jiang Yi realized he had grievously underestimated Ling Feng. This young man's innate talent might far surpass even his wildest estimation. No, I must revise the plan. At this pace, he'll surely eclipse the elite prodigies of Jiangnan First Secondary Academy before the grand examination. Jiang Yi paused in deep thought, then withdrew his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Teacher. Zhou Anlin. Cancel all operations targeting Shaoran Second Secondary Academy, Jiangnan Fifth Secondary Academy, and Jiangnan 11th Secondary Academy. Redirect all resources from these 3 academies to Shaoran Secondary Academy. Immediately. Professor Zhou, stunned on the other end, stammered, Teacher, are you certain? Don't waste breath. Jiang Yi snapped. Ling Feng may well be the experimental subject we've sought. Forget those other academies. Effective, immediately designate Ling Feng as priority target No. 3.0 and elevate surveillance to level A. But teacher, Ling Feng's current physiological metrics fall far short of the threshold required for pill administration. Is it premature to halt investigations at those 3 academies? Do you object? No, absolutely not. See it done, and if anything goes awry, you'll answer for it. Understood. Jiang Yi hung up, his expression grave as he gazed upon Ling Feng. To unleash such explosive growth in boundary force, and ascend this swiftly, Ling Feng is profoundly intriguing. Meanwhile, Ling Feng stared blankly at the display screen and sighed, alas, why 9.94? I'd hoped to break through into the one-star boundary cultivator tier. At these words, every onlooker turned toward him with thinly veiled disdain. His understated arrogance verged on absurdity. Students from Class 6 also heard the news and refused to believe it. That Ling Feng, boundary force level 9.94. Damn, is it true? Does our academy really harbor someone like that? No wonder Chen Xinyao conceded outright. She must have sensed she stood no chance against him. Rumors spread like wildfire. Within moments, nearly every faculty member and student across campus knew. Dean Song, who had earlier contemplated disciplinary action against Ling Feng, sat bolt upright upon hearing Pingxing's report, his eyes wide and unblinking. Truly, Dean Song seized Pingxing's shoulders, voice trembling with excitement. The test results are definitive. 9.94 correct. Yes. Pingxing replied, throat parched. The moment the score appeared, I delegated my post to another instructor and rushed here without delay. 9.94. Dean Song's earlier gloom vanished entirely, his eyes gleamed with fervent hope. If Shaoran Secondary Academy produces a one-star boundary cultivator graduate, next year's enrollment will surge dramatically. In the academy's entire history, only 3 graduates had achieved that rank. The most recent over 11 years ago. And here's what we'll do, bring Ling Feng to me now. I need to speak with him, face to face. Understood. I'll go at once. And on the training ground, Ling Feng ambled, leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. And, hey, you're performing that movement incorrectly. Squat deeper. Yes. Apply force with your arms. That's where the efficacy lies. And I'm speaking to you. No slacking off. And students glared resentfully at Ling Feng, but dared utter nothing, cowed by his staggering boundary force level. Ling Feng strolled contentedly along the periphery, only to be intercepted mid-stride by the breathless and Pingxing, who swiftly escorted him to Dean Song's office. Dean, the student has arrived. And, excellent. Please attend to your duties. Dean Song waved dismissively. I'll speak with Ling Feng privately, and right away. And Pingxing closed the door behind him. And Dean Song rose, smiling warmly. Ling Feng. It's a pleasure. And Ling Feng eyed him warily. Dean Song. What do you want? I'll scream if you come any closer. Dean Song blinked, bewildered. And he cleared his throat and explained. Ling Feng, let's discuss your academic advancement. Please sit down. Frowning, Ling Feng sank onto the sofa. And I hear you aspire to secure a recommendation slot at Jiangnan Research Institute. Am I correct? Dean Song asked calmly. Who said that? Ling Feng protested instantly. Dean Song, don't believe their fabrications. How could I possibly dare dream of such a thing? And of course, if no institution accepts you, I suppose I could reluctantly take you in. Dean Song's expression twisted oddly. After a pause, he admitted, actually, the Academy's recommendation quota for Jiangnan Research Institute has been revoked. Hearing this, Ling Feng sprang to his feet, ready to leave. And Dean Song blinked in surprise. Ling Feng, where are you going? Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. Dean Song, if the Jiangnan Research Institute quota is gone, why summon me here? And you're too impatient, child, Dean Song chided gently. Turning, he retrieved a dusty dossier from his safe and placed it before Ling Feng. Peruse this. It outlines our Academy's support package for one-star boundary cultivators. In the monetary stipends and resources originate from national allocation. The remainder constitutes a one-time institutional grant. Ling Feng accepted the dossier and scanned its contents. And, upon attaining one-star boundary cultivator status, the state grants a single 2,000 yuan medicinal supplement and a lifelong monthly stipend of 800 yuan. Our Academy adds a 3,000 yuan medicinal supplement and guarantees admission to a prestigious higher academy. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished that both state and institution offered such generous incentives to one-star boundary cultivators. He studied the document intently. Dean Song, this clearly lists Jiangnan Research Institute. Now that the quota is cancelled, how shall this be resolved? He'd envisioned idling comfortably at Jiangnan Research Institute. Now that path had vanished, leaving him furious. Ling Feng, with your present boundary force level, enrollment at a boundary cultivator academy suffices. There's no need to sit entrance exams for research institutes. Dean Song continued, thus we can offer you guaranteed admission to Jiangnan Higher Academy, plus the 3,000 yuan supplement. No. Ling Feng replied bluntly, crossing into one-star boundary cultivator status fulfills the eligibility criteria for Jiangnan Research Institute. I can pass the entrance exam myself. And if you fail, Dean Song smiled faintly. Guaranteed admission remains the safest path. But that path is ill-fitting and painfully abrasive. Ling Feng retorted, I want only the Jiangnan Research Institute quota. And after all, Jiangnan Higher Academy teamed with geniuses, joining them would mean grinding endlessly in a merciless crucible. How exhausting. Whereas Jiangnan Research Institute offered comfort, propose a modest research project, draw state funding, and live life in serene ease. Nonce one embraces stillness, the world reveals its quiet, radiant beauty. Isn't that so? Ling Feng, please consider the Academy's position, Dean Song murmured, clearing his throat. You've trained here long enough. Your breakthrough benefits both you and us. Ling Feng withdrew his phone. Dean Song, just a moment. Let me consult some references. Dean Song frowned. References? Now. Ling Feng replied coolly. I'm checking whether any institution offers Jiangnan Research Institute quotas without requiring my consideration. If I transfer now, it should still be feasible. Dean Song's face froze instantly. This kid was planning to transfer schools. He could not let Ling Feng go. This was Xiao Ran Zhongding Zueyuan's first real chance in years to turn its fortunes around. Ling Feng. Dean Song cleared his throat and hastened to say, don't be hasty. It's only about the Research Academy positions, right? He'll handle it. There's a good chance. A good chance. Ling Feng frowned. Dean Song, choose your words carefully. Dean Song hesitated. Ling Feng picked up his phone and said, Dean Song, Jiangnan Yinjiu Shuiyuan, next door looks promising. They have 3 slots open. Dean Song hurriedly promised. Ling Feng, I swear I'll find a way to get back our Jiang and Yinzhou Shuyan quota, or else I won't remain Dean. Ling Feng smiled and tapped the stop button on his phone. He signaled, Dean Song. Everything you just said is safely with me. Dean Song's face changed drastically. You recorded it. No, only one line, Ling Feng said smiling. Dean Song will be waiting for your good news. Ling Feng rose and left the dean's office. Dean Song exhaled deeply. Ling Feng was clever, harder to dupe than the teachers at the school. Still a faint smile crept to Dean Song's lips. Once Ling Feng broke through to become a one-star Jieja, he would publicize it widely and bind Ling Feng to Xiao Ran Zhongding Shuyuan. Then Ling Feng would have no escape. As for regaining the Jiang and Yinzhou Shuyuan quota, if he failed it did not matter. The reputation would already be established and Dean Song would be content. What he never expected was that just after leaving the office Ling Feng took out the metal cube Jiang he had given him and played Dean Song's words. The next instant the school's PA system blared. Ling Feng, I swear I'll find a way to get back our Jiang and Yinzhou Shuyuan quota, or else I won't remain Dean. Every teacher and student looked toward the speakers. Dean Song stared at the broadcast in stunned disbelief. What once only Ling Feng knew was now public knowledge. Everyone heard it. Dean Song said he'd recover our academy's quota, or else step down. Let's give Dean Song credit for his courage. Applause. Ling Feng's voice over the speakers prompted thunderous applause from the entire school. Hearing the roaring claps outside, Dean Song went ashen. Ling Feng dashed away like a gust of wind, hiding in a corner of the library to study materials on aberrant beasts. He checked the Tianxiagui official site and found the benefits for one-star Jieja were indeed substantial. Besides promised restorative elixirs and subsidies, if one could break through to two-star Jieja, the rewards doubled. Two-star Jieja receive elixirs worth 500 and a monthly stipend of 1500 yuan. 3-star Jieja receive elixirs worth 100 and a monthly stipend of 2500 yuan. 4-star Jieja receive elixirs worth 300 and a monthly stipend of 500. If one awakens a small world and becomes a chaotic powerhouse, one receives an elixir worth 500 and an 800 yuan monthly stipend. The state's subsidies for Jieja are extraordinary. Ling Feng had known there were subsidies, but after closer study, he found them far more generous than he had imagined. These subsidies covered 23 major cities in Tianxiagua. Get stronger, and you gain rewards. No wonder so many people scramble to become Jieja. Ling Feng smiled wryly. I used to think Jieja subsidies were meager, and that everyone made money hunting aberrant beasts. My father is a 4-star Jieja, so he gets 500 yuan a month. My mother is also a 4-star Jieja and receives 500 yuan. Together that's 100 yuan of passive income, not insignificant. Compared with Ling Feng's family, many households in Jiangnan City were far poorer. This money would sustain them for a long time. Were the students at Xiao Ran Zhongding Shuyuan with G-Force levels 1 to 2 simply untalented? No, many of them could not afford elixirs, and thus could not improve their bodies. Although the school distributed some free elixirs, the benefits were negligible. The state had granted privileges to Jieja, and everyone aspired to become powerful Jieja. Ling Feng finished reading the materials and sighed. This world resembled his past life in many ways, yet it bore essential differences. When the sky falls, a tall man bears it. It would suit me better to enter the research academy and become a researcher. After all, that is my specialty, and the work I failed to complete in my former life. Ling Feng's desire was simple. He did not seek bloodshed. He wanted to be a researcher, as in his past life. It was his obsession and his faith. No matter how much Zheng Hongji or Dean Song argued, he would not abandon his plan. As Ling Feng brooded, a book was placed before him. He looked up to find Jiang Yi. Ling Feng, you want to be a researcher? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. You should have said so earlier. I know more about this than you do. Ling Feng watched Jiang Yi warily. Keep quiet. I want to sign a servitude contract. I'm not asking you to sign anything, Jiang Yi replied. I thought it over, and we share many common goals. We might cooperate without selling yourself. Ling Feng sneered. Call me father once, and he'll believe you. Jiang Yi's expression froze. Don't be like that. I'm here to help, Jiang Yi said, pushing the book toward Ling Feng. This contains basic information about the Research Academy. You can read it first. Ling Feng opened the book Jiang Yi had given him with suspicion. It was a volume introducing researchers and outlined various research directions. Researchers follow a different growth path than Jieja, Jiang Yi said calmly. They can still fight on the front lines. A powerful researcher can single-handedly handle a level 2 aberrant beast tide. Whereas Jieja of the same tier might require a dozen or even 100 people to suppress it. Oh, Ling Feng frowned. His understanding of researchers had remained rooted in his previous life. Ling Feng realized the book did not belong to the Shao Ran Zhongding Shuyuan library. It was something Jiang Yi had brought himself. These materials were beyond what someone his age should access. They were not available online either, which explained why he could not find them. For a researcher, awakening a small world is difficult and requires diverse research methods. There are generally two main approaches. One is to modify oneself to awaken a small world. The other is to use aberrant beast blood to awaken a small world. Of course, some resort to other unorthodox means, for example, certain viruses. At that, Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat. A virus. His own small world had awakened because of an infection by the TX virus. Could it be that the TX virus was the true cause of his small world's emergence? Ling Feng frowned and asked tentatively, if researchers can awaken small worlds too, why are they looked down upon? Nonsense. Jiang Yi glared at him. Only those who fail to understand the might of researchers would say such things. Jiang Yi continued, because researchers are few, they have long been undervalued. Qinxiagua lacks great researchers on guard, which is precisely why we face the situation we do today. Ling Feng was indeed curious. No powerful researchers stationed. What does that mean? Literally, Jiang Yi sighed. The most famous research institute in the world located in America is called the Purple Lightning Research Institute. They have an exceptionally strong researcher whose power is comparable to several generals in our Tianxia kingdom. A researcher's strength can compare to that of a general. Ling Feng was taken aback. How is that possible? The small world of researchers is different from that of boundary masters. Jiang Yi explained, the small world of a boundary master evolves and nurtures itself. Thus, upon reaching a 4-star boundary master and successfully awakening their small world, they are referred to as chaotic realm, because the small world is in its chaotic initial stage, a realm of void, hence the name. Above the chaotic realm is known as the sky floating realm, where a boundary master's small world has developed its own gravitational pull, able to resist the constraints of gravitational forces, allowing it to fly in the sky. Suddenly Ling Feng recalled his senior brother Zheng Hongji. He had directly descended from the sky and then flew away. So he was at the sky floating realm. The small world of researchers, on the other hand, nurtures itself through its own means, Jiang Yi stated. As long as a researcher's small world can produce its own gravity, it can cultivate life forms within. However, before nurturing life forms, researchers are very weak and cannot compete with boundary masters of the same level. There have even been instances of 4-star chaotic researchers being crushed by 2-star boundary masters. Ling Feng was stunned. Researchers are this weak. So after you break through to a 1-star boundary master, you might even be able to crush a 4-star chaotic researcher. Jiang Yi chuckled. Researchers who haven't reached the sky floating realm and produce their own gravity are no different from ordinary people. Then who is the powerful researcher you mentioned? They are researchers at the sky floating realm. Jiang Yi smiled. Upon reaching the sky floating realm, life forms will emerge within their small worlds. Moreover, these life forms are not weak. Those boundary masters can take out one at a time, but dealing with a sky floating realm researcher means you have to face 10 of them. Can the life forms be released? Ling Feng was taken aback. So powerful. Of course, Jiang Yi replied. When a small world produces free gravity, it allows the researcher's body to serve as a medium to release the life forms within the small world. Thus, powerful researchers can resist a tide of second-level alien beasts alone, while boundary masters of the same level would need dozens of people to collaborate. Ling Feng looked at the materials in his hand, his eyes shimmering with light. Jiang Yi, do you think if a researcher is powerful enough, their internal small world could possibly generate another one? Definitely. Jiang Yi replied with intrigue. But nurturing a small world requires a large amount of mental energy, which some researchers lack, causing their small worlds to drain them dry. Conversely, some researchers with excess mental energy manage to nurture multiple small worlds alone, commanding numerous life forms. In a fight, one could stand against a crowd. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled. This is great. If he guessed correctly, the mantle small world in his mind should give birth to a mantle beast. And the lightning small world would give birth to a lightning leopard. When the time comes to fight, he would just need to watch from the sidelines. But don't get your hopes up too high. Jiang Yi poured cold water on Ling Feng. The number of researchers is scarce, and there is a reason for that. First, they need sufficient mental energy, what people generally refer to as vital energy or spirit. Second, they need research funding. And third, they must endure solitude to reach the sky floating realm. Jiang Yi sighed. Talent and funding are achievable for many. However, most people perish at the third step. They lack the talent and luck to become a sky floating realm master, thus spending their lives as ordinary individuals, achieving nothing. Ling Feng fell silent. In his past life, he was a biological researcher, and naturally understood not everyone can achieve results. Some researchers spend half their lives researching a certain field only to find it futile, and that kind of disappointment can drive someone to suicide. It's as despairing as a physicist discovering at the end that physics doesn't exist. After hearing all this, do you still want to become a researcher? Jiang Yi slowly raised his head. Unlike his previous teasing gaze, his current look was serious and sharp. He seemed to be scrutinizing Ling Feng. In this vast night sky, someone must reach out first to pluck the moon. Ling Feng replied resolutely. If they won't do it, I will. If I fail, I will still be one with the stars. Moreover, there are already so many stars in the sky guiding my path. Why fear? What is there to be afraid of? I want to become a researcher, and it's not just mere words. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised. He rarely saw such youthful vigor among the younger generation. Most people aspire to be boundary masters. You are quite interesting, Jiang Yi smiled. Thank you, so are you. Then please settle the consultation fee from earlier. Jiang Yi said nonchalantly, 12,000, thank you. Ling Feng. Goodness, no wonder this kid was so enthusiastic. He was waiting for him to pay up. Ling Feng shot him a glare and stood up to leave. Don't go, I'm just joking. Jiang Yi quickly blocked Ling Feng. How about this? I have a project here, let's collaborate together, shall we? Not interested, Ling Feng replied, preparing to leave. Ling Feng. Jiang Yi called after him. Don't forget, if you can't break through to a 1-star boundary master, there will be no rewards for you. And I can help you break through in 2 days. No need, just save your breath. Ling Feng scoffed, walking away without looking back. Jiang Yi was puzzled. Did Ling Feng not want to break through to a 1-star boundary master? Achieving 1-star boundary master status does not simply mean reaching a 10-0 boundary power level. One must also take an exam at the Star Pavilion to gain national recognition. If Ling Feng continues to hover around 10-0, he might fail during the exam. If he needs to retake the exam, it would be 3 months later. Thus, the current phase is for Ling Feng to raise his boundary power level from 9 to around 10-0 and stabilize it to be considered a 1-star boundary master. Jiang Yi felt he should not have miscalculated. Ling Feng should have been interested. Yet Ling Feng remained unmoved. This kid, does he have his own plans? This is truly strange. Jiang Yi pondered and quickly followed behind Ling Feng. Soon school was over. Ling Feng did not go anywhere, but quietly searched for Zheng Hongji's figure. He noticed that Zheng Hongji was not sitting at the school gate today, but was wandering by the wall, while some security guards were checking people one by one at the school gate. That old Zheng wants to catch me by the wall and the school gate at the same time. Ling Feng guessed that Zheng Hongji would intentionally try to catch him, so this time, he did not go by the wall or the main entrance, but took out the broadcasting controller he had. Old Zheng Din Song wants you to find him, there's an urgent matter. Ling Feng changed his voice to that of a school teacher and sent out a school-wide broadcast. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongji frowned, but had no choice but to hurry back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Feng immediately climbed over the wall and left the school. Ling Feng did not return home immediately. Instead, he went to the entrance of the First People's Hospital in Jiangnan City with the bank card given to him by Ling Changxing yesterday. Next to the hospital, there was a street selling medicinal herbs and materials from exotic beasts. Some of the materials were directly supplied to the hospital, attracting many buyers and sellers. If one wishes to break through to the first-star realm, they need to open a small world. Ling Feng pondered, since he had to open one, he should choose some suitable materials from exotic beasts. If too many small worlds were created, he might be drained of his spiritual energy. After learning about the researchers from Jiang Yi, Ling Feng felt a bit anxious. He feared being turned into a dried corpse. He'll buy one to try first and see how much it costs. Ling Feng entered the street. The street formed an L shape running along the hospital's wall. There were many merchants and some set-up stalls selling materials. Ling Feng had learned online that this place was quite chaotic, with traders, realm travelers, and numerous merchants purchasing materials. Generally, realm travelers would sell the materials from exotic beasts to the Merchant Sea Alliance of Tianxia Kingdom. The Merchant Sea Alliance had branches in major cities and specialized in the business of exotic beasts. However, their buying prices were relatively low, leading many realm travelers to sell in small markets or night markets, hoping for a better price. Ling Feng came here primarily because he could not afford the prices of exotic beast materials online, so he hoped to strike it lucky. In fact, it was his first time here, and the array of items before him dazzled him. There were sellers of claws, flesh, essence, blood, and even those who stealthily approached to ask if one wanted certain roots from exotic beasts, claiming that soaking them in alcohol could enhance one's vitality. Ling Feng felt overwhelmed and quickly waved his hands to leave. After circling around, his frown deepened. Good items were priced at over 100,000, he could not afford them. The inferior items did not appeal to him. Dad only gave me 30,000 and 10,000 of that is his. What should I buy? Just as Ling Feng hesitated, a street vendor suddenly called out to him, "Little brother, I see you have great potential. You must take a look at this treasure I have." He selected an ivory artifact from the stall and introduced it. "This is a craft made from the ivory of the number 102 Earth Dragon Elephant. It is said that when Emperor Qianlong toured Jiangnan, he once cherished it, and it possesses noble energy, ensuring your wealth and prosperity." Ling Feng twitched his mouth. "Emperor Qianlong. I bet this was made just this morning. Were there even exotic beasts back then? Do you think I don't read history books?" The vendor awkwardly replied, "It is a bit exaggerated, but this is indeed an Earth Dragon Elephant ivory product, and it's not expensive, just 80,000. 80,000. Ling Feng countered. "How can you haggle like that?" The vendor helplessly said, "Today, we have a connection. I'll let you have it for 30,000. I urgently need money, otherwise I wouldn't let it go so cheaply." Ling Feng hesitated for a moment. If it truly was the ivory of the number 102 Earth Dragon Elephant, it would rank higher than any exotic beast he had seen. Moreover, this artifact was quite large. Perhaps it could be consumed by his consciousness, to create a new Earth Dragon Elephant small world. At that moment, a cold snort came from beside Ling Feng. "What Earth Dragon Elephant ivory? This is clearly the ivory of the number 506 Snaketail Elephant. That thing can be killed by a second-star realm traveler. How dare you sell it as Earth Dragon Elephant ivory? You're too unscrupulous." Ling Feng turned to see it was Jiang Yi. "Damn, how can this guy be so clingy? I can't shake him off." Hearing Jiang Yi's words, the vendor's expression instantly soured. "Who are you? If you're not buying, don't disturb my business." "Brother, I'm not trying to scam you. This Earth Dragon Elephant ivory indeed has some flaws. Forget 30,000, just 1,000. The vendor looked at Ling Feng. "If you agree quickly, you can take it." 1,000. Jiang Yi sneered. "I don't think it's worth even 100. The vendor was taken aback. "How can you talk like that, young man? If 100 is too expensive for you, then I'll sell it to you for 95. Pay up." Jiang Yi was instantly dumbfounded. Something that can be sold for 95 is being asked for 80,000. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. Jiang Yi shot the vendor a glare and hurriedly followed Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, why didn't you tell me you were coming here?" Jiang Yi laughed. "I have some research on exotic beast materials. If you want to buy, I can help you choose. How much do you charge for consultation?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. "I was just joking." Jiang Yi said, "What relationship do we have for me to charge you a consultation fee?" "Then fine, you disrupted my business. Just now you owe me compensation." Jiang Yi had a face full of questions. "What nonsense is that, making me compensate you? I was about to make a deal, and you popped up and ruined it. Shouldn't you compensate me for that?" Jiang Yi's eyes widened angrily, saying, "I was saving you. That still counts as compensation." "You." Jiang Yi was immediately rendered speechless. Whose shamelessness does Ling Feng resemble? "I'm not dumb. That vendor had a good item on his stall." Ling Feng said calmly, "It should be a pendant made from the petals of the number 158 jade sky hunting flower, and it's quite valuable, but it's damaged. If we negotiate, we should be able to get it at a lower price." "How do you know it's not fake?" "My mom has an identical one, said to be a token of love from my dad, valued at 80,000. Jiang Yi never expected Ling Feng to think so thoroughly. "So, should we go back and forget it?" After all that commotion, that guy probably became suspicious. Ling Feng said helplessly, "Let's go check if there's anything else worth buying, but the price can't be too high. You might as well come with me. I know where to find good and cheap exotic beast materials." "Where?" "You'll know when you come over." Although reluctant, Ling Feng was indeed curious about where Jiang Yi was referring to. Jiang Yi led Ling Feng through the street and directly into the hospital. "They sell exotic beast materials in the hospital." Ling Feng's expression was strange. "Don't ask so much, trust me, you won't be disappointed." Jiang Yi confidently led Ling Feng to the second floor of the hospital pharmacy. Ling Feng saw that there were many rooms, each containing various transparent square boxes resembling a place selling dried fruits in a supermarket. However, these boxes were more exquisite and tightly sealed, containing some powder. "What are these?" "They are ground powders made from the leftover materials of exotic beasts sold here. These medicinal powders can be used directly to make supplements, and some plant-based exotic beast powders can even be used to strengthen the body and treat diseases." Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Ling Feng suddenly realized. Some materials from exotic beasts were useless, but discarding them would be a waste, so they were uniformly processed into powder and sent here. "You are also taking exotic beast materials back to make supplements, right?" Jiang Yi glanced at Ling Feng and guessed there might be some powders here that are suitable for you. Ling Feng did not answer directly. He just wanted to consume the materials from exotic beasts to separate a new small world, allowing himself to break through to the first star realm. But this was Ling Feng's secret, and he would not tell Jiang Yi. "Let's not talk too much, let's go in and take a look." Just as Ling Feng was about to step in, he was stopped by two security guards at the entrance. "Please show your purchasing permit." Ling Feng was taken aback. What was that? But Jiang Yi was unfazed and took out a card from the pocket of his jacket, waving it at them. 5-star VIP. The two security guards were startled and quickly stepped aside, saying please go ahead. Ling Feng was stunned. Jiang Yi, though young, actually had a purchasing VIP card here. Jiang Yi winked at Ling Feng, saying proudly, I told you I have connections. Ling Feng curled his lips disdainfully. Yet Jiang Yi's background was indeed formidable. The miniature laser cannon earlier coupled with today's VIP card did not ease Ling Feng's mind. Instead, they heightened his wariness. Let me introduce you. This is sample now. 166, powdered bone of the lightning chi. Jiang Yi pointed to a golden yellow substance resembling fine metallic dust, typically used for decoration or as a calcium supplement to prevent osteoporosis. Beyond that, it holds little practical value. Ling Feng nodded. Of the lightning cheetah's entire body, only its pelt and refined blood commanded high value. Its flesh ranked second. Some realm walkers dried it into jerky, given its exceptional protein content. Its bones, however, were virtually worthless, scant marrow fit only for grinding into powder. This crimson one is sample no. 106, dried and ground petals of the crimson flame bloodbud flower. It enhances blood circulation and fortifies qi and blood. It's commonly incorporated into tonic formulations. I recommend acquiring some. Ling Feng glanced over. He recalled the crimson flame bloodbud flower. Chen Xinyao had once consumed a tonic derived from it branded Crimson Flame X, which elevated her realm force rating from 3.0 to 6.2. This is truly exceptional. Ling Feng nodded, then checked the price. Good heavens, 120 yuan per gram. He nearly recoiled in shock. 100 grams would cost 12,000 yuan, half a gene, 30,000. His entire savings, combined with Ling Chongqing's private stash, could barely afford half a gene. You could purchase just a small quantity, Jiang Yi suggested. Steep it daily in tea. Within a month you'll ascend to 4-star realm walker. Ling Feng felt tempted, but the price was exorbitant. Spending 30,000 would utterly deplete Ling Chongqing's secret funds. I'll consider it further. Ling Feng sighed helplessly. Compared to several gene of mantle stone, half a gene of flower powder might not even suffice to open a microcosm. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether this powder could even trigger microcosmic awakening. How about this? You call me father, and I'll gift you 100 grams. Jiang Yi teased. Such an offer. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed instantly. How much cash do you carry? I'll bankrupt you with titles. Or grandfather, but double the dose. Ling Feng grinned. It's up to you. You'd bankrupt yourself first. Jiang Yi snapped. Ling Feng, could you possibly be any more shameless? If you wish, I certainly can. Jiang Yi stared blankly, then sighed. Enough banter. Xingyi Research Institute is currently conducting pharmaceutical trials. Subjects receive 10,000 yuan compensation outright. 10,000. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, yet doubt flickered. Xingyi Research Institute. Could they poison me? A facility of that stature has no motive to harm you, Jiang Yi retorted, exasperated. Before the trial you'll sign comprehensive insurance, state-guaranteed compensation in case of incident. He withdrew a card from his inner pocket. This is Xingyi's address. Seek Professor Zhou Anlin. Ling Feng hesitated. He feared it, yet accepted the card. Truth be told, 10,000 yuan was no trivial sum. And biological trials. He knew that terrain well, unlikely to be duped. As they spoke, several figures entered the shop. Pack everything, from here to there. Their first words declared wealth and audacity, ordering vast quantities of rare beast powders. Ling Feng frowned and turned. Who was this nouveau riche spending so lavishly? Yet as he looked, their gaze locked onto him. Eyes met. The man gasped, then rushed forward, gripping Ling Feng's hand. Brother-in-law. Ling Feng blinked, bewildered. Who on earth was this? Me. You don't remember, the man chuckled. Lin Yiping. We met when you picked up your sister. Ah, right. The one who got blasted skyward. Recognition dawned. During Jiang Yi's capture, Lin Yiping had charged first and been hurled away most spectacularly. Ling Feng himself had emerged unscathed. Lin Yiping flushed, embarrassed. I was careless. Ambushed by that brat. If I see him again, I'll At that moment, Jiang Yi turned, expressionless. Lin Yiping recoiled in shock. Little freak. You're here. I'm accompanying Ling Feng. Jiang Yi stepped closer to him. If you wish to lay a hand on me, you'll have to pass through Ling Feng first. Lin Yiping's breath hitched. He glanced at Ling Feng, then leaned in, voice hushed. Brother-in-law, how much did this freak pay you? No matter. I'll double it. Ling Feng sighed inwardly. He recalled Lin Yiping's family dealt in medicinal herbs. His presence here was hardly surprising. What do you mean, Lin Yiping? Jiang Yi frowned. Trying to poach him? Poach? Why not? Lin Yiping sneered. One punch from me knocks down 10 like you. Afraid? Jiang Yi retorted, hand drifting toward his coat pocket. Remember how you flew? Courtesy of my fist. That was carelessness. My realm force stands at 18. 2. I'll soon ascend to 2nd star realm walker. Should I fear you? Prove it. Fine, let's prove it. Their quarrel escalated, vying for dominance over Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Ling Feng quietly selected several rare beast powders. I'll take 50 grams of sample now. 132 Stone Origin Beast Powder and 50 grams of sample now. 106 Crimson Flame Bloodbud Flower Powder. How much total? 10,000 yuan. Accepted. Swipe card. Ling Feng handed over his card and entered his PIN. Moments later, 2 vials rested in his palm. His heart ached. The 10,000 yuan bought mere trinkets less than a single meal's worth. Yet if they unlocked a microcosm, the price was justified. Jiang Yi and Lin Yiping continued bickering. Ling Feng seized the chance, slipping quietly toward the exit. But Jiang Yi spotted him. Ling Feng, don't run. Jiang Yi lunged after him, pausing only to hurl a final warning at Lin Yiping, you'll wait for me. Lin Yiping snorted, ignoring Jiang Yi entirely, turning back to survey the shop's inventory. He'd come on family business, otherwise he'd have pursued Ling Feng to renew acquaintance. Elsewhere, Ling Feng sprinted outside, clutching his purchases. Jiang Yi caught up breathless. Why flee so fast? Mission accomplished. Time to leave, Ling Feng replied wryly. I'm broke, why linger? Stand guard. We haven't discussed cooperation yet. Don't even think about it. You'll just swindle me again. Ling Feng shot Jiang Yi a sharp, distrustful glance. This boy radiated mischief. Caution was imperative. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to protest, when hospital alarms blared. Red emergency lights pulsed across corridors. What's happening? Ling Feng froze. This was his first encounter with such chaos. A level 2 casualty incident has occurred. Jiang Yi's expression hardened. Ling Feng, step aside. Don't obstruct the flow. He tugged Ling Feng's sleeve, melting them both into the crowd. Ambulances flooded the street. Sirens wailed, echoing above the throng. What happened? Why so many ambulances? These are frontline units. Has a crisis erupted somewhere? Voices buzzed. Ling Feng stretched his neck toward the vehicles. Medical teams mobilized swiftly, swinging open rear doors. Wounded were carried out. Blood seeped through stretchers, dripping onto cobblestones, soaking deep into the stone. The sight of their injuries drew collective gasps. Even Ling Feng's breath quickened. His eyes widened in stark, visceral horror. On the stretcher, the injured man's left shoulder had been bitten by some creature, and his entire arm was missing. He was roaring in agony, seemingly trying to endure the pain. The gruesome scene caused the parents present to cover their children's eyes. 4-star chaos, Jiang Yi sighed. It seems he encountered a level 2 beast tide, and was attacked by a beast from the Void Realm. Level 2 beast tide. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Doesn't that happen only once every few years? It happens on the outskirts of the city, but they are realm challengers, and cannot just remain near the city. They need to venture into other ruined cities to hunt powerful beasts. Though level 2 beast tides are rare, their occurrence in those ruined cities is not uncommon, Jiang Yi explained. Once encountered, it is difficult to retreat unscathed below the Void Realm. You saw it too right. That 4-star Chaos Realm challenger whose strength surpasses your father's by countless times still ended up like this. Jiang Yi quietly said, Ling Feng, those within the walls are never the strong, but rather the next generation nurtured by humanity. Outside the walls is the real world, far more brutal, bloodier, and more maddening. Out there the strong are numerous and beasts roam freely. Humanity's former territories have been seized. Even the strongest may fall as a result. Ling Feng fell silent, watching the injured being pushed out from the ambulance, his gaze momentarily touched. Some were missing legs, others lost arms, some had half their bodies gone, and others had their faces devoured, leaving behind a bloody mess. The muffled wails and cries echoed, frightening the onlooking children. Ling Feng, one day you will have to go. Jiang Yi turned calmly, looking at Ling Feng as he asked, are you afraid? Of course I'm afraid, Ling Feng nodded, terribly afraid. Jiang Yi was taken aback, a hint of disappointment appearing in his eyes. But in the next moment Ling Feng continued, but more than death, I fear the loss of my homeland. I do not wish to see my family, classmates, and friends perish at the hands of beasts or end up like that. Ling Feng. Jiang Yi's disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by joy. Indeed, this was the person he had been looking for. Facing danger, brave and unyielding. Just as Jiang Yi was about to praise Ling Feng said, of course before that I must survive. Didn't you say researchers have no power before reaching the Void Realm? Then I must survive until I become a Void Realm practitioner. Surviving is the key to victory. The heavens did not give birth to me, Ling Feng, but I will endure through the long night of eternity. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, his expression turning peculiar. He was really moved. You really are a little darling. Thanks for the compliment, I'm off. Ling Feng immediately turned, but Jiang Yi did not see that Ling Feng's gaze had become resolute at that moment. After being reborn for so long, he yearned for strength for the first time. Only with sufficient strength can he protect his homeland and safeguard his family and friends. After leaving the hospital, Ling Feng did not go anywhere else. He went straight home. His parents had not yet finished work, so he locked himself in his room preparing to study the 2 vials of powder he had just bought. The white one is from the stone source beast, and the red one is from the crimson flame bloodbud flower. Ling Feng opened the database on his phone and muttered, ID 132 stone source beast, a silicon-based life form with no fixed form, feeding on rocks and silicon crystals. Most stone source beasts take the shape of gigantic stone humans, while a few can mimic wild beasts. Their strength ranges from 2-star chaos to 4-star chaos. Stone source beast. Ling Feng looked at the information, then at the bottle of white powder before him. It shouldn't be eaten directly, it's meant for weapon making. He had figured this out before purchasing. However, having learned from the previous experience with the mantle stone, Ling Feng felt he did not need to ingest it only to make contact. Let's try first and see. Ling Feng held the bottle in his palm and poured some stone source beast powder out. The powder sparkled like precious diamonds. As expected, the powder quickly merged into Ling Feng's body from his palm. He immediately closed his eyes, his consciousness drawn into the sea of awareness. This time it was not a passive entry, he actively entered this space of consciousness. Before him, the white mantle microworld and the golden lightning microworld revolved around the dark microworld in the center. At this moment, the stone source beast powder he had absorbed began to take effect. The powder poured down from above the dark microworld and then merged into it. Soon the text above the dark microworld changed. Stone source microworld TX virus infection. Attribute Earth. World construction level 1. Talent high pressure strike active. Why is it only 1? Ling Feng was stunned. Hurry and pour some more. He skillfully regained his senses and poured all the stone source beast powder from the bottle into his hand. Quickly all the powder merged into Ling Feng's body, becoming part of the dark microworld in his mind. The world construction level also began to change. 1, 2, 3, 4. The number stopped at 4 and did not move. Damn, I spent 4,000 for just a 4 increase. If it were to split, wouldn't it cost 100,000? Ling Feng thought of this, and his expression turned quite grim. He waited for a while, confirming that the number would not change anymore, and sighed as he returned his consciousness to his body. He stood up and moved around a bit. I don't feel any changes. I guess the numbers are too small, so the increase is limited. What a ripoff, but would have been better not to increase at all. 4,000 bucks. 4,000 was not a small amount for Ling Feng, who was still in school. I can only pin my hopes on this bottle of red powder now. Ling Feng sighed, then picked up the other bottle. The powder from the crimson flame bloodbud flower was beneficial to the body, even if it couldn't open a microworld. Just drinking it daily was greatly advantageous. This powder was excellent, but its only downside was its cost. It was extremely expensive. Just 1 gram cost 120, and 10 grams for making a cup of tea would cost 1,002. Ling Feng painfully poured some powder into his hand. He chose not to swallow it, but waited quietly to see if he could absorb it directly through his skin. Time passed second by second, and nothing happened. It shouldn't be like this. Do I really have to swallow it? Ling Feng furrowed his brows. But he still took a cup of water and swallowed all the red powder from earlier. As the crimson flame bloodbud flower entered his body, a warm feeling began to spread through Ling Feng's internal organs. The warm sensation lasted for a while, soon fading away. The dark spherical mass in the sea of consciousness remained still. Ling Feng suddenly realized that this effect seemed to be caused not by the rose powder, but by the warm water. You drink warm water, and you feel it too. How could this be? Ling Feng was puzzled. Could it be that the dark spherical mass can only cultivate one small world at a time? If that's the case, then what he just consumed would truly be a health supplement. For a moment, the words "big fool" seemed to be etched on Ling Feng's face. There's still about half of the powder left. Ling Feng looked at the bottle with concern. I need to find a way to make money quickly, otherwise I'll be stuck here, unable to progress. The 4,000 worth of stone source beast powder only increased the world construction level by 4, while he wasted 3,000 on crimson flame bloodbud powder. A total of 7,000 spent without any improvement made Ling Feng quite distressed. Ling Feng picked up his phone and began searching for suitable ways to make money. However, much like his previous searches in this world rampant with exotic beasts, most means of earning were suppressed. The most lucrative option was still hunting exotic beasts, followed by finance. Both options were quite difficult for Ling Feng. Hunting exotic beasts seems impossible. With my current strength, I might end up as their dinner. As for finance, it's hard to manage without capital. Ling Feng thought for a moment, suddenly struck by inspiration. He opened the door, and Ling Yuan had already returned. Today is Friday, and there are no evening classes at Jiangnan First Secondary Academy, so school was released early. Brother, Mom, and Dad said they would take me to the Star Pavilion this weekend to take the Level 2 Realm Traveler exam. Are you going? Ling Yuan asked while playing a game. What would I go for? Ling Feng replied helplessly, then asked, Yuan, do you have any ways to make money? Ling Yuan pressed the game controller with his right hand while pulling a book out of his backpack with his left. The Penal Code of Tianxia Country. It's all here, take a look yourself. Ling Feng's expression turned strange, and he coughed lightly, saying, I meant ways that don't involve getting locked up. You should have said so earlier. Ling Yuan took out a flyer from the cabinet. Ling Feng glanced at a guide to donating to human sperm banks. Ling Feng was stunned. What did Ling Chongqing mean by putting this on the coffee table? The amount of information was overwhelming. Is there anything that doesn't harm the body? Ling Feng asked again, something more normal. Don't bring up these weird things. Ling Yuan put down the controller and stretched out his hand. Buy me a new game console, and he'll tell you. Ling Feng's face darkened. Too expensive, not buying. Then there's nothing. Ling Yuan replied. I originally wanted to take you to make money, but it seems you have no sincerity, forget it. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, unable to bear the thought of a child not getting anything in return. How much is the game console? 3,000. Ling Yuan said with a smile. Brother, order it now to get a discount coupon for 5 off. Am I the kind of person who lacks 5? Ling Feng's expression darkened. What I lack is 3,000. Stop pretending you and Dad have teamed up to swindle Mom out of so much money. What's 3,000? Ling Feng. Ling Feng wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately decided to buy the game console for Ling. Don't buy it with your phone, use mine. Ling Yuan handed his phone to Ling Feng. What's the difference? You'll find out soon enough. Ling Feng was somewhat skeptical, but for the sake of making money, he gritted his teeth and paid. Looking at the order on Ling Yuan's phone, Ling Feng felt a pang of heartache. The game console has been bought, you should fulfill your promise now, right? Of course. Ling Yuan smiled and opened his tablet. This is my plan, empowering the future. Ling Yuan explained seriously to Ling Feng. The underlying logic of our plan is to break through information barriers and create a comfortable user ecosystem. The top-level design here focuses on user perception, better serving users through differentiation and granularity. After Ling Yuan spoke, Ling Feng was dazed from beginning to end. He understood the individual words, but what did it mean when combined? Participating in this project will provide you with an unprecedented experience and returns. Ling Yuan pulled out a document from his bag. Brother, this is the contract. Investing means earning. Once you sign, we become partners. Ling Feng hazily signed an investment agreement. He couldn't fully comprehend the words written on the agreement, but it sounded very grand. Where's the investment money? Ling Yuan asked. Here you go. Ling Feng handed over a bank card. It has Dad's 10,000 and the rest is my investment funds. Very good. Ling Yuan smiled as he accepted the card. Yuan, when can we expect returns from the returns? Let's talk about it after I get into a higher academy. Ling Yuan tucked away the contract and casually replied. Ling Feng frowned. Is it going to take that long? Ling Yuan said with a grin. It was originally a plan to invest in my entrance to a higher academy, so of course it would take until I get in. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He immediately glanced at the contract in his hand. Project user Ling Yuan, all explanatory rights belong to Ling Yuan. Ling Feng angrily said, this is fraud. And you talk about breaking through information barriers. Ling Yuan explained solemnly. Yes, creating a comfortable user ecosystem. Users are me, and I am the user. Is there a problem? Then what about the top-level design and focusing on user perception? It centers on my feelings, and all funds serve me. Ling Yuan's response nearly made Ling Feng explode with anger. Give me back my card. Brother, we signed a contract. Ling Yuan hid the card in his pocket. We have to act according to the contract. Doesn't it say in the contract that breaching it incurs a penalty of 20,000? Ling Feng gritted his teeth, realizing he had been played by Ling Yuan. He'll return the game console right now. You can't return it. The order is on my phone. Ling Feng was taken aback. This guy was waiting for him. He stood up feeling a bit frantic, but after a while still sat down sighing. Yuan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. I'm so disappointed in you. Ling Yuan glared at Ling Feng and huffed. Who told you to delete my shopping cart first? Ling Feng helplessly replied. Siblings shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Ling Yuan huffed. Once it's overnight, it's a big grudge. Ling Feng sighed. But there's still Dad's 10,000 in that card. Don't worry, you'll pay him back. Ling Yuan smiled. Brother, once I get into a higher academy, this money will definitely be useful, and he'll pay you back double then. You still owe me that 50 from last time. So this is a compensation for you. Ling Yuan took out 2 bottles of restorative medicine from his bag. Mom and Dad gave these to me yesterday, but they don't have much effect on me anymore, so I'm giving them to you. Ling Feng received the 2 bottles of restorative medicine. This is the Flame No. One made from the flame man-eating flower with the code 232, which can comprehensively enhance the physical attributes of the user. However, for Ling Yuan, who had already broken through to the 2-star realm, even drinking it wouldn't yield much improvement. These two items would cost several thousand each if sold outside. Considering this, Ling Feng didn't incur any loss, and even made a profit. After all, he only had 17,000 left in his bank account, with 10,000 being Ling Chengsheng's private stash. Ling Feng found himself at a loss for words. He could only say get some rest, and don't eat too many snacks. Ling Yuan obediently nodded, got it, brother. Ling Feng helplessly returned to his room, gazing at the 2 bottles of restorative medicine with deep melancholy. I just don't have enough money. Ling Feng sighed. He took out a business card from his pocket. It was given to him by Jiang Yi earlier, supposedly related to the Xingyi Research Institute. Do I really have to participate in the experiment? Will there be any danger? Ling Feng pondered for a while, then decided to check the information about the Xingyi Research Institute on his phone. Xingyi Research Institute, established during the Great Catastrophe, is dedicated to biopharmaceutical research. Founded by Jiang Xing and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Ling Feng suddenly noticed something strange. But that kid is so young, it can't be him, just a namesake. Let me take a look. The Xingyi Research Institute treated over 10 million human realm practitioners during the Great Catastrophe, receiving full support from the Jiangnan city government and Jiangnan Research Academy, and now has established branches in other cities, growing substantially. At first glance, the information seemed solid. With official backing, it appeared safe. However, Ling Feng's cautious nature urged him to look up Professor Zhou Anlin. Zhou Anlin, male, 46 years old, a renowned scholar, national-level researcher, student of Jiang Yi, initially employed at the headquarters of Xingyi Research Institute as the deputy director. He once risked his life to rescue the public during the Great Catastrophe and was awarded the title of Honorary Citizen of Jiangnan City. He has numerous research project achievements. Ling Feng nodded. If I can secure a reward of 100,000, I should be able to open a small world directly. Although I was somewhat fearful of the Xingyi Research Institute, my fear was due to not having enough leverage. With the promise of 100,000 after a long contemplation, I decided to give it a try. However, before going, he had to prepare by adding his parents' phone numbers as emergency contacts and equipping himself with some gear, just in case the researchers tried to detain him. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, at that moment inside the Xingyi Research Institute, Professor Zhou was staring at the screen, frowning and saying, "Teacher, will this Ling Feng really come? Based on my understanding of this kid, he definitely will. This kid has been progressing rapidly and absolutely needs the restorative medicine. He bought some powder at the hospital today, and now he should be figuring out how to get the money." But why did you only give him your contact information? Professor Zhou asked in confusion. Aren't there several other subjects to observe? Although this kid started off worse than those others, he might give us a surprise. Jiang Yi replied calmly, "Did you analyze the video I sent you earlier?" "I did, but I still couldn't find the reason for his sudden increase in realm power." Professor Zhou hesitated and tentatively asked, "Teacher, did you give him our pills? Otherwise he wouldn't have." Jiang Yi frowned and glanced at Professor Zhou. "If I had given him any, would I bring the video to you for research? Think with your pig brain, is that even possible?" "Indeed, it's impossible. You're right, teacher." In front of Jiang Yi, Professor Zhou was like a grandson, quickly nodding in agreement. "Prepare some experimental pills. When Ling Feng arrives tomorrow, we'll conduct tests." Understood. The next morning, Ling Feng took the subway following the navigation on his phone and arrived at the Xingyi Research Institute. The Xingyi Research Institute is located in the outskirts of Jiangnan City on the summit of Xingyi Mountain. This area is one of the few mountainous regions in Jiangnan City, said to provide a view of most of Jiangnan City. Ling Feng didn't expect to have to climb when he came, so he brought a lot of equipment just in case. But it was these heavy items that made his ascent along the mountain path increasingly difficult. Time passed slowly. Jiang Yi sat at the entrance of the Research Institute, his previously calm, tea-drinking demeanor now showing signs of anxiety. "Teacher, it's already 10:30, and that Ling Feng hasn't shown up yet. Is he not coming?" "Impossible." Jiang Yi felt puzzled. Based on his understanding of Ling Feng, he would definitely come. But now he was late and still hadn't seen Ling Feng's figure. Could it be that this kid is truly indifferent to the 100,000 reward? Let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't arrive by 11, we'll leave. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Just then, panting heavily, Ling Feng climbed up from the mountain path. Damn, what kind of ridiculous research institute is built on a mountaintop? It's exhausting. The researchers immediately showed odd expressions upon hearing this. Seeing Ling Feng, Jiang Yi was overjoyed. "Ling Feng." He chuckled and ran over. "You finally made it. What are you doing here?" Ling Feng was taken aback. "Are you also here for the test?" In an instant, Ling Feng became wary. "The 100,000 is mine. Don't even think about stealing it." "Jiang Yi, help me out. Oh, I'm exhausted." Ling Feng gasped for breath and sat down on one. Jiang Yi took a look at Ling Feng and was immediately left dumbfounded. Bulletproof vest, iron wrist guards, leg protectors, and a copper helmet along with a set of steel gloves, plus a seemingly bulging backpack. Jiang Yi's expression was peculiar. Are you here to break through challenges, or to be a test subject? By the way, isn't there a cable car over there? Why did you choose to climb the mountain path? What did you say? Ling Feng was startled and quickly looked in the other direction. Oh my, there really is one. The electric cable car goes up the mountain without any physical effort. I'm at a huge loss. Ling Feng immediately lamented. He had climbed for a whole hour. All right, hurry up and come in. Jiang Yi said helplessly. The experiment is about to begin. Also take off all that gear. This is the research institute, not a slaughterhouse. Why are you being so cautious? No way, I'm delicate. I'm afraid they'll take action against me. Jiang Yi. This Ling Feng seems to have some misunderstandings about the Xingyi Research Institute. But having finally waited for him, Jiang Yi couldn't let a duck that had already landed fly away. He immediately had the researchers come out to lead Ling Feng inside. Once inside the Xingyi Research Institute, Ling Feng realized his narrow perspective. From the outside, the institute appeared to be just a series of white buildings indistinguishable from the places he had been in his past life. However, stepping inside revealed a grand spectacle. In the hall of the Xingyi Research Institute, various biological samples were displayed from the smallest star mice to the largest earth dragon elephants. They nearly had it all. Not to mention the lightning cheetah's red flame, man-eating flowers, and iron-hoofed demon goats. From specimen number 99 to number 700, we have them all here. Professor Zhou smiled and said the strongest among them can reach the void realm, while the weakest is a one-star realm practitioner. Ling Feng curiously looked at these specimens, many of which he didn't recognize. Especially a creature resembling a monkey with a mushroom on its head. Professor, what is this? Ling Feng. This is the Xiwan beast. Professor Zhou smiled. The Xiwan beast is a silicon-based life form with an unstable form, but it has one obvious characteristic: it likes to have its reproductive organs on its head. Ling Feng's expression suddenly became peculiar. Good heavens, the Xiwan beast powder he ingested last night came from this creature. The stone source beast has many other forms, such as wolf-shaped, tiger-shaped, plant-like, and even resembling a pile of garbage. Professor Zhou reminded Ling Feng, if you see a stone shaped like a garbage pile outside the city, make sure to stay away. Ling Feng nodded with a strange expression. This stone source beast was simply a trickster among the beasts. Even if one day a peach-shaped stone source beast appeared, Ling Feng would not be surprised. Ahead is our experimental center for this time. The testers who came today have already left. You are the last one. When Professor Zhou said this, he displayed a hint of nervousness, fearing that Ling Feng would discover the secret. I am the last one. What about this guy? Ling Feng frowned, pointing at Jiang Yi. The researchers had various expressions, and Professor Zhou's heart sank. Just as he was about to speak, he felt Jiang Yi's piercing gaze. Then he explained, he has completed the test and meets our research requirements. After passing the test, a reward will be credited to his account along with 100,000 yuan. What? He meets the requirements. Just him. Ling Feng was taken aback. Professor Zhou coughed lightly. Yes. Jiang Yi chuckled. Ling Feng, are you not convinced? I do meet the requirements. If you have the ability, try it yourself. I'm afraid of you that you won't pass the test. Ling Feng glared at him. I'll try it. If you can do it, so can I. Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng meaningfully. He felt relieved that he had finally tricked this guy into the experiment. He had been an undercover agent running experiments, and it had been exhausting. Mr. Ling, please. Professor Zhou smiled. Let me explain some key points of this experiment to you. Professor Zhou and a group of researchers brought Ling Feng to the experimental center. Ling Feng was surprised to find that there was a small testing area inside, about the size of half a playground. This is a detection wristband that allows us to know your physical data. Professor Zhou handed Ling Feng a metallic wristband, which had some glowing buttons on it. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, took off a wrist guard, and put on the metallic wristband. Now you just need to sign an agreement, and we can start the experiment. Professor Zhou then handed Ling Feng a document. Ling Feng carefully reviewed the content of the document, ensuring there were no traps before signing his name. Here are the test pills. Professor Zhou handed over a white box and said, choose one, and you can take it during the experiment. This won't be fatal, right? Ling Feng asked warily. Don't worry, it poses no harm to the human body. It's just like an ordinary supplement. Professor Zhou assured him, otherwise our research institute would have been shut down by the Safety Bureau long ago. Alright, I'll call the Safety Bureau now and have them oversee my testing. Professor Zhou was taken aback and immediately stopped Ling Feng from taking out his phone. That's unnecessary. They are busy too. These 3 pills are made from the blood essence of the No. 147 Desert Sand Wolf No. 166 Lightning Cheetah, and No. 285 Savage Bull Beast. They are harmless to humans and can actually enhance some levels of qi. Our agreement states that the experimental content cannot be leaked. So let's get started. Professor Zhou's smooth talk made Ling Feng suspicious. You eat one first, Professor Zhou said. Seeing that Ling Feng was unyielding, Professor Zhou had no choice but to open the box. Wait, what now? I want to choose. Professor Zhou's face turned purple. If it weren't for Jiang Yi's determined gaze, he might have wanted Ling Feng to leave. Ling Feng selected a gray pill and handed it to Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou sighed and swallowed it. Nothing happened. I took the pill and it had no effect. I've already tested it, Professor Zhou said with a wry smile. That's why we need to find test subjects. So if I take this, I get a reward of 100,000 yuan. Correct. Professor Zhou nodded helplessly. Ling Feng finally felt assured and selected a gray pill, walking into the research area. That was a drug made from the blood essence of the No. 147 desert sandwolf. Prepare to start the test. Professor Zhou sighed with relief and immediately arranged for a group of researchers to take their positions, pulling down the screen for the experiment. Jiang Yi also took out a pair of high-tech glasses from his pocket. Finally tricked this guy in, Jiang, he said with a smile. I wonder if he can awaken the powers brought by the pill. Teacher, why do you have so much confidence in this guy? Professor Zhou asked in confusion. This kid's chi level is not high. Even if he breaks through quickly, maybe it's just from taking supplements. You talk too much. Jiang Yi shot him a glare. Have you ever seen someone whose chi level hasn't even reached a 1-star realm be able to withstand a micro-electromagnetic cannon? Well, no. The formulas we excavated from ancient civilization ruins can only be activated by those with extraordinary talent. All of you useless fools can't do it. Otherwise I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, you're right, teacher. Professor Zhou and some researchers lowered their heads in shame. Hurry up and get Ling Feng to take the pill. Oh, we need his physical data. Okay. Professor Zhou immediately grabbed the microphone. Tester No. 3, you may take the medication. Ling Feng looked around. Tester No. 3. Who the hell is Tester No. 3? It's you. Professor Zhou was speechless and hurriedly urged, hurry up and take the pill. Only then did Ling Feng realize, feeling a bit anxious, he swallowed the gray pill. PDD 147, an ancient civilization drug made from the desert gray wolf, can temporarily activate the user's speed and strength, granting the ability Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and said indifferently, keep a close eye on Tester No. 3 strength and speed values. Understood. Many researchers immediately began to monitor Ling Feng's various physical indicators through the wristband. After Ling Feng swallowed the pill, he remained silent for a while. He stood motionless in the center of the testing area. Professor Zhou couldn't help but ask Ling Feng, what's wrong? This thing tastes terrible. Ling Feng looked up with a long face. It's like eating sand. Can't you make it strawberry flavored? Everyone. Jiang Yi frowned and asked, how are his physical values? Any changes? None. Professor Zhou frowned and said it only increased by about 2, the same effect as a normal person taking the same dose of supplement. What? Impossible. Jiang Yi pushed aside a researcher staring at the screen in disbelief. This can't be true. With Ling Feng's talent, the effect should be very obvious. Teacher, it seems you underestimated him. Professor Zhou sighed. We tested several subjects, and the pill seems to only work on you. Ling Feng is no exception. Jiang Yi felt silent beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If Ling Feng didn't work, the other 2 potential testers probably wouldn't succeed either. Wait a bit more. Jiang Yi said in a deep voice, perhaps the effect is slow to kick in. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and patiently waited. In the testing area, Ling Feng felt a bit bored and started jogging around the testing field. After swallowing the Stone Source Beast powder yesterday, he felt his physical strength had increased a bit, but not much. He just wanted to get the 100,000 yuan to buy back all the Stone Source Beast powder and successfully create a small world. But as he looked at the researchers behind the glass, a new thought crossed his mind. If they don't pay me, he'll just chip off a piece of the Stone Source Beast sample. The effect will be the same. Jiang Yi and Professor Zhou still had no idea that the samples in the Research Institute had already caught Ling Feng's eye. Time passed by second. Jiang Yi's body data showed no changes. Professor Zhou, he said, it has been 30 minutes, exceeding the predicted time by 100. Should we declare the experiment a failure? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept it. How could this be? Even Ling Feng cannot stimulate the power of ancient civilization drugs. Professor Zhou asked, if we wait any longer we might not get any results. The experiment has failed. Jiang Yi sighed, processed the experimental samples, and sent Ling Feng back. He felt very disappointed. All the work over the past few days seemed wasted. Professor Zhou nodded and picked up the microphone, saying, Tester No. 3, you may come out now. The test has concluded. Ling Feng walked out of the testing area in a daze. He saw the researchers looking dejected, and even the air seemed to carry a sense of loss. What's wrong? Ling Feng asked. Did someone steal your takeaway? The others had just been feeling down, but Ling Feng's question caused their expressions to freeze. Jiang Yi approached and patted Ling Feng on the shoulder. They have already transferred the 100,000 to you. Today should be the last time you and I meet. If you have anything to say, feel free to speak. Ling Feng was taken aback, overjoyed. Really? Is there such good fortune? Double happiness? Jiang Yi replied. Aren't you going to ask what the drug is for? Jiang Yi couldn't help but counter. Not asking, but if I do you might want to kill me to silence me, Ling Feng said. Knowing too much won't do me any good. Jiang Yi was speechless. You should watch fewer TV dramas. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Ling Feng said with a smile. I have other matters to attend to. Fine, Jiang Yi sighed. If you had met the standards, the extra reward would have been 200,000. Now you can only take away 100,000. Ling Feng, who was about to leave, immediately turned back and asked how much. 200,000, what's wrong? 200,000. Ling Feng took a deep breath. Stars sparkled in his eyes. If he could get this 200,000 plus the 100,000 he just received, 30,000 would be enough for him to open 2 more small worlds. He immediately sat down, cleared his throat, and said, I just remembered I still have some time, so I'll sit here and listen to you talk about the drug you mentioned. What would it be like if the experiment met the standards? Ling Feng's sudden change in attitude left the researcher speechless. Jiang Yi did not rush him out, but signaled to Professor Zhou to come over and explain. Professor Zhou was somewhat unwilling after all the experiment had failed, and he had no reason to tell Ling Feng the truth. However, Jiang Yi's gaze was extremely sharp, which compelled him to sit down. Our drug was actually excavated from the ancient civilization ruins No. 003 of Tianxia. Professor Zhou explained, based on the drug data from the ancient civilization ruins, we manufactured a batch of special drugs. These drugs, when taken theoretically, can stimulate the properties of the drug itself. For example, the drug you just consumed can stimulate the exclusive power of the desert sand wolf or its innate skill, bloodthirsty frenzy. This is a capability that can temporarily enhance strength and speed. Unfortunately, you didn't show any reaction earlier, so the experiment failed. Hearing this, Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat. Power. Skills. Could it be that it's the same as the innate talent under the small world? He could temporarily release the innate talent of the small world by consuming spiritual energy, meaning he had a chance to cheat out that 200,000. Ling Feng was extremely excited inside, but remained calm on the surface. So Jiang Yi, this guy can stimulate the power of the drug, but I can't. Exactly, Professor Zhou nodded. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ling Feng said with a smile. I did feel a surge of power just now, but I was afraid you would notice, so I suppressed it. As soon as he said this, all the researchers, including Jiang Yi, turned their attention to Ling Feng. Professor Zhou frowned, but our detection data shows you had no reaction at all. I have a strong willpower, Ling Feng began to fabricate. I almost couldn't suppress that surge of power earlier, so I ran around trying to release it. The others exchanged glances. Most of the researchers looked at Jiang Yi. They still needed to hear what Jiang Yi had to say. Ling Feng, if we test again, can you guarantee to stimulate the power of the drug? Jiang Yi asked seriously. Of course. Ling Feng patted his chest. Whether it's 200,000 or not doesn't matter, I mainly want to help you. Everyone's expressions twitched. Even Jiang Yi's face looked somewhat strange. What do you mean by wanting to help them? If not for that 200,000 you probably would have left already, right? Then let's test again, Jiang Yi said. Bring me the hand ring. By the way, that gray pill was too horrible, I'll replace it for me. Ling Feng cleared his throat and casually said, that golden one looks nicer, I'll take it. Jiang Yi frowned, feeling that Ling Feng's words were somewhat intentional. But it was essentially the same to consume any of those pills. If it could stimulate the drug's ability, it would, and if it couldn't, it wouldn't. Alright, the lightning leopard one is it. Bring it over. Hearing Jiang Yi's instructions, Professor Zhou hurriedly prepared everything. I'm going in to watch my performance. Ling Feng put on the hand ring, and the metal devices on his body jingled. He took off some equipment, and under everyone's watchful eyes swallowed the golden pill. At the research table, Professor Zhou looked at Ling Feng suspiciously and asked Jiang Yi, Professor, do you think he will succeed? I can't shake the feeling that this guy is trying to scam us, he said. Whether he succeeds or not is not up to me, it depends on the experimental data. Jiang Yi's expression was no longer as carefree as before, but carried a weight of seriousness. He needed to prove that he wouldn't misjudge. Everyone was almost fixated on Ling Feng. After Ling Feng swallowed the pill, he felt no unusual changes in his body. He only noticed subtle changes in the text of the lightning small world within his consciousness. The awakening level of the world jumped from 1 to 2. What's happening? Ling Feng frowned. But the most important thing now was to show a reaction to the drug. Otherwise, that 200,000 would go down the drain. Ling Feng took a deep breath, allowing his spiritual energy to permeate the lightning small world. This sensation was exactly like when he permeated the mantle small world. he felt that his essence was being absorbed by this golden small world. Then a peculiar feeling spread through his mind. In his gaze a lightning leopard was reflected. Lightning impact. Almost in that instant Ling Feng moved his legs, and his speed began to accelerate dramatically. The researchers detecting the values were instantly stunned by this scene. Professor Ling Feng's velocity is soaring at an astonishing rate. It's already exceeded 21 milliseconds, 23 milliseconds, 26 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds. This is impossible. Professor Zhou was utterly dumbfounded. The other researchers stood frozen in place when they saw the reading. 30 milliseconds is roughly 108 km/h, fast enough to cruise on a highway. This is already comparable to the speed of a 3-star Jieja. A researcher exclaimed, Teacher Jiang, given test subject no. 3's physical condition, it is absolutely impossible to reach such a speed. It must have activated the capability of the PDD-166 compound. Professor Zhou also looked toward Jiang Yi. Teacher, can we regard the experiment as a success? Jiang Yi's eyes shone with delight. I was not mistaken. This Ling Feng truly can withstand the tremendous power elicited by the ancient civilization compound. Jiang Yi laughed aloud. I declare the experiment a success. From now on, adjust Ling Feng's project sequence to N0, 1 and elevate monitoring to level S. From now on, our research focus will be entirely concentrated on him. Everyone cheered. Professor Zhou's eyes reddened with ecstatic joy. It had been too long. Since the start of their search for a test subject, they had endured countless hardships. Now at last their persistence bore fruit. He approached the test stand with a smile, and into the microphone, told Ling Feng the experiment is over. Ling Feng, you may stop now. Ling Feng was running lap after lap around the edge of the testing ground. He seemed not to have heard Professor Zhou's words. Ling Feng, I said the experiment is over. Stop for a moment and come out. Ling Feng's aggrieved voice came through. I really want it. But I can't stop. At those words, everyone was stunned. Jiang Yi was bewildered. What on earth? Ling Feng calmed down. Well, think of a way. Professor Zhou said so, but in the next second, he turned to Jiang Yi. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Yi muttered helplessly. I don't know what to do either. Teacher, why don't you take PDD-166 yourself and help Ling Feng? Jiang Yi fell silent. Resigned, he had no choice but to accept Professor Zhou's suggestion. He swallowed another PDD-166 pill. The golden pill dissolved on his tongue and instantly became a dense blood aura, painting Jiang Yi's eyes with red veins. He stepped into the testing arena and began running slowly along the inner circle. Gradually his speed began to catch up with Ling Feng. Before he could speak, Ling Feng called out with a grin as he ran. Jiang Yi, you came too. Shut up, I'm here to help you. Jiang Yi said helplessly to Ling Feng. Follow my orders in a moment. No need, I was faking it. Ling Feng chuckled, otherwise they'd think handing me 200,000 was too easy and try to renege. Jiang Yi was baffled. Ling Feng cleared his throat. That's about enough, I'm off. With that, Ling Feng casually made a detour and ran out of the training ground, leaving Jiang Yi staring in disbelief. Damn, you ran off. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Yi ground his teeth. The pill's effect had to run its course before he could stop, otherwise it would harm his body. He never expected Ling Feng to have been faking it. Good heavens, now he was trapped inside the training ground, endlessly circling the track. Everyone who saw this stood there slack-jawed. That Ling Feng, what a rogue. Jiang Yi, what are you still doing? Ling Feng shouted. Hurry up and come out. Anger surged through Jiang Yi. I damn well. He had no tears to shed. The pill's effect would last for nearly another half hour. Jiang Yi ran until his legs nearly gave out. Finally, the drug's power was exhausted. When he steadied himself coming through the door, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Oh, isn't this Jiang Yi? Half an hour gone, and you look like that. Ling Feng teased with a laugh. Jiang Yi shot him a venomous glare. If not for that brat's prank, he would be sitting at the side sipping coffee right now. Seeing his condition, Professor Zhou hurried forward and supported Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sat opposite Ling Feng, still trembling. Professor Zhou also took a seat. Ling Feng's expression shifted. He cleared his throat. I have other business. When will you transfer the 200,000? It's already being applied for, Professor Zhou said. Before that, allow me to explain the follow-up experimental procedures. There are follow-up steps. Ling Feng blinked. Is there compensation? Professor Zhou's face looked peculiar. Of course. How much? 50,000. Ling Feng immediately rose to leave. 100,000. 100,000. Professor Zhou hurriedly offered. 200,000. Ling Feng was blunt. Let's make it a cash for services deal. You pay, I provide my body. Payment per session. Professor Zhou glanced at Jiang Yi, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and gave Professor Zhou a confirming look. All right. Professor Zhou said we accept. Ling Feng's face lit up with delight. You should have said so earlier. When do we begin? Don't be hasty, Professor Zhou replied helplessly. Since you are joining this plan, you must maintain secrecy. Sign this agreement first, then I'll tell you some details of the experiment. Professor Zhou put the document in front of Ling Feng. Ling Feng examined each clause carefully. We want tricky, Professor Zhou sighed. We are decent people. Ling Feng shot him a glance. I have a so-called decent sister who used a contract to shove me into a pit yesterday. Ling Feng checked the paperwork back and forth 3 times. Once satisfied, he finally signed his name. Jiang Yi's heart at last settled. After much persuasion, they had finally lured Ling Feng in. Let me introduce myself, Professor Zhou said. My name is Zhou Anlin, and I am one of the principal leads on this project. From now on, I will be your contact. We will provide ancient civilization compounds for you to choose from. As long as you can elicit the inherent power of a compound, we will pay you for the experiments. At those words, Ling Feng's gaze flickered. This suited him well. By opening his small world, he could temporarily gain the abilities of such strange beasts, expend a bit of spirit power for money, a clear win. But aside from that, Ling Feng was more curious. Why can this compound allow a person to temporarily use a beast's innate talent? Out of curiosity, Ling Feng asked Professor Zhou directly. Professor Zhou hesitated. It relates to biology. If I told you the precise mechanism, you wouldn't understand. Ling Feng laughed. To briefly enhance human physical capability with a drug, the active ingredients are usually hormones. But hormones can only stimulate human potential. They cannot replicate a beast's innate talent. So what you are using must be a substance more precise than hormones, either excavated from ancient ruins or synthesized according to records found in those ruins. No one expected that mischievous Ling Feng would deduce the experiment's secret from biological principles. Remarkably, he had guessed correctly. Professor Zhou and the others were stunned, and their gazes toward Ling Feng now held a measure of surprise. Sensing an odd atmosphere in the entire laboratory, Ling Feng lightly coughed. I'm just casually saying this. You can just listen in. Professor Zhou's expression grew increasingly serious. By his intuition and judgment, if Ling Feng only had superficial knowledge, it would be impossible for him to guess so accurately. He was likely well-versed in biology. Little did Professor Zhou know, before Ling Feng was reborn into this world, he was already a researcher in biology. Although still a graduate student, his foundational knowledge was not weak. His level was comparable to that of Professor Zhou, if not higher. This was a specialized match. Professor Zhou hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yi interjected. Let me tell you a story. Ling Feng was taken aback. Why are you telling it? Jiang Yi replied casually. Listen, and I'll give you an extra 2,000. Ling Feng chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Not taking advantage of free stuff makes one a fool. Jiang Yi, helpless, began to narrate. 10 years ago, a scientific expedition team set out from Jiangnan City to the ancient civilization ruins No. 003 in Tianxia country. Their beasts roamed freely, but within this expedition team were powerful researchers and boundary crossers. They overcame numerous obstacles and finally arrived at their destination. That place was a sacred domain. A sacred domain devoid of any beasts. Similarly, it was also a forbidden zone for life, because no one who entered could come back out. After weighing their options, the expedition team decided to enter the sacred domain, wearing protective suits, hoping to uncover its secrets. However, the sights within were shocking to the members of the expedition team. Ling Feng asked in confusion, did they see their empty wallets? Jiang Yi shot him a glare, and continued, the sacred domain was filled with the corpses and bones of beasts, some of which had not even rotted yet, as if something had hunted them down. At first, the members of the expedition team did not pay attention to the cause of death of these beasts, assuming they had encountered some kind of toxic gas that poisoned them here. Later, they realized that the situation was not as simple as they had imagined. The magnetic field, electrical signals, and even gravity of the sacred domain differed from other places on Blue Star. Even those in the Void Realm could only walk here. That night, 2 researchers on night watch died under peculiar circumstances, as if they had seen something terrifying. Their eyes bulged, their clothes were torn, and even their inner worlds were instantly obliterated. Ling Feng frowned. What does this have to do with our experiment? It has everything to do with it, Jiang Yi replied, because the drugs used in the experiment were brought back from the sacred domain. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng panicked. Eating it won't cause any issues, right? I told you it won't, Jiang Yi said with a grim expression. Don't interrupt me. Ling Feng nodded. All right, please continue. Jiang Yi continued. After the 2 researchers died, the expedition team wanted to withdraw from the sacred domain, but their leader vetoed it. After a discussion, the members of the expedition reluctantly agreed to continue forward. They traveled for 28 hours in the sacred domain before finally stopping at the base of a mountain. At that moment, a bizarre event occurred when a lightning bolt struck one of the boundary crossers in the team. That boundary crosser's strength surpassed the Void Realm, yet he still could not resist the lightning's attack. The lightning directly struck him dead. Hearing this, Ling Feng's expression began to turn astonished. How terrifying must the lightning be that could kill a powerhouse beyond the void realm? The remaining members panicked and fled into a cave in the mountains. It was within this cave that they discovered the secrets of the ancient civilization ruins. It was a triangular box, and through the analysis of the researchers, it contained some information about the ancient civilization. Ling Feng, you guessed correctly. The pills you took were developed based on the information from the ancient civilization. As long as the pills succeed, humanity will gain various abilities of the beasts, thereby affecting the entire world. The areas occupied by the beasts can certainly be reclaimed by humanity. This is the origin and purpose of the experiment I wanted to tell you about. I'm glad you can join our experimental project. Jiang Yi stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Now let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Jiang Yi and I am the main person in charge of this experiment." Ling Feng was instantly bewildered. "Just you?" He looked at Jiang Yi's age and thought it didn't seem likely. "Just me," Jiang Yi replied with a smile. "Surprised, aren't you?" "No, it has nothing to do with you as long as you pay me," Jiang Yi responded. "Is this guy really just interested in money? By the way, did you only discover this drug? What about the other things?" Ling Feng asked curiously. "The ancient civilization ruins can't just be this, right?" Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng and said solemnly, "Do you know what the ancient civilization ruins know? 003 were called by people in the past." "What?" Ling Feng frowned in response. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, his gaze turning sharp. "Kunlun Mountain." As soon as those three words came out, Ling Feng was taken aback. He remembered. In his past life, Kunlun Mountain had long been known as the Death Zone. Could it be that the legacy of a certain civilization truly lay within? After the expedition team emerged, only 1/3 of them remained, Jiang Yi said lightly. "Indeed, there are many secrets within, but with humanity's current abilities, we cannot uncover everything. Even the information brought back then has been sealed by the government of Tianxia country, with only the drug information handed over to us for research. Ling Feng, you should consider yourself fortunate to be one of the participants in the experiment." "Can I get more money?" "No," Jiang Yi replied angrily. "Is 20,000 not enough? Do you think our research funding just fell from the sky? Then fine, if I don't want the money, can you let me gather some materials from the beasts in the hall?" Ling Feng chuckled. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Even Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. What was wrong with Ling Feng? Why was he eyeing the samples displayed in the hall? Little did they know, as long as Ling Feng swallowed some beast materials, he could awaken a small world. The hall of the Xingyi Research Institute was practically a treasure trove for him. Unfortunately, these samples were not his. Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng with suspicion, saying, "All right. If you can break through to a 3-star boundary crosser before the big exam, I will take the initiative to give you a sample of a beast. What do you think?" "Teacher." Professor Zhou suddenly became anxious. "Moi." Jiang Yi shot him a sharp glance. Professor Zhou finally came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang, those samples were painstakingly collected by our Xingyi Research Institute. Some of them are worth tens of millions just for the corpses. How can we give them away? Do you have any objections?" Jiang Yi glanced at Professor Zhou. "No." "Then it's settled." Jiang Yi extended his hand. "Ling Feng, may our cooperation be fruitful. Talk is talk, but give me the 2,000 from earlier." Jiang Yi's face immediately darkened. 5 minutes later, having received the full payment, Ling Feng left the Xingyi Research Institute, grinning with satisfaction. This time he took the cable car down. Jiang Yi and the others stood behind the institute's floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the car recede. Professor Zhou asked, "Master, is this kid reliable? He can activate the ancient civilization drug's capability, which shows his talent is sufficient," Jiang Yi said. "Even if the boy is unreliable, we have no choice but to hold our noses and accept him. Then, shall we still look for the remaining 2 test subjects?" "You mean the original No. 1 Gu Changming and No. 2 Ling Yuan?" "Yes. Approach them soon. If we can secure another experimental subject, that would be advantageous." Jiang Yi sighed. The digital life form within the ancient ruins once said that 3 prodigious individuals must enter together for the corresponding legacy to unlock. After so many years, we have at last found one. Master, might that digital life form be deceiving us? It should not. From what I have observed, it appears to be a mechanism left by the ancients to screen successors, hence its demands. Jiang Yi said, "The sanctum of ancient ruin No. 003 is actually a barrier left to protect the legacy site. Had my talent not met the standard back, then we might all have perished there." Professor Zhou fell silent. "For now, proceed as I instructed. Develop the other varieties of the drug," Jiang Yi commanded. "Very well, Master." Professor Zhou nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Yi watched the towering city walls in the distance. A firmer resolve dawned in his eyes. The day of counterattack will not be far off. Meanwhile, Ling Feng dashed to the hospital in high spirits. At the stall selling powders, he purchased a large jar of Shiwan beast powder. It cost 100,000, a full 2.5 gene of powder, enough to awaken a Shiwan small world. I also bought 50,000 worth of Hongyan Shualai flower pollen. However it goes, I have to test it. Clutching the powder, Ling Feng kept watch over the crowd, fearing he might be robbed. Luckily, nothing happened. He returned home and immediately slipped into his room. He took out the large tub of Shiwan beast powder. The Shiwan beast is akin to the diamond beast. Both are famed for defense, but the Shiwan beast is far stronger, hence its higher ranking. If I can awaken a Shiwan small world, I can borrow its defensive power to resist many attacks. Ling Feng had done his homework thoroughly. Generally, when a 4-star realm cultivator awakens a small world, its attributes vary with the individual. For example, Zheng Hongji awakened a thunder small world specializing in discharges with fierce offensive and control qualities. Wu Lingguo of the Star Hall awakened a metal small world. When he channels its force, parts of his skin take on a metallic sheen, granting formidable offense and defense. But each person can typically use only one small world, yet Ling Feng already had 3. Soon he'll have a 4th. He inhaled deeply and plunged his hand into the jar, aiming to scoop a handful of Shiwan powder. The next moment he froze. His hand was stuck. What the yay? The smile on Ling Feng's face petrified. He tried with all his strength to pull his hand free, but to no avail. After struggling, he decided to invert the jar so the powder would touch his right hand. As expected, when the powder contacted his skin, it was instantly absorbed by him. Ling Feng's consciousness sank into his spirit sea. He saw a dark orb at its center. Shiwan beast powder flowed into it, raising the numbers on the orb's surface. World construction degree 5. 8. 15. The figures leapt upward with alarming speed, soon climbing to 90. Almost there. Ling Feng shook the jar stuck on his right hand, pouring every last speck of powder into his palm. At last the world construction percentage reached 100. Begin replication. The dark orb split at once, spitting out a gray miniature world. 3 small worlds whirled around it in a frantic orbit. In that instant, Ling Feng felt the surging power emanating from the small world. Shiwan Small World TX Virus Infection. Attribute Earth. World Awakening Level 1. Talent High Pressure Smash active. Ling Feng exhaled a hoarse breath. He felt his body flush with heat, as if the birth of the Shiwan Small World had sparked a leap in his chi and blood. I wonder how many Realm Force ranks this boost will add. Ling Feng watched his arm thicken with delight. Then he noticed his right hand still jammed in the jar. If a little jar dares to trap me. He gave a sudden fierce yank. But nothing happened. Ling Feng, what material was this jar made of that it would not break? Xiaofeng dinner. Do you hear me? Gu Fanya's voice came from outside. Coming. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and tried every technique, but the jar would not budge. Ling Feng, if you don't come now, your sister will eat everything. Gu Fanya's call held a trace of impatience. Ling Feng had no choice. He knew his mother would lose her temper if he delayed. 3 minutes later, the family sat at the table. Ling Chongxing, Gu Fanyue, and Ling Yuan were bent double with laughter. Only Ling Feng sat stunned, his right hand trapped in a jar, face ashen. Bro, you're incredible. It's the first time I've seen someone get their hand stuck reaching into a jar. Ling Yuan laughed until his stomach hurt. Ling Chongxing and Gu Fanyue were equally amused. Mom, Dad, have you had enough? Ling Feng snapped. Could you help me get it off? I want to eat. You child, why didn't you stick your head in instead? Ling Chongxing teased. Maybe wear it for a night to teach you a lesson. Dad. Ling Feng ground his teeth. Alright, I'll help you take it off right now. Bear with it. Ling Chongxing grabbed the jar and pulled with all his might. Ling Feng cried out in pain, tears spilling down his face. He immediately used spiritual power to activate the defense of his diamond small world, which eased the pain. With a pop, the jar was finally freed. Ling Feng shook his numb hand and exhaled in relief. How did you manage to get stuck with this jar? Ling Chongxing laughed, holding it up. We should have filmed it. It's too entertaining. He reflexively slipped his hand into the jar. See, I wouldn't get stuck. Ling Chongxing smiled as he tried to withdraw his hand, but his expression quickly changed. The jar became firmly lodged on his wrist, leaving him unable to move. 2 minutes later, Ling Feng, Gu Fanyue, and Ling Yuan were laughing uncontrollably, while only Ling Chongxing held a bottle in his right hand, looking utterly disillusioned. Dad, haha. You laughed at me, haha. Ling Feng was in fits of laughter. Ling Yuan was almost laughing to the point of madness. The cycle of heaven is fair, who can escape from fate? Ling Feng teased. Dad, do you want me to help you pull it out? Ling Chengsheng's face darkened. No need. He suddenly exerted force, causing a fine crack to appear on the surface of the bottle, which then split into 2 halves. The smiles of Ling Feng and Ling Yuan gradually faded. Both of them were astonished, because if it had been an ordinary 4-star realm cultivator, they could only shatter the bottle into numerous pieces. But Ling Chongxing was different. The bottle was cleanly cut into 2 equal parts, the cut surface as smooth as a blade's edge. Ling Feng's heart sank. He was certain that this control was definitely beyond what a 4-star realm cultivator could achieve. Ling Yuan across from him clearly realized this issue as well. Dinner. Ling Chongqing glanced at his family, then said to Ling Feng, "Don't mess around with bottles in the future." "Did you hear that?" "Okay." Ling Feng felt anxious inside. Ling Chongqing and Gu Fanyu's small world was shattered due to a car accident, so they were merely 4-star realm cultivators. Could it be that Dad has restored the small world? That's impossible. They were fundamentally different from those 4-star realm cultivators who couldn't open a small world. Or is it that Ling Chongqing is hiding his true strength? Though Ling Feng didn't voice it, doubts had already arisen in his heart. After dinner, Ling Feng retreated back to his room. He still had some powder from the crimson flame bloodbud flower in his hand. If he swallowed it, it should be able to cultivate a new small world. But he didn't dare to do so for now. The crimson flame bloodbud flower, designated as No. 106, was priced significantly higher than spirit source beast powder. The crimson flame X tonic made from it sold for as much as 300,000 per bottle. However, once swallowed until a new small world was opened, consuming other exotic beast materials would completely lose its effect. They'll hold on to it for now. Once I save enough money, I'll try to open a small world. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to swallow it for the time being. The greatest sorrow in this world is that while one is alive, their money is gone. Who knows how much money this crimson flame bloodbud flower would cost him. Early the next morning, Ling Chongqing and Gu Fanyue got up to prepare their things. Today was the day Ling Yuan was going to participate in the 2-star realm cultivator assessment. As long as she passed this assessment, she would receive a one-time subsidy of 50,000 from the Tianxia Kingdom, plus a monthly allowance of 1,500. Moreover, this would greatly assist Ling Yuan in her further education. With her results, she could basically be admitted to Jiangnan Academy without having to take the major exams. But their talents were gathered. The more proof of being a 2-star realm cultivator, the more confidence one would have. Yuan, get up. Gu Fanyue knocked on Ling Yuan's door, muttering, "I told you not to play games so late last night, but you wouldn't listen. Now you can't even get up. What will you do for the assessment later?" Ling Yuan groggily got out of bed, tidied up her gaming console, and began to wash up. At this moment, Ling Feng poked his head out from his room. "Dad, Mom, I'll go with you later. I am participating in the 1-star realm cultivator assessment." "Okay, then get ready." Ling Chongqing replied casually while organizing the necessary documents. But the next second, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide in shock. "What did you just say?" "I said I'm going to the Star Pavilion later. I want to take the 1-star realm cultivator certification." At the same time, Gu Fanyue in the kitchen and Ling Yuan in her room both poked their heads out, looking at Ling Feng in amazement. "Is there something wrong?" Ling Feng replied quizzically, "Isn't it just the 1-star realm cultivator assessment?" "Xiao Feng, are you sure you don't want to wait a bit longer?" Ling Chongqing said earnestly. "Although your realm level is almost there, if you fail you'll have to wait another 3 months. By then you might miss the major exam. So we should take it steady and not aim too high." "Yes, brother, are you confident?" Ling Yuan also asked. Ling Feng answered, "A little bit." "Then don't force it." Gu Fanyue brought 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table, saying, "Listen to your dad. Lay a solid foundation first, then go for the certification." But Ling Feng said, "Mom, hesitation leads to defeat. In this situation, just do it. When we get to the Star Pavilion, I'll go first and show Yuan how it's done." The expressions of the 3 suddenly became strange. "Just know how to be reckless." Gu Fanyue glared at Ling Feng. "You are not allowed to take the exam until your realm level stabilizes above 10.0. Honey, since Xiao Feng wants to take the exam for the Research Academy, if he can secure a spot, it doesn't matter if he takes it now." Ling Chongqing said, "The key is I really like Xiao Feng's spirit, but it's just like mine back in the day." Gu Fanyue reproached, "Do you know how many people you offended back then because of that spirit?" Ling Chongqing muttered, "Haven't I settled all of that? None of them dared to stand up and talk to me." Ling Feng and Ling Yuan were momentarily confused. Dad was so fierce back then. "Don't believe your dad." Gu Fanyue replied exasperatedly. "Your dad offended several classes back then, and he was afraid he couldn't beat them all, so late at night, he grabbed a remote and went to their dorms, switching the air conditioning from cold to hot, waking up a dozen people who were sweating profusely. The rest, who hadn't slept well that night, basically fell down after a punch from your dad." "Cough, cough, what are you saying in front of the kids?" Ling Chongqing's face became somewhat awkward. Ling Feng was speechless. So this troublesome nature was inherited. It's clear they are father and son. "Xiao Feng, since you want to take the exam, Dad will help you." Ling Chongqing said, "I know most of the examiners for the cultivator assessments. I'll give them a heads up to take care of you a little. But you promise me don't cause any trouble." "Did you hear?" "I heard." Ling Feng hurriedly assured. The family finished their meal and immediately got into Ling Chengsheng's car heading towards the Star Pavilion. The Tianlin Star Pavilion is quite famous in Jiangnan City. Every weekend, many parents bring their children here to test their realm levels. If a family produces a 4-star realm cultivator who awakens a small world, it is a matter of great honor. Even if they die fighting for their homeland, their families will receive protection from the Tianxia Kingdom. Harming the family of a cultivator is against the law, and the consequences are extremely severe. This has led everyone to strive to become powerful cultivators protecting humanity's home. Ling Chongsheng took his wife and child into the Star Pavilion coincidentally, encountering Wu Lin Guo, who was receiving testers. Old Ling, Wu Lin Guo exclaimed, aren't you on leave? Why are you here at work? No, I'm here to accompany the kids for the cultivator assessment. Ling Chongsheng smiled, handing Wu Lin Guo a cigarette. Who is the examiner today? Is it still Xiao Wang? Xiao Wang isn't here today, it's old Li who came. Wu Lin Guo pointed, look, he's over there. Ling Chongsheng looked over and saw an elderly man in the Tianxia Kingdom civil servant uniform sitting aside drinking tea and reading the newspaper. This old man had kind eyes and a somewhat hunched figure. Upon closer inspection, there was a flame mark on his forehead. It's him, Ling Chongsheng smiled, then this will be easy. Ling Chongsheng strolled over with a warm smiling face and sat beside the elderly man. Oh, Xiao Ling, the elder exclaimed upon spotting him. Long time no see. Old Li, are you overseeing today's assessment? Ling Chongsheng asked. Yes, I'm presiding over 3 rounds today, the elder replied with a chuckle. So, have you spotted promising talent? Not at all, Ling Chongsheng sighed wryly. It's my 2 children. They're taking today's assessments. One for first-tier boundary walker, the other for second-tier. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Second-tier boundary walker. That must be your daughter. I wouldn't be surprised she's reached that level. But how on earth did your son become a first-tier? The elder's name was Li Gongmin. He'd known Ling Chongsheng for nearly a decade, a trusted old acquaintance, and knew quite a bit about the Ling family. So, I've come to ask for your help. Ling Chongsheng cleared his throat lightly. My son is just shy of qualifying for first tier, so, you want me to bend the rules for him? Li Gongmin shot him a sharp look. Do you take me for that kind of man? Ling Chongsheng quietly slipped a pack of cigarettes beneath Li Gongmin's newspaper. Li Gongmin glanced at the brand, and instantly lifted his head, eyes crinkling into a broad grin. You truly know me well. So, what do you need me to do? No need to bend the rules. Just lend a hand during the final trial against the aberrant beast. Ensure he consider it done, Li Gongmin declared. After all these years of friendship, how could I refuse such a small favor? They exchanged a few more casual remarks before Ling Chongsheng departed satisfied. Everything's arranged, Ling Chongsheng said. Xiaofeng, you've got about half an hour until the first-tier boundary walker assessment begins. Head over now to register. I've brought your ID and documentation. He handed Ling Feng a file folder. The moment Ling Feng accepted it, a startled voice rang out behind the 4 of them. Isn't that Sister Gu? They turned and saw a flamboyantly dressed woman dripping with gold and silver jewelry greeting Gu. Gu Fanyu's brows flickered faintly at the sight, but she smiled politely nonetheless. Ame, what brings you here? This woman was Jean Yume, a colleague from Gu Fanyu's workplace. She habitually adorned herself extravagantly, flaunting handbags, outfits, and ornaments, eager for everyone to know her husband was exceptionally accomplished. Yet professional proximity demanded civility. Gu Fanyu rarely commented, and over time, even this spectacle ceased to surprise her. I brought my son for the first-tier boundary walker assessment. Ame smiled warmly. And you? Here for boundary force testing. I'm accompanying my child for the boundary walker assessment, Gu Fanyu replied. Is that Yuan? She's already preparing for second tier. Jean Yume turned toward Ling Yuan, eyes gleaming. Such a lovely girl. I grow fonder each time I see her. Sister Gu, have you reconsidered my earlier suggestion? Gu Fanyu responded calmly. It's far too early. We're not considering anything for Yuan at this stage. Jean Yume pressed gently. Don't be so hasty. My son is truly outstanding. He's just registered for the first-tier assessment. If he passes today, admission to Jiangnan Advanced Academy is all but assured. Why not let them get acquainted? A familial alliance would suit us both splendidly, wouldn't it? Ling Feng finally grasped the situation. Jean Yume wished to make Ling Yuan her daughter-in-law. Ling Chongsheng and Gu Fanyu exchanged a subtle, uneasy glance. My son's finished registering. Jean Yume suddenly waved toward the distance. Zhao Tianyang, hurry over. A youth in school uniform sprinted toward them from afar. His uniform was smudged and stained, his hair dyed a rebellious crimson, lips pierced with several metallic rings. Ling Feng's brow furrowed sharply. Mom, who are these people? Zhao Tianyang asked indifferently, until his gaze locked onto Ling Yuan. His eyes widened, fixed as if starved wolves beheld succulent prey, saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth. These are Mom's colleagues. Their daughter is about your age. Why not exchange contact details? Yes, absolutely yes. Zhao Tianyang eagerly pulled out his phone and extended it. Gu Fanyu and Ling Changsheng exchanged another glance. Reluctant to offend, they remained silent. Ling Yuan clearly resisted, but unwilling to embarrass her parents, she reluctantly withdrew her phone from her pocket. Then, in the next breath, Ling Feng firmly gripped her wrist. Sorry, my sister's phone is dead, Ling Feng said cheerfully. How about I add you instead? Zhao Tianyang scowled. Who are you? Step aside. I want. Ling Feng's expression hardened. I said her phone is dead. Didn't you hear me? This time Ling Feng wasn't joking. He meant every word. Zhao Tianyang clenched his fists, irritated. Jin Yume arched a brow. Sensing tension, she swiftly pivoted with a bright smile. Sister Gu, is this your son? How grown-up he's become. Is he here to accompany Yuan? No. I'm here to take the assessment myself. Ling Feng waved the envelope in his hand. I'll register right away. Taking the assessment. Jin Yume gasped. Sister Gu, has his boundary force rating even met the threshold? I recall it was barely above 1 point. Colleagues once mocked your son back at the office. Gu Fanyu remained unruffled amid the barb. Xiao Feng's improved rapidly lately, so we decided to give the first-tier assessment a try. First tier. Jin Yume turned to Zhao Tianyang. He's competing in the same tier as you. Look at you. You've clearly been neglecting your supplements. Tomorrow Mom will buy you several bottles of Red Flame X. They say it boosts one straight to second tier. Her words instantly soured Gu Fanyu's and Ling Changsheng's expressions. The mockery was unmistakable, even unspoken. Ling Feng suddenly laughed. Auntie, don't worry. I'll gladly accept this younger brother. During the assessment, I'll look after him carefully. Children will be children. Rebelliousness is only natural. Silence fell like frost. Zhao Tianyang and Jin Yume stared at Ling Feng, bewilderment, shock, and unease warring in their eyes. Where did you find the audacity to say that? Was it Liang Jingru who gave you courage? Fine, Zhao Tianyang retorted coldly. But who'll be looking after whom remains to be seen. Excellent. Ling Feng beamed. I'll watch closely. Let's see how you perform. Zhao Tianyang blinked, confused. Does Ling Feng have some serious condition? With a low dismissive grunt, Zhao Tianyang turned and walked away, refusing further engagement. Jin Yume exchanged pleasantries with Gu Fanyu before following her son. Watching their retreating figures, Ling Changsheng turned gravely to Ling Feng's son. Don't let them distract you. Earning that first-tier certificate matters most. Got it, Dad, no worries. Ling Feng rolled up his sleeves. I'll knock him flat right now. Guaranteed he won't interfere with my assessment. Ling Changsheng. Soon Ling Feng and Ling Yuan both registered. Before the assessment for the one-star realm candidates began, Ling Changsheng tied Ling Feng to his side, for he knew that this kid would indeed seek trouble with Zhao Tianyang. In his youth he had engaged in such antics numerous times. The father and son were too alike. Son, you're still young. Don't make enemies too soon. Having too many enemies is not good for you. I made that mistake back in the day. Dad, you mean to ambush them tonight, right? Ling Changsheng. Go for it, big bro. Ling Yuan said with a smile. If you don't pass, all the snacks at home for this month will be mine. Ling Feng helplessly replied. Even if I pass, I can still eat snacks at home anyway. Ling Yuan said mischievously. If you pass, I might share some with you. Ling Feng walked into the A1 examination room with a dark expression. This one-star realm assessment had a total of 24 participants. Most of them were students from mid-tier academies, with only a few exceptions. In the crowd, Ling Feng spotted several muscular young men, and also Zhao Tianyang. That guy seemed to have noticed Ling Feng, too, casting a glance his way. His eyes were filled with provocation. Ling Feng chuckled coldly. This kid, like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, dared to covet his sister. Just wait. Soon Examiner Li Gongmin entered with several young people. Now let's begin the one-star realm assessment. Shall Lu please explain the examination rules? All right, Mr. Li. A young man in a public service uniform stepped onto the stage with a document. 1. All candidates must enter with their identification and admission tickets. 2. The examination consists of 3 subjects: realm power level test, reaction speed test, and combat test. Please maintain silence in subjects 1 and 2's testing areas. 3. After the examination begins, the use of electronic devices and any medications is strictly prohibited. This includes, but is not limited to, stimulant supplements and therapeutic drugs. 4. Candidates must comply with the examiner's arrangements. Any violation of examination discipline will result in the cancellation of all assessment scores and qualifications, along with a penalty of being unable to retake the examination for a year. For serious violations, candidates will be barred from participating in any realm assessments for 5 years. After the young man finished reading, Li Gongmin calmly stepped forward. Now, according to the order, proceed to the testing areas for subjects 1 and 2. No pairs allowed. Those who leak examination results will have their qualifications immediately revoked. Ling Feng looked towards the A1 testing area, which was connected to several doors leading to the testing rooms. 6 rooms were independently separated, and the candidate scores would be kept strictly confidential, known only to the examiners. Ling Feng drew number 12 landing in the second batch. Zhao Tianyang, however, drew number 5 entering a batch earlier. When he went in, he provocatively glanced at Ling Feng and gave him the middle finger. Candidate number 5 warning once. Li Gongmin shouted immediately, no signaling to other candidates. Zhao Tianyang was momentarily stunned, his expression falling. Well, he hadn't even started and was already warned. He swallowed his anger, not daring to look at anyone else, and hurried into the subject 1 testing area. Ling Feng chuckled inwardly. With that kind of intelligence, how could he dare? About 10 minutes later, the examiners led the candidates out. They were arranged to wait in the hall. Both Subject 1 and Subject 2 conducted tests in separate rooms, and Ling Feng saw the examiners crowding around Li Gongmin, beginning to fill out documents. Mr. Li, the best candidate in this batch, has a realm power level of 12. 2. And the reaction speed is rated as B level. Who? The one you just warned. That kid. Realm power level 12. 2. That's still considered high among the candidates. Li Gongmin nodded. However, such a score was not outstanding among peers. It only meant he had a high probability of passing the 1-star realm assessment. Suddenly, he spotted Ling Feng in the crowd. Make sure to take care of number 12. He is the son of an old friend of mine. His realm power level might be a bit lacking, not reaching 10. 0. Li Gongmin instructed. Mr. Li, no problem. The examiner Lu, who had read the examination rules, smiled. He should be assigned to my testing area. With me watching, it will be fine. I'll treat you to a meal later. Li Gongmin smiled, patting examiner Lu on the shoulder. Second batch candidates enter the testing area. With Li Gongmin's words, Ling Feng stepped into the number 6 testing area. This room seemed slightly larger than an ordinary classroom, but contained only 3 machines. One was a standard punching power testing machine, another was a speed testing machine, and the third was relatively large, displaying a curved shape. Ling Feng had never seen the third machine before. Candidate number 12, prepare for the test, Examiner Lu said blandly. Though he had agreed to Li Gongmin, there was a hint of contempt in his gaze as he looked at Ling Feng. Another one with connections, sigh. Lu thought to himself, I estimate his realm power level won't even qualify. He'll see how it goes and help if necessary, but if it's really bad, I can't do anything. He watched as Ling Feng stepped onto the punching power testing machine. Please punch 3 times. The testing machine emitted a mechanical voice synthesized by AI. Ling Feng took a deep breath, preparing to gather his strength. He too wanted to see if, after opening the stone source small world, his power had changed. In the next moment, Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, and he punched the punching power testing machine. Bang! The machine shook violently, and numbers began to display. 655 kilograms. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that activating the stone source small world would increase his strength by so much. This money was worth it. Meanwhile, the previously calm examiner Lu was momentarily dumbfounded. The punching power value can reach over 650 kilograms. This value has already surpassed the vast majority of candidates. Candidates participating in the 1-star realm assessment generally have punching power values ranging from 450 to 600 kilograms. Speed typically falls between 16 milliseconds and 18 milliseconds. But Ling Feng's strength has clearly exceeded that range. Could it be that his speed is too slow? It must be, otherwise he wouldn't need someone to look after him. But immediately afterward, Ling Feng threw 2 more punches. 666 kilograms. 663 kilograms. Final test scores 666 kilograms. Ling Feng frowned at this score, thinking he could add another 20 or 30 kilograms with the last 2 punches. Examiner Lu calmed himself and coughed lightly, saying, Candidate number 12, let's start testing speed values. Ling Feng immediately stepped back and climbed onto the speed testing machine. The hatch closed and the machine's prompt sound rang out. Examiner Lu watched Ling Feng's back, silently judging. With such strength, his speed must be very slow, probably not even reaching 12 milliseconds. Such an imbalanced candidate will likely face a tough time in the combat test. So why not wait another month or 2 for more assurance before coming? Lu smiled, already forming a rough evaluation of Ling Feng in his mind. But in the next second, the machine's announcement sounded. Peak speed 21. 98 milliseconds. Congratulations, candidate number 12, your final realm power level is determined to be 18. 3. What? Lu the examiner stood up abruptly, incredulously gazing at the number displayed on the screen. The realm power level 18. 3. This is impossible. Lu was bewildered. At that moment, Ling Feng walked out from inside. Candidate number 12, are you sure you are here for the assessment of a one-star realm practitioner? Yes. Ling Feng was taken aback. Is something wrong? You must have come to the wrong examination hall. You should be testing for a 2-star realm practitioner. Lu the examiner said, with your results, what do you expect for a 1-star realm practitioner? Ling Feng was confused of what was wrong with the examiner. But I don't even have a 1-star realm practitioner certificate. Ling Feng said helplessly. Moreover, my realm power level isn't enough. Lu the examiner finally snapped back to reality. Indeed, with a realm power level of 18.3, he was still a bit short for the 2-star realm practitioner assessment. However, what puzzled Lu was that his realm power level was almost reaching 20. How could he possibly be taking the 1-star realm practitioner assessment? With this level, he could practically push his way through. For the 1-star realm practitioner assessment, he could almost manage it effortlessly. Alright, let's complete the process. Lu said helplessly. Put on the protective goggles, approach the third machine, and test your reaction speed. Okay. Ling Feng picked up the goggles and walked into the curved machine. The cabin door closed and a row of gun barrels rose. What the hell is this? Ling Feng was stunned. He had indeed heard about the reaction speed test for realm practitioners, but this was his first time participating. The assessment is about to begin. Please avoid the bullets fired after the red light blinks for 3 seconds. In an instant, the red light began to flicker. The glaring light made Ling Feng squint. Soon bullets began to be fired from the gun barrels. Caught off guard, Ling Feng let out a scream. Outside, Instructor Lu was startled and quickly stood up, knocking on the cabin door. What's going on? Is the machine malfunctioning? Ling Feng said bitterly. No, why is it shooting at my lower body? It wants you to dodge, not to use your private parts to block. Lu the examiner was at a loss for words. 20 seconds have already passed, you still have 100 seconds left, hurry up and test. Ling Feng could only helplessly twist his body in the testing cabin, struggling to dodge the bullets fired at him. These bullets were not soft, they were plastic bullets which hurt quite a bit when hitting the body. Finally, Ling Feng understood why the assessment required protective goggles. At last, after 100 seconds, the gun barrels stopped firing bullets and lowered. Subject 2 assessment results, B grade. B. This is surprisingly good. Lu the examiner pondered. If this kid hadn't wasted the first 20 seconds, he should have reached an A. Forget it, with his realm power level, he can easily pass the practical assessment. Lu stamped the report card of Ling Feng. The assessment is over, you can come out now. Ling Feng walked out with some trepidation. Examiner, can I take the test again? I only got a B for the reaction speed test. This is so embarrassing. Lu the examiner glared. Do you think this is like buying a drink? You can't just flip the cap and get another. Get out quickly, or I will give you a warning. Ling Feng pouted, only able to sigh as he walked out the door. Lu the examiner was also quite puzzled. A B grade wasn't bad. It should be noted that half of the 2-star realm practitioners only have a reaction speed of B. Those who can achieve an A are already considered outstanding. This kid wasted over 20 seconds and still managed a B, which indicates that if he were serious, he could definitely reach an A. Li Lao is really something. He still wants me to pull strings for a candidate with such results. Lu the examiner chuckled bitterly and walked out. Soon, all 4 groups of candidates completed the basic testing. Candidate number 13, candidate number 21, your realm power levels are severely inadequate. Your qualifications for this assessment are cancelled, Li Gongmin announced. In the crowd, a social youth with a dragon tattoo on his arm turned pale and immediately stood up. I am just 0.8 short. Let me take the test again. I can definitely reach 10.0. No way, Li Gongmin said flatly. Each person is only allowed to take the test once. If you fail this time, come back in 3 months. Just let me take it again. The social youth gritted his teeth. Old man, don't be so unreasonable. This is the rule. Li Gongmin said in a deep voice. Please leave the venue, and do not disrupt the assessment for other candidates. You. The social youth became furious and charged forward. The crowd gasped in shock. Was someone really going to fight here? Had they had enough of life? But Ling Feng noticed that Lu the examiner and the others had no intention of intervening. Instead, they coldly watched the social youth. The next second, a flame erupted from Li Gongmin's palm, transforming into a fire dragon above the examination venue, roaring towards the youth. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the examination hall. The social youth was so frightened that he fell to the ground, retreating repeatedly. Even the other candidates turned pale. Many instinctively grabbed their chairs. Li Gongmin snorted coldly and retracted the fire dragon. Candidate number 13, you have violated the examination discipline. After deliberation, we have decided to cancel all your assessment results and qualifications, and you will be suspended from retaking the test for 1 year. Shall Lu take him away? Lu the examiner immediately stepped forward, dragging the social youth's arm and pulling him out. Ling Feng was shaken. Li Gongmin was undoubtedly a chaotic powerhouse who had opened a small world. Because only by reaching the chaotic realm could one mobilize the power of the small world, forcing the elements out of the body and materializing them. Even a 4-star realm practitioner with an open small world could not do this. It was akin to how Zheng Hongji could manually manipulate lightning. After witnessing this, many candidates gained a new understanding of this seemingly kind old man. Their gazes towards Li Gongmin were filled with a hint of reverence. The remaining disqualified candidate immediately stood up and ran outside without a word. All right, Li Gongmin put away his cold expression and smiled. The rest of you follow me to the second basement of the Xingguan for the practical assessment. Everyone dared not speak, lining up behind Li Gongmin as they took the elevator down. The second, third, fourth, and fifth floors of the Tianlin Xingguan were places where various beasts for training were kept. Ling Feng learned this from Ling Changsheng. The Xingguan would specifically send powerful individuals to capture some weaker beasts for practical training and realm practitioner assessments. Listen up, your practical assessment will last a total of 1 hour. Your opponents are the star-horned deer, numbered 463, the spike rhinoceros, numbered 455, and the cat-body tiger, numbered 406. You must at least bring back 1 star horn or a 10-pound spike rhinoceros horn. Alternatively, bringing back 1 cat-body tiger tail will also be sufficient to pass the assessment. How you choose to proceed is up to you. Now each of you will receive an alarm wristband, a do not act recklessly when encountering danger. Life is the most important. If you lose your life, you have nothing left. Press the alarm button on the wristband, and the examiner will arrive immediately to rescue you. Shall Lu distribute the items? Lu, the examiner, immediately handed out the wristbands from the box to the candidates. After putting on the wristband, Ling Feng noticed that it resembled a Buddhist bead, looking quite unreliable. At that moment, an alarm suddenly rang out. The crowd was momentarily stunned, quickly looking around. It was a student who accidentally pressed the button on his wristband. You have failed the assessment. Li Gongmin immediately said, now leave this place. The student's face turned pale as he did not expect his curious action to bring such serious consequences. He dared not argue with Li Gongmin and could only leave dejectedly with the examiner. Li Gongmin's gaze swept over the crowd like that of a hawk, and he solemnly stated, I will reiterate, what you have in your hands is a lifesaver. 1 per person, absolutely no more. Whoever pressed this switch has essentially failed the assessment. He added, additionally, I remind you, the mortality rate in practical assessments is at 5. He continued, because there are 5 of fools who would rather lose their lives than seek help. If you fail, you can come back in 3 months. But once your life is lost, it is gone. He stated, I do not wish to see so many enter upright only to have some leave horizontally. Li Gongmin's words were like pearls resonating in the ears of the crowd and shaking their spirits. All right, now go choose your weapons, Li Gongmin instructed. Choosing the right weapon will yield double the results with half the effort at choosing the wrong one, and you won't even know how you died. He waved his hand, signaling the examiners to take the students inside. Ling Feng looked up. The venue was enormous, estimated to exceed the total area of 4 large athletic fields. From the other side of the iron fence came numerous roars indicating that exotic beasts were fighting. On this side of the fence there were many weapon cabinets. There were knives, guns, clubs, and even handguns and submachine guns among the more modern weapons. Seeing the firearms, some students immediately rushed over to choose. Examiner Lu quietly chuckled. Firearms indeed have considerable power, but the weight of the bullets is not light. Moreover, without prior training, a novice firing a gun would likely end up causing more trouble. These firearms were not meant for the majority, they were intended for military academy students. The handguns were almost ornamental with poor practical effectiveness, unable to even pierce the skin of exotic beasts. Among the firearms, only submachine guns or machine guns would have some effect. There was only 1 sniper rifle, and it was covered in dust, uncertain whether it had rusted inside. Ling Feng clearly noticed this, and after surveying the options, ultimately chose a spiked iron hammer. He weighed it in his hands, feeling quite satisfied. Given his current strength level, 1 swing of the hammer would be formidable. Compared to the heat weapons that required frequent reloading, this hammer was clearly more suitable for him. Exotic beasts with numbers over 400 are mostly at the 1-star to 2-star level, few reach 3-star levels. This means that only the tiger cat needs to be avoided. Other exotic beasts possess weak strength, and perhaps can provide the materials needed to open a small world. Although the spiked rhino and starhorn deer are not strong and rank low, their body materials hold considerable. If I can obtain them for free, I won't spend any money. Ling Feng chuckled to himself, already formulating a plan. His gaze glanced at Zhao Tianyang in the crowd. That guy picked a handgun and was looking at him with ill intentions. During the upcoming practical exercise, this fellow might come looking for trouble. Once you have made your choice, enter the field. The assessment begins in 3 minutes. Li Gongmin's voice echoed from the loudspeaker. After entering the field, the crowd dispersed according to the examiner's instructions, searching for prey. Sure enough, Zhao Tianyang stealthily followed Ling Feng, clearly with ulterior motives. The venue was designed to resemble a wild ruin featuring both buildings and dense forests. The exotic beasts lurked in these locations, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now the practical assessment officially begins. The assessment time is 1 hour. All means can be used, but internal fighting is prohibited. Those who harm others will be dealt with according to the laws of the Tianxia Kingdom. As soon as the words fell, a slight tremor rippled through the ground. Ling Feng's expression changed, and he abruptly looked up. In that instant, he moved swiftly and leaped to the second floor of a ruined building. What is that guy doing? Acting like a monkey. Don't mind him, let's quickly find exotic beasts to kill and complete the assessment. The candidates were still puzzled by Ling Feng's actions, but the next second a spiked rhino suddenly broke through the wall, before them charging at everyone. The rhino was as large as an ordinary elephant, with a massive spike on its head towering even over Ling Feng's position on the second floor. Up close, it resembled a small mountain crashing forward. The candidates had never encountered such a situation, and they immediately panicked and scattered. They finally realized that Ling Feng had clearly sensed something unusual, which is why he had run away. Meanwhile, they stood foolishly in place, thrown into disarray by the charge of the spiked rhino. Faced with the ferocious spiked rhino, someone in a moment of panic fired their gun, only to find that it exploded in their hands before they could even hit the beast. Ling Feng, standing on the second floor, was also somewhat shocked. The spiked rhino, recorded as number 455, was only supposed to possess 2-star strength at most. However, seeing it in person was entirely different. Ling Feng frowned, saying, "To kill such a rhino, a 1-star cannot possibly succeed." At the same time, outside the venue, Li Gongmin sipped his tea, watching the drone's surveillance video with a smile, saying, "These little fellows don't know when they'll realize the key to the practical assessment." "It shouldn't be too difficult," Examiner Lu replied. "Look, some have already started to band together. Yes, every year we deliberately adjust the difficulty of the exotic beasts to encourage them to cooperate. Otherwise, how could they possibly kill any beasts?" Li Gongmin took a sip of his tea. "Outside the walls, lone wolves will suffer. The human body is vastly weaker than the exotic beasts. Only by uniting can they hunt the powerful beasts." This was the first lesson Li Gongmin wanted to impart to these candidates. On the battlefield, the spiked rhino continued to charge into the crowd, colliding wherever there were more people. In the crowd, Zhao Tianyang was in a panic, running frantically with everyone else, but the spiked rhino seemed to fixate on him, relentlessly pursuing him. Zhao Tianyang fled for his life, but the spike was already close to stabbing him. If he were to be gored by it, his rear would likely be left with a horrific gaping wound. With gritted teeth, he suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger on his handgun. The bullet shot out quickly, but it only broke the rhino's skin a little, merely slowing it down. In the next second, the spiked rhino hooked Zhao Tianyang's coat, with its horn lifting him into the air. The fierce roar echoed above the battlefield. Zhao Tianyang was so frightened that he trembled, and the gun in his hand slipped, swallowed by the spiked rhino. Zhao Tianyang broke down, crying out, "Mom, Dad, save me." The crowd was horrified at this scene. No one dared to go save Zhao Tianyang. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the abandoned building and kicked Zhao Tianyang into the ruins. "Dad is here." Zhao Tianyang grimaced in pain, his body trembling as he struggled to rise. Yet he caught sight of a figure wielding a hammer. Ling Feng. At that moment, Zhao Tianyang's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Just moments ago, he had intended to strike Ling Feng amidst the chaos, but unexpectedly the latter saved him at a critical moment. In an instant, Zhao Tianyang felt overwhelming guilt. But before he could break down in tears, the spiked rhinoceros turned its head and charged at the two. Ling Feng, hammer in hand, was expected to shield Zhao Tianyang from the spiked rhinoceros. However, no one anticipated him to leap and scale the wall, reaching the second floor, followed by the third. A long voice resonated from above Zhao Tianyang's head. "Daddy has left." Everyone was taken aback. Zhao Tianyang was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet the spiked rhinoceros was evidently even angrier than before, charging at Zhao Tianyang with increasing speed. Zhao Tianyang had no time to curse Ling Feng. He bolted for safety. With his gun swallowed by the rhinoceros, Zhao Tianyang could only dodge while hurling stones at it. He cunningly ran towards the crowd, but the people avoided him. "Bastard, don't come here. What the hell are you trying to get us killed?" Many were cursing, yet Zhao Tianyang ignored them, running towards wherever felt safe. The spiked rhinoceros charged through the crowd, soon snagging Zhao Tianyang's clothing and tossing him aside. His heart sank into despair. But in the next moment, Ling Feng descended like a divine weapon, kicking Zhao Tianyang away. "Daddy is back." Before Zhao Tianyang could stand, Ling Feng sprinted off again. "Daddy has left again." Zhao Tianyang nearly cursed aloud. Ling Feng was clearly doing this on purpose. The spiked rhinoceros, losing its target, began pursuing others. The crowd fled in panic screams, echoing everywhere. Yet, just as Zhao Tianyang thought he had a moment's respite, the spiked rhinoceros circled back, guided by the crowd. What the? Zhao Tianyang's face went pale with fear. Though his legs felt weak, he ran for his life. But he was quickly caught up. The spiked rhinoceros couldn't pierce through their protective gear, but being hit was still painful. Zhao Tianyang found himself once again dangling from the tips of its spikes. In the next second, Ling Feng's swift kick arrived, just as expected. Daddy is here. With that kick, Zhao Tianyang was thrown into a pile of dirt outside the wall. He finally understood, Ling Feng was determined to kick him. Ling Feng, you're attacking me. You'll be disqualified. Nonsense. Ling Feng approached, grabbing Zhao Tianyang by the collar, glaring fiercely, I'm saving you. Zhao Tianyang was left speechless with anger. For you, my ungrateful son, Daddy has endured so much suffering. Ling Feng kicked him on the butt. Look, I'm sweating. Zhao Tianyang. Ling Feng was about to speak when a violent tremor shook the ground behind him. It was the spiked rhinoceros returning once more. Unlike Zhao Tianyang, Ling Feng did not flee. Instead, he took a step, leaping onto the wall, and swung his hammer down onto the spiked rhinoceros' head. The spikes on the hammer plunged deep into the rhinoceros' skin, splattering blood everywhere. The spiked rhinoceros let out a pained howl, shaking its head violently, flinging Ling Feng aside, and then panicking towards the wall. As the wall crumbled, the rhinoceros's movement slowed. At that moment, the other candidates regained their senses and began to organize a coordinated attack on the giant creature. In an instant, swords and clubs rained down upon the spiked rhinoceros. Ling Feng struggled to rise, rubbing his aching right arm. What tremendous strength! This spiked rhinoceros must already be at level 25 of strength. Although Ling Feng's blow had injured it, it hadn't dealt a fatal blow. Fortunately, the candidates were not fools. They joined forces and finally inflicted real damage on the spiked rhinoceros. Watching the beast that had come to a halt, everyone began to close in. It's losing strength. Quick, take advantage of its weakness. At that moment, a spirited young man emerged from the crowd, brandishing a submachine gun, shouting, Everyone get out of the way, let me handle this. The crowd turned to look. He aimed the submachine gun at the spiked rhinoceros' backside and fired a burst. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The submachine gun blazed with blue flames. But this burst awakened the spiked rhinoceros, whose eyes filled with rage. A howl echoed across the battlefield. It began to charge recklessly in all directions, causing the crowd to scatter in fear once more. What the hell, why shoot it in the backside? Nonsense, this thing has tough skin and thick flesh. Oh, bullets can't penetrate the surface. If not the butt, where else? And you're still talking? Now it's really enraged. The candidates gasped for breath as they fled, their anger directed at the spirited young man from earlier. Meanwhile, Ling Feng climbed back to a higher vantage point, searching for Zhao Tianyang's location. Finally, he spotted Zhao Tianyang feigning death amidst the rubble. This kid knows how to slack off. Looks like I need to give you something to do. Ling Feng smirked playfully, and seizing the opportunity while the spiked rhinoceros was distracted, leaped down and sat atop it. In the next second, he slammed his hammer down hard onto the spiked rhinoceros' head. Blood erupted, and the rhinoceros' eyes bulged with rage as it began to thrash wildly. Seeing this, Ling Feng swung left with his hammer. The spiked rhinoceros darted right. He swung to the right, and the spiked rhinoceros veered left. Soon, under Ling Feng's precise control, he directed the spiked rhinoceros toward Zhao Tianyang. At that moment, Zhao Tianyang, pretending to be a corpse, felt the ground tremble and cautiously squinted his eyes. But the approaching hooves of the spiked rhinoceros terrified him, causing him to lose all sense of fear. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Zhao Tianyang dared not pretend any longer. He scrambled up and ran for his life. Ling Feng continued to hammer down on its head, muttering, Let's see you challenge me. Let's see you act so arrogantly. Let's make you remember what you shouldn't be thinking about. Zhao Tianyang, fleeing ahead, felt a shiver down his spine. Was he talking about the spiked rhinoceros, or was it directed at him? But at that moment, he clearly couldn't care less. Lingo, I know I was wrong. Don't mess with me, I'll call you daddy if you— What did you say? Speak louder. At that moment, Zhao Tianyang disregarded his pride and shouted, Daddy, save me. Hearing this, Ling Feng smiled playfully. In his gaze, the reflection of a stone source beast appeared. In the stone source, small world power amplified. He slammed his hammer down fiercely. This time it wasn't just a superficial wound, it shattered the spiked rhinoceros skull. The spiked rhinoceros let out a final wail and collapsed lifelessly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng leaped off its back, bloodied hammer in hand, and approached Zhao Tianyang. Looking down from above, he remarked, Son, you have turned over a new leaf. Daddy is quite pleased. Looking at the bloodied hammer in Ling Feng's hand, Zhao Tianyang swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. Ling Feng, uninterested in arguing, directly took the hammer and walked towards the corpse of the spiked rhinoceros. Number 455, Spiked Rhinoceros. Its spikes have extremely high hardness and are generally processed into weapons. Ling Feng recalled the information stored in his mind. In his past life, he was a biological researcher who could memorize biological data with photographic memory, and otherwise he wouldn't have been able to compete with his peers. Its skin can be used to make various leather gear. However, the assessment requires only the spikes. The rest can be consumed appropriately. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, then smashed the hammer several times before finally pulling out the spike from the rhinoceros head. The thickest part of the spike was as wide as a basin and about 1 to 2 meters long. Ling Feng held it in his arms, feeling its weight, at least 100 pounds. The assessment only requires about 10 pounds of spiked horn. This thing weighs 100 pounds. Did I encounter an old bull? Ling Feng then realized. No wonder this spiked rhinoceros was larger than the data indicated. Moreover, its strength was much greater than that of ordinary spiked rhinoceroses. While Ling Feng was dealing with the flesh and blood of the spike, several examinees had already approached, eagerly watching him. Bro, we also helped a bit earlier. Do you think we could? No, Ling Feng said with a glare. Do you also want to be Zhao Tianyang? Go punch him yourself, don't take advantage of me. The crowd was immediately confused. Who would want to be Zhao Tianyang's father? No, that's not it. I meant the spike. The spirited young man who had fired a shot cleared his throat and said, Bro, since the task only requires 10 pounds, can't we just hit this one and polish it up to meet the requirements? Ling Feng raised his head and glanced at the examinees beside him. Besides Zhao Tianyang, who was still lying in the ruins, there were 5 other examinees. The others had seemingly run off somewhere. Ling Feng pondered for a moment and said, All right, I can share the materials with you, but you have to help me deal with this corpse. The spirited young man was taken aback. Isn't the task only about the spikes? Ling Feng replied, I feel like having steak, is that not allowed? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, everyone felt speechless. However, they clearly saw Ling Feng's strength and did not dare to bargain with him. To be able to smash a spiked rhinoceros with one blow, a person like him would probably not end well if angered. Now he was being magnanimous, willing to give them some materials, which was already a blessing. Little did they know Ling Feng was taking the opportunity to devour some flesh materials, though otherwise the sudden disappearance of a large piece from the corpse would certainly raise suspicion. With no other choice, the group could only take out their knives and start cutting the flesh of the spiked rhinoceros. Most of the meat on the spiked rhinoceros was tough, tasting somewhat like a mix of chicken and rabbit meat, but the neck meat, waist, and the meat between the 7th to 9th ribs were extremely succulent and juicy. Coupled with the superb cooking skills of the people of Tianxia, this meat could sell for over 1,000 per pound in the market. Of course, compared to the expensive spirit source beast powder and red flame bloodbud flower powder, this was nothing. As the crowd continued cutting within a short while the skin of the spiked rhinoceros was completely cut open and chunks of flesh were taken out. Ling Feng glanced at the time. About 20 minutes had passed since the assessment began. We'll take no more, just take these. Ling Feng cut off a large piece of the rhinoceros skin and fashioned it into a package, then also twisted some of the skin into a rope to tie it up. The crowd was stunned by Ling Feng's fluid operation. Then Ling Feng evenly broke the spiked horn he obtained into 6 segments, tossing 5 segments to the others. That should be enough for you to meet the requirements, Ling Feng said. There are still over 30 minutes left. Hurry and go hunt the starhorn deer. Ling Feng hoisted the package with the hammer, intending to leave. The crowd was dazed, and the spirited young man quickly asked, Bro, aren't you going to come with us? Ling Feng turned his head and looked at them speechlessly. You all still want to take advantage of me? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally realized. But then again, they could receive the spiked rhinoceros horns only because Ling Feng had generously given them. Without Ling Feng, they would probably still be running from that big guy. Seeing Ling Feng say this, they felt embarrassed. With little time left, they had to hurry to find the starhorn deer and kill it. Compared to number 455, the spiked rhinoceros number 463, the starhorn deer was relatively weaker. Moreover, the starhorn deer usually appeared in groups with 2 antlers. Killing 2 or 3 of them would be enough for them to meet the requirements. Understanding this, the 5 immediately began to act. As for the still frightened Zhao Tianyang, he was now like an abandoned clown, ignored by everyone. In front of the drone's surveillance screen, Li Gongmin was watching the group running out from the abandoned building. He took a sip of tea and smiled. It seems my rhinoceros king has made them suffer greatly. Examiner Lu echoed. That rhinoceros king has reached the peak of the spiked rhinoceros clan's strength. Even a 2-star realm practitioner would have a hard time dealing with it. It's already fortunate that this group of students managed to escape. Li Gongmin nodded with a smile. He was most worried about Ling Feng's group. The infamous Rhinoceros King had severely injured 2 examinees during the last 1-star realm assessment. Li Gongmin waved his hand, switched to other footage. I want to see if there are any good talents. Wait a moment, Li Lao, something seems off. Examiner Lu was startled. Those in the hands of the students. Are those spiked rhinoceros horns? Where did they come from? Could it be? Upon hearing this, Li Gongmin suddenly spat out his tea. What? Where? Let me see. Li Gongmin immediately looked at the screen and found that those examinees who ran out were holding or carrying a piece of white material. Quick, send the drone in. Ew, I want to see the situation of the Rhinoceros King. Examiner Lu promptly operated it. But the next second the footage returned by the drone left them utterly shocked. The Rhinoceros King had been eviscerated, and even its massive single horn had been cut off. The spiked Rhinoceros King has been killed. Li Gongmin couldn't believe it. This is impossible. A spiked Rhinoceros King with a force level of 25.0 couldn't be easily killed, even by a group of one-star realm practitioners. Moreover, these guys were all beginners. How could this happen? Li Gongmin's eyes widened. He had deliberately raised the Rhinoceros King here to let newcomers experience the terror of exotic beasts. Now they had not experienced terror, and the Rhinoceros King was gone. Quick, find out who did this. Li Gongmin urged anxiously. Examiner Lu operated for a while, and said helplessly, Li Lao, the distance was too far just now, and it's impossible to identify the examinees' identities. Useless. Li Gongmin cursed. You can't even handle such a small matter. The nearby Examiner Lu immediately lowered his head, appearing humble. Li Gongmin looked at the corpse of the spiked Rhinoceros King on the screen and sighed deeply. Forget it'll go catch another one to replace it another day. He said, you keep an eye on the screen. If there are any good talents, record them immediately to see if we can recruit them into the system ahead of time. By the way, Li Gongmin suddenly remembered something. By the way, the examinee I asked you to keep an eye on is also in there, right? Which one is it? Examiner Lu was surprised. Didn't you see? Li Gongmin said lightly. I only remembered his number, not his face. I'm getting old and my eyesight is failing. I can't find anyone on the screen at all. Examiner Lu immediately said, it'll help you see where he is. Where is he? Examiner Lu was taken aback. During his moment of contemplation, Ling Feng had already disappeared from the drone's screen. At this moment, Ling Feng carefully opened the package he had just made in the corner of an abandoned building. In addition to the spikes needed for the task, he had also secretly taken a few bones from the spiked rhinoceros along with the blood and flesh that the others helped him process, which Ling Feng could attempt to devour. I hope it works. Ling Feng rubbed his hands together and placed his right hand on the bones. Sure enough, with his intention, these bones were instantly drawn into his sea of consciousness. Ling Feng's consciousness followed in immediately, and he saw 4 small worlds spinning in his consciousness. The dark small world in the center resembled a black hole, causing the surrounding mantle small world, stone source small world, and lightning small world to rotate around it. At that moment, the bones of the spiked rhinoceros that Ling Feng had just devoured appeared above the dark small world. It's about to merge. Ling Feng looked at the scene before him with great anticipation. However, he did not expect that when those bones touched the dark small world, they were slightly bounced back and shaken away. Ling Feng was stunned, instantly dumbfounded. This object cannot be integrated. Ling Feng frowned, attempting once more to guide the bone into the dark black sphere with his consciousness. Yet the dark black sphere resisted fiercely, refusing entry. I slayed that ox with immense effort. Ling Feng seethed. If you refuse integration, I'll smash you to pieces. As if sensing his fury, the dark black sphere reluctantly began absorbing the bone. Soon the bone dissolved entirely, and faint inscriptions emerged upon its surface. Thorn Microrealm TX Virus Infection and Attributes Non-in-World Construction Level 2 Innate Talents Non-in. Ling Feng stared at the text, utterly bewildered. No attributes. No talents. What kind of wretched beast is this? And then again it made sense. Creatures destined to grace human dining tables were never formidable adversaries to begin with. Just 1 bone yields only 2. Ling Feng frowned. Clearly I must feed it more. He dumped all the stolen bones inside. The figure climbed from 2 to 7. With no other choice, he added portions of flesh and blood. The percentage inched upward steadily, until it finally settled at 18. I should have taken more earlier. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. Returning now risks exposure, and the cost would far outweigh the gain. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to hunt fresh thorned rhinos. Moreover, he needed another component for his assignment, star deer antlers. 30 minutes remain. I must act. Ling Feng took a deep breath, hefted his hammer, and strode into the arena. Vast and littered with crumbling ruins, the site concealed terrifying beasts within its shattered floors. Beyond the 3 designated creatures required for the task, numerous others, numbered above 400, roamed freely. Ling Feng had heard that each boundary cultivator practical exam featured unique beasts demanding adaptability from candidates. As he encountered more beasts, his earlier hypothesis was confirmed. The boundary force levels within the arena ranged between 15.0 and 25.0. He never crossed paths again with a thorned rhino sovereign of that caliber. The remaining thorned rhinos peaked at no more than 18.0, still requiring coordinated assault by multiple first-rank boundary cultivators. Time slipped away. At the 45th minute of the exam, candidates began returning, starting with Li Gongmin, a trio of strangers they'd formed an ad hoc alliance solely to jointly slay beasts. Watching the young cultivators cooperate in battle, examiner Li Gongmin smiled approvingly. Excellent. All three of you have passed the exam. He stamped their dossiers with a bold seal. Overwhelmed with relief, the three wept openly. No one knew what harrowing trials those 40-odd minutes had held. Had they not fought as one, limbs would surely have been lost. Shortly thereafter, two more teams returned, but fortune favored them, lest each bore 2 wounded members. Yet Li Gongmin noticed their wounds were neatly bandaged, evidently dressed with torn strips of comrades' clothing. All of you performed admirably. After verifying their beast materials, he declared warmly, "You've all passed." With a sweeping gesture, seals descended. Each returning candidate cleared the practical assessment. Children, remember the lessons forged today. Inhumanity can no longer afford internal strife. The great cataclysm 30 years ago stemmed directly from rivalry among humanity's 5 great factions, leaving us huddled behind walls like besieged refugees. In this exam, deliberately deployed beasts beyond any single cultivator's capacity, to teach you the irreplaceable value of unity. In no one survives, the beast swarms alone. In examiner Li Gongmin's solemn words resonated deeply within every listener. Many candidates felt profoundly moved, until suddenly the examiners behind them cried out in shock. What in the world is that? All turned, only to see a colossal figure approaching the arena's entrance. Li Gongmin's brow furrowed. After a moment's scrutiny, he restrained Lu examiner, who'd begun stepping forward. Hold, this is one of ours. As the figure drew nearer, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was Ling Feng. He staggered forward, bearing a beast-hide sack larger than his own body. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Even the young examiners froze mid-step. Ling Feng squeezed through the mechanical gate, but the sack jammed behind him. He wriggled futilely several times before offering an awkward smile. Examiner, could you— Examiner Lu reacted fastest, grabbing Ling Feng's arm and hauling him inward. The massive sack compressed, barely scraping through the gate. Ling Feng exhaled in profound relief, dropping the sack squarely before Li Gongmin. Instantly, a thick coppery stench of blood flooded the air. Li Gongmin's kindly benevolent expression locked rigid. What is this? In materials, Ling Feng scratched his head. Sorry, I may have overkilled. Didn't want to waste anything, so I brought it all back. He untied the sack, pulling forth heaps of thorns and star deer antlers, and casually retrieved 2 cat-bodied tiger-tailed creatures from the pile of bones. The rest consisted almost entirely of bones and raw flesh. The onlookers stood transfixed, stunned into silence. Examiner, one candidate stammered. You just said no one survives the beast swarms alone. So what is he at? Li Gongmin himself was speechless. In 1 hour, how had Ling Feng slain so many beasts? He'd overseen nearly 8,000 practical exams, yet never witnessed such an absurd feat. He'd just preached unity, and this youth had countered with sheer staggering individual prowess. Was this not a direct affront to his authority? Li Gongmin erupted. Candidates are strictly forbidden from retrieving this volume of beast materials. Ling Feng blinked, baffled. Examiner, I reviewed the examination regulations. They explicitly permit it. Preposterous. Li Gongmin barked, until Lu examiner quietly approached, holding the official guidelines. Masterly, it is permitted. Candidates may even take materials home, though safety remains their sole responsibility. Li Gongmin went numb. He snapped at Lu examiner. How could such an outrageous candidate slip past you? Did you detect nothing during his boundary force assessment? Lu examiner recoiled, crestfallen. Masterly, wasn't he the special case you instructed us to accommodate? I followed your directive precisely. Several junior examiners nodded vigorously. What special case? Li Gongmin stared blankly. Him, candidate 12 Ling Feng. You personally ordered us to grant him preferential treatment. Li Gongmin gazed at Ling Feng, then paused, struck by an uncanny resemblance. Ling Changsheng. Wow, what the hell? Could this young man possibly be Ling Changsheng's son? Li Gongmin was struck with sudden astonishment. That can't be right. Ling Changsheng, the wretch, asked me to look after his son, claiming the boy was still weak, just shy of attaining first-tier realm walker status. This doesn't look just shy at all. He's already stronger than a second-tier realm walker. Li Gongmin stared blankly at the mountainous pile of monstrous beast materials before him. Ling Feng reminded him politely, Examiner, am I qualified? Li Gongmin blinked, utterly bewildered. Qualified for what? Ling Feng frowned, puzzled. The practical assessment. Only then did Li Gongmin snap back to awareness, his dazed gaze sharpening with sudden clarity. Right, you are qualified. Far too qualified. Ling Feng fell silent, sensing, perhaps unfairly, that the old man was subtly cursing him. Li Gongmin picked up the official seal and stamped it firmly onto Ling Feng's dossier. Overjoyed, Ling Feng retrieved several cuts of spiked rhinoceros beef from his pack and offered them to Li Gongmin and the others. "Examiner, would you like some to take home?" "I just slaughtered it myself." Li Gongmin glared, barking sternly, bribing an examiner. Formal warning issued. A repeat offense will result in disqualification. Ling Feng froze crestfallen. He turned away, sheepishly muttering under his breath, "If you don't want it, just say so. No need to shout." 2 minutes remained until the assessment concluded. Per regulations, all candidates were required to remain on-site until the official end. Time ticked steadily onward. Including Ling Feng, only 17 candidates had reported. Subtracting the 2 previously eliminated, 5 candidates remained unaccounted for. Ling Feng scanned the room and noticed Zhao Tianyang's absence. Yet those candidates who'd earlier received spiked rhinoceros horns from him were present, seated among their peers. Ling Feng sat beside his own heap of beef. The scene was nothing short of surreal. With precisely 1 minute left, Li Gongmin glanced down at the attendance roster. Alas, it seems they'll fail. The other examiners remained silent. Practical assessments typically filtered out 30% of candidates. Even 5 failures here would be unremarkable. Yet no one anticipated that the moment Li Gongmin finished speaking, an alarm blared through the waiting chamber. "Someone's in danger." Li Gongmin commanded sharply. "Xiao Lu, go. Rescue them immediately." "Yes, sir." Without hesitation, Examiner Lu sprinted into the field, flanked by 2 colleagues, covering nearly 100 meters in under 2 seconds. Their astonishing speed left Ling Feng and the others stunned. Meanwhile, the remaining examiners deployed drones, projecting live footage onto the main screen. Ling Feng watched as swarms of monstrous beasts pursued fleeing humans: spiked rhinoceroses, star-horned deer, cat-bodied tigers, and iron-horned steeds, bearing designation 468. These steeds bore iron-like horns atop their heads, slightly weaker than star-horned deer, but reportedly abundant beyond the perimeter walls, captured and bred by human cultivators to feed cat-bodied tigers. Thus arose the absurd spectacle: cat-bodied tigers chasing iron-horned steeds, which in turn stampeded after the candidates. Among them, Ling Feng recognized a familiar figure. A shock of crimson hair, school uniform soaked in blood, desperately fleeing. It was Zhao Tianyang. The alarm originated from his device. He must have pressed the distress button himself. As his voice echoed from the screen, "Examiner, help! A herd of steeds is chasing me." The expressions of Ling Feng and the others twisted into awkward disbelief. Li Gongmin's face darkened. Too cowardly even to slay steeds. Utterly worthless. Moments later, Examiner Lu and his team arrived on scene. Lu raised his palm, conjuring a spear of glacial ice, and with swift precision hurled aside the lead iron-horned steeds. His 2 colleagues likewise unleashed their domain powers, blasting spiked rhinoceroses and star-horned deer aside in explosive bursts. Ling Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The 3 examiners' domain energies corresponded respectively to water, fire, and metal, each wielding distinct, masterful combat styles. After clearing the path, Lu did not advance. Instead, he stood firm, gripping his icy spear, and roared, "Begone!" His voice thundered, halting the cat-bodied tigers mid-stride. They recoiled in fear, then fled. Spiked rhinoceroses, star-horned deer, and iron-horned steeds scattered in all directions. The candidates stood awestruck. Lu had driven off the entire bestial horde using nothing but sheer aura. "Impressive, isn't it?" Li Gongmin smiled. "Climb high enough, awaken your domain, and you too shall wield such power." Their eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Ling Feng hesitated, then quietly sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea. After absorption, the domain belonging to the spiked rhinoceros had been disdainfully expelled by the obsidian orb, cast aside to the very periphery. The entire rhino domain lay shrouded in dull gray mist, like a forsaken child huddled alone in the corner, weeping silently. In contrast, the other 3 domains shimmered faintly, orbiting the obsidian orb in graceful, ceaseless rotation. "If I reach the chaotic realm, could I manifest such abilities?" Ling Feng frowned. "Yet theirs reside within the Dantian. Mine dwells within my mind. Is mine truly unique? Had its location not been anomalous, Ling Feng would never have mistaken them for tumors, nor staged that absurd comical misunderstanding. Upon reflection, who ever heard of a tumor inscribed with characters? Just as Ling Feng returned to the present, the 3 examiners escorted the survivors back. Having endured an hour of hellish ordeal, Zhao Tianyang's legs trembled uncontrollably, carried back only with Lu's support. The other 4 wore grim faces, fully aware their assessment had ended in failure. Failure this time means another chance in 3 months. Return, train harder. I hereby declare today's first-tier Realm Walker assessment concluded. Everyone, follow me out. As Li Gongmin spoke, his gaze instinctively drifted toward Ling Feng. He intended to confront Ling Changsheng directly, demanding answers. Meanwhile, Ling Feng calmly packed away his enormous sack. Once emptied of monstrous beast materials, the sack weighed far less. Ling Feng joined the departing crowd heading toward the elevator, only to find everyone subtly veering away, except Examiner Liu, who walked steadfastly beside him. Young man, you possess remarkable strength. How about joining the second-tier realm walker assessment in a few days? Ling Feng replied modestly, my cultivation remains insufficient. I'd only embarrass myself. Final exams approach, I must focus on revision. Your realm force level needs refinement. 2 more months of training should suffice, Liu smiled. When ready, come straight to me. I'm Liu Yuan. Here's my card. He drew a card from his inner pocket and slipped it into Ling Feng's shirt pocket. Thank you, Examiner. Ling Feng felt genuinely pleased. Not only had he advanced his realm force tier, but he now carried home enough premium beef to spare his family considerable expense. Examiner Liu stepped confidently into the elevator. Ling Feng moved to follow, only for the candidates and examiners inside to visibly stiffen. You, take the stairs. Don't crowd us. Li Gongmin grumbled irritably. With no choice, Ling Feng turned toward the stairwell. Though merely 2 subterranean levels deep, each floor soared over 15 meters, rendering the staircase dauntingly long. Ling Feng gazed upward at the spiraling, seemingly bottomless staircase, and his expression soured into a bitter, wilted gourd. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, once I'm wealthy, I'll build 2 elevators here, one grand, one cramped. The grand one I'll ride alone, the cramped one, let them squeeze in. The 1-star assessment has concluded. Family members, please proceed to Area A1 to receive the candidates. A voice echoed through the star hall, prompting Gu Fanyue, who had been waiting at the A1 entrance, to stand up abruptly. The assessment is over, she murmured, gazing anxiously at the doorway. I don't know how it went. I don't ask that he pass, only that nothing happened to him. He'll be fine, don't worry, Ling Changsheng said with a smile. Ling Feng is with me. Clever and quick, even if danger arises, hell, run far away. It's precisely because he's with you that I'm worried, Gu Fanyue said. Ling Changsheng's smile froze. Suddenly a sharp, coquettish laugh rang out. Oh, Sister Gu. You're waiting here too. Gu Fanyue turned and saw Jin Yume. There is only one entrance, Gu Fanyue said coolly. If we weren't here, there would be nowhere else to wait. Sensing hostility in Gu Fanyue's tone, Jin Yume feigned surprise. Oh, you didn't bring any healing remedies. They say the real combat assessment is ruthless. My son Tianyang is so outstanding, I prepared many medicines to prevent his wounds from becoming infected. Jin Yume produced a designer handbag and pretended to rummage, shaking a few bottles of red potion. Sister Gu, shall I give you some? Each bottle cost over 10,000, very valuable and effective. Your Ling Feng's realm power level is so low, he must have been injured in the field. He might even be missing an arm or a leg. Ling Changsheng frowned and snapped, who are you saying, law? Can you even speak? He had long since had enough of her. His previous silence had been restraint. Now that she casually wished injury upon Ling Feng, Ling Changsheng could not remain silent. Sorry, I misspoke, Jin Yume said with a smile. That's just how I am, blunt and forthright. If you remain so blunt, I may lose my composure. Ling Changsheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if that happens, please excuse any lack of politeness. Jin Yume's expression changed at his words. She realized Ling Changsheng worked here as an instructor and possessed genuine ability. If she angered him, no one would fare well. She could only sneer inwardly. Humph, with such a low realm power level, he dares to take the 1-star assessment. Sons truly reflect their parents. At that moment, the entrance to A1 opened, and several bloodstained candidates filed out. Seeing this, Jin Yume, abandoning any quarrel with Ling Changsheng's family, hurried forward. Ling Changsheng and his family did the same. Most of the participants in the 1-star assessment were students. Some, upon seeing their parents, could not help but break into loud sobs. The real combat assessment was always ruthless. Tianyang. Jin Yume spotted Zhao Tianyang among the bowed heads and rushed forward to check on him. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? She asked urgently. Zhao Tianyang's uniform was soaked in blood, the result of crawling into a spined rhino's carcass earlier to retrieve a pistol. He had indeed found the pistol, but it was drenched in blood and rendered useless. That was why he had been chased by a beast afterward. At the sight of Jin Yume, Zhao Tianyang's legs went weak, and he wept bitterly. Mom, I thought I would never see you again. Jin Yume felt awkward. She glanced at Ling Changsheng's family and hurriedly admonished. Why are you crying? Be strong. As long as you pass the 1-star assessment, nothing else matters. Zhao Tianyang froze, hesitated, and then replied grimly, Mom, I failed the 1-star assessment too. This left Jin Yume stunned. Beside Gu Fanyue, Ling Yuan stifled a laugh. Gu Fanyue quickly pulled her behind her, having already met Jin Yume's cold glare. What happened? Jin Yume demanded of Zhao Tianyang. He embellished the story about Ling Feng, insisting it's all his fault. If not for him, I would have passed for sure. Mom, you must vindicate me. As he spoke, the chill in Jin Yumi's eyes, she could not believe Ling Feng would dare such a thing. Gu Fanhua. Jin Yume rose and barked at her. Explain what happened to my son. Ling Chongsheng and the others were dumbfounded. How could everything be blamed on Ling Feng? As Ling Chongsheng moved to argue, the sullen-faced Li Gongmin stepped forward. Young Ling, I need a word with you, he said, seizing Ling Changsheng's shoulder to pull him aside. Jin Yume snapped. Where do you think you're going? Your son treated mine that way in the field, you want to explain, and just try to leave. Li Gongmin frowned and looked toward Jin Yume and Zhao Tianyang. He asked calmly, I was one of the examiners for this real combat assessment. Do you have any questions? Examiner. Jin Yume stammered, then pleaded, you must make this right for my son. My son failed because of them. Now he has no hope for the higher academy. How does your son's failure have anything to do with them? Li Gongmin glared and said he failed for 2 reasons. He chose an unfamiliar firearm, and the weakest pistol at that. And he lacked courage, letting a small beast like an iron-horned bovine chase him. Whom can you blame? Jin Yume was stunned, but she gritted her teeth and insisted, it's because Ling Feng sabotaged him. Ling Feng. Li Gongmin's brow creased. Why him again? The quarrel drew the attention of many candidates and parents. A spirited young man suddenly interjected, Andy, that's not how it happened. We all saw. Your son was thrown by the spined rhino 3 times, and each time Brother Ling rescued him. Ling Feng had become famous among the candidates for slaying so many beasts. Those who had previously shared spined rhino horn chimed in. Yes, I can testify. Brother Ling is a good man, and this guy failed, and now wants to pin it on him. If not for Ling Feng had have been eliminated long ago, perhaps even grievously wounded by the spined rhino. Having benefited alongside the spirited youth from Ling Feng's deeds, they felt obliged to speak in his defense. Jin Yumi's face went dark, confronted by the crowd's accusations. Her dignity was prodded. It seems the matter is clear, she said bitterly. Ling Chongsheng responded. My Ling Feng saved your son, yet your son turns and slanders him. My son's realm power level may be lacking, but his character is excellent. He would never stoop to such things you accuse him of. At that moment, a figure bearing a massive bundle came running from the exit. It was Ling Feng. He climbed the stairs panting, and his appearance seized everyone's attention. What is that? Why is he carrying such a large bundle? Is that beast hide? Is he even a candidate? Why is he coming down the stairs? Parents murmured in puzzlement. Ling Feng trudged over, set the bundle before Ling Chongsheng and grinned. Dad, I secured our family's food for half a month. He unwrapped the bundle to reveal stacks and stacks of steaks Ling Feng had packed, piled high, weighing well over 100 pounds. Ling Changsheng's face went rigid. He had just praised Ling Feng's noble character and lack of petty greed. Yet the boy had effectively cleared out nearly half the real combat field of its provisions. The appearance of Ling Feng silenced the entire A1 waiting area. Ling Feng awkwardly asked, Why are you all staring at me? The spirited young man was the first to react and immediately tattled. Brother Ling, this guy says he failed the assessment because of you. Ling Feng, however, responded nonchalantly. Oh, do you really believe what children say? Look at how scared the kid is. His red hair is almost fading. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned peculiar. The atmosphere fell into silence. They had initially thought Ling Feng would argue fiercely, but this unexpected blow left everyone at a loss. It was Ling Chongsheng who broke the silence first, casting a cold glance at Jin Yume. Do you have anything else to say? Should I call the police? Let the Safety Bureau come to investigate. However, I must warn you in advance, if your son truly slanders Xiao Feng, I will fight the lawsuit to the end. Jin Yumi's face alternated between pale and livid. With so many witnesses for Ling Feng, even if the Safety Bureau came, the situation would not be in her favor. Just wait. Jin Yume turned away, angrily dragging Zhao Tianyang away in disgrace. Ling Chongsheng scoffed and ignored her, turning to Ling Feng instead. He frowned and asked Xiao Feng what happened. Ling Feng looked puzzled. Dad, what did I do? Just when everyone thought Ling Chongsheng was about to rebuke Ling Feng, he squatted down to look at the beef Ling Feng had brought back and exclaimed angrily, Is this all you brought back? How am I supposed to share this with Uncle Wu and the others? Everyone was taken aback. Good grief, he brought back over 100 pounds of beef, and he's complaining it's not enough. Even Li Gongmin's expression became extremely ugly. After all, those exotic beasts were all captured by them. The Star Pavilion only provided care. If this exotic beast isn't enough, they would have to capture more. No one expected someone would dare to exploit such a loophole during a 1-star assessor evaluation. That's enough. Li Gongmin pressed down on Ling Changsheng's shoulder and said in a low voice, I need to talk to you. Ling Chongsheng was somewhat confused, but followed Li Gongmin to the staircase in area A1. Oldly, what's going on? Ling Chongsheng asked, puzzled. Did you have to pull me out just to talk? You need to tell me the truth. Li Gongmin's expression was serious. What did you give Ling Feng to eat? Ling Chongsheng was very confused. What did I give him? Don't play dumb with me. Li Gongmin snapped. If you didn't give him any expensive supplements, how could his realm power level reach 18? 3. This time it was Ling Chongsheng who was shocked. You mean Xiao Feng's realm power level reached 18? 3. Are you still pretending? Li Gongmin said angrily, with his realm power level of 18. 3. He swept through half of the exotic beasts in the one-star assessment. I saw it with my own eyes. You didn't even blink when you picked up the beef. Li Gongmin was almost certain Ling Chongsheng was aware of this. Ling Chongsheng suspiciously said, isn't that the meat from number 536, the red-haired wild bull? That thing was long since killed. This is the meat of the spiked rhino. Li Gongmin stared wide-eyed. Number 455, an exotic beast with a power level between 15.0 and 25.0. Your son even killed the rhino king that I was raising in the trial ground. What the hell? Ling Chongsheng's body shook. My son is that strong. Isn't it enough? Li Gongmin said irritably. Your son can register for the 2-star assessor evaluation but insists on squeezing into the 1-star. In the future, don't ask me for favors like this. I'm getting old and my heart can't take it. Li Gongmin took out the cigarettes Ling Chongsheng had given him, hesitated for a moment, then put them back in his pocket. Alright, let's go. I still have to oversee the 2-star assessor evaluation. Li Gongmin cursed and walked away. Ling Chongsheng looked at his retreating figure, puzzled. That can't be right. I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Feng's realm power level was only 9.8. How did it become 18.3 in just 2 days? This is really strange. The 2-star assessor evaluation is about to begin. Please proceed to Area A2 for the trial. After hearing the announcement from the hall, Ling Chongsheng hurried back. Ling Yuan was already ready to set out. Yuan, Dad says you need to bring back more beef since the amount is insufficient, Ling Feng said with a smile. Tonight we will feast on meat. Okay, don't worry, brother. I will definitely complete the task. Ling Yuan replied cheerfully. Just then Li Gongmin, who overheard the conversation, felt a twitch in his face and quickly called over Officer Lu. Xiao Lu, hurry up and change the wild bull beast in the 2-star assessor evaluation to Iron Hoof Demon Goat. Li Gongmin did not want to see the wild bull king he was raising get killed inexplicably. Officer Lu, upon hearing this, hurried to modify the examination content. Ling Yuan soon entered the A2 examination room. Unlike the 1-star assessor evaluation, the duration of the 2-star evaluator assessment was extended to about 2 hours. Ling Feng and Ling Chongsheng borrowed some knives from the Star Pavilion and began to cut the beef, sealing it for preservation. The father and son spent more than 2 hours processing the beef before finally finishing. At this time, the 2-star assessor evaluation also concluded. A large group of examinees rushed out. Some were covered in blood, some were startled, and some were in tears, but many were enthusiastically recounting their experiences inside. You should have seen it. It was terrifying. There was a girl who slaughtered sheep inside. That girl must be a demon. Over a dozen iron hoof demon goats were completely slaughtered in just a few minutes. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I might have ended up as her mutton. But to be fair, that girl is really pretty. I want to chase her, but I'm too scared. The examinees' words made Ling Feng and Ling Chongsheng turn their heads in surprise. They happened to know a girl who could do such things. Ling Feng suspiciously said, no way. Could it be Yuan? I don't think so. I know Yuan, she's a good kid who doesn't take small advantages. Ling Feng interjected. So if she, like me, is greedy for big advantages. Ling Chongsheng's face twitched, and he immediately looked at Gu Fanyue. He lowered his voice and asked, Dear, you didn't teach Yuan any knife skills, did you? Gu Fanyue replied sheepishly, just a little, not much. Ling Chongsheng slapped his forehead. Well, it seems highly likely. Sure enough, just as everyone was discussing, a girl carrying a large bundle of bags rushed out from the A2 staircase. Mom and Dad, big brother, come help me. Ooh, I can't carry it anymore. The father and son were instantly stunned. Ling Yuan didn't even know how many bags she had robbed, with over a dozen bundles hanging from her, each quite heavy. On the other side, in the underground 3rd level of the Xinguan, Li Gongmin led Lu Caoguan and others towards the combat assessment training ground without pause. When Li Gongmin saw the massive corpse of the iron hoof demon goat before him, he plopped down onto the ground. He murmured, The king of sheep I raised is gone. Lu Caoguan stepped forward to inspect and returned to report. Li Lao, it's a very pure sword technique. It doesn't seem like something a 2-star realm cultivator could use. That girl not only has strong innate talent, but also possesses incredible sword skills, as if she has been guided by a master. At this moment, Li Gongmin clearly had no mood to discuss the matter with him. He sighed and said, Dispose of the corpse. Tomorrow come with me outside the wall to catch some cattle and sheep, otherwise this won't be enough for them to kill. Lu Kaowan seeing this felt it inappropriate to say more and could only nod. Li Gongmin suddenly asked, "By the way, what was that girl's name again?" Lu Kaowan was taken aback and recalled, "I think it was Ling Yuan." Ling Yuan. Li Gongmin's forehead throbbed with veins. It's definitely the doing of Ling Chongqing again. He had thought he could gain some advantage over Ling Chongqing, but he ended up suffering a great loss. This guy must have known in advance that they would do this, so he stuffed me with a pack of cigarettes. No way, next time at least 2 packs, no 3 packs. Li Gongmin was so angry his teeth itched. At the same time, Ling Chongqing, who was helping Ling Yuan handle the spoils, suddenly sneezed. "Who the hell is cursing me?" Ling Chongqing rubbed his nose, and seeing the piles of cattle and sheep meat before him immediately broke into a grin. "This portion is for your martial uncle, this portion is for Zheng Lao from your school, and this portion is for Yuan Yuan's homeroom teacher." Ling Chongqing packed everything neatly and categorized it. "Don't come for realm cultivator assessments for a while, otherwise Li Lao will definitely not let me off." Ling Chongqing was very clear that this time the siblings had plundered 2 combat venues managed by Li Gongmin, so the old man would definitely be on guard against them. The family packed up all the items in Ling Chongqing's office and drove home. That night Ling Feng lay on his bed and his consciousness once again sank into the sea of awareness. Although he had devoured materials from the spiked rhinoceros and condensed a small world, that small world was of no use at all. Moreover, he later tried to consume the blood and flesh of the star-horned deer and the tail of the cat-body tiger, but the dark sphere seemed to be temperamental and would not swallow it at all. Is it because the number is too low that it refuses to devour? Damn, this thing really has a picky appetite. Ling Feng had no way to deal with the dark sphere. In desperation, he could only get up and take out 2 small bottles of red powder from the drawer. That was the powder from the red flame bloodbud flower which Ling Feng had bought at a high price. "I still have over 100,000, but if I buy all this it probably won't be enough." Ling Feng frowned. To be cautious, he searched online for the special abilities of the red flame bloodbud flower. It was a talent skill called blood fusion, which could transform oneself into a blood-like juice to digest the blood and flesh of prey, condensing the essence for oneself. This talent is pretty good. If I temporarily let it merge with the dark small world, although I won't be able to open other small worlds, it shouldn't be a loss. Ling Feng immediately opened the door and ran to the kitchen, secretly taking a few pieces of processed exotic beast meat. Inside were spiked rhinoceros, star-horned deer, iron hoof demon goat, and some pieces of exotic meat that Ling Feng didn't recognize and didn't know what Ling Yuan had killed. Ling Feng opened the bottle before him and swallowed the red powder in one gulp. A hot sensation slid down his esophagus. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng's consciousness was pulled into the sea of awareness, and he watched the red powder disappear into the dark sphere. Suddenly characters appeared on the dark sphere. Red Flame Small World TX Virus Infection, Attribute Fire World Construction, Level 10 Talent Blood Fusion active. It worked. Ling Feng took a deep breath and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. However, he also saw the number in the World Construction level column. 50,000 for the flower powder, and it only improves by 10. This means to fully open the Red Flame Small World, I need to spend another 45000. Ling Feng was instantly disheartened. This thing was simply a bottomless pit, a money-eating beast. For the Red Flame Bloodbud flower numbered 106, if I were to devour one with a number in the top 100, wouldn't the cost to open a small world be astronomical, eh? Ling Feng's body shuddered, and his face instantly turned ugly. Forget it, let me try this ability first. Once the dark sphere devours exotic beast materials, it can replicate their abilities, but the only drawback is that it cannot replicate other small worlds. This means that all the exotic beast supplements Ling Feng ingests now are basically just supplements and will not be devoured by the dark sphere. However, in this situation, the already open small world can utilize its ability at the cost of some essence. Ling Feng pressed his right hand on a piece of spiked rhinoceros meat, and his mind immersed into the dark sphere. Talent Blood Fusion. Ling Feng's right hand began to secrete a sticky red liquid that seemed to have a life of its own, immediately enveloping the spiked rhinoceros meat. Then a burst of blood mist erupted, and the piece of spiked rhinoceros meat seemed to ignite, transforming into a drop of shimmering red liquid that appeared in the palm of Ling Feng's right hand. This red liquid was like mercury, able to roll around everywhere, but not dissolving in his hand. What is this? Ling Feng was taken aback and tossed it into a bottle. However, it quickly shriveled down, becoming a crystal the size of a fingernail. Interesting. Ling Feng's eyes widened. If I make more of these and let Jiangyi sell them for me tomorrow, this must be a good thing. Ling Feng chuckled and continued the process. Soon all the exotic beast flesh was transformed into such crystals. Ling Feng felt it was not enough, so he stealthily slipped out of his room towards the kitchen. But he didn't notice that someone was standing behind him. Bro, what are you doing? This soft call startled Ling Feng into jumping up. He turned around, and upon seeing Ling Yuan he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't doing anything. Don't play dumb, you just took a lot of exotic beast meat. What did you do? Be honest. No, I didn't. Ling Feng still wanted to argue. Mom, bro is. Ling Yuan immediately shouted towards the bedroom. Don't shout, don't shout. Ling Feng, helpless, could only cover Ling Yuan's small mouth. He didn't want to tell his parents about the small world, as it was his secret. Ling Yuan broke free from Ling Feng's hold, spreading her small hands. Hush, money. Ling Feng, at a loss, could only hand over 2 red crystals he had made. What is this? Ling Yuan was taken aback. Did you steal Mom's rubies? You're the one who stole Mom. Ling Feng replied helplessly. I made these from that flesh. The effects are unclear, but they look pretty good, so I'm giving you 2 for now. I'm still working on it. Big brother. Ling Yuan's eyes sparkled. If this thing is really a ruby, we could make a fortune. You wished. Ling Feng tapped her on the head. I've given you the hush money. You mustn't tell anyone about this. Let me find someone to ask, then he'll tell you what this is. All right. Ling Yuan smiled sweetly. Those who see it share in the profits. Oh, I want 30%. Ling Feng. This sister can't be kept as she's a money pit. Moonlight spilled onto Ling Feng's window. If one looked closely, they could faintly see a figure sitting at the desk, busily fiddling with something in both hands. The next morning, as the alarm clock rang, Ling Feng sat up with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He felt as if his body had been drained. Yet on his desk, there was already a bottle filled with crimson crystals. 36 times of blood fusion nearly drained me dry. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with exhaustion, but upon seeing so many crimson crystals, he couldn't help but smile brightly. These should be worth quite a lot if sold as rubies. I'm going to get rich. Ling Feng carefully placed the bottle into his backpack, and after having breakfast made by Gu Fan Yue, he got ready to go to school. Xiao Feng, Yuan, have you seen the mutton I left here yesterday? Why is there so much missing? Who ate it? Ling Feng replied nervously, Mom, I didn't see it. Maybe Yuan ate it. That child really is something, eating so much at night. Gu Fan Yue scolded, I'll go wake her up right now. Hearing this, Ling Feng quickly slipped away. He took the subway to school, but the moment his left foot crossed the school gate, he was grabbed. Ling Feng was already used to it. He didn't even need to turn around and know it was Zheng Hongji. Ling Feng chuckled. Old Zheng, you're up pretty early. How dare you be so familiar? Old Zheng is not something you can call. Zheng Hongji frowned and said, You've been slacking off these past few days. You need to train with me this morning. You must learn the lightning whip before the big exam. Old Zheng, are you in such a rush for me to practice this? You'd make anyone think your surname is Ma. If you can't learn, it'll make you take my surname, Donkey. Ling Feng. He was dragged into the courtyard by Zheng Hongji, who tossed him an iron whip as usual. First performed the first 4 whips, then strike the 5th one. He sat down, took a sip of tea, and gestured for Ling Feng to begin. Ling Feng asked, Old Zheng, if I manage to perform all 5 whips, can I skip training in the future? Yes. Zheng Hongji nodded, sneering, Don't get ahead of yourself. You can barely manage the 4th whip. You think you can handle the 5th? At your lazy pace, it could take you half a year. Old Zheng, you said it. No backing out. Ling Feng laughed. I don't believe you think after a weekend my strength could soar to the heavens. Ling Feng didn't say much more to Zheng Hongji. He directly gripped the iron whip. At first, he did not channel the power of the mantle world, but instead used his own body to conduct the electricity. As the first whip was swung, Ling Feng felt his muscles being pierced by the electric current beginning to stiffen. But it was much better than before. Then he swung the second whip with all his strength. The current intensified, and Ling Feng nearly lost his grip on the iron whip. Yet he held on with determination. I might not be able to withstand the 3rd whip. I'd better activate the mantle world. Ling Feng slowly lifted his head, and the reflection of a mantle beast appeared in his gaze. The mantle beast's passive ability, mantle defense, activated. The electric current seemed to diminish instantly, and Ling Feng immediately swung out the 3rd, and then the 4th whip. The arcs of electricity reverberated in the air, creating a barrier that no one could approach. In the next moment, Ling Feng changed his stance, enveloped in electric light, and the arcs scattered instantly, crashing around him like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Zheng Hongji suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, This is impossible. To complete all 5 whips requires an exceptionally high tolerance for electricity. Did Ling Feng actually manage to accomplish this in just over a week? Zheng Hongji was stunned. Old Zheng, I've completed the 5 whips. Ling Feng cupped his fists and bowed, smiling. Our agreement still stands, right? Zheng Hongji did not respond directly, but immediately leaped down, pressing both hands on Ling Feng's shoulders. He gazed into Ling Feng's eyes seriously and asked, Kid, tell me, do you have a twin brother? Was it the younger brother who came before and the older brother who has come these past few days? Ling Feng replied suspiciously, Old Zheng, what did the doctor say about your condition? Zheng Hongji was taken aback, and then furiously shouted, "You're the one who's sick." Ling Feng helplessly replied, "Why are you getting so worked up? Stop talking nonsense, and come here." Zheng Hongji pulled Ling Feng to the school's testing room. Last time Ling Feng had locked Zheng Hongji in here, and the door was later punched out by Zheng Hongji, and it still hadn't been fixed. "Step on it, and test your power level," Zheng Hongji said fiercely. Ling Feng had no choice but to follow Zheng Hongji's instructions. Soon the test results came out. Your punch strength value is 713 kilograms. Your peak speed is 22.89 milliseconds. Congratulations. Your power level is 20. Zheng Hongji was completely dumbfounded. He patted the testing instrument. Is the machine broken? How could it jump straight to over 20? Ling Feng coughed lightly and said, "Old Zheng, is there a possibility? I mean a possibility that my power level has indeed reached 20. You're talking nonsense." Zheng Hongji glared at Ling Feng. "Are you a god? Just a week ago you were only 1.5, and now it's suddenly 20. Your speed has doubled, and your strength has increased over 6-fold. Not even a rocket could increase that fast." Ling Feng helplessly replied, "Why can't I have extraordinary talent?" Zheng Hongji retorted, "If you had extraordinary talent you wouldn't be here." Zheng Hongji, skeptical, made Ling Feng take the test several more times. The results were all similar. Ling Feng's power level had already surpassed the threshold of a 2-star realm master, and both his strength and speed met the standards. Zheng Hongji stared at the numbers on the machine, filled with confusion and doubt. "Old Zheng, can I go back to class now?" Ling Feng tentatively asked. "Go ahead." Zheng Hongji sat down in defeat, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. How could this be?" Ling Feng seized the opportunity and quickly slipped away. Zheng Hongji, as if recalling something, immediately pulled out his phone. He called his disciple, Zhao Tianming, who was far away in Kyoto. The phone rang several times before Zhao Tianming picked up. The screen displayed Zhao Tianming's drowsy face. "Old Zheng, what's up now?" "Junior, I have something very important to tell you." "Go ahead." "The student I introduced to you has learned the lightning whip this morning, and his power level has reached 20. Zheng Hongji quickly relayed Ling Feng's situation to Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming chuckled. When he tried to call back, Zhao Tianming had already turned off his phone. Zheng Hongji's face turned ashen, feeling as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. "This can't be. Could Ling Feng truly be so talented? I can't believe this," he murmured. "If that's the case, and Zhao Tianming won't help me, I can only ask someone else." Sigh. On the other hand, Ling Feng, having slipped from Zheng Hongji's grasp, had already appeared in the classroom. He noticed, however, that Jiang Yi had not attended today. Goodness, skipping class in the second week after transferring. Ling Feng had intended to ask Jiang Yi about those blood-red crystals, but it seemed there would be no chance now. During the break, Ling Feng hid alone in a corner of the classroom reading a novel. Even so, the other students whispered about him. Rumors rippled. Some said Ling Feng had gone to take the 1-star realm assessment over the weekend. Others doubted, noting his realm power had only been 9. Some insisted he was still short of the mark. Others guessed he had gone, but failed. The 1-star assessment carried a high failure rate, they whispered, even claiming there had been deaths. Scoffs followed. Perhaps his family had fed him precious tonics, they said, otherwise he could not have broken through so quickly. Among the students were envy, admiration, contempt, and awe. Ling Feng paid them no mind. At that moment a figure appeared at the doorway. "Brothers, I'm back," he called. To everyone's surprise, it was Song Zichuan. His 2 followers, Wang Zhishuan and Guo Mingrue, brightened and rushed over. "Monitor, are you healed?" they asked. "Haha, that wound was nothing," Song boasted. Song continued proudly, saying that thanks to the injury his family had bought him tonics. "I just came from the Xingguan, my realm power level is now 7.0. Ling Feng glanced at him without a word. Once Song made that claim, many students began to flatter him. "The monitor is amazing," they chorused. Laughter swelled. "Now who would dare compare with our class?" "It still depends on the monitor," they said. Song grew ever more pleased. In recent days, not only had his wound healed, his realm power had advanced markedly. This progress owed itself to Dean Song's willingness to spend on expensive tonics. Song accepted the compliments with gratification, but his gaze wandered to Ling Feng in the corner. A sardonic glint surfaced in his eyes. "Ling Feng," he called, "my wound is healed now. Oh, do you dare challenge me again?" His voice carried to every ear. He expected jeers, yet the classroom fell silent. No one dared speak. Song froze. "Well, what's wrong?" he stammered. Guo Mingrue leaned in and whispered, "Monitor, Ling Feng tested his realm power on the field a few days ago and reached 9. He finished. Rumor even had it he underwent the 1-star assessment over the weekend. What Song thought, stunned and bewildered. "Is that true?" he pressed. "It's true," Wang Zhishuan replied helplessly. That Chen Xinyao from class 6 had taken some tonic and broken to 6.0. When Ling Feng challenged her, she surrendered. The matter had spread through the school. Song's breathing quickened. He had been convalescing at home and knew nothing of this. If Ling Feng's realm power truly met one-star standards, challenging him would be tantamount to courting death. Song imagined himself back in the infirmary. The prospect terrified him. He had no wish to be hospitalized. As Song fretted, Ling Feng closed his book, rose, and said with cool composure, "You want a challenge?" "Fine." Song jolted and forced a laugh. "Ling Feng, I was only joking, don't take it seriously," he pleaded. "How dare you issue a challenge?" And then balk, Ling Feng sneered. "Monitor, is that the extent of your courage?" Song felt anger rise in his chest. He was about to respond when his two followers' faces changed. They cautioned him urgently, "Monitor, don't accept it. That boy only wants to beat you again." "Yes, don't fall for it," they urged. Song wrestled with himself, wanting to slap them for not warning him sooner. Had they spoken earlier, he would not be so cornered. He truly had never imagined Ling Feng's realm power would climb so swiftly. "I just remembered my right arm is still injured," he coughed. "Let the challenge be postponed." "Postponed?" Ling Feng smiled. "If you challenge now, you may have a sliver of chance later. Then you will truly have no chance," he finished. All eyes turned to Ling Feng. "Ling Feng." Song's face. Song understood the implication. The gap between them would only widen. As he bristled, the school PA suddenly announced a notice. The announcement called for Song Zichuan and Ling Feng of Class 38 and Chen Xinyao of Class 36 to report immediately to the principal's office. The notice was repeated. Ling Feng frowned. What did Dean Song want with the three of them? Song looked puzzled as well, but the broadcast had relieved him. The two ran to the principal's office and saw Chen Xinyao along the way. Chen regarded them with cool indifference, but glanced at Ling Feng twice. The three entered. Dean Song hung up his phone and smiling said, "Please be seated." Song Zichuan asked, "Dad, what's this about?" Dean Song frowned briefly. Song recovered and addressed him, "Dean." "What is it?" Dean Song smiled and said, "I called you to discuss the distribution of our academy's direct recommendation." Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Song and Chen. Song maintained a calm facade but could not hide his pride. Chen Xinyao remained composed, yet her eyes betrayed anxiety. The three of them knew there were only 2 direct recommendation slots to Jiangnan Advanced Academy this year. That meant one person would be left without a slot. First, Dean Song said, "I have just received notice from Tianlin Xingguan. Ling Feng passed the 1-star realm assessment yesterday." Dean Song's words struck like an explosion in Song and Chen's minds. Both turned to Ling Feng with astonished expressions. The 1-star assessment carried a high failure rate, and even fatalities achieving a high realm power did not guarantee success. A flush of anxiety crossed Chen's face. She realized it would be impossible to surpass Ling Feng before the final exam. If Ling Feng claimed one slot, the remaining slot would be contested between her and Song. Song was Dean Song's son, so the slot would likely not fall to her. Dean Shun began only to be interrupted by Dean Song. "You need not worry," Dean Song said with a smile. "Ling Feng will not compete with you. Barring the unforeseen, the 2 Jiangnan Advanced Academy recommendation slots will be yours." Chun breathed a sigh of relief. "Dean, we had an agreement about me studying at the academy," Ling Feng said calmly. "You promised." The whole school heard it. This matter concerned his plan to take things easy and could not be mishandled. Dean Song's face darkened. How dare the youth mention that now? Were it not for that incident, he would not have had to run about begging favors these past days. "Rest assured," Dean Song said helplessly, "I have already taken care of your matter." "Really?" Ling Feng asked, his face brightening. However, Dean Song added, "Our academy slots are certainly gone." What Ling Feng's expression faltered as he took out his phone to look into other academies. Dean Song, embarrassed, hurried on. "Don't be impatient," he said. "I asked an old friend at Jiangnan First Middle Academy. She said she could allocate 1 slot to us. But there is a condition: the 3 of you must participate in an exchange match." "Exchange competition?" The 3 of them were taken aback. "Yes, that is their request." Director Song nodded and said, "If you can secure the quota, then Ling Feng will not have to occupy a spot at Jiangnan Advanced Academy, and both of you can be directly admitted. This is a win-win strategy." Song Zichuan and Chen Xinyao began to hesitate. "Director, what are their— Can we win the exchange competition?" Song Zichuan asked. "How could we possibly compete with the students from Jiangnan First Intermediate Academy? Are you kidding? The students there are incredibly strong. Almost everyone has passed the 1-star realm assessment. Sending them would be akin to sending them to their doom." Director Song lightly coughed and said, "You don't need to worry about that. You just do your best to cope. Rest assured, if I don't have confidence, I won't let you go." Director Song glanced towards the corner and said indifferently, "That's about the situation. It's scheduled for Friday. You have a few days to prepare, so go back and train hard. Don't bring shame to the academy." Ling Feng and the others stood up. Although somewhat puzzled, they accepted Director Song's arrangement. Having an extra quota was a good thing. At least the 3 of them wouldn't have to fight over it. After Ling Feng and the others left, Director Song carefully closed the door and glanced around the corridor before looking towards the curtains in the office. "Are you satisfied?" A woman stepped out from behind the curtains, sitting on the sofa in the office, and taking a sip of tea from the table. Then she smiled at Director Song. You're quite perceptive. This woman appeared to be in her 40s, wearing frameless glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Director Song sighed. Ming Yen, I only needed one quota for the research academy. You don't have to drag my... Why not? The woman replied lightly. Back then when you got involved with her and left me, did you ever think about... Director Song's expression immediately turned rather unpleasant. If Song Zichuan and the others were here, they would probably be shocked. This woman had actually had an affair with Director Song. It's been so many years, and you still remember. Director Song said awkwardly. Let bygones be bygones. This woman, named Li Mingyan, is the vice president of Jiangnan First Intermediate Academy, holding the quota in her hands. If it weren't for that Ling Feng insisting on the research academy's quota, he wouldn't have sought Li Mingyan. Because Li Mingyan had been involved with him before, she was his old flame. Are you still going to deny it? Li Mingyan said, slightly angered. You're the one who pulled up your pants and pretended not to know me. I've been single all these years, can't you tell? Must I say it out loud? Director Song fell silent. He had no choice but to seek her help, feeling guilty. Don't worry, he is your son. Oh, I'll make sure my students will be somewhat restrained. Li Mingyan said. Only then did Director Song breathe a sigh of relief. But Li Mingyan added, however, he is also that woman's son. If you want him to safely step down, it might not be possible. Director Song's heart sank again. Indeed, the purpose of this exchange competition was never about communication. It was Li Mingyan's way of stirring trouble for Song Zichuan. Poor Song Zichuan, who still had no idea. But to secure the quota for the academy and quell the anger of his old flame, Director Song had no choice but to resort to this strategy. In 2 months there will be a major exam, and he just got injured. Don't let him get hurt too badly. Director Song helplessly said, consider it my request. If it's a formal competition, if he gets hurt it's because he's too weak. That has nothing to do with me, Li Mingyan said. You were so outstanding back then. Oh, if your son were half as capable as you, he wouldn't have any issues. Director Song's expression was awkward. Seeing this, Li Mingyan stopped pressuring Director Song and stood up, saying, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Remember Friday. She opened the door, but turned back to say, by the way, your tea is really terrible. You might want to change it. The office door was slammed shut, leaving only Director Song's sigh. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Song Zichuan were getting along well. Upon learning that Ling Feng had passed the 1-star realm assessment, Song Zichuan was as obedient as a rabbit. Ling Feng ignored him and started pondering the exchange competition. Students from Jiangnan First Intermediate Academy are quite formidable. Their realm strength level is probably higher than mine, but they are still not the top tier. Several of them have reached the threshold of 2-star realm. I need to deal with them. It won't be easy. Ling Feng thought. I wonder if Director Song did this on purpose by inviting students from Jiangnan First Intermediate Academy for the exchange competition. However, my realm strength level has also reached 20. For to deal with them, I need at least 25. 0. Then combined with the power of the small world, defeating those people shouldn't be difficult. He resolved to first seek out Jiang Yi to earn some money. Otherwise, if the Hongyan small world remained stuck, he wouldn't be able to continue unlocking other small worlds. Ling Feng had made up his mind. As soon as the school bell rang, he slipped away faster than anyone. He intended to go directly to the Xingyi Research Institute, but while passing by Zhang Hongji's courtyard, he noticed several military vehicles parked in the courtyard. What's going on? Ling Feng frowned, peering inside with curiosity. He saw Zhang Hongji and several young military officers walking out of his office. Senior Zhang, if it weren't for the urgent situation at the front lines, we wouldn't come to seek your help as veterans. One young man spoke. We kindly ask you to consider our proposal. Currently the beasts are on the rise, and we are short-handed. You have prestige among the veterans, so it's most suitable for you to step forward. Zhang Hongji frowned deeply, the 3 scars on his face becoming increasingly menacing. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I don't have the face to do so. I would be willing to go to battle, but for the others, I can't do anything about that. Several young officers looked solemn, saluting Zhang Hongji. Senior Zhang, the situation is getting more and more dire. We ask you to negotiate on behalf of the Tianxiao military. We don't want the veterans to take risks either, but if we don't mobilize our living forces now, Jiangnan City will be in great danger. Zhang Hongji silently regarded these people and sighed. All right, I'll give it a try. Thank you, Senior Zhang. The young officers were overjoyed and thanked him hastily. Then we won't disturb you any further. We'll take our leave first. The officers each got into their vehicles and drove past Ling Feng. As soon as Ling Feng turned his head, he found Zhang Hongji staring at him. He quickly hid in the nearby bushes. Come out, I saw you. Zhang Hongji's voice came. In a moment of panic, Ling Feng made a few cat sounds. But the next second, Zhang Hongji yanked Ling Feng up from the bushes. I may be old, but I'm not blind. How could I not see you, a grown person? Ling Feng turned his head, grinning awkwardly. Old Zhang, I just passed by. Don't drag me in. We had an agreement. You little rascal. Zheng Hongji's face darkened. Tell me the truth. What are you? I just saw some cars parked here. Ling Feng curiously asked, what are they looking for you for? Zheng Hongji didn't answer, immediately tossing Ling Feng aside and directly entering the courtyard. Ling Feng followed closely behind. Zheng Hongji sat down, took a sip of tea, and said they are from the Tianxia military, and this time, they came to ask me to step forward and request some veterans to regroup. Ling Feng was taken aback. You still have this capability? Zheng Hongji glared. What do you think? The beasts I've killed are more than the chickens you've ever killed. Ling Feng muttered, I've never killed a chicken. Zheng Hongji took a sip of tea and replied lightly, back in my day, I had a whole company under me, and after retiring they all scattered across Jiangnan City. These old comrades are quite strong, as some of them have even reached the level of Ling Kong after retiring, so they want me to act as a go-between to get them back to the battlefield. Return to the battlefield. Why? Ling Feng sensed something amiss. It's the extramural beasts, Zheng Hongji sighed. Starting a month ago, their numbers began surging inexplicably. Frontline combat squads have already encountered several level 2 beast surges. Casualties were catastrophic. Had the situation not grown dire, those young ones would never have sought me out. Zheng Hongji sipped his tea in silence, his eyes clouded with sorrowful recollection. Ling Feng's expression grew solemn. He had earlier heard on Ling Chongqing's car radio that level 2 beast surges were increasing in frequency, and even triggering level 1 surges. Old Zheng, what is it like beyond the wall? Ling Feng voiced the question he'd long harbored. Zheng Hongji spoke slowly. During the cataclysmic era, humanity possessed peerless cultivators, yet internal strife ran rampant. The 5 great powers, the Xia dynasty, America, the Snow Kingdom of the North, the Western European Alliance, and the Southern Domain Alliance, vied fiercely for dominance, hoarding resources while turning indifferent to all else. Then a transdimensional rift opened near the equator. No one knew whence those beasts came, but they erupted across the Southern Domain Alliance's territory, laying waste to everything in their path. At first no one took heed. It was merely an incursion of mutated life forms, a city's annihilation, a novel biological discovery. But soon hordes of beasts poured forth unceasingly, hunting humankind, razing cities, leaving behind only fire, chaos, and ruin wherever they marched. Zheng Hongji's gaze flickered with layered emotion as memory resurfaced. Humanity finally awakened to forge the human destiny community, today's human alliance. Yet by then it was already too late. Beasts advanced with chilling coordination, slaughtering humans, obliterating lightly fortified towns. Forced into migration, survivors fled to megacities, erecting towering electronic defense walls to bar the beasts' advance. You ask what lies beyond the wall. Zheng Hongji offered a wry, bitter smile. Child, beyond the wall lies our former homeland, land we must reclaim. Yet now it is a hell ruled by beasts, a perilous wasteland where death and despair reign supreme. A single level 2 beast surge can slay legions of Chaos Realm cultivators, or even those who soar through the Sky Realm. A level 1 surge may claim countless Sky Realm masters, and even Transcendents cannot escape its wrath. In this past month alone, 15 level 2 surges have erupted, each drawing nearer to Jiangnan. Zheng Hongji's gaze darkened with dread. Should a beast surge breach the wall and flood Jiangnan City, its people will face utter annihilation. The terror of those beasts defies imagination for ordinary citizens within the wall. Zheng Hongji lifted his tunic, revealing over a dozen grotesque scars across his abdomen and chest. Ling Feng recoiled in shock. No ordinary person could survive such grievous wounds, not in this age. Zheng Hongji's suffering surpassed even Ling Feng's darkest imaginings. Behold, this is my past, he murmured, voice heavy with regret. Were it not for my captain's selfless sacrifice, I would not stand here recounting this to you. Beyond the wall dwell beasts far surpassing 4-star realm cultivators in power. Thus none may venture forth without awakening their own microcosm. Encounter any beast bearing a designation under 200 and survival becomes near impossible. Ling Feng frowned skeptically. Then what about last time? The mantle beast. The mantle beast is inherently docile. It never initiates attacks on humans. It simply craves stone. Zheng Hongji explained, its defenses are astonishing, but its aggression negligible. A single strike wouldn't even fell a 2-star realm cultivator. Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully. No wonder it didn't kill me outright. At that moment he had resonated with the mantle microcosm's innate talent, elevating his defensive prowess to extraordinary heights, thus surviving the beast's blow unscathed. His words hung in silence. Then both men froze. Zheng Hongji's eyes widened. I knew it. That mantle beast was slain by you. Ling Feng's scalp prickled. He'd slipped up. Old Zheng, I've got somewhere to be. I'll take my leave now. He turned to flee, but Zheng Hongji seized his collar. Not so fast, boy. You'll explain everything, or you won't step foot outside this door today. Reluctantly, Ling Feng recounted the entire incident. Zheng Hongji's calm gaze gradually gave way to astonishment. Then upon hearing how Ling Feng had blasted straight through the mantled beast, his expression numbed into stunned disbelief. A transfer student carrying restricted weaponry. Zheng Hongji narrowed his eyes. Who is this He's affiliated with the Xingyi Institute. I know little of his background. Something about him feels off. I'll consult Director Song later. He'll surely know more. Old Zheng, what's your connection with Director Song? You two seem unusually close. Zheng Hongji met Ling Feng's gaze with quiet gravity. I owe his late father my life. Ling Feng departed Zheng Hongji's residence and hailed a taxi bound for the Xingyi Institute. This time he rode the cable car up the mountain. At the institute's gate, he found Jiang Yi deploying drones. There you are, just as I expected. Ling Feng shot him a glare. You skipped class. Your homeroom teacher's been searching for you. Jiang Yi replied coolly, you're lying. I gave him a generous red envelope when I transferred. If he dares speak, I'll report him straight to the director. Ling Feng, remarkable. Zhou Ziming actually accepted a bribe, just to cover for a truant student. Jiang Yi retracted the drones and turned smiling warmly. You've come for the next experiment. Excellent. We've prepared new pills. Care to try one? This batch even comes in strawberry flavor. Ling Feng eyed him warily. Fine. I'll take one, but you go first. Jiang Yi stared blankly. Ling Feng had already received his experimental stipend, yet still distrusted them utterly. Come inside. I'll have Zhou Anlin prepare the lab. Jiang Yi stowed the drones and led Ling Feng into the institute. By the way, I came to ask you something. Do you recognize this? Ling Feng retrieved a transparent jar from his bag, filled with crimson crystalline shards. Jiang Yi accepted it, curiously uncorked the jar, and extracted a single crystal. Inhaling deeply, a faint metallic tang mingled with floral sweetness flooded his olfactory senses. Essence of the crimson flame bloodbud flower, Jiang Yi declared. High grade. Excellent for restorative elixirs. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart upon hearing this. He knew that this item had value. How much is it worth? Jiang Yi hesitated and replied, in the market it's about 30,000 per piece. However, the purchasing price will definitely be lower. If sold to the Merchant Sea Alliance, it would be around 10 to 15,000 per piece. Ling Feng's expression changed. Good heavens, the Merchant Sea Alliance is truly ruthless. They directly double the price from one transaction to the next. However, if he could sell them quickly, Ling Feng wouldn't need to go to other markets, especially since these items could be continuously produced through the blood fusion skill. Where did you get so much blood essence? Jiang Yi asked in confusion. This stuff can only be obtained by killing the scarlet flame blood bud, and the quantity varies. Ling Feng lightly coughed. Do you believe me if I say I synthesized it myself? Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng seriously for a moment, then chuckled. If you can synthesize this stuff, then the Starry Research Institute is all yours. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, really. This time it was Jiang Yi who was taken aback, looking at Ling Feng with suspicion. Could this kid really synthesize blood essence? No way. There has never been a synthetic version of the blood essence from the Scarlet Flame blood bud. Countless research teams have tried to mass produce it, but failed. Ling Feng could do it. Don't joke around. Alright, you can sell this bottle to the Merchant Sea Alliance, but you can also sell it to our Starry Research Institute, where we have dedicated personnel to handle such matters. As for the purchasing price, I can raise it a bit, giving you 15 to 20,000 per piece. Ling Feng's eye. Last night, he performed blood fusion 36 times, failing 6 times, giving Ling Yuan 2 pieces, and retaining 28 blood essences, which could sell for at least 4 to 500,000. That is a huge sum. So are you going to sell it to me? Ling Feng nodded vigorously, sure. Then he hesitated and asked, by the way, will you still be purchasing this stuff in the future? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Do you still have blood essence? He thought Ling Feng had stumbled upon this bottle by chance, but from his situation, it seemed like he could mass produce it. How could that be possible? This kid really couldn't have broken through the technical difficulties of artificial synthesis, right? No way so many research teams couldn't achieve it. How could a high school student like Ling Feng do it? If there are more, we will certainly buy them, but the purchasing price will be lower than this time, probably between 14 to 18,000. Jiang Yi said, I will have someone appraise this bottle first, and then give you a quote later. You can decide whether to sell or not. After Jiang Yi handed the bottle containing blood essence to the Research Institute staff, he took Ling Feng to the laboratory. However, Ling Feng noticed that there seemed to be guests in the lab. Captain Zhang Hua, it's not that we don't want to help, you also know the situation of our research institute. Since Professor Jiang passed away, many research projects have come to a standstill. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. He could recognize that it was Professor Zhou's voice. But soon a deep and resonant voice sounded. Professor Zhou, it's not that we are making things difficult for you. The situation at the front lines is urgent, and there are insufficient personnel in all aspects, so we hope the Star E Research Institute can send some researchers to the front lines, even if it's just to eliminate some beasts. Ling Feng's heart sank. It seemed that the Jiangnan military was mobilizing personnel to go outside the walls. Could it be that the situation outside the walls of Jiangnan City had truly reached an irreversible point? Professor Zhou sighed. The strongest researcher in our institute was Professor Jiang, but he has passed away, leaving us researchers who haven't broken through to the Void Realm yet. Currently, the only one in our research institute who can contribute at the Void Realm level is me, but my research has reached a critical point, and I cannot leave. I hope the captain can understand. Captain Zhang Hua's expression was grave. He hadn't spoken yet, but Jiang Yi had already pushed the door open. How long can you wait? Jiang Yi directly sat across from Zhang Hua and asked straightforwardly. This is... Zhang Hua looked at Professor Zhou in surprise. This is one of the heads of our research project, and also a junior of Professor Jiang. Professor Zhou introduced smoothly. He can speak on behalf of our research institute. Zhang Hua nodded and extended his hand. Hello, I am Zhang Hua, captain of the T-003 squad of the Jiangnan military region. Jiang Yi shook hands and introduced himself, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Zhang Hua was taken aback. You share the same name as Professor Jiang. What's wrong with that? Jiang Yi retorted. It's fine, of course it is. Zhang Hua smiled. Mr. Jiang, you just asked how long we can wait. What do you mean? Literally. Jiang Yi said, my research with Professor Zhou is at a critical moment. If possible, we can produce some pills that replicate the abilities of the beasts. Once mass-produced, it will completely change the current decline of humanity. Zhang Hua was taken aback by this revelation. Are you saying that your research can help us? It's for all humanity, Jiang Yi said. But we need time. How long can you hold on? Zhang Hua hesitated for a moment. In the past month, there have been 15 instances of level 2 beast waves. Researchers in our military district have predicted that if there are 5 more instances, the beast wave level will likely rise to level 1. At that point, more Void Realm fighters will have to be deployed, even those beyond the Void Realm, to quell it. Or, there would be a worse outcome. Jiangnan City will fall. Zhang Hua's expression was serious, clearly not making a conservative estimate. I can't specify the exact time, but Mr. Jiang, I have an important piece of information to share. Go ahead, Jiang Yi said. According to the reports from our soldiers, there seem to be signs of human manipulation behind these recent beast waves. What a... Jiang Yi immediately frowned. Are you implying that it was them who did it? It seems you are already aware. Zhang Hua nodded. So the time left for us won't exceed 1 month. The Jiangnan side has already sought help from other cities in the Tianxia Kingdom, but there is still a shortage of personnel. We hope you can assist us. Jiang Yi's expression grew serious. A month. Perhaps we can produce the pills, but mass production will be impossible. Mr. Jiang, if possible, can you let me see the specific effects of the pills? Zhang Hua asked curiously. If we can truly obtain the powers of the beast, that would certainly be great news, and I can report it to my superiors. Mr. Jiang. Professor Zhou frowned, unable to help, but remind Jiang Yi. Their research was confidential and could not be leaked. Jiang Yi, however, replied, of course. The gazes of the crowd turned towards Ling Feng at the door. Ling Feng felt a sense of dread. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, he said, clearing his throat and turning to leave. Zhang Hua looked at Jiang Yi in confusion, clearly thinking that Ling Feng was a bit unreliable. But Jiang Yi remained calm and said, come back, add 2,000. Ling Feng popped his head back into the doorway. Really? The military personnel were left dumbfounded. Jiang Yi gestured for Professor Zhou to take out the experimental pills. Soon 3 boxes of pills were placed in front of everyone. The gray one, code PDD-157, is the ability pill of the Tian Lured Ghost Fox. The white one, code PDD-132, is the ability pill of the Stone Source Beast. The red one, code PDD-199, is the ability pill of the Mantle Beast. Choose one. Jiang Yi looked at Ling Feng. Without hesitation, Ling Feng chose the ability pill of the Stone Source Beast. As per the usual rules, you eat first, then I will eat, Jiang Yi said helplessly, allowing Ling Feng to select a white pill before they both entered the experimental area. Lieutenant Zhang Hua watched the two with confusion and asked Professor Zhou, is Mr. Jiang Yi also one of the test subjects? Professor Zhou helplessly countered, if I said he is being forced, would you believe me? Zhang Hua's head slowly emerged with a question mark. In the experimental area, Jiang Yi and Ling Feng took the pills one after the other. Ling Feng noticed that the pill actually had a strawberry flavor, which was quite astonishing. He reminded Jiang Yi, next time remember to make it apple-flavored for a change. Jiang Yi. After taking the pill, a terrifying power erupted from Jiang Yi's body first. His blood and cheese surged, his skin became somewhat translucent, and his veins were clearly visible as if his body had expanded slightly. His enlarged limbs forced Jiang Yi to bend down, adopting a gorilla-like stance. Outside the experimental area, Zhang Hua and the others were utterly shocked at this scene. Professor Zhou explained this is the stone source beast's innate ability, high-pressure strike. The rocks all over the body become as hot as magma, unleashing a terrifying, powerful attack. And now, by taking the pill, Mr. Jiang can perfectly replicate this move. Zhang Hua and the others looked at Jiang Yi thoughtfully. Suddenly, Jiang Yi leaped forward and punched the experimental rock in front of him. Boom! The powerful wind from his punch directly shattered the 2-meter-tall rock, and the exploding debris hit the glass, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Zhang Hua and the others were utterly astounded. He really can replicate the stone source beast's innate ability. They couldn't believe their eyes after witnessing this. But then they noticed Ling Feng beside him. Zhang Hua asked in confusion, "Professor Zhou, why isn't the one on the side reacting?" Professor Zhou was also taken aback. He picked up the microphone and said, "Test subject, no. Why shouldn't you have some reaction?" Ling Feng finally came back to his senses. He had been stunned by Jiang Yi's punch. Right, I should have some reaction." Ling Feng apologized. "Sorry, everyone, I made you laugh." Everyone was speechless. Even Jiang Yi was stunned. As soon as he took the pill, its energy exploded within his body, and he couldn't return to his original state without exhausting it. How could Ling Feng control the duration of the pill's power? Meanwhile, Ling Feng directly connected to the stone source, small world. The power of the stone source, small world, began to be imposed on him, as his mental energy was rapidly consumed. No one noticed that an image of a stone source beast appeared in Ling Feng's pupils. His body began to surge with power, mirroring Jiang Yi's earlier state, with blood and chi surging and limbs growing excessively large. He even grew a small gray mushroom on his head. High-pressure strike. Ling Feng squinted his eyes and charged forward, slapping the rock in front of him. Bang! The rock exploded violently, triggering a chain reaction that also blew up the two adjacent experimental rocks. Professor Zhou rushed to the screen, his eyes wide as he looked at the experimental area, exclaiming, "The power is even stronger than the teacher's. This is impossible." Not just Professor Zhou, looking at the shattered rocks, Jiang Yi was also somewhat shocked. Zhang Hua and the others were even more excited. "Professor Zhou, can this pill really replicate the innate abilities of exotic beasts? Are there any side effects?" "None." Professor Zhou came back to his senses and shook his head. "Only the human body needs to bear this power, and we have yet to discover the key to enduring that power. Once we resolve this, such pills can be mass-produced." Zhang Hua took a deep breath and said, "Professor Zhou, if each person could have one of these pills, the situation at the front line would change drastically." "Yes." Professor Zhou nodded. "I hope Lieutenant Zhang Hua can report back to the higher-ups. Our Xingyi Research Institute is not failing to contribute, but is considering the bigger picture. As long as we can develop mass-producible pills, we can not only address the threat of exotic beasts outside the wall, but also launch a counterattack." Counterattack. Those two words made Zhang Hua and the others' eyes burn with excitement. Ever since the two generals of Tianxiao were defeated by the Beast King 20 years ago, humanity has lost hope. Zhang Hua said quietly, "But if this experiment is successful, it could indeed change the current battlefield." He turned to Professor Zhou. "I will report to the higher-ups. I will try to help you. If this thing is researched out early, it would be beneficial not only for Jiangnan City, but for the entire Tianxiao nation." "Thank you, Lieutenant Zhang Hua." Professor Zhou nodded. "By the way, the young man who is with Mr. Jiang Yi," Zhang Hua suddenly said, "if I'm not mistaken, his dimensional power level should have reached the level of a 2-star dimensional user." "You mean Ling Feng?" Professor Zhou frowned. "I remember he doesn't have that." "I shouldn't be mistaken." Zhang Hua smiled and handed over a business card. "I'm a bit interested in him. If he is willing, he can report to the military district." Professor Zhou raised an eyebrow. "While openly poaching, we should ask Ling Feng. After all, he is not part of our research institute. He is still a student at a secondary academy and will take the big exam in 2 months. "What? He's still a high school student?" Zhang Hua exclaimed. "A high school student reaching the level of a 2-star dimensional user? He would probably be recruited early. Even for students from Jiangnan's top secondary academy, reaching the level of a 2-star dimensional user is not simple. In Jiangnan City, which has a population of millions, there are probably only a dozen such students. Moreover, many higher academies are eager to recruit them. I don't know about that. Shouldn't Lieutenant Zhang Hua speak directly with Ling Feng? There's no time for that." Zhang Hua glanced at Ling Feng, who was still smashing rocks in the experimental area, and said helplessly, "We need to go to the next place. I'll see you off, Lieutenant." Professor Zhou politely escorted Zhang Hua and the others to the car. He watched as they left. "Sigh, I didn't expect the situation to begin to worsen." Professor Zhou's expression suddenly became serious. "Professor, who are the they that Mr. Jiang mentioned earlier, a young researcher beside him asked curiously. Don't ask things you shouldn't. Professor Zhou shot him a glare. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Some curious researchers nodded helplessly. On the other side, the departing Captain Zhang Hua and others were in a vehicle heading towards the city center. Their destination was several intermediate colleges in Jiangnan. Notify the camp, help me look into a person. Old Zhang, it can't be that Jiang Yi from earlier, right? A soldier beside him asked. That kid does seem a bit strange, but even if we investigate it won't matter. No. Zhang Hua interrupted him. Investigate that boy named Ling Feng. Others were puzzled. Why him? That boy has a very stable aura, and after taking the research institute's pill his strength reached nearly the level of a 4-star realm. Zhang Hua said his talent is quite impressive, but his appearance reminds me of someone. Who? A hero who has long since sacrificed. I was fortunate enough to have met him once. Zhang Hua recalled. Let them investigate. Even if he isn't the one, we can still recruit that boy into our military. The recent talents have been very disappointing. The country needs someone like him. Okay, I'll contact the camp right now. A soldier beside him picked up the communicator. Several military vehicles sped down the road leading to the city center. In the midst of the bustling noise, Jiang Yi and Ling Feng had also concluded their experiment. The results are quite satisfactory. Professor Zhou said cheerfully, after a few more experiments we will find a breakthrough point, and then we can proceed with mass production. Jiang Yi, exhausted, sat on the sofa and nodded. Have the military personnel left? Yes, but they want me to give this to Ling Feng. Professor Zhou placed the business card that Zhang Hua had given him on the... Jiang Yi glanced at it, then tore it to shreds and tossed it into the trash bin. Professor Zhou was taken aback. Teacher Yu. If Ling Feng goes to the military, who can guarantee his safety? And what about our experiments? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Don't be foolish, Zhou Anlin. Keeping Ling Feng here is a win-win situation. Besides, this boy wants to go to the research academy. We can pave the way for him. Professor Zhou nodded helplessly. At that moment, Ling Feng opened the laboratory door and crawled out, leaning against the wall. His eyes were vacant, his eye sockets darkened, and he looked as if he had been completely drained. Seeing Ling Feng in this state, everyone instinctively froze. What happened? Professor Zhou was startled and quickly turned around, angrily asking who gave him the kidney deficiency drug. A group of researchers exchanged bewildered glances, all shaking their heads in confusion. None of you gave it. How did this kid suddenly develop kidney deficiency? Professor Zhou furrowed his brows and hurried to support the almost collapsing Ling Feng. He brought over some instruments and carefully examined Ling Feng's body. There are no major issues, just exhaustion. He said it's quite strange, taking a pill shouldn't lead to this. After confirming Ling Feng's health, Professor Zhou finally withdrew his hand. Only Ling Feng knew that it was because he had utilized the power of the stone source small world, which had drained all his vitality. Even the small mushroom on his head had wilted. Wait, the small mushroom. Ling Feng touched it and was instantly petrified. What the hell, where did this mushroom come from? Ling Feng tried to pull it off, but found it utterly impossible and felt a painful tug. Interesting. Jiang Yi sat across from Ling Feng, looking at him with amusement. The stone source beast likes to place its reproductive organ on its head. This should be a side effect. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He knew very well that this was not a side effect caused by the pill, but rather a side effect of the stone source small world. Because that pill had no effect on him at all. Ling Feng glared at Jiang Yi. Hurry up and help me get it off, or he'll use this to poke you. Jiang Yi's face twitched. One can be lewd, but not to this extent. Ling Feng rubbed the mushroom on his head. I should belong to the upper class, but if you want help me, he'll let you go lower. Jiang Yi's expression turned strange. He knew that Ling Feng was unpredictable and might just set him up for a big surprise. Zhou Anlin, help him out. Professor Zhou suppressed his laughter and approached Ling Feng from behind, inspecting the mushroom on his head. Gray stone-like, robust and strong, but it seems a bit wilted. He nodded, but it does look like a good mushroom. Congratulations, comrade Ling Feng. Ling Feng looked up, his expression serious, as he stared at Professor Zhou. He was wondering if this Zhou fellow had some serious issues. Professor Zhou cleared his throat and said, What I meant is that it is indeed the reproductive organ of the stone source beast. Moreover, it belongs to the more powerful ones among the stone source beasts. If you want to cut it off, you can, but I cannot guarantee it won't hurt. Ling Feng glared at him. If you don't help me get it off, I guarantee you will hurt. Professor Zhou's expression changed. He'll give it a try, it should be fine. He brought over the instrument. But just as the instrument touched the mushroom, it unexpectedly exploded. The shattered stones splattered all over Professor Zhou's face. Professor Zhou was completely thrown off. The reproductive organ of the stone source beast indeed could explode, but how could Ling Feng's do the same? After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, Ling Feng, no need to cut it, you exploded. You're the one who exploded. Ling Feng was speechless, touching his head, which had returned to its normal appearance. He was suddenly filled with a sense of dread. Next time he absolutely wouldn't use the stone source small world recklessly. The side effects were too terrifying. On the other side, Jiang Yi was already rolling on the sofa with laughter. Even the researchers were suppressing their laughter observing Ling Feng and Professor Zhou. Ling Feng's expression was grim. If it weren't for the money these people were giving him, he would have walked away by now. 20 minutes later, Ling Feng received a transfer from the Research Institute, 200,002. Additionally, there was another income of 550,000 coming from the blood essence. Ling Feng looked at his balance with delight, suddenly understanding the true reason behind Ling Yuan's obsession with money. Having surplus resources feels truly gratifying. However, he needed to purchase some materials from exotic beasts to open the small world, which would cost him in the end. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt a pang of heartache. Ling Feng, the procurement department told me that the quality of the blood essence you provided is very high. Jiang Yi asked curiously, where did you get this from? Wanna know? Ling Feng replied indifferently, pay me 2 million. I'll sell you the information. Jiang Yi's face twitched. Did this kid really think of their research institute as an ATM? If you don't want to say, then don't. Talking about money hurts feelings. Ling Feng said calmly. Not talking about money hurts feelings even more. Jiang Yi. By the way, Ling Feng suddenly asked, what did you mean by they earlier? Is the beast tied in Jiangnan City related to them? Hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression suddenly turned grave. He said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't ask too much. Ling Feng extended his hand, then give me back the torn business card. Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. How do you— Professor Zhou's communication device was never turned off. I clearly heard his conversation with Captain Zhang Hua, as well as your conversation. Ling Feng glared at him. You little brat, truly full of tricks. Jiang Yi was caught off guard, feeling a bit embarrassed. He shot a glare at Professor Zhou, who looked awkward, and then removed the device pinned to his clothing. Speak up, Ling Feng said earnestly as he looked at Jiang Yi. Who are they? Jiang Yi sighed and frowned, retorting, do you really want to know? Otherwise, do you think I will charge you? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Let me be clear, if you charge me, I won't come. Jiang Yi was quite speechless. This guy was really a penny pincher. He fell silent for a moment, looking around at the researchers. Zhou Anlin, have them all step back. Professor Zhou worriedly said, Mr. Jiang, are you sure it's really safe to tell this kid? He is one of the members of our experiment. He needs to know. Jiang Yi said indifferently, it's better to tell him now than for him to find out from others later. Professor Zhou said nothing more and led a group of researchers out of the laboratory. Jiang Yi's expression gradually grew serious as he turned to Ling Feng. You should know about the great battle from 20 years ago, right? Are you talking about the Battle of the Ruins? Ling Feng nodded. It's recorded in modern history books. The two supreme generals of Tianxia allied with strong figures from 4 other factions to battle the Beast King, dying in that conflict. The historical records probably didn't mention who instigated the Battle of the Ruins, did they? Ling Feng frowned. Indeed, they didn't. Now I will tell you. Jiang Yi pronounced each word clearly. Their names are the Eternal Holy Church. Eternal Holy Church. Ling Feng frowned. I've never heard of this sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Jiang Yi explained. 30 years ago, humanity was engaged in open and covert struggles for benefits, but the emergence of a large number of beast-like creatures changed the situation. Among these beasts, the strongest were the Destruction Dragon, ranked number 1, and the Azure Dragon King, ranked number 2. The Destruction Dragon was slain by our country's invincible general, but no one knows if a second one escaped from that gate. The terror of the Destruction Dragon is beyond human imagination. How it can easily destroy a large city. But what I want to mention is the second-ranked Azure Dragon King. A hint of complexity appeared in Jiang Yi's gaze. Although the Azure Dragon King is not as powerful as the Destruction Dragon, it possesses a terrifying characteristic. Jiang Yi paused and said it is eternally unkillable. What? Ling Feng was taken aback. Are you saying it can't die even if its head is cut off? Not only can it survive decapitation, but even if you were to cut it in half, it wouldn't perish. Its vitality is terrifyingly resilient. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Thus the Azure Dragon King is also known as the Beast King among people. Ling Feng's eyes widened as he finally understood that the so-called Beast King referred to the Azure Dragon King, ranked number 2. Then what the hell is the Eternal Holy Church? The Azure Dragon King is highly intelligent. It can speak human language, and its mental power is incredibly formidable, capable of seducing people. Jiang Yi's expression grew solemn. So over 20 years ago, a group of followers of the Azure Dragon King emerged from who knows where. If they call themselves the Eternal Holy Church, allying with the beasts and opposing humanity. The Battle of the Ruins was also guided by them from the shadows. The 5 major factions have been secretly hunting down the members of the Eternal Holy Church, especially Tianxia, which mobilized nearly all of its high-level forces for revenge against the Invincible General and the Moon General. 12 years ago, the Eternal Holy Church was destroyed. But for some reason in recent years things have become unstable again, and the shadow of the Eternal Holy Church has reappeared. Jiang Yi's words left Ling Feng unusually silent. After a long while he raised his head and asked, "Are you saying that the beast tide in Jiangnan City this month was all orchestrated by them?" "Yes," Jiang Yi replied. "Actually, it's not just the military. I've also received some intelligence. Rumor has it that there are people with the Azure Dragon totem printed on their clothing active in Jiangnan City, which is likely the resurgence of the Eternal Holy Church. Back then, they caused the deaths of the 2 generals of Tianxia, as well as the world's top martial artists, so they are the common enemy of humanity. If discovered, kill without mercy." Ling Feng felt a chill in his heart. No wonder the major factions of Tianxia wanted to keep it from the public. An organization capable of eliminating the top fighters of various countries is indeed terrifying. That being said, Jiang Yi said indifferently, "If you see anyone with the Azure Dragon totem on their clothing, keep your distance as much as possible. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Are the people of the Eternal Holy Church so foolish? Printing Azure Dragons on their own clothes. Isn't that just asking to be caught?" Ling Feng couldn't understand, or have they become so arrogant that they fear nothing? This is their faith, you wouldn't understand. Jiang Yi said, "Anyway, I've said all I needed to say. What you do next is up to you." Ling Feng smiled after hearing so much from you. "Is there any reward?" Jiang Yi glared at him. "Shameless, get lost." Ling Feng shrugged and swaggered out of the Xingyi research, adding the remaining 100,000 from last time. "I now have over 900,000, which means I can finally buy the red flame blood lotus flower." Ling Feng felt delighted inside. Without hesitation, he rushed to the hospital's powder specialty counter before nightfall and cleaned out all the red flame blood lotus flower powder. The shop assistant originally thought Ling Feng would only buy a little to drink, but when he said he wanted to pack up an entire cabinet of red flame blood lotus flower powder, she was shocked. Given Ling Feng's age, he didn't seem like someone who could afford such a large sum. Spending 55,000 for just a little over 9 pounds of flower powder is really damn expensive. Ling Feng felt a pang in his heart. But thinking about the strength enhancement, which would not only earn him a guaranteed spot in the research academy, but also grant him a beast corpse promised by Jiang Yi, he was filled with motivation again. "I need to enhance my strength quickly. As long as I can go out to hunt beasts, I can open small worlds in bulk. At that point, I won't need to spend so much money. As for the beasts outside the wall, as long as Ling Feng could defeat them, they would be a gift from nature. Free beasts should not be left unchallenged." However, Ling Feng currently lacked strength and would likely be turned into meat paste by the beasts. "I need to rush back to open the red flame small world and then make some blood essence to sell." Ling Feng was resolute in his thoughts. "This way, I can keep making money supplying my consumption and quickly enhance my strength to become a 4-star realm practitioner." Ling Feng returned home with the red flame blood lotus flower powder he just bought. But just as he was about to step into his room, a soft voice came from behind him. "Brother, I got scolded by Mom this morning. She said I ate too much meat last night, which isn't healthy, and she's deducting my pocket money. Do you have anything to say to me?" Ling Feng slowly turned his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. In the morning, he had casually tossed the pot to his sister before heading out. Seeing Ling Yuan's grim expression at this moment, it was clear that Gu Fan had given her quite the scolding in the morning. Ling Feng lightly coughed and asked, Yuan, aren't you supposed to have evening study today? Back so early. Don't try to change the topic." Ling Yuan extended her hand and said, "Half of that exotic beast meat was hunted by me. If you sell it, splitting 3 parts for me isn't too much, right? Hand it over." "What?" Ling Feng pretended to be clueless. "Come on, brother, this isn't fair to me." Ling Yuan said flatly, "Mom will be off work soon. I need to discuss the issue of the last batch of lightning now. 3 medicine with her. What do you think she will say?" Ling Feng was startled. "No, we agreed that I would help you empty the shopping cart, and you would keep my secret." "Exactly, which is why I've decided to report Dad." Ling Feng. Goodness, such a filial daughter. However, once Ling Changsheng was discovered, he certainly wouldn't escape either. "Alright, we still have some exotic beast meat at home. He'll refine 5 more for you tonight, how about that?" "Not enough. I want 10. The other 5 are payment for you making me take the blame this morning." "Fine." Ling Feng quickly agreed. The siblings slipped into the kitchen and stealthily took out the beef and mutton that Gu Fan had prepared. "There's still 1/3 left," Ling Feng said. "Let's not touch it anymore. We'll hunt the rest ourselves." "That's reasonable. In a few days we should go for the realm tester assessment and stock up." Ling Yuan smiled and said, "My realm power level is still a bit short. It shouldn't be a problem in a few days." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was stunned. He had just barely passed a realm power level of 20, which allowed him to participate in the 2-star realm tester assessment. But what was going on with Ling Yuan? Her upcoming realm power level assessment was for level 60. "Ling Yuan, how high is your current realm power level? Are you asking about my facade or the actual level?" Ling Feng's eyes widened. "You still have a facade. What else could it be?" Ling Yuan shrugged. "If I hadn't made some progress, how would I have received rewards from school?" Ling Feng was utterly bewildered. The opponents were students of the same realm power level. Ling Yuan was probably acting meek for the sake of the challenge rewards. No, a realm power level of 20. 0 already made her an outstanding. The opponents were students of the same realm power level. Ling Yuan was probably acting meek for the sake of the challenge rewards. No, a realm power level of 20. 0 already made her an outstanding student at Jiangnan's top secondary school. Ling Feng finally understood just how cunning his sister was. So how much do you really have? I told you just a bit short, Ling Yuan replied calmly. Ling Feng's expression was strange. 59. 0. Ling Yuan did not deny it. It's really just a bit short. Ling Feng was stunned. So if you take a bit more medicine you can break through. It's not that simple. The medicine I gave you before is now ineffective for me. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, then took out a small jar from his bag. Inside was a red powder. This is medicine made from the red flame bloodbud flower, Ling Feng said. There's about 400 grams. If you drink a bit every day it should help you break through faster. Brother, where did you get such expensive stuff? This time it was Ling Yuan who was taken aback. I remember this costs 120 per gram. How do you know? Of course. I had been thinking of selling some scraps for a while, but I found that the powder made from scraps was even cheaper. Ling Feng looked at Ling Yuan in confusion. He realized his sister had thought of every method both daring and cowardly to make money. Later I thought about it. It's just like how some fresh ingredients become cheaper when made into dried goods. Scraps spoil easily and can't be stored long term. It's better to make them into powder than to freeze them, Ling Yuan said. But at that time I didn't have enough money, so I only flipped a bit of powder that was numbered beyond 200 and made a small profit. So every weekend when you go out you're doing this. What else? Ling Feng slapped his forehead. He should have seen this coming. His money-loving sister would never miss a chance to make money. Alright, I'll refine what I have on hand first, and in a few days we'll go stock up at the Star Pavilion. Ling Feng said, you take this to drink first. Next weekend accompany me to the Star Pavilion, and make sure not to let Mom and Dad find out. Otherwise, when all this exotic beast blood mysteriously disappears, they won't be able to explain it. In Jiangnan City's Star Pavilion, Li Gongmin looked contentedly at the practical test area. This iron-hoofed demon sheep king is even stronger than the previous one with a realm power level of 35. 0. I refuse to believe anyone can kill it. As Li Gongmin was smiling slightly, he suddenly shivered and sneezed twice. Why is there a chill? He rubbed his nose and frowned as he looked around. On Ling Feng's side, he had piled the processed exotic beast meat on the table. After finishing his meal, he took out the bottle containing the red powder from his bag and placed them in front of him one by one. To avoid getting stuck, he specially changed to a smaller bottle. A hero must never stumble in the same place twice. It's about time to start. Ling Feng took a deep breath and poured the red medicine powder into his palm. A white light flickered, and the red powder instantly appeared within his sea of consciousness. The dark sphere at the center began to devour the powder. Red Flame, Small World TX Virus Infection, Attribute Fire World Construction, Level 10 Talent Blood Fusion active. The value in the World Construction level column began to fluctuate. 10, 12, 16, 19. It's still a bit short. Ling Feng frowned and continued pouring the second and third bottles. The value in that column began to rise rapidly. 25, 32, 54. It wasn't until Ling Feng had consumed down to half a bottle that the value finally reached 100. Beginning to duplicate. The dark sphere slowly expelled a red small world just like before. Ling Feng saw that text also appeared on this red small world. Red Flame, Small World TX Virus Infection, Attribute Fire World, Awakening Level 1 Talent Blood Fusion active. Soon the Red Flame Small World began to rotate around the central dark sphere. Ling Feng noticed that the distance of these small worlds seemed to be related to their numbers. The Red Flame Bloodbud Flower numbered 106, was the closest to the center. Following that were the Stone Source Small World numbered 132, the Lightning Small World numbered 166, and the Mantle Small World numbered 199. The furthest outside and the least favored was the Spiny Small World numbered 455. Ling Feng pondered that this was likely a segregation by power level. Each time he devoured exotic beast materials, his physical attributes increased variably. The closer the number was to the front, the greater the increase. After consuming so much Red Flame Bloodbud powder, it should significantly boost my realm power level. Ling Feng stood up and felt the changes in his body. He noticed that his punches felt stronger, but just how much he couldn't estimate as he didn't have the nebula disc on hand. He needed to go to the Star Pavilion tomorrow morning to test his realm power level. After Ling Feng finished his breakthrough, he began to busily convert all the meat on the table into blood essence. The next morning Ling Feng wearily sat up from his bed. After the activation of the Red Flame Small World, his mental strength had indeed seen some increase. Ling Feng sighed. I only managed to refine 32 drops of blood essence overnight. Last time it was 36, mainly due to insufficient raw materials this time. To go outside the walls, I must reach the level of a 4-star realm practitioner, otherwise they won't let me out. Ling Feng was troubled as the rules of Tianxia Kingdom forbade those who had not achieved 4-star realm from leaving the city. He could only collect these raw materials through the realm practitioner assessment. Fortunately, he had a partner. Early in the morning, Ling Feng sent a message to Ling Yuan in the adjacent room. The siblings secretly divided their spoils in Ling Changsheng's study. These 10 are yours, and these 5 are mine. Ling Feng handed the 10 refined drops of blood essence to Ling Yuan before putting the rest in his bag. Brother, you only refined 15 drops overnight. So few. Ling Feng nodded calmly. Even these 15 nearly exhausted your brother. Giving you 2/3 is quite generous. Ling Yuan pouted, not making any further demands this time, but instead looked at the translucent blood-red crystals with a greedy smile. Brother, these can sell for over 600 each. 10 is 600, she said with a grin. 600. Ling Feng was initially quite pleased, but his expression froze. Aren't they only selling for 300 outside? The purchase price is even less than 200. Ling Yuan looked at Ling Feng helplessly. Do you think these blood essences can sell for that much? Of course they can only fetch that price. But if you process them into rings or jewelry and name it, one can only be custom-made for a lifetime. Ling Feng was skeptical and took out his phone to search for the blood crystal rings Ling Yuan mentioned. The results made his scalp tingle. A ring costs around 200, the cheapest at 6 figures, while the more expensive ones even reached 7 figures. The quality of the blood essence you gave me yesterday was excellent. A female classmate of mine's family deals in this, and she immediately transferred the money and took those 2 drops of blood essence. Ling Yuan smiled. Brother, these 10 today can probably sell for that much too. Ling Feng was stunned. What classmate has 1,200 in her account? If he hadn't been doing experiments, he wouldn't have had more than 200 in his account each month. Our medium-level academy has many wealthy students. Ling Yuan continued. You know that many people's realm levels come from taking supplements. Very few have real talent. Those who can afford that many supplements surely have money at home. Ling Feng nodded awkwardly. He cursed, inwardly regretting selling to the research institute yesterday. If he had sold them as gemstones, wouldn't their value have increased? These blood essences looked like rubies and emitted a faint floral fragrance. They were sizable and worth as much as rubies. If they sold for 600 each, those people could get a certificate, hire someone for marketing, and likely sell them for over 200. Processing them into various accessories would increase their value even more. If they sold for 600 each, those people could get a certificate, hire someone for marketing, and likely sell. Ling Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Ling Feng. Did you only take 5? Where did the extra come from? Ling Feng awkwardly replied. Actually, I refined 32 drops yesterday. Wow, brother, you actually hoarded them. Ling Yuan exclaimed angrily. Your untrustworthy behavior has already ruined our agreement. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Ling Feng coughed lightly and quickly took out the remaining blood essence from his bag. I'll sell all of these, and you can have 2 more as a reward. Ling Yuan's eyes immediately shone, and she stopped being concerned. Thank you, brother. Remember our agreement: collect flesh and blood, and I'll refine them into blood essence. Ling Feng said, let's work hard to break through, and we'll go stock up this weekend. Okay, no problem. After their agreement, the siblings calmly went to have breakfast. At the breakfast table, Ling Changsheng and Gu Fanyue clearly felt something was off with the siblings. Why were they so happy just drinking porridge? Had they been possessed? Worried about revealing their secret, the siblings quickly finished breakfast and left for school. As soon as Ling Feng stepped into the school, predictably his collar was grabbed. Without a doubt, it was Zheng Hongji. Old Zheng, we agreed on this. Why are you here again? Ling Feng turned around helplessly. Today you must record the video for the Lightning 5-linked whip and send it to my junior. Otherwise I can't afford to lose face. Zheng Hongji pulled Ling Feng and quickly took a few steps, tossing him into his small courtyard. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. Was Zheng Hongji never going to stop? Zheng Hongji threw out the iron whip from before, signaling Ling Feng to pick it up. Ling Feng smiled. Old Zheng, it seems your junior has been talking bad about you lately. Zheng Hongji glared. Who do you think caused this? Ling Feng mumbled. It can't be me, right? Zheng Hongji angrily shouted. Damn it, it's you. If it weren't for you messing things up, my junior wouldn't have blocked my number. Old Zheng, why don't we just give up? Ling Feng said. I plan to apply to the research academy, and I definitely won't be going to your junior's place. It's not interesting. What do you mean by a research academy? Zheng Hongji said, frustrated. You have the talent for being a realm practitioner, or just break through to 4-star realm and awaken your small world. Becoming a researcher. What if you fail? Now with more and more exotic beasts outside Jiangnan City, might not even be safe. If you take the path of a researcher after breaking through to 4-star realm turning weak like an ordinary person, how can you protect your home? You don't know how many young people have fallen on the path of being a researcher. Researchers cannot mobilize the power of the small world during the chaos period, and even their own power can be swallowed by the small world, making them no different from ordinary people. Ling Feng pouted. He had several unfinished studies in his past life, and in this reincarnation, he must first make up for those regrets. Moreover, he didn't believe he couldn't become a Ling Kong realm practitioner. Enough. I won't say more to you. Zheng Hongji said, pick up the weapon and practice with the whip. Today let Zhao Tianming see if I was wrong. Ling Feng reluctantly picked up the iron whip from the ground, and for a moment electricity began to flow into the whip coursing through Ling Feng's body. However, Ling Feng noticed that the previously tingling sensation had vanished, and instead he felt much more comfortable with the current. Zheng Hongji pressed the record button and Ling Feng began his movements. The first whip and the second whip were quickly struck out. Ling Feng immediately followed up with the third whip. To his surprise, the intense pain from the third whip had been reduced to a very low level, and he even felt he could immediately strike out the fourth whip. I don't even have the talent to open the mantle small world, yet my body can withstand all the current from the third whip. Ling Feng was astonished. This must be related to the activation of the red flame, small world, last night. The enhancement in physical quality from the number 106 red flame bloodbud flower would likely exceed Ling Feng's expectations. Ling Feng swiftly delivered the fourth whip. The electrical current of this strike far surpassed that of the third, intense, searing, and overwhelming, piercing through his body and forcing beads of sweat to break across his brow. Yet he held firm, wielding the iron whip to carve arcs of lightning in all directions, forging a radiant domain of crackling electricity. The fourth strike, barely manageable yet accomplished without drawing upon the mantle microcosm's power. The fifth may well be beyond endurance. Ling Feng drew a deep breath, and without hesitation activated the passive talent of the mantle microcosm. Mental defense. His body surged with enhanced resilience. Fireproof, electrostatically insulated, frost-resistant. Each defensive attribute leaping to a new tier of mastery. No longer straining, as before he unleashed the fifth whip in swift succession. Lightning erupted outward, vibrating the very air and conjuring hundreds of towering skyward surging currents. A spectacle of breathtaking brilliance. Zheng Hongji pressed the stop button with evident satisfaction. Excellent. I'll send this footage to my junior brother at once. He muttered, a faint smirk curling his lips. Let's see what he has to say this time. Ling Feng severed his connection to the mantle microcosm's power and wiped sweat from his brow. Old Zheng, can I go now? Zheng Hongji nodded approvingly. Scram, you stinking brat. I'll call if I need you again. Ling Feng exhaled in quiet relief. Each invocation of the mantle microcosm exacted a toll on his spiritual energy, yet he had begun noticing a gradual decline in that cost. Whether due to improved physical constitution or strengthened spiritual capacity, perhaps both, the shift was unmistakable. During morning academic class, Ling Feng seized the chance to nap. When he awoke, Jiang Yi was already seated beside him. Huh? Ling Feng blinked in surprise. You're attending school now? So unambitious. Abandoning your research. Jiang Yi regarded him curiously. In your eyes, attending school equates to laziness. Ling Feng hastily shushed him. Shoo. Don't let anyone else overhear our true thoughts. Jiang Yi fell silent, wordless, expressionless. Then with quiet composure he added, hurry up and prepare. The physical training class starts soon. Ling Feng stared blankly. What about math class? Jiang Yi replied, evenly, the math teacher fell ill, so PE will cover the period instead. Ling Feng's face twisted. He's been sick 6 times this month, and I saw him playing basketball on the field this morning. Yes, with the PE teacher, Jiang Yi said dryly. You understand, only PE classes truly enhance boundary force rank, for all others teachers seem perpetually afflicted by monthly maladies. Ling Feng could only sigh inwardly. It mirrored his past life, where PE teachers were always mysteriously indisposed. Now the wheel of fate had turned. PE reigned supreme. And Ping Sheng, the PE instructor, soon entered the classroom, calling out everyone to the gymnasium. Today's session will be a special training exercise. Students murmured among themselves, their collective gaze fixed on Ping Sheng, whose unusual exhilaration was unmistakable, as though he'd just won a multi-million yuan lottery. Inside the gymnasium, students gathered to find 20-odd gray cubic stones arranged separately at its center, each a monolithic geometric slab resting in solemn isolation. Ling Feng estimated their number, over 20. Class 8, attention. Roll call. Moments later, Song Zichuan jogged forward and reported crisply, Sir, Class 8 is assembled in full. Excellent. and Pingxing beamed at the class. Today's lesson fills me with genuine delight, for word has reached me that one student in our class has earned the 1-star Boundary Walker certification. All eyes snapped toward Ling Feng. He'd been lost in thought, suddenly pinned under that collective startled stare, his skin prickling with unease. Well, it's really nothing to boast about, Ling Feng offered modestly. I've merely progressed, by a tiny margin, beyond everyone else. With effort you'll all achieve the same. Envy, admiration, and resentment flickered across their faces. How effortlessly arrogant. Someone groaned. Passing the 1-star Boundary Walker exam plus scoring SSS in academics. That guarantees elite admission, no question. Ling Feng's boundary force level used to lag behind mine. We swore to stay academic underachievers together. Yet you secretly activated cheat mode. 1-star Boundary Walkers possess greater physical potency than ordinary people, and Pingxing explained, so the school has specially delivered these testing stones. He donned armored gloves and tapped the nearby gray stone with deliberate emphasis. Now please welcome Ling Feng to demonstrate his abilities, so you may form a comprehensive impression of what a 1-star Boundary Walker truly embodies and set meaningful goals for the next 2 months. Clap. The applause was sparse, but curiosity burned bright in every student's eyes. After all, achieving 1-star rank did not guarantee passing the official certification exam. Song Zichuan's expression darkened. He had expected to take the stage, not Ling Feng. Yet there was no recourse. Ling Feng had already cleared the 1-star Boundary Walker assessment. Dean Song had instructed him not to compare himself with Ling Feng for now, focusing instead on self-improvement ahead of the upcoming inter-school exchange tournament. Song Zichuan sensed hidden meaning in his father's words, but could not decipher it. Ling Feng had already stepped beside Pingxing. Shall I strike this? He asked. Correct. And Pingxing affirmed. Typically a 1-star Boundary Walker can produce a single fissure upon impact. Let me locate your armored gloves first. Just a moment. As Pingxing turned to rummage through the equipment chest, a violent tremor erupted behind him. Boom. Shards of stone scattered violently before him, and Pingxing whirled around in shock, only to find Ling Feng standing calmly before a shattered, unrecognizable lump of gray stone. Teacherin, I'm done. And Pingxing's eyes bulged. This was impossible. A 1-star Boundary Walker could barely etch a hairline fracture. Reducing such stone to rubble defied all precedent. To pulverize it required over 1,000 kilograms of striking force, a threshold reserved for masters far exceeding 2-star rank. How could Ling Feng possibly accomplish this? And Pingxing stammered, I haven't even given you the armored gloves yet. No need, Ling Feng replied serenely. This stone, I can crush it barehanded. And Pingxing stood utterly dumbfounded. If not for having personally tested Ling Feng's boundary force level days earlier, he would have sworn the boy had transcended 2-star status. Students stood transfixed, stunned into silence. Even Song Zichuan froze for several seconds. Then a girl ventured softly, Teacherin. Once we attain 1-star rank, will we possess such strength too? Another student chimed in eagerly, that's incredible. If 1-star Boundary Walkers wield power like this, will train with real purpose. And Pingxing remained speechless, his mental image of 1-star capability utterly upended. In his experience, such raw force simply did not belong to that tier. For a long moment, he stood paralyzed, unable to formulate an answer to their earnest, expectant Teacherin. Ling Feng's voice broke through Pingxing's reverie. You? Try again. And Pingxing refused to believe it. Ling Feng, merely a level 1 boundary cultivator, could not possibly possess such strength. All right. Ling Feng gazed calmly at the 24 stones before him. Since awakening his Crimson Flame minor world, he had sensed a comprehensive enhancement in his physical constitution. That punch had drawn no power from his stone source minor world. Only raw, unadorned physical force had shattered the stone. Ling Feng stood before another square stone and took a deep, steadying breath. In the next instant, he hurled his fist forward with explosive force. Boom. The stone detonated instantly, fragments scattering across the floor. And Pingxing stood utterly dumbfounded. Other students erupted in exhilaration. Some even leapt up cheering for Ling Feng. Ling Feng glanced at Pingxing, sensing the instructor's dissatisfaction, and with a faint frown he stepped forward toward the next stone. Boom. Another rock exploded into shards. One after another the remaining stones crumbled beneath Ling Feng's fists. Boom. 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 And Pingxing snapped back to reality and urgently cried out, stop. That's enough. Only then did Ling Feng cease. And Pingxing stared at the sea of rubble strewn across the floor, his heart-sinking eyes brimming with despair. In a single moment's inattention, Ling Feng had left him exactly 1 intact stone. These were official demonstration stones, approved by the school expressly for classroom instruction. This was only the first class, over a dozen more awaited him. Now of the 24 demonstration stones, Ling Feng had reduced 23 to dust, leaving just one for all remaining classes to share. And Pingxing stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "How am I supposed to teach the next lesson?" "No problem. They won't need it," Ling Feng replied coolly. Though speechless, and Pingxing had to admit it was disturbingly true. After all, even level 1 boundary cultivators could barely carve a fissure into these stones. Others likely wouldn't even make them tremble with a single blow. As Pingxing pondered this, Song Zichuan raised his hand beside him. "Teacher, may I try? My boundary force rating has recently reached 8. 2. I may not match Ling Feng's feat, but shattering a few stones should be well within my reach." Hearing Song Zichuan's words, the entire class fell silent in shock. What potent elixirs had he consumed to ascend to 8? 2 in mere days? Was Dean Song truly preparing to forge a second level 1 boundary cultivator at Shaoran Secondary Academy before the grand examination? After a moment's hesitation, and driven by a desire to verify his suspicion, and Pingxing nodded, "Go ahead, give it a try." Song Zichuan strode eagerly to the last remaining stone. He cast a glance at Ling Feng and declared proudly, "Ling Feng, you may leave me now, but I'll catch up soon. Just wait." "Fine. You do your best," Ling Feng replied, exasperated. Song Zichuan scoffed lightly and flexed his fists with unwavering confidence. "Wear protective gloves," and Pingxing reminded him. "Put them on before striking." "No need," Song Zichuan declared boldly. "If Ling Feng can shatter this stone barehanded, so can I." Students behind Song Zichuan burst into cheers. "Go, class rep. You're the strongest." Smugly eyeing Ling Feng, Song Zichuan clenched his fist and launched it forward with full force. But nothing happened. His supporters continued cheering, until that very instant when every voice— Song Zichuan's right arm trembled violently as searing pain shot from his hand straight into his skull. My hand." He clutched his right hand and writhed on the floor in agony. Silence descended like a shroud. The stone Ling Feng shattered effortlessly. Song Zichuan couldn't even crack its surface. And Pingxing sighed deeply. Indeed, Ling Feng's strength could never belong to a mere level 1 boundary cultivator. "Someone, take your class rep to the infirmary," and Pingxing said calmly. "Everyone else, dismissed for free activity. Ling Feng, come with me." And Pingxing gestured toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng felt a flicker of unease and ventured cautiously. "Teacher, this was your instruction to smash them. Please don't make me pay for it. Do I look like someone who'd demand compensation?" And Pingxing blinked, bewildered. "Yes, very much so," Ling Feng replied. "Just now you look like you wanted to shatter me instead. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a people's teacher." Ling Feng nodded solemnly. "You could be, and yet you also could not." And Pingxing narrowed his eyes. "Stop rambling. Step into the testing chamber. We're verifying your boundary force rating." Ling Feng grew wary. Wasn't Pingxing about to strike him? He followed reluctantly into the testing chamber. "Step forward, measure punching force." Ling Feng approached the familiar machine once more. "Please deliver 3 punches." Clenching his fist, Ling Feng drove it forward with thunderous might. Boom. 1045 kilograms. At that number, and Pingxing froze in disbelief. What in the world? Is the machine malfunctioning? He tapped the punching force tester. Unrelated personnel must retreat beyond the yellow line, or the device will issue a warning. With no choice, and Pingxing stepped back. He watched as Ling Feng delivered 2 more punches. 1056 kilograms. 1085 kilograms. "Congratulations. Your peak punching force 1085 kilograms. And Pingxing sucked in a sharp breath. Even assuming an initial speed of 8 milliseconds, Ling Feng's boundary force rating would still be 1085. "Quick, test your sprint speed." He urged Ling Feng toward another machine. Ling Feng frowned slightly at his punching force result. It wasn't as impressive as he'd hoped. Still, speed remained, and he mounted the circular running apparatus, accelerating steadily. 17, 5 milliseconds. 21, 2 milliseconds. He swiftly surpassed his previous record. 23, 5 milliseconds. 27, 6 milliseconds. The reading stabilized near 28, 6 milliseconds. Your peak speed 28, 6 milliseconds. Congratulations, your calculated boundary force rating 38, 8. And Pingxing was utterly stunned. 38, 8 far exceeded the threshold for level 2 boundary. The machine must be broken, he muttered. He passed the level 1 boundary cultivator exam just last weekend. There's no way he advanced this rapidly. Meanwhile, Ling Feng studied his boundary force rating inwardly, wondering how long until he could close the gap with his younger sister. Once Ling Yuan returned with funds from selling blood essence, he could acquire rare beast powders to further awaken his minor worlds. "Teacher, how did it go?" Ling Feng asked with a bright, knowing smile. "The machine is faulty," and Pingxing replied. "I'll call maintenance later to have it repaired." "Faulty?" Ling Feng frowned perplexed. Was his boundary force rating unreal? Yet he felt undeniably stronger. How could you possibly reach 38? 8. Since Shaoran Secondary Academy's founding, no student has ever achieved such a rating. And Pingxing smiled gently and placed a reassuring hand on Ling Feng's shoulder. Don't lose heart. Keep striving, and one day you'll surely attain this level. Ling Feng felt somewhat puzzled. However, since Pingxing had said so, he had no choice. Meanwhile, Song Zichuan lay in the infirmary screaming in pain. The school doctor, knowing he was the son of Director Song, dared not be negligent and brought out all kinds of good medicine from the stock. Director Song soon arrived upon hearing the news. What on earth happened? He frowned as he looked at Song Zichuan, who was sitting at the examination table with a cast on his arm. Didn't I tell you to be careful these past few days? Song Zichuan whimpered in grievance, not saying a word. Director Song's expression was worried as he turned to Wang Zhishuan beside him, saying, "What happened to your class leader? Tell me the truth." Wang Zhishuan looked embarrassed, glancing fearfully at Song Zichuan, and then at Director Song, finally weakly saying, "It's because the class leader insisted on challenging himself to break stones barehanded, and then." "Tell me the truth." Wang Zhishuan looked embarrassed, glancing fearfully at Song Zichuan, and then at Director Song, finally weakly saying, "It's because the class leader Zichuan, how should I say this? There should be limits to foolishness. Dad." Song Zichuan replied aggrievedly, "If Ling Feng can break stones with one punch, I'm at level 8 of the realm power, I shouldn't be much worse than him." But, Ling Feng can break stones with one punch. Director Song was taken aback. "Are you talking about the testing stones the school just bought back?" "Yes." Song Zichuan nodded. Director Song's expression became serious. Those testing stones couldn't even show cracks without the strength of a 1-star realm user. If Ling Feng could break it with one punch, that meant his strength had far surpassed that of a 1-star realm user, possibly even crossed into the realm of a 2-star user. "Dad, ever since Ling Feng started training under Elder Zheng, his strength has skyrocketed." Song Zichuan gritted his teeth. "You have to ask Elder Zheng for me. I also want to learn. I was much stronger than him before, but now even with tonics I am not as good as him. I can't accept this." Hearing this from Song Zichuan, Director Song suddenly realized that it was indeed the case. Ling Feng had only been at level 1.5 of the realm power before. In just half a month's time, he had already passed the 1-star realm user assessment. Elder Zheng was indeed very suspicious. Could it be that Elder Zheng really taught Ling Feng some secret techniques? Thinking of this, Director Song felt uncomfortable. He had previously sent Ling Feng to Elder Zheng out of frustration, not expecting him to gain fortune from disaster and soar in strength. "You stay here for treatment. Oh, I'll go find Elder Zheng. Dad, you must tell him about my situation. Ling Feng is currently a head above me. It's too infuriating." Hearing this, Song Zichuan couldn't help but feel elated. "I'll try my best." Director Song left the infirmary and headed towards Elder Zheng's small courtyard. At that moment, Elder Zheng was sitting in his courtyard wearing reading glasses and scrolling through his phone. "Elder Zheng." Elder Zheng looked up and saw Director Song. "Ah, Xiao Song, you came at the right time." Elder Zheng smiled and said, "I was just going to ask you young people something." Director Song was taken aback. "What is it?" Elder Zheng said, "You see, there have been people online posting CPDD." "What does CPD mean?" Director Song's face suddenly stiffened. As the director, how could he not know the meaning of CPDD? But of course he couldn't reveal this to Elder Zheng. It should mean lots of money. "I see." Elder Zheng nodded in understanding, smiling. "Then this year, I wish you and I can both CPDD." Director Song felt a bit awkward. He wanted to slap himself for speaking carelessly just now. Then he cleared his throat and secretly asked Elder Zheng, "Did you teach Ling Feng some techniques?" Why do you ask that?" Elder Zheng furrowed his brows as he looked at him. "It's because Ling Feng has been breaking through quite frequently lately. I was wondering if it's related to you." Elder Zheng helplessly said, "Have you heard the rumors at school?" "Yes, not just once." Director Song scratched his head. "The teachers were discussing it before, and today Zichuan also told me that Ling Feng's strength skyrocketed after training with you. I thought you must have taught him some secret techniques. I don't expect it to be passed down to our academy's students. Can it be passed to Zichuan?" Elder Zheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Song, I actually only taught Ling Feng a set of whip techniques, and the entry requirements are quite high. Are you sure your Zichuan can learn?" Upon hearing Elder Zheng's words, Director Song was overjoyed and immediately said, "Of course he can. Well then, let him come to me when he has time. But I must say this first, once he starts practicing, he is not allowed to leave until he succeeds." Elder Zheng added, "That's my only requirement." Director Song laughed, "That's for sure. If he doesn't want to come, I'll personally drag him to you." "All right then, it's settled." Elder Zheng said, "Ling Feng just finished learning that whip technique, so he doesn't need to come to me for now. During this time, I'll help you take care of your son." Director Song was extremely happy. "Thank you, Elder Zheng. All right, we don't need to be so formal." Elder Zheng said, "I owe your father a life. Oh, don't mention teaching your son whip techniques. If he's willing, he can even stay with me." "That would be great." Director Song said I'll go notify Zichuan right now. Yes, go ahead. Elder Zheng waved his hand. After Director Song left, Elder Zheng frowned and muttered this whip technique can rapidly improve physical fitness, but it requires extremely strong resistance to electricity. Could Ling Feng really be improving so quickly because of this whip technique? It's really strange. Well, since they say so, then it must be. At that moment, Elder Zheng's phone lit up, and he quickly answered the call. Hello, junior brother. You finally decided to talk to me. How is it? Did you see the video? I did. That kid does have some talent. Zhao Tianming said on the other end of the line, but let's not talk about that for now. Something happened in Jiangnan City. Do you know? Elder Zheng was startled. Something happened. Are you referring to? Yes, the beast tide. Zhao Tianming said Kyoto is preparing to send a large number of Sky Realm experts to Jiangnan City for support. I will also arrive there shortly. Is the situation that serious? Elder Zheng's breath quickened. In recent days he had mobilized a few old friends, and they had already gone out of the city to hunt some beasts. But Jiangnan City is vast, and the situation outside the walls is quite different. The real situation is likely only known by the 4 major defensive forces in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Advanced Academy stationed in the east of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Research Institute stationed in the south of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Military District stationed in the north of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Security Bureau stationed in the west of Jiangnan City. The 4 major forces in Jiangnan have jointly reported to Kyoto. This morning Kyoto issued a nationwide rescue order. Zhao Tianming said, Old Zheng, you need to be cautious. There's a high possibility of several first-level beast tides breaking out. There's a shadow of the Eternal Holy Church behind this. Eternal Holy Church. Upon hearing these 4 words, a cold glint flashed in Zheng Hongji's eyes. It was because of an undercover agent from the Eternal Holy Church that their intelligence went awry, leaving half of their camp trapped in the belly of a beast. Captain Song Chengwu sacrificed himself to save him, devoured by dozens of beasts. The scars on Zheng Hongji's face were left from that time. Number 103 Demon-Winged Bird. It is a massive steel-winged bird with a long beak and claws on its steel wings, somewhat resembling a pterosaur. They slaughtered many of Zheng Hongji's comrades. When Zhao Tianming rushed over after hearing the news, Zheng Hongji was on the brink of death. Old Zheng, this is no joke. They plotted against you back then, and now they are resurfacing. There will likely be a major crisis in Jiangnan City. Zheng Hongji nodded, saying, I understand. When will you arrive? Still gathering people. Although the higher-ups have issued a notice, we are to remain still for the time being. They likely want to capture the resurrected Eternal Holy Church all at once. It is said that this time they will send a master from the Order Realm to join the fight. Even the Order Realm has been stirred. Zheng Hongji was astounded. The Order Realm is the realm of the birth laws of the small world within one's body, surpassing the Void Realm entirely. Such masters are extremely rare in Tianxia. The 4 great realms: realm of the world, chaos, void, and order. Each transition signifies a leap in the levels of life. This battle is of great importance, Zhao Tianming replied. I will arrive by next Monday at the latest. Before then, do not act impulsively. Even if the military in Jiangnan City request you veteran soldiers to participate, do not venture too far. Be careful. Zheng Hongji felt somewhat moved and murmured. Alright, I'm practically 6 feet under, and you're still saying this to me. Zhao Tianming replied blandly. It's not that I fear you dying, but it's just that no one will repay the money you owe me if you do. Zheng Hongji's earlier sentiment was instantly swept away. He cursed, get lost. Just as Zheng Hongji was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered Ling Feng's matter, and said, Zhao Tianming, when you come over, remember to visit me. I guarantee you won't regret taking on this disciple. In just half a month, his realm strength level jumped from 1.5 directly to a 2-star realm master. Zhao Tianming asked, are you sure the video wasn't edited in post-production? Zheng Hongji replied, do I really need to go through such trouble to deceive you? Alright, I will come and check on this kid, then just don't let me down. Zhao Tianming said a few more words before hanging up. Zheng Hongji put away his phone and gazed at the gray sky above Jiangnan City, slowly letting out a sigh. A storm is coming. In the evening, Ling Feng excitedly returned home. Lin Yuan had indeed finished school and was playing video games in the living room. The past few days there had been no evening classes as they were preparing for the exchange competition, and the venue had been relinquished. Ling Feng set down his backpack and asked Lin Yuan how much. This amount, Lin Yuan said, extending. 1 million. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. I gave you 32. How come there's only 1 million? 6,000 each, shouldn't it be nearly 2 million? She said the quality of this batch isn't as good as the last one, Lin Yuan replied. So the price is a bit lower. 1 million is for you. I'm taking a small cut here. Cut. Ling Feng immediately became alert. How much is the cut? Lin Yuan grinned. Not much, bro, don't ask. 50,000. Ling Feng guessed a number. Lin Yuan remained silent. Damn, 60,000. Lin Yuan still did not respond. Ling Feng's face darkened. 70,000. Lin Yuan finally said about that. Out of those 3212 are mine, taking 70,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking this way, Ling Feng found no reason to argue. Forget it, as long as it can be sold it's fine. Before mom and dad come back, let's split the spoils. Ling Feng was somewhat excited. It was the first time he had seen so much money in his life. Even though a research project in his past life had a lot of money, it ultimately wasn't his own. Bro, do you want to put it all here? I can invest it for you to make money. Lin Yuan smiled. The return rate is very promising. No need, Ling Feng said with a dark expression. You always say this when I get my red envelope money. Are you coming again this time? Lin Yuan explained. This time is different. This time we have money, and we can really invest. Ling Feng lamented. So you mean the previous times were all fake? Lin Yuan was taken aback and awkwardly replied, isn't there a risk in investing? Lin Yuan, it's not that I don't want to, but I have my own use for this money. Ling Feng said, besides we can still earn more, right? After much persuasion, Lin Yuan finally agreed and immediately made the transfer. Watching 1 million being deducted, Lin Yuan felt quite sad. Although she knew it wasn't her own money, she felt inexplicably pained. After Ling Feng received the money, he immediately hid back in his room to check some beast materials. With only a few days until the exchange competition, there are many 2-star realm master geniuses in Jiangnan First Intermediate Academy, and dealing with them will be quite challenging. I need to break through my realm's strength level quickly. Since it is an exchange competition, weapons cannot be used. It is purely a contest of hand-to-hand combat. The lightning 5 whips taught by old Zheng won't be of any use. Ling Feng's hand-to-hand skills are average, having learned military boxing that is taught even in intermediate academies. To learn more profound skills, one can only enter a higher academy and seek a master to learn. The control over skills is very strict. Once piracy is discovered, they will be hunted down jointly by the 4 major factions. Thus no one dares to take the risk. The publicly sold manuals online are expensive and not very effective, Ling Feng said. But with old Zheng around, why should I buy anything? Waste of money. I'll ask old Zheng tomorrow to see if I can get a set of hand-to-hand techniques from him. As for this 1 million in funds, let's see what I can purchase. Ling Feng browsed through online products and finally settled on a few. Number 147, a desert sand wolf. Active ability, sand hidden attack. Number 157, celestial hunter phantom fox. Active ability, shadow kill. Number 103, a demon wing bird. Active ability, wing charge. Number 99, stone beast. Passive ability, Taishan. Except for the last one, I had heard of the other 3 before. Ling Feng pondered. In terms of price, the desert sand wolf is the cheapest, while the celestial hunter phantom fox is the most expensive. The stone beast and demon wing bird are not much different in price. Which one to choose? Ling Feng frowned. The celestial hunter phantom fox is expensive because it is difficult to capture, as it has the ability to merge into shadows. This ability is something Ling Feng yearns for. Because it is hard to catch, there isn't even powder for sale. Only frozen flesh can be purchased. However, the other 3 do have powders for sale, but the powder of the stone beast is even more expensive than the material of its body, probably because it is too sturdy and hard to make. Forget it, I'll first take a look around the hospital area to see if there's anything suitable. After all, the exchange competition is on Friday, so there's still time. Ling Feng looked for several hours, but ultimately found it hard to decide, and put down his phone, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Ling Feng left home without having breakfast and headed to the hospital. The hospital was bustling with people, while the nearby streets selling exotic beast materials seemed rather desolate in comparison. Ling Feng had already selected a few targets last night, and he came here today hoping to encounter some precious exotic beast materials. Behind the number 100, there are mostly chaotic or realm-level exotic beasts, while number 99 and below involve the Ling Kong realm. However, the giant stone beast at number 99 is quite large, so its materials are inexpensive. Perhaps there are sellers here offering them at half the online price. Ling Feng pondered, glancing left and right. What dissatisfied him was that the vendors in front had no valuable items at all. The exotic beasts they killed only had key parts bought by others, while the other parts were generally sold to powder manufacturers to be processed into powder. Just as Ling Feng hesitated, someone suddenly greeted him. Brother-in-law, you're here so early. Ling Feng looked up in surprise and found it was Lin Yiping. What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence, Lin Yiping replied with a smile. A few chaotic realm beasts contracted by my family killed some exotic beasts outside yesterday, so we came here to sell them, and I came along to take a look. After all, the exchange competition is coming up in a few days, and the deputy dean said we should push for breakthroughs. Does your family still have contracted chaotic realm beasts? Ling Feng was somewhat surprised. However, he quickly understood. Lin Yiping's family was in the medicine business, so they definitely needed a large amount of exotic beast raw materials. Without a few Chaotic Realm beasts, they wouldn't stand a chance. What's Chaotic Realm worth? Almost all my family elders are in the Ling Feng realm. They just let me learn some knowledge about exotic beasts with the Chaotic Realm beasts first. Lin Yiping smiled. Brother-in-law, what do you want to buy this time? Just tell me what you fancy, and I'll get it for you. No need, no need. I brought money. Do I want to buy some exotic beast materials or cheaper powder if available? Lin Yiping suddenly understood. He had seen Ling Feng and Jiang Yi wandering around the powder-selling place probably for this reason. Then let me recommend some for you. These small stalls outside won't have anything good. Good items are generally found. Follow me. He waved his hand, signaling Ling Feng to come over. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but still followed Lin Yiping. Having guidance was better than fumbling around on his own. In terms of exotic beast materials, his experience was certainly not as good as Lin Yiping's, who came from a medicinal family. Lin Yiping brought Ling Feng to a shop decorated in a classical style. The shop was located at the back door of the hospital, 3 stories high, covering a large area, and there were plenty of... The store's name was a single character, E. The owner here has connections, so the business is thriving. Our Lin family also collaborates with them. You can take a look here, and I'll buy it at the wholesale price and sell it to you. Ling Feng looked at the store name with a strange expression and said, the owner you mentioned has connections. Could he have someone backing him? That's for sure. Without connections, how could someone open such a large store at the hospital's back door? Lin Yiping laughed. But I've heard that this owner is quite mysterious. Even our partners have never seen him. It's all his hired team that conducts business. Ling Feng felt increasingly strange. He couldn't possibly be related to that Jiang Yi, could it? It shouldn't be possible. Jiang Yi was so young, and it was already unfathomable for him to be responsible for the Research Institute's projects. How could he have managed such a large store? Let's go in and take a look. We still have classes later, Lin Yiping said. Brother-in-law, I heard this exchange competition is with your school, right? Yes, Ling Feng nodded. Because we needed a quota for a research institute, they organized an exchange You don't know, but because of this the academy has been in an uproar, Lin Yiping sighed. After all, it's a guaranteed spot at a Jiangnan Research Academy, and many people want it. Ling Feng was surprised. Is that true? Lin Yiping nodded yes. The one in charge of the quota is Vice Dean Li Mingyan. She's a tough person who directly suppressed the students and parents, telling them that as long as they win the exchange competition, the quota would belong to them. Ling Feng immediately furrowed his brows. Dean Song hadn't mentioned this matter. All he said was for the 3 of them to give their all, the rest was up to him. Fortunately, Ling Feng sensed that things were not that simple, which was why he was thinking of improving his strength. Are there any experts participating this time? There are a few, Lin Yiping replied. Most of them are 2-star realm experts, but some of them have already secured spots at Jiangnan Academy, so they don't mind getting a research institute spot. However, there's competition among them, you understand. Ling Feng immediately understood. Having this quota doesn't matter to them, but it's very important for their opponent. Smart. Lin Yiping laughed. So no one knows what the situation will be like then. Ling Feng asked, what about you? Are you participating? Me? Lin Yiping shook his head. My realm power level hasn't reached 2-star realm yet. Although it's almost there, it's probably hard to compete with those experts for a guaranteed spot. My family has already paved the way for me. As long as my grades meet the standards, I can be admitted to Jiangnan Academy. Even my mentor has been arranged, but it's my second uncle. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel envious. If Ling Changsheng had a few relatives working at Jiangnan Research Academy, he wouldn't have to struggle so hard. However, he also knew that having strong personal ability was key. The two chatted as they entered the shop. Ling Feng noticed that various exotic beast specimens were displayed in the shop's hall. Although there weren't as many as those from the Xingyi Research Institute, there were still quite a few. Moreover, he felt that the arrangement of the exotic beast specimens in this hall resembled the Research Institute somewhat. Could it be that the owner of this shop is that Jiang Yi? Ling Feng furrowed his brows. It shouldn't be possible. If it were him, why would he ask me to buy powder? Ling Feng shook his head, dismissing this idea. His gaze gradually fell on some exotic beast models. These models displayed in the cabinets were scaled-down versions of exotic beasts, and their prices and inventory could be viewed through electronic records. Ling Feng scanned around and immediately spotted something from his shopping list. Number 147, the claws of a desert sand wolf. Beside them, the detailed price for this pair of claws was displayed. A pair of claws costs 200. Ling Feng was somewhat astonished, saying, so expensive. We can get them at the wholesale price, which is generally 50-70 of the retail price. Lin Yiping chuckled. Big brother, just say the word and I can give it to you. Ling Yuan refuses to accept my gifts, so I'll just give it to you. It's the same anyway. Give me a gift. Ling Feng glanced at Lin Yiping warily, lamenting, I regarded you as a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me. Lin Yiping was immediately confused, his face full of question marks. How did Ling Feng's thought process lead to this? He quickly explained, no, you misunderstood my meaning. I just wanted you to say a few good words for me in front of Ling Yuan. Ling Feng suddenly realized. You should have said that earlier. You made me break out in a cold sweat. I can help you with your request, but I won't accept any gifts. If you can give it to me at the buyback price, consider it as me owing you a favor. Big brother, you're being too formal. Lin Yiping asked, do you want to check out the area for supplementary medicine? There are quite a few that are suitable for someone at level 2 of realm strength, just right for you. Ling Feng glared at him saying, level 2 of realm strength. Do you look down on me? Lin Yiping quickly flattered. How could I? I just think that it's more suitable for us to take steady steps. Ling Feng looked around and asked, have you seen any materials from the Tian Lai Yohu? I want that. Tian Lai Yohu. Lin Yiping instantly found it a bit difficult saying, that thing is rare, I don't know if we have any, let me ask the staff. Lin Yiping immediately went to the front desk to inquire. Soon he returned happily. Big brother, we are very lucky, a new batch of strange beast corpses just arrived. Now that the weather is hot, these corpses can only be stored in the ice chamber for 3 days. After 3 days they have to be either ground into powder or made into frozen products. Lin Yiping said, among these beast corpses there are materials from the Tian Lai Yohu, but the price is how much? Ling Feng asked anxiously. This much. Lin Yiping held up 5 fingers. 5 million. Ling Feng's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected the Tian Lai Yohu to be so expensive. No, 50,000, Lin Yiping said helplessly. Although the Tian Lai Yohu is difficult to hunt, its rank is not high, the price isn't as outrageous as 5 million. However, big brother, this 50,000 is already the wholesale price. Can you pay that much at once? Lin Yiping subtly inquired about Ling Feng's cash flow. He was already prepared to pay on behalf of Ling Feng. But Lin Yiping never expected that Ling Feng would directly pull out a card from his bag saying generously, isn't it just 50,000? Swish. I've got money. Lin Yiping was stunned. He knew the situation at Ling Yuan's home of 50,000 was not a small amount. How could Ling Feng take out so much at once? Big brother, are you sure? Sure, Ling Feng replied. By the way, can you also check if there are any cheaper strange beast blood and flesh? Let's buy around 30,000 worth. Let's take it back together. Ling Feng calculated that about 1,015 gene of spike rhinoceros meat could yield 1 blood essence. However, spike rhinoceros meat is quite expensive, priced between 1,000 to 3,000 per gene. Labor costs account for nearly half of that. After extraction, the cost for one would be around 20,000. If it fails, the cost would increase to 30,000. Selling blood essence wouldn't be profitable. It could only be sold as a gem through Ling Yuan. Calculating this way, the profit margin would be between 20 to 30,000. With a cost of 30,000, it could probably sell for around 50,000, yielding a profit of over 20,000. After sharing 30% of the profit with Ling Yuan, he would only have about 15,000 left. 15,000. That's not even as good as being a guinea pig for Jiangyi. Ling Feng frowned. If I can get a batch of cheap blood and flesh at the wholesale price plus transportation costs, the profit margin should expand. As for the remaining money, I plan to keep it for emergencies. But hearing Ling Feng's request, Lin Yiping was even more confused, saying, you want to buy 80,000 worth of strange beast materials. Do you really have that much money? 80,000 is enough for a 1-star Chaos Realm practitioner to fight for their life outside the wall for over a month. Generally, no one in the Chaos Realm would dare to do this. With curiosity in his heart, Lin Yiping took Ling Feng to the front desk to choose the needed strange beast materials and swiped the card. 80,000 was quickly deducted. Your materials have been confirmed. Please check them. The front desk lady said respectfully. Upon learning that the buyer was Ling Feng, she couldn't help but look at him with more respect. Because Ling Feng was too young. Being able to take out so much money at such a young age indicates he must have an impressive background. Ling Feng looked at the list. Although the prices were much cheaper than those sold outside, he was very worried that the materials from the Tian Lai Yohu might not be enough to open the small world. The other 30,000 worth of strange beast blood and flesh totaled 300 gene, consisting of the numbered 285 barbarian bull, 455 spike rhinoceros, and 506 snake-tailed elephant. Big brother, wait here for a moment. I'll go get the materials from the Tian Lai Yohu. Lin Yiping scampered upstairs. Soon he came down carrying a yellow peach. Ling Feng was bewildered, asking, what is this? Sorry, big brother, the Tian Lai Yohu was killed by a Chaos Realm team, and the Chaos Realm expert selling the materials just happened to get a piece of the rear end. Lin Yiping said helplessly, I just found out about this, but the weight is correct. There won't be any shortchanging. Ling Feng was utterly speechless. He spent 50,000 and ended up buying just a rear end. A hind leg would have been fine too. Forget it, since he only needed the strange beast materials, he had to find an opportunity to swallow this rear end. Why does this sound a bit off? The weight is a bit heavy. I should find someone to send it back. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, taking such a large yellow peach to school would probably get him labeled as a freak. Sending it back home together with 300 gene of strange beast blood and flesh would be perfect for him to swallow at night. Our shop provides shipping services, and the prices are cheaper than outside, the front desk lady reminded him. Just write down the address and time. Ling Feng quickly filled out the information. After handling everything, he finally walked out satisfied. Lin Yiping followed behind, puzzled, saying, "Big brother, aren't you going to check the supplementary medicine? With 80,000, you could likely raise your realm strength from 2.0 to 8.0. You might even have a chance to become a 1-star realm practitioner." Ling Feng didn't respond, but instead asked, "Yiping, do you know who is competing with you for spots in the exchange competition on Friday?" Lin Yiping asked in confusion. "Who?" Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, "Me." "What a—" Lin Yiping was taken aback, laughing. "Big brother, don't joke around. The participants from our academy are all 2-star realm practitioners. If you go, won't you just be asking for a beating?" "You don't believe me?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just—" Lin Yiping was about to find a gentle way to persuade Ling Feng, but unexpectedly Ling Feng placed his hand on the copper statue at the shop's entrance. "Just watch." Ling Feng's expression was calm as he suddenly squeezed the copper statue. Lin Yiping looked at the statue curiously, but nothing happened. Ling Feng felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected the statue to be this sturdy. "Big brother, this is Starfall copper. Even Chaos Realm practitioners can't break it." "Sorry, that was just a joke. Now I'm serious." Ling Feng cleared his throat, lowered his hand, and pressed down on the stone pillar below the statue. Then he exerted force suddenly. Crack, crack. A piece of the stone pillar was crushed, then turned to powder in Ling Feng's palm. Lin Yiping's eyes nearly popped out. This stone was not made of ordinary material. To crush it into powder was something an average person could not do. Even 2-star realm practitioners would find it difficult to do. How could Ling Feng with his realm strength possibly achieve this? Lin Yiping was in disbelief. "Did you see that, eh?" Ling Feng said with a smile. "Go back and tell those 2-star realm practitioners that I, Ling Feng, have secured my spot in the research academy." 20 minutes later, Ling Feng joyfully stepped through the gates of the academy. If the assessment of his realm power level was accurate, then by swallowing the tail of the Tianlai Yohu that evening, he would successfully break through to level 40. With that, he would have complete confidence for the exchange competition on Friday. This time Ling Feng did not head directly to the classroom, but instead made an unprecedented dash to Zheng Hongji's small courtyard. Zheng Hongji, who was drinking tea, put down his cup upon seeing Ling Feng's figure and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Ling Feng had come by himself. This was as absurd as if the sun had run out from his small courtyard instead of shining down from the sky. "Old Zheng, don't be surprised," Ling Feng said. "In a few days I have an exchange competition. Teach me a set of boxing techniques, or leg techniques will do." Zheng Hongji understood now. Ling Feng was a lad who never acted without benefit. No wonder he had come to him. "What are you thinking? Teaching you that whip technique was already an exception, and do you want to learn other skills from me too?" Zheng Hongji glared at him. "No way." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, "Fine, then I'll just buy a set of trash boxing techniques online and claim you taught me." Zheng Hongji glared. "You little rascal." He was so annoyed it gave him a headache. Ling Feng could make him feel uncomfortable with just 2 sentences. There was no one else like him. "It's not that I won't teach you, but it's just that all the martial arts here can only be learned by students of the Thunderbolt sect. For example, the Thunderclap palm created by one of my senior brothers requires the ability of the Thunderbolt small world to channel electric currents into the body and then activate them through the palms. Other martial arts have similar principles, it's just the methods used are different. Without awakening the Thunderbolt small world, how can I teach you?" Ling Feng frowned as he realized he had forgotten about this. In the small world he had awakened there were indeed no electric elements. The only small world related to electricity, though its name suggested otherwise, had the talent Electric Shock, which could only be used for acceleration and had nothing to do with Thunderbolt. "Old Zheng, this is your mistake," Ling Feng reproached. "As a protector of the academy, how can you not have basic martial arts for ordinary students?" Zheng Hongji snorted. "There aren't any martial arts available, but since you've come you might as well stay this morning. You can demonstrate for others." "Demonstrate for others?" Ling Feng was taken aback. "Who? Me?" A familiar voice came from behind Ling. Song Zichuan proudly walked in through the small courtyard door. Ling Feng was taken aback and immediately turned to Zheng Hongji, saying, "Old Zheng, quickly lock the bathroom door. Song Zichuan is here to mooch food and drinks from you." Song Zichuan's expression instantly fell. Ling Feng. He gritted his teeth. "Don't get too pleased with yourself. I came today to learn martial arts from Old Zheng. Once I master it, surpassing you will be a piece of cake." Ling Feng was stunned and looked at Zheng Hongji. Zheng Hongji remained silent, clearly consenting. Ling Feng turned and asked Song Zichuan, "What's your realm power level again?" Song Zichuan proudly replied, 8. 3. I gained another 0. 1 this morning. 8. 3, huh? That's quite a bit. Ling Feng nodded. Well, good luck. I believe in you. Song Zichuan frowned. He felt that Ling Feng's tone carried a hint of condescension. He suppressed his anger and said to Zheng Hongji, Old Zheng, I want to learn the exact same technique you taught Ling Feng. Whatever he can do, I can do too. Ling Feng sighed. As long as you're happy. Zheng Hongji frowned slightly. Indeed, as Director Song had said, Song Zichuan was too impatient. However, compared to Ling Feng, at least Song Zichuan's thought process wasn't as unique. In a sense, he could be considered a normal person. Go grab the iron whip from the side. I'll teach you a set of whip techniques, just like his. Zheng Hongji instructed. Song Zichuan was overjoyed and immediately retrieved the iron whip that Ling Feng had previously used from the small courtyard storage. Before we start learning, let me tell you this martial arts technique is basic and can be used without activating a small world. The creator is one of my senior brothers with the surname Ma. The whip technique consists of 5 strikes. As long as you learn them, all defeating enemies of a higher level shouldn't be a problem. Most people are just happy to learn the first strike on their first attempt, so do your best. Song Zichuan was a bit excited. This was his first true combat technique learned, and the military boxing taught in the academy was hardly worth mentioning. Old Zheng, how many strikes did Ling Feng manage to execute the first time he learned? He asked. Zheng Hongji hesitated for a moment and did not reveal the answer. That guy Ling Feng had almost managed to execute 4 strikes on his first attempt, which was unprecedented in the history of the Thunderbolt sect. He feared it would affect Song Zichuan's confidence. Just practice, don't worry about how Ling Feng did, Zheng Hongji said. While you eat your supplements, study this. If you work hard, you should be able to become a 1-star realm master before the big exam. Song Zichuan took a deep breath and nodded. I will not disappoint Old Zheng's expectations. Ling Feng interjected. If you do disappoint him, Old Zheng will eat children. Both Song Zichuan and Zheng Hongji froze. Ling Feng, what are you still standing there for? Go get the iron whip and demonstrate for him. Zheng Hongji frowned. Ling Feng, feeling helpless, could only take out another iron whip and stood in the center of the small courtyard. He gestured towards Song Zichuan. Move a bit closer. Song Zichuan reluctantly moved a bit closer. Ling Feng continued. A bit more. Song Zichuan frowned, but still took a few steps back. A bit more? If I go any further, I'll hit the wall. Song Zichuan shouted angrily. Exactly, I want you against the wall. Ling Feng laughed. Otherwise I won't be able to stop, and I'm afraid I'll hurt you. That would cut my daily fun in half. You. Song Zichuan was furious, but dared not approach, so he could only stand against the wall, as Ling Feng said. Watch closely. I'll demonstrate it once. Ling Feng took a deep breath and swiftly wielded the iron whip in his hand. First strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. He executed them seamlessly. Electric arcs danced and spun throughout the small courtyard. Song Zichuan felt a surge of excitement. If he learned this move, as Zheng Hongji said, he could indeed fight enemies of a higher level. That's all. These 4 strikes should keep you busy for a while. Ling Feng did not unleash the 5th strike, but instead stopped immediately. He had already given Song Zichuan enough. After all, Zheng Hongji had only demonstrated 3 strikes the first time. He bought 3 and got 1 free, a privilege for a classmate. However, Song Zichuan did not appreciate it and scoffed. Isn't it just 4 strikes? I can show you right now. My talent is definitely stronger than yours. Ling Feng chuckled. After you. Song Zichuan gripped the iron whip in his hand and began to mimic the movements Ling Feng had just demonstrated. Halfway through the first strike, the electric current unleashed from the iron whip immediately coursed through Song Zichuan's body. Bang! Song Zichuan's hair stood on end in an instant. Song Zichuan's face was charred, and he exhaled a puff of smoke. He wore a dazed expression, staring blankly at the iron whip in his hand. Moments ago, he had felt a powerful current surge through his palm, coursing through his limbs, and finally gathering at the crown of his head, exploding against his scalp. Class monitor, keep it up. You've successfully unleashed half of the whip. Ling Feng's voice came at an inopportune moment. Song Zichuan gritted his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at Ling Feng. Zheng Hongji instructed, when learning this whip technique, you must not be impatient. Take it slow, train here for the entire morning while I watch over you. Ling Feng chuckled. Old Zheng, what about me? Don't you have anything to teach me? Zheng Hongji shot him a glare. But you young man are not allowed to leave. Otherwise Director Song will have another headache later. Ling Feng was the type who could cause trouble if he was out of sight. Staying by his side was the best option. Fine then, Ling Feng said, helplessly moving a chair over, propping his feet on the table and lying back, telling Song Zichuan. Hurry up and practice. We are both watching you. Song Zichuan glared in anger. Ling Feng clearly wanted to take advantage of him. But he had no choice, especially with Zheng Hongji present. Zheng Hongji furrowed his brow, wanting to kick Ling Feng out, but fearing he would cause chaos and that he would have to clean up afterward. So he could only turn a blind eye and let him stay. Old Zheng, how's the situation with leaving the city? Ling Feng asked. Zheng Hongji glared at him. What does it have to do with you? Hey, don't be so distant. When you go out to hunt exotic beasts, you must bring back some materials. Ling Feng laughed. I've been improving rapidly lately, but my nutrition can't keep up. I want to buy some exotic beast meat to try out. I'm leading a team to clear out the exotic beasts, not to make money. Zheng Hongji frowned and said for this purpose the team directly called in a scavenger. After we kill the exotic beasts, he will take their corpses off our hands at a low price, so you won't be able to bring back what you wanted. Ling Feng was helpless. The scavenger was a profession taken up by those in the Chaos Realm who had developed storage abilities, and some were even from the Void Realm who were struggling. Generally, these scavengers belong to major guilds or are individual buyers responsible for the heavy lifting. Their clients are those in the Chaos Realm without storage capabilities and some in the Void Realm whose small worlds can't accommodate them. So you mean your small worlds haven't developed storage capabilities? Ling Feng scoffed. Old Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Do you think developing storage capability is a good thing? Zheng Hongji retorted angrily. Only those whose small worlds are damaged or whose abilities are lacking would resort to such measures. Developing storage capability comes at the cost of a portion of the small world's attributes, you know. Even for those in the Void Realm, the storage capacity of a small world is quite limited, and you can't hold too much. Zheng Hongji glared at Ling Feng, explaining, as veterans, even if we have no hope of reaching the Void Realm, we would never stoop to that level. How embarrassing. Ling Feng replied, Old Zheng, it's all about making money. There's nothing shameful about it. A man with ambition should be in the four corners of the world. Zheng Hongji declared, otherwise don the military uniform and protect the glory of Tianxia. Or wield a long spear and conquer the seas and lands. Ling Feng interjected, or ride a tricycle and collect old refrigerators. Zheng Hongji's grand aspirations were instantly doused by Ling Feng's comment. Old Zheng, all this talk is useless. There's an exchange competition on Friday. If I go out and embarrass you, won't you lose face in front of your old comrades? Ling Feng chuckled, don't you have any martial arts techniques? Even half-finished ones would do. Ling Feng actually wanted to add mainly because they were free. Isn't that much better than the martial arts manuals online that cost tens of thousands? Exchange competition. Zheng Hongji frowned. What exchange competition? Old Zheng, don't tell me you still don't know. Ling Feng was stunned. He quickly recounted the events to Zheng Hongji. I see you are going to have an exchange competition with Jiangnan Higher Academy. I wondered why Director Song suddenly sent his son over to me. Zheng Hongji understood. He glanced at Song Zichuan, who was still in the yard zapped and making a fuss, and asked Ling Feng, so just you, Qin Xinyao, and Song Zichuan are going? Yes, Ling Feng replied. So Old Zheng, if you keep hiding and withholding and our academy ends up embarrassing itself, you will share the blame. You brat. Zheng Hongji glared. We haven't even started fighting and you're already putting the blame on me. Hee Old Zheng, if I get stronger, then our academy gets stronger, right? If our academy gets stronger, that means you get stronger too. You know, you have a point there. Zheng Hongji thought for a moment and realized it was indeed true. Ling Feng secretly laughed, finally having this old man fooled. Zheng Hongji pondered for a while and said, Alright, I have a technique called Flash Fist that can be split into the Boundary and Chaos Realm parts. However, the fist technique in the Boundary part is relatively weak and can only be fully unleashed by activating the power of the Thunder Small World. Flash Fist. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. How does it compare to military boxing? Military boxing is to build your foundation. Zheng Hongji replied, exasperated. This Flash Fist is an advanced martial art. I have a junior brother who is a 2-star Chaos Realm, once defeated a 4-star Chaos Realm expert with this move. 2 small levels higher. Ling Feng said, great, I want this one. If you learn it, you can only grasp the surface, because to unleash the full power of this fist technique, you must tap into the power of thunder. Zheng Hongji said, but it will suffice for the exchange competition. Ling Feng nodded. That was indeed the case. The opponents wouldn't have developed their small worlds, so they wouldn't need the small world's attributes for support. Zheng Hongji said, but it will suffice for the exchange competition. Ling Feng nodded. That was indeed the case. The opponents wouldn't have developed their small worlds, so they wouldn't need the small world's attributes for support. I also want to train here. What are you shouting for? I know. Ling Feng stepped down and drew a half circle in the corner of the yard. Here, this is your territory, the rest is mine. Song Zichuan was taken aback. That half circle Ling Feng drew was barely the size of a toilet pit. Yet he insisted on occupying all other areas of the yard. Ling Feng. Song Zichuan clenched his fists. Class monitor, we are civilized people. Ling Feng smiled, picking up the iron whip from the ground and casually sending out an electric arc. If we can avoid fighting, let's not fight, right? The electric arc danced away, causing Song Zichuan to step back a few paces. His face turned pale as he stood silently within the circle Ling Feng had drawn. Isn't this good? Ling Feng said. We'll finish learning soon, and then I'll guide you along with your grand. Song Zichuan was clearly infuriated, his teeth clenched tightly, and then he chose to turn his head away, no longer paying attention to Ling Feng. Otherwise he might explode with anger. Zheng Hongji watched the scene without intervening. It wasn't that he favored Ling Feng, but he always believed that adults should not interfere too much in children's matters. Perhaps this would lead Song Zichuan to progress rapidly. Let's begin, Zheng Hongji said coolly. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. As long as he could obtain the reserved spot from the research academy, he could become a researcher and spend his days working in a research institute after graduation. A wonderful life would begin with mastering this fist technique. As per the usual, you'll watch me demonstrate it first, Zheng Hongji said. Pay close attention, as I will later explain the intricacies behind it. Zheng Hongji extended his right hand. In an instant, Ling Feng could see arcs of flickering electricity surrounding his hand. Then he slowly clenched his fist, and the layers of electric light began to swirl around his arm. Flash fist. Zheng Hongji's eyes sparkled with intensity as he punched towards the wall ahead. At that moment, the surrounding light seemed to be absorbed, melding into the electric glow. The blinding electric light pierced through the wall, leaving a dark hole behind. Do you see? The size of the hole in the wall corresponds to the size of my fist. This is the core concept of flash fist, which is about power control and accumulation. Ling Feng's expression finally turned serious. If it were him, a single punch would surely shatter the wall, potentially causing the entire structure to collapse. However, Zheng Hongji's punch was perfectly calculated, leaving only a fist-sized hole. The amount of force you can unleash in an instant is fixed. At the moment of the punch, most people's strength disperses in all directions, greatly diminishing the power of their attack. If you can concentrate your attack power into a single point, then the force of your punch will increase dramatically. Zheng Hongji explained, if you master this control of power, it is equivalent to learning Flash Fist. In a sense, Flash Fist is not just a technique, but a skill. Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully. Beside him, Song Zichuan, who was in the circle, also nodded in agreement. Although he didn't fully understand, Zheng Hongji then beckoned Ling Feng, come give it a try. Ling Feng nodded and stepped forward, taking a deep breath. He suddenly swung his fist towards the wall of Zheng Hongji's courtyard. The fist struck the surface and the wall remained utterly unmoved. It seems your strength is still insufficient. Zheng Hongji chuckled. But in the next moment, a cracking sound suddenly echoed from the wall. Zheng Hongji's previously calm expression changed dramatically. Cracks radiated from the center of Ling Feng's fist, spreading like a spider web across the entire wall. Even Song Zichuan was taken aback. In an instant, the entire wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and even the side walls did not escape the disaster, all the structures collapsing like a house of cards. Zheng Hongji stood there in shock. I told you to learn to control your strength, and you went the opposite way, dispersing your power and demolishing my courtyard wall. Song Zichuan turned back in confusion, looking at the playground outside the wall, speechless. Ling Feng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he turned to Zheng Hongji and said, Sorry, Lao Zheng, I didn't control my strength. Zheng Hongji squatted down, picking through the rubble of the wall, as if searching for suitable bricks. It's fine, I might also struggle to control myself later, so please bear with me. Ling Feng's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Lao Zheng, I've already apologized, it shouldn't come to this. I personally forgive you. Zheng Hongji said, while weighing the bricks in his hand, but the wall seems to be less forgiving. Oh, what do you think we should do? Without a second thought, Ling Feng turned and ran. Zheng Hongji let out a cold laugh, chasing Ling Feng with a brick in hand. Ling Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he ran, shouting loudly, Zheng Hongji is at it again, chasing after the kids. Help! The cries of desperation echoed through the school, reaching nearly every student in all grades. Even Dean Song instinctively poked his head out of the window upon hearing the commotion. Is that Ling Feng's voice? Did he provoke old Zheng again? Dean Song said with an odd expression, calling out to Zheng Hongji, who was chasing Ling Feng below. Old Zheng, be gentle. We have an exchange competition in a few days. Ling Feng's eyes widened. Oh, was this really something a dean should say? Before long, he was caught by Zheng Hongji, his head covered in lumps. Song Zichuan, crouching in the corner, couldn't help but laugh. Ling Feng immediately retaliated with a slap to the head. What are you laughing at? You share the blame too. Song Zichuan instantly clutched his head in pain, bewildered. What responsibility do I have? You're the one who broke the wall. Your left foot touched the wall. You share half the responsibility. Song Zichuan. He was furious, but his power level was currently inferior to Ling Feng's, so he dared not resist. Resistance could lead to a one-sided beating. Alright, you have some work to do. Zheng Hongji threw a bag of cement from the storage room. Put the wall back up for me. Do you hear me? Ling Feng had no choice but to comply. For an entire afternoon, he transformed into a mason, repairing the wall of Zheng Hongji's courtyard. There was no avoiding it. Under Zheng Hongji's intimidation, he had to repair the wall he had destroyed, even shedding tears. However, given Ling Feng's current physical prowess, his work efficiency was naturally very high. As soon as the school bell rang, the wall of Zheng Hongji's courtyard had already been restored. Zheng Hongji looked at the new wall with satisfaction and said softly, "That'll do. Come here tomorrow, and use the ground beneath your feet as the target while I guide you through the essentials of Flash Fist." Ling Feng nodded wearily. "Zichuan, you should come tomorrow too." Zheng Hongji said, "You haven't even learned the first whip yet, you need to catch up." Song Zichuan bowed to old Zheng. Zichuan understands. He felt quite dejected. He hadn't learned the basics that Zheng Hongji taught on the first day, and instead witnessed Ling Feng's antics. Having not even mastered the first whip, catching up to Ling Feng seemed challenging. Ling Feng, however, didn't care about any of this. After leaving Zheng Hongji's place, he dashed straight home. Sure enough, the materials of the exotic beasts he purchased that morning had already been delivered to Ling Chengsheng's garage. In total, they weighed around 350 to 60 pounds, including that large yellow rear. Ling Feng's physical condition was now quite strong, effortlessly carrying the exotic beast materials on his back. After bringing them back to his room, he took a glance around the house. Ling Yuan seemed to have evening classes today, so he would likely be back late, and his parents were also not home due to work. The house was left with only Ling Feng. Perfect timing. I can try to devour the rear of the Tian Hunt Spectre Fox. Ling Feng felt a bit reluctant, but still took the large yellow peach out of the box and placed it in front of himself. There was a slight injury at the break point of the Tian Hunt Spectre Fox's rear. The wound bore some burn marks, likely from a fire element chaotic realm power that had cut it. Once the dark sphere begins to decompose, there will be no turning back. It can only be awakened and split out. Ling Feng hesitated. I wonder if a single rear is enough for it to consume. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to consume it without further ado. The boundary power level has already reached 38. 8. As long as I swallow it, I can break through 40. His hand pressed against the fluffy yellow peach. In the next second, Ling Feng's consciousness slipped into his spiritual sea, arriving in front of the dark sphere. At this moment, the dark sphere was in its initial form, displaying only the original text. Small World TX Virus Infection, Attribute None, World Construction, Level 60 Talent, None. Ling Feng noticed that the number in the World Construction level section had changed at some point. When the other small worlds reach 100, they will separate. What will happen when the initial small world reaches 100? Ling Feng was somewhat curious. Could it separate into two? That seemed unlikely. Currently, there are a total of 5 small worlds activated: the Crimson Flame Small World, the Mantle Small World, the Lightning Small World, the Stone Source Small World, and the Spike Small World. If we include the initial small world, there are a total of 6, so, is it 60? To break through to 100, it seems I need to find 4 more. As Ling Feng contemplated this matter, the yellow peach he had just swallowed began to merge into the dark sphere. Soon the text on the dark sphere changed. Sky Hunt Small World TX Virus Infection, Attribute Darkness, World Construction, Level 69 Talent, Shadow Hunt active. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Only 69. This large but is useless. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. The materials he had consumed were insufficient, indicating he needed to purchase more. But just for this one, I spent 500,000. To successfully separate the Sky Hunt Small World, I might need to invest another 2 or 300,000. The body materials of the Sky Hunt Phantom Fox are rare, and there are no individual sales. To obtain another 2 or 300,000 might not be enough. Ling Feng sighed. He just wanted to enter the research academy and find a research institute to pass the days. Why was it so difficult? The investment and return were becoming disproportionate. Ling Feng's consciousness returned to his body, and he stood up to feel his changes. Although he had not successfully separated the small world, he could clearly sense that his physical quality had improved somewhat. The talent ability of the Sky Hunt Phantom Fox can be used now. Oh, let's give it a try. Ling Feng closed his eyes, and his spiritual power permeated the dark sphere. When he opened his eyes again, a small black fox was reflected in his gaze. Sky Hunt Phantom Fox. In the next second, Ling Feng's body swiftly glided through the shadows, clawing at the pen holder on the windowsill. Crack, crack, crack. The pen holder shattered into pieces, leaving a clear claw mark on the wall. Everything happened in less than a second. In Ling Feng's perception, he felt as if he was immersed in darkness, with time slowing down considerably. This ability. Ling Feng was startled. No wonder the Sky Hunt Phantom Fox is so hard to catch. It is almost the most terrifying assassin after number 100. Although this race is small in stature and not very strong, it can stealthily navigate darkness and hunt in the light. Its value is justified. Yet after the initial excitement, Ling Feng also felt somewhat dizzy. Just this 1 second consumed quite a bit of my spirit. Ling Feng could only lie down on the bed focusing and closing his eyes. He fell asleep just like that. It was not until he heard Gu Fanyu's voice outside the door that he wearily got up. I should use this ability sparingly how it can serve as a life-saving trump card, Ling Feng thought to himself. He opened the door and his parents along with Ling Yuan had returned. What's wrong with you? You look so pale. Ling Chongqing asked. Did you stay up late reading novels again? No, Ling Feng shook his head. I've been training every day and got tired. The academy is really something. You've already broken through to a 1-star boundary, yet they still have you scheduled for so much training, Ling Chongqing laughed. But practicing more is a good thing. The examiner said that your boundary power level has reached 18. 3. If you work hard these days, strive to reach 20. 0. Then you can participate in the 2-star boundary assessment. Ling Feng's expression was somewhat complex. If he told Ling Chongqing that his boundary power level should have broken through 40. 0, he wondered what Ling Chongqing would think. At this moment Gu Fanyue brought out 2 plates of stir-fried meat. You need to balance work and rest, but don't just keep urging Xiao Feng to practice. Gu Fanyue chided. You were just as reckless in your youth, immersed in training, and others called you a martial madman. You wouldn't believe it, back then many girls pursued me because of that. Ling Chongqing, feeling inspired, wanted to boast about his past romantic history to Ling Feng, but upon seeing Gu Fanyue's murderous gaze, he swallowed the rest of the story back down. Dad, and then what? Ling Feng asked curiously. Did you accept? No, in the end I fell for your mother, otherwise how could we have you too? Your mother is the most beautiful, gentle, and understanding girl I've ever met, Ling Chongqing said. Ling Feng looked at his father, who was full of survival instincts, utterly speechless. He wanted to hear something different. Gu Fanyue, upon hearing this, also snorted. You're just full of talk. Come help me serve the rice. Coming. Ling Chongqing hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Ling Feng felt helpless in front of his loving parents. He always felt like a third wheel. He could only look at Ling Yuan, who was playing games in the living room, and lean over to whisper, Yuan, does your classmate still collect blood essence? Yes, Ling Yuan replied, controlling the joystick while casually asking, what's up, big brother? Didn't we agree to go buy supplies this weekend? Where did you get the raw materials? I spent 300,000 this morning to acquire some, Ling Feng said. I've calculated that if we can sell each one for 50 or 60,000, we can definitely make a profit by collecting the raw materials. Upon hearing that there was a chance to make money, Ling Yuan immediately paused the game, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? How much can we earn? Every 100,000, at least this amount. Ling Feng held out 5 fingers. 5,000. 50,000. 50,000. Ling Yuan was stunned. Can the profit reach 50? It depends on how much you can sell it for, Ling Feng replied. If we sell it as regular blood essence, not only will we not make money, but we might even lose money. But if your classmate's family can take these blood essences, we can supply them long-term and make a big profit. Ling Yuan's eyes sparkled even more. You can produce 30 pieces in one night. 30 pieces can sell for over 150,000 with a cost of less than $1 million, leaving a profit of around 50 to 60,000. That means we can earn 50 to 60,000 in one night. 10 days would be 5 to 600,000. 3 months would be 5 to 6 million. Bro, we're going to get rich. Hearing this, Ling Feng felt a bit numb. Not to mention the price of raw materials. Refining so much blood and flesh in one night would take him several days to recover. Ling Yuan was treating him like a production team's donkey. Even capitalists would shed tears. I can't handle this much. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and said, extracting this is very labor-intensive, it would exhaust me to death. Ling Yuan nodded thoughtfully. She then picked up her phone and began browsing a shopping app. Ling Feng curiously asked, what are you doing? Buying you some goji berries to brew in water, later Ling Yuan replied. This way you can refine a bit more. Ling Feng was astonished. Yuan, we don't have to go this far. Besides, we still need to secure the raw materials. You don't need to worry about the raw materials. I have several classmates whose families are in the pharmaceutical business. We should be able to buy them at a low price. The main issues are funding and your production capacity. Also, brother, can you teach me this refining process? I want to learn as well. Sure, the tuition is 3 million. Ling Feng extended his hand and said, pay up and it's yours. Ling Yuan was stunned. You're going to charge your own sister. Ling Feng snorted, as if you haven't been compensated with quite a bit of hush money. In truth, he was just joking. The innate ability blood fusion, used for refining exotic beast flesh, was an exclusive talent of the Red Flame small world, and he couldn't teach it to others. If you won't teach me, then I'll take care of the raw materials, and I want a larger share. Deal. Ling Feng he calculated that if he wanted to open 4 more small worlds, he would need at least another 4 million. 4 million, without relying on blood fusion, would require at least 20 experiments at the Research Institute for rewards. After dinner, Ling Feng immediately immersed himself in the task of refining exotic beast flesh. With the activation of the innate ability blood fusion, the exotic beast flesh on his left hand gradually transformed into blood pearls on his right. Then these blood pearls merged in the bottle, condensing into blood crystals. Throughout the night, he failed 3 times, which was about what he expected, but he successfully produced 10 drops of fresh blood essence. These should sell for over 500,000. Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. He quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, after handing the fresh blood essence to Ling Yuan, he hurriedly headed to the academy. He had arranged to learn Lightning Fist from Zheng Hongji that morning in preparation for the exchange competition on Friday. In just a few days, if he could master Lightning Fist, his combat power would significantly improve, allowing him to fight against a 3-star realm warrior, even if he hadn't reached the threshold yet. Old Zheng am back. Ling Feng grinned as he peeked his head out from outside Zheng Hongji's small courtyard. However, he noticed that there were about 10 veterans in the courtyard. The veterans stood in a line before Zheng Hongji. Count off. Zheng Hongji barked. 1, 3, 10. Reporting squad leader, we're all present. The veterans stood straight, their gazes sharp, exuding an aura that seemed as formidable as in their prime. Zheng Hongji nodded, tears glimmering in his eyes. Ling Feng realized that Zheng Hongji had once been a squad leader in the military. Standing before him was a complete squad. 3 squads formed a platoon and 3 platoons formed a company. Ling Feng looked at those veterans, many of whom were already thinning on top, nearing the end of their years. Yet they still stood there. Ling Feng, you brat, what are you sneaking around for? Zheng Hongji scolded, get in here. Old Jing, what are you doing? These are my old comrades, Zheng Hongji said. 10 of them, just enough for a squad. Aren't you the squad leader? You only have this few men. Ling Feng asked curiously, where are the others? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere turned quiet. Zheng Hongji's eyes darkened. Aside from a few who have gone to battle, this is the entirety of my company right here. Ling Feng was taken aback. He realized he had said something he shouldn't have. Sorry, old Zheng, I didn't mean to. You brat apologizing now. Zheng Hongji laughed. This is the first time I've seen you apologize since I met you. Ling Feng. Let me introduce you. This is a student from the academy, and I'm now in charge of him. His name is Ling Feng. Whoever has time can practice with him and help him out. Many of the veterans turned their gazes towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng's body trembled. Although these veterans were as frail as Zheng Hongji, each one was practically a master from the battlefield, and all were of Chaos Realm existence. In terms of combat skills, killing techniques, and physical fitness, they were all top-notch. Old squad leader, the students can come back and teach later. When are we leaving? A white-bearded elder in the crowd asked. Ling Feng noticed he had several rifles slung over his back, all of which looked somewhat aged. He must be a veteran accustomed to using firearms. The agreed time with them is this afternoon, Zheng Hongji replied. But the war zone is chaotic. We absolutely cannot run around. We need to follow the military district's plan. They will send someone to take us away. Ling Feng frowned at this and said, Old Zheng, didn't you say we still had a few days? Why do we have to leave today? The situation has changed. Zheng Hongji said gravely, last night the military district contacted me. The number of exotic beasts outside Jiangnan City has suddenly surged. In particular, the number of chaos-level exotic beasts has increased exponentially. In just one night, multiple locations erupted into a level 3 beast tide, and even during the night, there was a level 2 beast tide. Last night, several Ling Kong realm warriors fell. Though we veterans only possess Chaos Realm strength, we can form a small team and kill just as quickly as those in the Ling Kong realm. We're departing this afternoon. Oh well, spend the night outside. Zheng Hongji said, kid, while I'm gone these few days, just practice your punches and don't collapse my small courtyard. Ling Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect things to deteriorate so quickly. If the beast tide outside Jiangnan City wasn't effectively suppressed, the city walls might be assaulted by the tide of beasts. If that happened, Jiangnan City would fall into danger, and people would lose their current stable lives. However, we still have this morning to practice with you. Zheng Hongji said, when Song Zichuan arrives later, he'll teach him the essence of the lightning 5 whips. As for your lightning fist, let my old comrades teach you. Several veterans patted their chests, assuring Zheng Hongji, don't worry, old squad leader. This kid is in our hands, and nothing will happen to him. Ling Feng's legs felt a bit weak. Just Zheng Hongji alone was enough for him to handle, and now so many Chaos Realm veterans were watching him. Wasn't he doomed? Kid. The white-bearded elder stepped out from the crowd and patted Ling Feng's shoulder, saying, my name is Wang Wei, I'll be your opponent for now. Come on, show me your moves. Display your strength. Ling Feng's expression was peculiar. Though the old soldier's hair and beard were completely white, his tall and robust figure was still evident despite a slight curvature in his posture. He must have been a towering figure in his youth. You little brat, your grandpa Wang Wei was our camp's artilleryman who once wielded a Gatling gun and cut through a level 3 beast tide. Zheng Hongji's words took Ling Feng by surprise. Level 3 beast tides occurred almost daily, yet many in the Chaos realm had perished in such tides. The old soldier before him had actually managed to cut through a beast tide, indicating formidable strength. Old squad leader is joking, "Ooh, without the help of other veteran comrades, how could I kill a few beasts?" Wang Wei chuckled, "But now I'm old and can no longer carry a Gatling gun. Ooh, I can only take light weapons to fight the enemy. Children, rest assured, I won't use weapons. I'll compete with you in martial arts. I heard from the old squad leader that you have quite a talent. You're about to become a 2-star realm practitioner." Ling Feng turned his head to Zheng Hongji and asked, "Old Zheng, have you been praising me behind my back?" Zheng Hongji's face turned red, and he retorted, "You little rascal, causing trouble everywhere. How could I possibly praise you? Not scolding you is already a mercy." Ling Feng laughed. "Just say it if you want to praise me, no need to be shy. It's just—" However, he quickly stopped laughing when he saw Zheng Hongji rolling up his sleeves. "Let's get started." Ling Feng hurriedly urged Wang Wei. He feared that if he delayed any longer, Zheng Hongji would take action himself. "All right," Wang Wei said, "did the old squad leader teach you the flash punch yesterday? Throw a punch at me so I can see your strength." "Okay." Ling Feng took a deep breath. Zheng Hongji had mentioned that the strength of a normal person's punch disperses, so it was essential to concentrate the force in one direction as much as possible. This way the dispersed force would converge, achieving a penetrating effect. This was the flash punch. Ling Feng was somewhat confused, but still gathered his strength, adjusting the force of his muscles to a single direction. "Be careful." Ling Feng suddenly stepped forward and unleashed his punch. Bang! This punch struck Wang Wei's palm, causing him to take half a step back with a surprised grunt. Although Ling Feng's punch was insufficient to injure him, the explosive power he exhibited left Wang Wei. This strength has already exceeded a ton. As an expert in firearms, Wang Wei was accustomed to measuring bullets by the ton, so he was very accurate with weight and would never misjudge. Not just over a ton, the exact value should be around 1.3 tons. 1.3 tons, which is 1,300 kilograms. Is this really a 2-star realm practitioner? He would believe it if they said Ling Feng were a 3-star realm practitioner. The veterans who had initially planned to watch were also stunned by Ling Feng's punch. Whether it was the punch's speed or the striking power along with Wang Wei's somewhat strained reaction afterward, it didn't seem like something a student who hadn't faced significant trials could exhibit. One veteran couldn't help but ask Zheng Hongji, "Old squad leader, is he really only a 2-star realm practitioner?" Zheng Hongji was also taken aback. A 2-star realm practitioner had a realm power level of 20. 0 is the standard line. Generally speaking, strength should not exceed 800 kilograms, and speed should not exceed 25 milliseconds. Yet Ling Feng's displayed strength was clearly above this value. "Impossible!" Zheng Hongji exclaimed. "He just passed the 1-star realm practitioner assessment. It hasn't been long. At most, he could only reach the level of a 2-star realm practitioner. But this strength and speed are definitely not those of a freshly qualified 2-star realm practitioner. This is almost on par with a 3-star realm practitioner. The 2-star realm practitioner and the 3-star realm practitioner are indeed different. The difference between a realm power level of 20.0 and 59.0 could be as much as double. At this moment, even Zheng Hongji couldn't figure out what was going on with Ling Feng. Yet the battle in the arena continued. Wang Wei withdrew his previously dismissive gaze towards Ling Feng and grew serious. He had initially thought that Zheng Hongji saying Ling Feng had talent merely meant he was an average genius. Such talents could be found in abundance in Jiangnan's top middle school. Yet he never expected Zheng Hongji. Ling Feng had not undergone significant trials and had not received the resources of a higher academy, yet he possessed such formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary genius. "Old squad leader, I wondered how you managed to fish for so many years in this low-ranking middle school, but turns out there was such a good seedling here." Wang Wei laughed heartily. "Once we deal with the beast tide, I want to come here and be a strong practitioner of the academy too." Zheng Hongji glared, wanting to refute, but found himself speechless. He was here because he owed the life of Dean Song's father. The protectors of other middle schools had at most reached the 4-star realm practitioner, while Shaoran Middle School was in the chaos realm. This was Zheng Hongji's promise from back in the day. It wasn't because of Ling Feng. "Child, your strength is impressive, but you haven't grasped the essence of the flash punch yet. Concentrate, focus all your strength on one point. Then strike quickly. Come on, try again." Ling Feng stepped back 2 paces, nodding solemnly. He realized that he indeed lacked control over his strength and only knew how to throw punches with brute force. And Zheng Hongji, being in the chaos realm, clearly demonstrated a more precise application of strength. How about trying the gifted ability from the lightning small world? Ling Feng pondered. The ability from the lightning small world belonged to the speed-type talent, Lightning Strike, of the Lightning Cheetah clan, which could significantly enhance speed for a short duration. This enhancement was holistic naturally, including the speed of punches. If I can land a double strike in a short time, perhaps I can achieve the effect of the flash punch. Ling Feng solidified his thoughts, and his spiritual energy began to permeate the golden, lightning small world within his sea of consciousness. Lightning strike. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, and the next second, he rapidly approached Wang Wei, delivering a punch towards Wang Wei's chest. What? Even Wang Wei, being in the chaos realm, was taken aback. He instinctively activated the ability of the small world, coating his skin with a layer of silver metal, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Ling Feng's first punch landed. Though the power contained was similar to before, the change in speed made this punch explosively powerful. Then in an extremely short time, Ling Feng delivered a second punch. Both punches left Wang Wei dazed. He staggered back several steps, his palms faintly aching. This result shocked all the veterans. "Old squad leader, are you kidding me?" one veteran exclaimed. "Is this really a 2-star realm practitioner?" Being able to strike with such force that Wang Wei had to activate his small world ability, fully metallized, surely could not be the level of a mere 2-star realm practitioner. Not only they, but even Zheng Hongji stood there dumbfounded. Ling Feng's speed and strength had already surpassed that of a 2-star realm practitioner by a great margin, particularly the sudden burst of speed just now that left Zheng Hongji unable to react. In his heart he was astonished. Could it be that this kid really ate an immortal pill? At this moment Ling Feng was drenched in sweat. Although he had unleashed the abilities of his small world, a portion of his vitality had been siphoned away by it as energy. However, this punch confirmed Ling Feng's thoughts. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Although he couldn't gather strength, he could strike quickly to achieve a double strike effect. This effect, while slightly different from the flash punch, was certainly not lacking in penetration power. It was Ling Feng's own flash punch. Wang Wei released his small world ability, rubbing his slightly sore hand in disbelief as he stared at Ling Feng. His small world attribute was metal, and during the Chaos Realm stage, he could summon a portion of his power to envelop his body, enhancing his defenses. This ability was somewhat akin to the defensive mechanisms of the Stone Source Beast, and the Mantle Beast, capable of resisting the majority of beast attacks. "Old Commander, tell me the truth, what level is he?" Wang Wei furrowed his brow and asked. "He can't possibly be just a 2-star realm cultivator like you said." "What 2-star realm cultivator?" "I told you he just passed the 1-star realm cultivator assessment." Zheng Hongji replied with a strange expression. "Could I possibly deceive you? Half a month ago Ling Feng's realm power level was only 1.5. Since receiving a scale from a mantle beast, Ling Feng's realm power level had surged dramatically, as if he were on a fast track. In this half-month, those with good results had only increased by about 24 levels of realm power, like Qin Xinyao. Even with the financial abilities of Dean Song Zichuan, could barely reach 8.2, which was far from the entry-level standard for a 1-star realm cultivator. And Ling Feng, if he were to say that his realm power level had reached the 3-star realm cultivator level, his old comrades would probably believe him. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Wang, I couldn't hold back," Ling Feng said apologetically. "They'll have old Zheng apologize to you later." Zheng Hongji was bewildered. "Why should I apologize for your actions?" Ling Feng replied. "You taught the flash punch. If you don't apologize, who will?" Zheng Hongji. "Well, this kid has figured out the art of shifting blame." While Zheng Hongji was still pondering, he wanted to take Ling Feng to measure his realm power level to see just how capable this kid really was. But at that moment someone walked in at the entrance of the courtyard. "Old Zheng." The voice made everyone turn around. It was Song Zichuan. "Let me introduce you, these are all my old comrades." Song Zichuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed respectfully to the elders, saying, "Hello, grandpas. My name is Song Zichuan, a student of this Shaoran Intermediate Academy. Old Commander, are you accepting more than one disciple? What realm power level does this kid have?" Wang Wei asked Zheng Hongji, while looking at Song Zichuan. "He's close to being a 1-star realm cultivator," Zheng Hongji smiled. "By the time of the big exam, he should be able to pass the 1-star realm cultivator assessment." This statement sounded quite strange to the many veterans present. Zheng Hongji claimed that Ling Feng had the strength of a 2-star realm cultivator, yet now he said Song Zichuan was close to being a 1-star realm cultivator. This implied that Song Zichuan must at least possess the strength of a 2-star realm cultivator. Wang Wei exclaimed, "I didn't expect the school ranked at the bottom to have such an outstanding student. Come kid, practice with this first, and then I'll spar with you. Let's see your strength." Wang Wei immediately moved a training stone from the corner of Zheng Hongji's courtyard. Song Zichuan was stunned. The moment he saw the stone, his right hand ached faintly. "This? Don't be modest, I know you are hiding your strength," Wang Wei chuckled. "Old Commander is really something. You all are so powerful, yet still hiding your strength." Song Zichuan was completely bewildered. What was this old man talking about? The other veterans chimed in, "Kid, show us what you can do." Song Zichuan felt like crying. The last time he hit that stone, not only did he fail to break it, but he ended up with a fractured right hand for 2 days. If it weren't for Dean Song spending money on good medicine for him, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Even now his right hand still hurt. Zheng Hongji had a strange expression and said, "Did you all misunderstand something? His realm power level hasn't even reached the 1-star realm cultivator level yet." Old Commander, look at Ling Feng. "You previously said he hadn't reached the 2-star realm cultivator level, and yet my hand was almost injured by him." Wang Wei said, "Are you still trying to fool us?" Zheng Hongji was instantly speechless. He actually didn't know Ling Feng's situation. This kid had no idea what he had consumed. His realm power level was shooting up. But Song Zichuan was indeed weak. He knew this point well. Asking him to hit that stone, he was afraid it would send him right back to the hospital. "Zichuan, go get a steel whip and train over there." Zheng Hongji waved his hand. "Leave this to Ling Feng." Song Zichuan was taken aback. He glanced at Ling Feng, feeling somewhat reluctant. "Old Zheng, I also want to learn yesterday's boxing technique." He gritted his teeth. "Could you teach me as well?" Ling Feng interjected. "You can't even handle a whip and you want to learn boxing. If you hurt yourself, you'll blame it on the stone." Song Zichuan's face turned pale, but he ignored Ling Feng and instead looked at Zheng Hongji. Zheng Hongji, although reluctant to agree with Ling Feng, couldn't help but think the same. "Zichuan, your priority is to solidify your foundation first. The Lightning 5 whip I taught you is perfect for improving your physical fitness. As long as you can strike 3 whips, the improvement will be significant." Zheng Hongji spoke the truth. This whip technique could enhance a person's physical fitness through electric currents. However, most people couldn't withstand such currents, and since this was a thunder technique, few practiced it. Song Zichuan asked in confusion, "Then why can Ling Feng practice? I'm not much different from him." Zheng Hongji replied calmly, "He has thick skin and doesn't conduct electricity, so he can play with electricity and learn quickly." Ling Feng muttered, "Old Zheng, don't forget you can play with electricity even better than I can. Aren't you insulting me?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Zheng Hongji's fierce glare. Song Zichuan sighed upon hearing this and could only give up. He took the steel whip and went to train aside. Meanwhile, 2 veterans volunteered to guide Song Zichuan. Ling Feng continued practicing the flash punch under Zheng Hongji's guidance. Soon it was noon. A military vehicle stopped at the entrance of Zheng Hongji's courtyard. "Senior Zheng, I've come to pick you up," a young man said as he got out of the military vehicle. Ling Feng recognized him somewhat. It was Lieutenant Zhang Hua, whom he had seen at the research institute. However, at this moment Zhang Hua had a bandage wrapped around his head, and the zipper of his military uniform was undone, revealing a white cloth underneath. The cloth was stained with some blood. Zheng Hongji's expression turned serious as he asked, "Little Zhang, did you go to the battlefield too?" "Yes." Zhang Hua nodded. "The situation is critical. Oh, everyone we can send from our military district has gone." Zheng Hongji inquired, "What about the little Li you brought before? Why didn't they come?" Zhang Hua's eyes suddenly turned red as he saluted Zheng Hongji. "Reports Senior Zheng, Li Tiansheng, and the others have gloriously sacrificed themselves for the peace of Jiangnan City." All the veterans stopped their actions, staring blankly at Zhang Hua. Some sighed heavily. Ling Feng's expression also turned grave. He knew Zheng Hongji was not mistaken. Beyond the walls lay a paradise of death and despair. Too many powerful beings of humanity had perished outside. They hunted the beasts while the beasts hunted them back. This was a total war that would only cease when one side was completely annihilated. They sacrificed themselves. Zheng Hongji's silhouette seemed to become forlorn in that moment. Such good kids, how could they just disappear? Zheng Hongji sighed deeply. Over the years he had witnessed too much death. Comrades, juniors, even students. Humanity has sacrificed too much to protect their homeland. Many vibrant lives have turned into a pile of yellow earth. I implore all of you seniors to lend your strength. Zhang Hua said solemnly. Outside the wall we need your power. Get in the vehicle, old friends. Wang Wei strapped on his weapons and addressed the group. It's time for us old bones to get moving. A group of veterans laughed. Haha, we absolutely cannot let these youngsters steal our thunder. Let's go show those damn beasts outside a thing or two. Though he said that, Ling Feng clearly saw the tears behind those veterans' smiles. In that moment he looked at these veterans and suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. At that moment Zhang Hua suddenly saw Ling Feng. He was somewhat surprised, but did not say much. The mission was urgent and left no room for contemplation. 10 veterans carried their weapons and sat in the back of the military vehicle. They faced each other in silence. Zheng Hongji took the passenger seat. Zhang Hua started the vehicle, and while turning around asked Zheng Hongji, "Senior Zheng, is the student who was with you named Ling Feng?" Zheng Hongji was taken aback. "Yes, how do you know?" "I saw him at the Xingyi Research Institute before." Zhang Hua smiled and asked, "Do you know anything about his family?" Zheng Hongji frowned. "Are you planning to bring him into the military?" Zhang Hua smiled. "This kid has decent talent, and he has some connections with the Xingyi Research Institute. If possible, it wouldn't be too much to bring him into the military, right? But Zhang Hua's expression turned strange. I initially wanted to check into his family background to see if there was anything unusual. However, I found it perplexing that with my authority, I couldn't access any information about his family. What? Zheng Hongji was taken aback. Zhang Hua held the rank of captain and had a fairly high status in the military district. In theory, he should easily be able to investigate the information of an ordinary student's family, and there shouldn't be any restriction due to lack of authority. Zheng Hongji exclaimed, impossible. Ling Feng comes from an ordinary family. There's no way the authorities would impose restrictions. Not only that, but I also received a stern warning from my superiors. Zhang Hua felt quite helpless. They ordered me to stop investigating Ling Feng's family. If I am caught again, he'll be dismissed from military service. Zheng Hongji was completely stunned. This can't be. Ling Feng's father Ling Changxing is merely a coach at the Star Pavilion with a strength of only a 4-star realm. Moreover, Ling Feng mentioned that his father had suffered damage in a small world years ago and has no potential for further advancement. Why would such a family's information be kept so confidential? As far as I know, Ling Feng's parents are not strong. They are both 4-star realm practitioners. Zheng Hongji said they shouldn't have such a high level of confidentiality. Could it be due to Ling Feng's ancestors? Zhang Hua asked, is there a powerful Ling in Jiangnan City? Of a similar age as you? There shouldn't be one in Jiangnan City. Zheng Hongji shook his head, but there are definitely some in the entire Tianxia Kingdom. Could Ling Feng be related to them? A 4-star realm practitioner is a beginner at 1 star and reaches the peak at 4 stars. The subsequent realms of chaos, sky soaring, and order also adhere to this 4-star standard. Zhang Hua said, I do know of a 1-star order realm practitioner with the surname Ling, but he sacrificed himself 12 years ago. Was it during the siege against the Beast Emperor? Zheng Hongji was very sensitive to the term 12 years. 20 years ago, humanity suffered defeat in the battle at the Return to Ruins against the Beast Emperor. 2 supreme powerhouses of the Tianxia Kingdom and most of the strong practitioners perished. 8 years later, humanity found another opportunity, gathered their strength, and ultimately killed the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor, that Songlong King. Yes. Zhang Hua said, he was sacrificed during that campaign. But he was a powerhouse from Huizhou City and shouldn't have anything to do with Ling Feng. That's strange. Zheng Hongji said, after we return, I'll ask Ling Feng. Senior Zheng, if possible, let him come to our military district. With his current strength, he should be close to becoming a 3-star realm practitioner, right? Zhang Hua had seen Ling Feng at the Research Institute, and the power of that punch should surpass an ordinary 3-star realm practitioner. Yet that was due to the pill's effect. A Ling Feng's own strength should be below the 3-star realm. 3-star realm practitioner. Zheng Hongji was stunned. Even you say so? Zhang Hua was taken aback. What do you mean by that? That kid just passed the 1-star realm assessment last week. Moreover, half a month ago his realm power level was only 1.5. Zheng Hongji was on the verge of breaking down. In such a short period, even if he took an elixir, there's no way he could reach 3-star realm. His realm power level was only 1.5 half a month ago. Now it was Zhang Hua's turn to be shocked. And that day at the Xingyi Research Institute, although there was the enhancement of drugs, his inherent strength was absolutely beyond 2-star realm. We all felt that he was about to break through to 3-star realm. The two remained silent for a long time. Zheng Hongji suddenly realized that what he had taught might not be a genius, but a prodigy. Drive the car back. I need to personally teach that brat a lesson. Make him behave. Zheng Hongji gritted his teeth. Otherwise, with his current strength, by the time I return to school, will be turned upside down by him. Senior Zheng, the mission is paramount. Zhang Hua exclaimed in surprise, hastily advising, we're about to leave the city, it wouldn't be appropriate to go back now. I still need to pick up some seniors later. Hearing this, Zheng Hongji could only relent. This time out of the city, they surely wouldn't return in less than 3 days. Meanwhile, at the Shaoran Middle Academy, Ling Feng was sitting on Zheng Hongji's recliner sipping tea. Zichuan, you need to work hard. In a few days the exchange competition will begin. Ling Feng imitated Zheng Hongji's tone, speaking to Song Zichuan with an air of authority. Look at you, you can't even master this simple whip technique. If you go to Jiangnan First Middle Academy, won't you embarrass me? Song Zichuan gritted his teeth. Just as Zheng Hongji left, this brat actually started to put on an act. Ling Feng, don't get too cocky. Song Zichuan said angrily. We 3 are going to the exchange competition, and there will be nothing but geniuses there. You're formidable, but among those geniuses you're just a rookie. They will definitely look down on you. Really? Ling Feng smiled and said, what if they not only don't look down on me, but also come to curry favor? Song Zichuan paused for a moment, and then scoffed. What kind of daydream are you having? At Jiangnan First Middle Academy, almost all are 1-star realm practitioners. If you were placed among them, you'd be at the very bottom. They would come to curry favor with you. That's a joke. If that's the case, you'll run a lap upside down on the playground while everyone watches. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. You said that yourself, but has nothing to do with me. If not, then you must also run a lap upside down on the playground for everyone to see. No problem. Ling Feng immediately agreed. Although Song Zichuan was puzzled by Ling Feng's quick acceptance, he thought Ling Feng's claim was absolutely impossible, so he snorted and continued training in the yard. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was sipping tea and meticulously pondering the matters regarding the heavenly hunt of the... After Zheng Hongji left, he did not return for 2 days. That night, Ling Feng also received his reward from... He then visited the e-shop, but unfortunately, he could not find any inexpensive materials from the Tianlai Yohu. The cheapest was still priced at 1 million. Unless someone buys and divides it for Ling Feng, it would be impossible for him to bring it back. Ling Feng could only procure some exotic beast flesh for extracting essence. With Ling Yuan's sales channel accumulating this much money was merely a matter of time. Ling Feng also stopped by the Star Pavilion to quietly test his realm strength level. As he expected, his strength reached 1310 kilograms, and his speed had improved significantly, surpassing 30 milliseconds to reach 32 milliseconds. His realm strength level was calculated to be 49.45, which was indeed not far from the standard of a 3-star realm master 60. Soon Friday arrived. On this day, Ling Feng, Song Zichuan, and Qin Xinyao all boarded Dean Song's vehicle heading to the first high school in Jiangnan. Other visiting students followed behind on a bus. This time Dean Song brought about 40 students who were not competing, but came to observe. This was also beneficial for their realm strength levels. Song Zichuan was quite pleased along the way, saying, Old Zheng's method is indeed effective. In just these 2 days my realm strength level has skyrocketed, now surpassing 9.0. I estimate that in another month I will reach the standard of a 1-star realm master. Qin Xinyao, as usual, did not respond to Song Zichuan. Her realm strength level was the weakest among the three, only 6.8. This was still the result of her family biting the bullet to buy her expensive supplements. However, Qin Zinyo's family could not compare to Song Zichuan's. It was impossible for them to spend millions to customize supplements for her. She felt the most pressure in this exchange competition. You all don't feel too much pressure, Dean Song said with a smile while driving. It's just an ordinary exchange competition. We are going to broaden our horizons. Losing is not embarrassing. The process is what matters. Just be careful not to injure yourself and affect the big exam. After saying this, he subconsciously glanced at Song Zichuan, who was in the front passenger seat. Ling Feng noticed that Dean Song's expression seemed somewhat subtle. However, he could only see Dean Song's profile, so he did not detect any clues. At this moment, Song Zichuan was also in high spirits and naturally did not notice anything unusual. Dean Song parked the car at the entrance of the first high school in Jiangnan. Above the school's main entrance, a banner had already been hung. Warmly welcome Shaoran Middle School to visit and exchange with our school. Receiving Dean Song was none other than the woman who had previously appeared in his office, the vice principal of the first middle school in Jiangnan, Li Mingyan. Today she was dressed in a small suit, standing at the school gate with students to welcome Dean Song and his group. Dean Song. Li Mingyan smiled as she approached, shaking his hand. You finally made it. Dean Song suddenly felt a chill rise in his heart. Before he could respond, Li Mingyan's gaze fell on Song Zichuan, who was getting out of the car. Is this your son? Indeed, he is quite the talent, just like you, half a genius the other half. Dean Song's expression turned somewhat strange. What do you mean? I said he is a handsome talent, Li Mingyan said with a smile. Let's go inside, we have already prepared the venue. Dean Song felt a bit anxious. To secure a spot in this research academy, it seemed that today would be tough for Song Zichuan. He wondered what kind of exchange competition Li Mingyan had arranged. The first middle school in Jiangnan occupied a much larger area than Shaoran Middle School, and there were 2 training fields alone. One was on the east side where the flag was raised in the morning. The other was on the west side, used as a training ground. Ling Feng had previously been to the west side. This time the exchange competition would be held at the main athletic field on the east side. The students from Shaoran Middle School were led by their PE teacher and Pingxing as they got off the bus. He was a 3-star realm master, but his realm strength level was close to breaking through to the 4-star realm master threshold. This time coming to the first middle school in Jiangnan for an exchange in addition to work, and Pingxing also wanted to see the training model and environment here. Everyone line up. Follow Dean Song, and don't run around. Otherwise just stay in the car and don't come in. The students obediently lined up following and Pingxing's instructions. Such opportunities for exchange were rare, and they had to seize them. The 3 of Ling Feng followed closely behind Dean Song. Li Mingyan glanced at the 3 and asked, the other boy, is he Ling Feng, the one you mentioned who wants to go to the research academy? Yes, Dean Song replied helplessly. This child cannot be persuaded no matter what. Li Mingyan smiled and said, It seems he lacks confidence in his realm strength level. Ling Feng heard their conversation from behind. How could these two understand that once he went to the research academy, he would be guaranteed a placement in a research institute after graduation? At the very least, he could work in the research industry and slack off. In contrast, the Realm Master Academy was extremely competitive, with everyone vying for realm strength levels. Ling Feng might be tired now, but once he entered the research academy, he could rely on his past lives experience to take it easy. Why not? Looking at the students lined up on the playground, Li Mingyan continued with a smile. Our academy has been lucky this year. There are about 10 students who have surpassed the 2-star Realm Master standard. Among them, several have obtained the 2-star Realm Master Assessment Certificate, and even 2 or 3 have realm strength levels nearing the 3-star Realm Master. Dean Song remained silent on the surface, but inwardly he sighed. They were all students of similar ages, yet Shaoran Middle School was much weaker than them. They were still struggling to meet the undergraduate line. Many families could not afford supplements and could only hope their children would work hard themselves. In contrast, here students from better-off families were abundant. Some lacked talent, but had families willing to spend money arranging various supplements, and even teachers from the Chaos and Sky Realm. If all else fails, they would go abroad for training to gain an edge. With such arrangements, even a head of a pig could pass the 1-star Realm Master assessment. This time we only have 3 students competing. How do we arrange opponents for them? Dean Song asked. It's simple. Our students will wear weighted gear, Li Mingyan replied. The weights will be on the head, neck, wrists, ankles, and calves. In total, there are 7 pieces with a total weight of 350 kilograms. Your students will wear the same style of weighted gear, but the weight will be less than 1 kilogram. These weights effectively protect the vulnerable areas such as the head and wrists, so even in intense fights there won't be any accidents. Dean Song was somewhat surprised. Wearing 700 pounds of weight to fight, the speed would be limited to a very low level. Was Li Mingyan overly confident in her own students, or did she simply want them to take it easy? But before Dean Song could speak, Ling Feng interjected. I want to ask if this spot is earned by winning, or if it's obtained in another way. Winning, or another way, Li Mingyan said, casting a meaningful glance at Dean Song. Dean Song felt a chill run down his spine. What are you talking about? How can you end this quickly? The expression on Dean Song's face also froze. Even though you have improved a lot recently, you shouldn't be so arrogant here. Being arrogant here will get you beaten. Song Zichuan didn't hesitate to mock Ling Feng, saying, do you think you're in our academy? Still talking about ending things quickly, how ridiculous. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, gazing at Song Zichuan with a strange expression, and said, class leader, you really don't have to demean yourself like this. You did manage to hold on for a few moves against me. Song Zichuan's face instantly turned red with anger. Dean Song immediately advised Ling Feng, it's rare for you to come here. Perform well later, and don't be reckless. All right. Ling Feng nodded. If it were a fair duel, he wouldn't have absolute confidence in victory. But now that group of geniuses is carrying 350 kilograms. Unless their realm levels are close to the 4-star level, Ling Feng is not worried at all. He was determined to secure a spot in the research academy. The 3 of them were arranged in the stands of the athletics field, while Dean Song followed Li Mingyan. Song Zichuan glanced around. Many students from Jiangnan First Secondary Academy were curiously looking at the 3 of them. Some girls were even whispering. Song Zichuan shot a glance at Ling Feng. See, I told you. Coming here, it's good enough that we aren't looked down upon. You even expect those people to compliment you. Ling Feng, are you stupid, or am I stupid? Ling Feng calmly replied, isn't this obvious? Why ask? Song Zichuan noticed the contempt in Ling Feng's gaze toward him. Clearly, he was the more foolish one. Song Zichuan felt some anger, but could only swallow it down. He sarcastically said, some people are really brazen, dreaming big, right, Ling Feng? Ling Feng did not respond, but stood up and stretched. Big brother. A familiar call came from behind. Ling Feng turned around to see Lin Yiping. How have you been lately? Ling Feng asked with a smile. I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Yiping exclaimed in surprise, I thought you were just saying that. Lin Yiping's voice caught the attention of many students present. They then realized Ling Feng's identity. Isn't that Ling Yuan's brother? Yeah, he came to pick up Ling Yuan last time, and chased away a pervert on the playground. I saw it. His brother is quite handsome, but his realm level is too low. Not only the girls, but also the boys started discussing Ling Feng. After all, Ling Yuan is the top beauty in the entire academy. No one is more popular than her. As Ling Yuan's brother, once Ling Feng was recognized, he attracted everyone's attention. Soon several boys and girls surrounded Ling Feng. Big brother, welcome. My name is... You go away. I came first. You get lost. What are you doing here, girl? What girls don't deserve love? Ling Feng had already prepared himself mentally, but the nearby Song Zichuan and Chen Xinyao were both frozen in shock. What did Ling Feng do to make the students of Jiangnan First Secondary Academy argue over him? Song Zichuan couldn't figure it out for a moment. His brain completely crashed. I came to participate in the exchange competition, Ling Feng said awkwardly. Please be quiet. Upon hearing this, many people rushed to sit next to Ling Feng. Lin Yiping regretted that he should have spoken more quietly earlier. Now it was like poking a hornet's nest. Big brother, my name is Gu Yan. A tall, slender youth in a black jacket smiled. I am friends with Ling Yuan. To be honest, I am pursuing her. Big brother, my name is Ning Chenxuan. I am also friends with Senior Ling Yuan. My family is in the arms business. You might want to let Senior Ling Yuan consider me. Another younger boy flattered. Others were lining up behind him to talk to Ling Feng. Song Zichuan was stunned. His brain was unable to process this. He just stared blankly at Ling Feng, and then got pushed out. Who are you? Don't just sit here beside Big Brother. A muscular boy suddenly lifted him and tossed him back. That boy mumbled, with this strength you dare sit next to Big Brother. Chun Xinyao on the other hand shrank into a corner and watched Ling Feng with a dazed expression, silent. The excitement was all for Ling Feng, while he had nothing. Although Ling Feng was mentally prepared, seeing this scene made his head spin. He was just Ling Yuan's brother, yet he could enjoy such treatment. What kind of situation does Ling Yuan face at school every day? Just as Ling Feng was feeling numb, a loud shout came from the playground. Look, it's Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan is here. The students who had surrounded Ling Feng immediately scattered and rushed towards Ling Yuan. Pushed out, Song Zichuan was sitting in a corner looking as if he had suffered some psychological trauma. He mumbled, how can this be? This is impossible. Ling Feng sighed and sat next to him to comfort him. Class leader, I know some things might still be too early for you. But don't think you can avoid it. I remember to do a handstand around the playground on Monday. This felt like a stab to Song Zichuan's heart. He turned his head and glared angrily at Ling Feng. You must have used some kind of trick. Does it matter? Ling Feng laughed. Or are you planning to renege on your debt? Song Zichuan couldn't respond for a moment. Suddenly he saw a very beautiful girl walking towards him. A dark crowd followed her. Brother. Ling Yuan sat beside Ling Feng and said, I'm here to cheer you on. Her smile was as refreshing as spring breeze. Many people were smitten. Song Zichuan's eyes went wide. He even started imagining love, marriage, and children. Hello, What do you mean you? Ling Feng directly gave him a whack on the head and said fiercely, this is my sister. If you look again, I'll poke your eyes out. Song Zichuan gasped. He wasn't frightened by Ling Feng, but was shocked that Ling Feng had such a beautiful sister. The moment he saw Ling Yuan, he was completely astonished. Ling Feng felt helpless. These people didn't know Ling Yuan's true nature. If they did, her image in their minds would probably take a huge hit. A muscular youth in the crowd saw Song Zichuan and immediately approached him. What are you doing sitting next to Big Brother? Aren't you told to stay away from him? After he finished speaking, the youth immediately grabbed Song Zichuan by the collar and dragged him away, tossing him out of the crowd. Song Zichuan tried to resist, but he found that this boy had immense strength, one hand gripping his shoulder, rendering him unable to move. With no choice, he could only sit beside Chen Xinyao. The two of them numbly watched Ling Feng, and for a moment this small town gained two more heartbroken young men. More and more students gathered around the two siblings. Ling Feng was in a state of panic. He had underestimated Ling Yuan's charm. How could this little money grubber have so many admirers? This is simply absurd. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the playground blared. Please have the contestants for the exchange competition enter the arena. Ling Feng looked up at the announcement. I have to go now. Ling Yuan smiled, saying, brother, I'll be cheering for you here. Beside her, Lin Yiping quickly added, Big Brother, I will too. Then a group of people began shouting, Big Brother, we will all support you. Ling Feng felt somewhat numb. How did this perfectly fine guest appearance turn into a home game? At this moment, Song Zichuan and Chen Xinyao had already gone through the mental journey from shock to horror, then to numbness, and finally, to wanting to avert their eyes. Their decision to come and compete with Ling Feng might have been a mistake in itself. The three of them stepped onto the central stage of the playground. This stage was 5 or 6 times larger than a regular boxing ring, surrounded by cameras for comprehensive live broadcasting. It had been set up during the previous college competition, and Li Mingyan had just brought it out for Ling Feng and the others to use. On the other side of the podium, Li Mingyan and some college leaders along with Dean Song and others had already taken their seats. As per usual, the school leaders took turns to speak, dragging on for about half an hour. Finally, Li Mingyan took the microphone and said in a deep voice, Jiangnan First Secondary Academy sends 3 contestants, Chu Hangmu Mingfeng and Zhao Lingwan. Shaoran Secondary Academy sends 3 contestants, Ling Feng, Song Zichuan, and Chen Xinyao. Now, based on the draw, let the first group of contestants, Song Zichuan and Mu Mingfeng, enter the arena. Please have the remaining contestants wait outside the area. Upon hearing this, Dean Song's face twitched. What draw? There was none at all. Li Mingyan seemed eager to see Song Zichuan make a fool of himself. Psy women really do hold grudges, and they can remember for a lifetime. But he had nothing to say now that it had come to this. He could only let Li Mingyan arrange things. He hoped it wouldn't affect Song Zichuan's big exam. Song Zichuan felt somewhat helpless, but he was still the first to step onto the stage. Opposite him walked a robust young man wearing a black metal ring on his head. "It's Yue." The robust young man immediately recognized Song Zichuan. Upon seeing the other party, Song Zichuan's expression changed. Indeed, this guy was the same burly man who had dragged him out twice from the stands. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with clearly defined muscles, he looked incredibly strong. "I didn't expect you to be from the same academy as Big Brother. I'll give Big Brother some face and defeat you in 3 punches. Song Zichuan instantly felt anger rising. "Why should you give him face? I don't need it." Mu Mingfeng was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Song Zichuan gritted his teeth. "Absolutely sure." Mu Mingfeng took a deep breath, then lunged forward in a swift step, throwing a punch like a cannonball that struck Song Zichuan's chest with great force. Song Zichuan had not even reacted before his body was sent flying, crashing directly outside the ring. The entire audience fell into silence. Goodness, Song Zichuan's entry to exit took less than a minute. What exactly was he here for? Ling Feng's expression also darkened upon witnessing this scene. If it really was a best-of-3 system, then Song Zichuan had already lost 1 round. And it was a swift defeat. Dean Song furrowed his brows tightly. Was this the humiliation Li Mingyan wanted? Although it was strange, at least Song Zichuan only suffered minor injuries, so it was not too serious. But he never expected that Li Mingyan would suddenly stand up and shout into the microphone. "Mu Mingfeng, what are you doing? The referee hasn't said start." Only then did everyone react. The match had not yet begun, but Mu Mingfeng had already punched Song Zichuan out. This was quite absurd. Yellow card warning. The referee snapped back to reality and shouted, "One more time, and you'll be disqualified." Alright, Song Zichuan returned to the arena. The referee helped Song Zichuan back onto the stage. His chest was in immense pain, but his face was even more embarrassed. He had actually been punched out by someone. Was this still an exchange competition? This was pure humiliation. Moreover, because the previous hit was nullified, he would have to take another punch. Song Zichuan was about to cry. Dean Song finally understood that this was Li Mingyan's deliberate scheme. "Is this your plan A?" Dean Song gritted his teeth and said, "Don't forget our agreement. The big exam is coming soon. He can't sustain heavy injuries." "What, feeling sorry for him?" Li Mingyan smiled brightly at Dean Song. "Did you ever feel sorry for me when you chose that woman back then?" Although she was smiling, the coldness in her eyes was intense. It was a grudge buried for many years. Dean Song knew he was in the wrong, and could only sigh and remain silent. In the center, the referee waved the flag. "The match begins." Mu Mingfeng did not punch immediately, but asked Song Zichuan, "Sorry, I didn't hold back earlier. Let me confirm you don't want Big Brother's face, right?" Song Zichuan was taken aback and immediately responded anxiously, "No, no, no, I want it." He was genuinely afraid. He was afraid that if he nodded, he would be sent flying again in the next second. Being knocked out twice in a row would be incredibly embarrassing. He could only accept the bonus from Ling Feng's face. Alright, in light of Big Brother's face, he'll let you have a little advantage. Mu Mingfeng took a stance. "Come on, you go first." Song Zichuan's expression grew serious. He was assessing the vulnerabilities in Mu Mingfeng's stance. Based on his estimation, Mu Mingfeng's level of power should have exceeded that of a 2-star realm cultivator. However, he was currently carrying 700 pounds of weight, which would greatly reduce not only his punching speed, but also his normal running speed. Speed was Song Zichuan's advantage. Although his realm power level was only 9.0, his speed was not necessarily inferior to Mu Mingfeng's. He took a deep breath and began to slowly circle around Mu Mingfeng. Both of their gazes were fixed on each other. "Now's the time." Song Zichuan's eyes sharpened as he recalled the lightning 5 whips that Zheng Hongji had taught him. A surge of power erupted from him. He swung his fist, fiercely aiming for Mu Mingfeng's shoulder. Mu Mingfeng also quickly reacted and immediately threw a punch. The 2 fists did not collide as Mu Mingfeng's punch struck Song Zichuan's chest, sending him flying again. This time he did not fly out of the ring, but collapsed at the edge. The intense pain in his chest made Song Zichuan break into a sweat. Mu Mingfeng hurried over, looking apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't hold back." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Song Zichuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to endure the pain in his chest, and managed to stand up. "It's good that you're fine." Mu Mingfeng smiled and said, "We had an agreement. You still have 2 punches to take." Song Zichuan was dumbfounded. He had just been lying on the ground, and he still had to take 2 punches. Song Zichuan was ready to admit defeat, but he never expected to hear Ling Feng shout over the playground's loudspeaker. "Song Zichuan, keep going. We are all watching you. Hurry, go up and knock that big guy down." Classmates cheer for Song Zichuan. With Ling Feng's encouragement, the students in the stands began to cheer. "Class monitor, don't lose. Stand up and fight. Song Zichuan, bring him down. We believe in you." Song Zichuan's expression froze instantly. Now he couldn't even admit defeat if he wanted to. Damn Ling Feng, he must have done this on purpose. On the other side, a group of school leaders stared at the school broadcast in disbelief. What's going on? How could other students' voices be coming through the school broadcast? Quick, send someone to the broadcasting room to check. Dean Song couldn't help but chuckle at their flustered reactions. Ling Feng and Jiang, he must have used some means to control the school broadcast. Even after the teachers checked, they found no issues. Li Mingyan remained calm. This kid is quite interesting, he actually helped me out. You didn't want Zichuan to admit defeat, did you? Dean Song sighed. Since you know, don't say it out loud. Li Mingyan smiled. Kids need to take a few hits to grow up. Because he's not your son. Dean Song glared. Li Mingyan scoffed. I wish he were my son, but unfortunately some people aren't willing. At this point, Dean Song could only swallow his anger. Back then he was in the wrong, and now that he needed Li Mingyan's help, he could only be at her mercy. In the arena, Song Zichuan stood on the stage with a bitter expression. He had already seen the gap between himself and Mu Mingfeng. Even with Mu Mingfeng carrying 700 pounds of weight, hitting him felt like hitting a younger brother. Make your move, Mu Mingfeng said. Let me see your strength. Song Zichuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He took a deep breath and quickly approached Mu Mingfeng. Go, Song Zichuan. The students from Shaoran Middle School continually cheered. We believe in you, you will. Bang. At the moment, Song Zichuan closed and Mu Mingfeng swiftly threw a punch. This punch landed on Song Zichuan's shoulder. Song Zichuan was sent flying for the third time, crashing outside the ring, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Mu Mingfeng then jumped off the stage and stood beside Song Zichuan. Song Zichuan struggled to say, wasn't it supposed to be 3 punches? It was 3 punches. He extended his fist, gently tapping Song Zichuan's chest. Dean Song sighed and looked at Li Mingyan. Is killing intent necessary? You can only blame your son for being too weak, Li Mingyan replied. Mu Mingfeng isn't even the strongest in our academy. Dean Song had no choice but to call for Pingsheng to take Song Zichuan away for treatment. The students from Shaoran Middle School sighed in disappointment. They lost. It was a devastating defeat. Ling Feng's face was even darker. Losing the first round like this, he wondered if Chen Xinyao could hold her ground next. He looked to the other side. There were still 2 competitors from Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. One was named Chu Hang, a slender young man in a white uniform. The other was Zhao Lingwan, a cute girl with twin ponytails. She was the kind of adorable that would likely cry if... Then he glanced at Chen Xinyao. The little girl was already pale with fear. Song Zichuan's realm level was higher, and he had been humiliated like this. Oh, wouldn't her situation be even worse? Ling Feng frowned. Given Chen Xinyou's current realm level, she probably wouldn't be able to compete against either Chu Hang or Zhao Lingwan. At this rate, without even making a move, Shaoran Middle School would lose. This won't do, Ling Feng thought. If I can't secure a spot in the Research Academy, how will I continue to muddle through at the Research Institute? This affects my plan to chill, so I need to take this seriously. After a brief break, the teacher who went to check on the broadcast situation returned. Deanly, the broadcast is fine. Oh, it should be fixed now. Good, I don't want that to happen again. Li Mingyan glanced at her. Do you understand? The teacher immediately assured, rest assured it shouldn't happen again. Meanwhile, Dean Song watched the two with a cheerful expression, remaining silent. And Pingsheng had just sent him a message. Although Song Zichuan was injured, it wasn't severe, and he should recover in a week. Next, it all depended on Ling Feng and Chun Xinyou's performance. Li Mingyan picked up the documents and announced, after the second round of draws, Chen Xinyao will compete against Zhao Lingwan. Please have the participants enter the arena. Wait. Ling Feng's voice came through the broadcast again. Li Mingyan and the teacher fixing the broadcast were stunned. Ling Feng said, Chen Xinyao isn't feeling well, I'll replace her for the next match. Chen Xinyao looked up in shock. Ling Feng. I absolutely didn't. Think carefully before you speak. Ling Feng's expression was serious. Song Zichuan has already been taken away. Chen Xinyao wasn't foolish. She knew that going up would likely lead to the same fate as Song Zichuan. But why was Ling Feng helping her? Did he have feelings for her? Ling Feng could see from Chun Xinyou's expression that she was lost in thought. Sister, if I wasn't worried about my own spot, I really wouldn't care whether you left horizontally or were carried out. Teenage girls are so prone to overthinking. All right. Chun Xinyou's face flushed, and she lowered her head. I do feel a bit unwell. Ling Feng didn't care about her anymore and directly announced through the broadcast, next I will fight alone. Deanly, what do you think? The entire venue fell silent. Not only the group of school leaders, but even Li Mingyan and Dean Song were bewildered. In the stands, the students, cheering for their big uncle, were frozen in place. Only Ling Yuan maintained her usual expression, even a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Lin Yiping remarked, Ling Yuan, your brother, has gone crazy. That's Chu Hang. I remember he just tested his realm level this morning. It's already 32. 6. Moreover, he comes from a martial arts family. Even with 700 pounds of weight, He isn't someone ordinary people can defeat. Exactly. Gu Yin interjected. The other is Zhao Lingwan, her realm level is at 28. 6-0 slightly higher than Ling Yuan's. To deal with both of them consecutively is basically impossible to win. One is tough enough, let alone two. What is the big uncle thinking? Some students were discussing animatedly. The same went for Shaoran Middle School. Dean Song frowned and immediately took the microphone, shouting at Ling Feng in the arena, Ling Feng, don't be reckless. You can't afford the consequences. Remember, this is just an exchange match. The meaning of Dean Song was quite clear. Not being able to secure a spot at the Research Academy was a minor issue. After all, there was still the major examination. With Ling Feng's current capabilities, he would most likely pass the major exam as well. However, being injured here would affect his performance in the major exam, which would be a loss. I understand it's an exchange match, Ling Feng said calmly, so I must ensure that the spot is secured in my hands. Dean Song frowned deeply. He had just intended to persuade Ling Feng further when Li Mingyin seized the microphone. She said sternly, Ling Feng, think carefully before you speak. This is not Shaoran's middle school. If you make a mistake, I will personally enforce the school rules. Are you saying you want to personally come down and fight me? Ling Feng was taken aback, his expression peculiar as he replied. That would be a bit unfair. Am I still able to withdraw now? Li Mingyin. Ling Feng's thought process was quite unusual. Moreover, where did he get the confidence to take on two opponents? Although both of them are weighed down, their strength is evident, Li Mingyin remarked. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Ling Feng pointed at the opponents across from him. Deanly, do they fear injury when participating in the exchange match? The other side, Chu Hang and Zhao Lingwan, both shook their heads. The answer was obvious. Since they are not afraid, why should I be afraid? Ling Feng smiled. If one day I were outside the wall surrounded by two beasts with my injured classmates behind me, would I abandon them and run away alone? Deanly, is this how the number 1 middle school in Jiangnan educates its students? Ling Feng's soul-stirring question left Li Mingyin completely speechless. She felt something was off, but couldn't put her finger on it. Since you want a challenge like this, so be it, Li Mingyin said, no longer caring. Let's start the second match. Zhao Lingwan, Ling Feng enter the arena. In the stands, the students from Shaoran Middle School looked at Ling Feng's back, all hoping he would win at this moment. After all, Song Zichuan had lost too frustratingly. On the other side of the stands, Lin Yiping hesitated for a moment before standing up and shouting, Big brother, go for it. His reaction was quicker than Ling Yuan's. Ling Yuan was puzzled, wondering who exactly was her brother and who was his. Wow, he seemed more invested than her own sister. Brother, go for it. As soon as Ling Yuan's voice rang out, students on their side also cheered for Ling Feng. Li Mingyin and Dean Song were both dumbfounded. This is your home ground, right? Dean Song asked in confusion. Why is everyone cheering for Ling Feng? If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Mingyin frowned. What kind of students did you bring? Why are they acting like this? Not only the two of them, but even Zhao Lingwan, who was about to fight, was about to snap seeing this scene. She was the contestant from Jiangnan's number 1 middle school. The entire crowd was cheering for the opponent, completely ignoring her. What was going on? I need to finish you off quickly so they can shut up. Zhao Lingwan said through gritted teeth. Ling Feng was astonished. Are you going to take them all out? Damn, what a ruthless emperor. Zhao Lingwan. She suddenly realized that this slightly handsome boy in front of her had a rather unusual thought process. But at that moment, the referee's whistle sounded. The match has begun. Without further ado, Zhao Lingwan took several steps forward, moving heavily, yet swiftly towards Ling Feng. Though she was not as tall as Ling Feng, her family had taught her various female fighting techniques, especially those aimed at men, though she was proficient in them. For a young man like Ling Feng, she could easily take him down. She skillfully kicked at Ling Feng's calf and attempted to grab his arm for a throw. In her mind, she could already imagine Ling Feng's bones dislocated from her move, writhing on the ground in agony. But Ling Feng didn't waste time. At the moment she got close, he immediately threw a punch, leveraging his longer bang. This punch struck Zhao Lingwan squarely in the face. The speed was incredibly fast. So fast that Zhao Lingwan didn't even have time to react. The next second, Zhao Lingwan, just like Song Zichuan before her, was sent flying. Then, all the students present fell silent. Li Mingyian's eyes widened slowly. This is impossible. She instinctively stood up and looked towards the arena. Zhao Lingwan had already passed the 2-star level assessment, and she was also carrying a load of 700 pounds. To knock her out with a single punch, the punch's power must be at an exaggerated level. How could Ling Feng possibly achieve that? At this moment, Dean Song also stood in shock for several seconds. He had thought Ling Feng would engage in a fierce battle with Zhao Lingwan and narrowly emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng ended the fight in merely 5 seconds. It was fast enough to make one's scalp tingle. I won, right? Ling Feng asked the stunned referee beside him. The referee looked at him in confusion. What do you mean, won? Ling Feng replied peculiarly. I knocked her down. Isn't that winning? Only then did the referee come to his senses, and with a dry throat announced the result. In this round, contestant Ling Feng wins. After a brief silence, the students from Xiaoran Middle School began to cheer. Chen Xinyao, sitting in the contestant area, looked in bewilderment at Ling Feng's back. So strong. She was filled with astonishment. She knew that Ling Feng's strength was far greater than when he faced Song Zichuan. This meant that in just over a week Ling Feng had completed a leap in strength. It was terrifying. She estimated that Ling Feng's current level of power had definitely surpassed the ordinary 2-star level. On the other side, Zhao Lingwan with the referee's help slowly sat up. She was still dazed. She had only seen Ling Feng's fist, which was as big as a sandbag, flying towards her, and then she remembered nothing. I just lost like this. Yes, Ling Feng came over and poked her swollen face. A sharp pain shot from Zhao Lingwan's right cheek to her brain. She cried out, "Wah!" Ling Feng felt a bit apologetic. He had nearly used all his strength in that punch, which might make Zhao Lingwan cry for quite a while. At the judges' table, Li Mingyan angrily questioned Dean Song. This Ling Feng cannot possibly be just a 1-star level. You are lying to me. Dean Song replied innocently. I can see that too. But the fact is he just passed the 1-star level assessment last weekend. With your skills, you should be able to access the records. You can check it yourself. Li Mingyan glared immediately, instructing a nearby teacher to look up Ling Feng's file. Sorry, your permissions are insufficient to access all information about the target. Li Mingyan was dumbfounded. This is the Education Bureau's database. Why can't I access Ling Feng's information? She looked at Dean Song. Dean Song replied in bewilderment. I have never encountered such a situation. I have always been able to access Ling Feng's file. It seems someone has protected his information. Other than the academy he is enrolled in, no one else has permission to access it. Li Mingyan's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. This Ling Feng was definitely not as simple as Dean's. After Zhao Lingwan stepped down, the exchange competition was paused. The leaders of Jiangnan First Secondary Academy discussed with Dean Song for a long time. In our opinion, this Ling Feng's strength level should already be above 30. If in the next match, Chu Hang has to carry 700 pounds, he probably won't be able to compete with him. But the rules were already set. If we change them due to Ling Feng's extraordinary strength, wouldn't that mean our academy is going back on its word? But if we don't change, it would be unfair to Chu Hang. Unfair? Dean Song scoffed. Our academy has always had poor student resources. We have far fewer resources than your academy. Coming to the exchange competition today was already a losing situation for us, and now you think it's unfair for your side. How can that be? The strongest student in Xiaoran Secondary Academy's history could barely pass the assessment for a 1-star realm expert. Someone with Ling Feng's strength is unheard of. You have dozens of guaranteed spots for the Research Academy, while our academy has only one, which this year has been allocated to you by the Ministry of Education. Now Ling Feng has proven himself capable of taking it back, and you're still making things difficult for him. Dean Song was somewhat angry. These people were truly overstepping their bounds. A group of school leaders fell silent. Then let him compete against Chu Hang. Even if Chu Hang carries 700 pounds, he might not lose to Ling Feng, Li Mingyan said. The many school leaders exchanged glances. Since Li Mingyan had spoken, they naturally did not dare to say more. Chu Hang came from a martial arts family and had been training with weights since childhood. This amount of weight was indeed nothing. Moreover, Li Mingyan knew that his strength level had already surpassed 40. Before the major assessment, he was likely to touch the threshold of a 3-star realm expert. Even if Ling Feng had the strength of a 2-star realm expert, he probably would not be Chu Hang's match. Let's arrange for the last exchange match, Li Mingyan said. Regardless of the outcome, it will be good for the students of both our academies. She had already had someone educate Song Zichuan, which was somewhat of a relief for her former self. Now Li Mingyan no longer made things difficult for Dean Song. Dean Song let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Ling Feng, from now on it's up to you. He murmured, looking at Ling Feng in the arena. Suddenly he froze. Why were so many students gathered around Ling Feng? It was one thing for students from Xiaoran Secondary Academy, but why were there also a large group from Jiangnan First Secondary Academy? The different colors of the two academies' uniforms made it easy to distinguish them. Big brother, that Chu Hang is not easy to deal with. He ranks 3rd in strength for this cohort. While his strength level may not be high, his techniques are very powerful. You need to be careful of his attacks. Many who have fought him were unable to get out of bed the next day, Lin Yiping said. Ling Feng replied with confusion. Are you saying his bed skills are impressive? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Was this really Ling Yuan's brother? Why did his thought process seem a bit off? Lin Yiping helplessly said, Big brother, just be careful, that's all. Just as Ling Feng was about to say something, the voice of Li Mingyan came through the loudspeaker. Participants Ling Feng and Chu Hang enter the arena. Prepare for the 3rd match. He'll be right back. Ling Feng stepped out of the crowd and jumped onto the stage. As long as he could knock down Chu Hang in front of him, he could secure a spot in the Research Academy. Once in the Research Academy, he could choose any project to work on. With the knowledge from his past life, he could easily coast through life until death. He didn't want to compete with those genius prodigies in Jiangnan Advanced Academy. Therefore his plan to lay low absolutely could not fail here. Chu Hang also walked up step by step. He was still wearing some weighted gear, but Ling Feng noticed that his gaze was calm, with no fluctuations of. It was as if his heart was still as water. Ling Feng, Chu Hang said lightly. You should be quite strong, or I will do my best to deal with you. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment and replied, if I admit him weak, can you not use your full strength? Chu Hang. Is there really someone who admits defeat like this? Chu Hang was somewhat angry. This is a competition. Be more serious. I am serious, Ling Feng replied. I just want the Research Academy spot. If you could let me have it easily, I would be grateful to you. Chu Hang said in a deep voice, what if I don't let you? Not letting me. Ling Feng replied with a grin, then he'll make you cry. Chu Hang's expression darkened. Their brief exchange had already ignited a fierce spark between them. The referee also sensed something was off and directly announced the start. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Hang lunged at Ling Feng like a cannonball. His speed was almost twice that of Zhao Lingwan and Mu Mingfeng. Ling Feng was somewhat surprised that after all Chu Hang was carrying 700 pounds. Under such circumstances the fact that Chu Hang could still unleash such speed indicated that his physical quality was superior to the previous two. Ling Feng had just taken a step when Chu Hang's fist came flying towards his face. Ling Feng narrowly dodged this punch, then flipped his hand attempting to grab Chu Hang's arm. But Chu Hang's body was extremely agile and immediately evaded Ling Feng's grasp. The next moment, he delivered a powerful punch to Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng no longer underestimated him. He quickly retreated to create distance from Chu Hang. Although Chu Hang's strength level was still below that of a 3-star realm expert, his techniques completely overwhelmed experts of the same level. Indeed, a person from a martial arts family is worthy of their reputation. Although Ling Feng had improved significantly in strength within just half a month, he was clear about where his shortcomings lay. That was in techniques. His techniques were still the military boxing and calisthenics taught in school, and the only effective technique he had learned was the flash punch taught by Zheng Hongji. Chu Hang's attacks were extremely fierce, each strike aimed directly at Ling Feng's weaknesses. If even one of those strikes landed, it could very well determine the outcome of the match. Ling Feng struggled to evade. This guy's actual strength far exceeded Zhao Lingwan's. From the very beginning, the situation tilted directly in favor of Chu Hang. Ling Feng was like a little mouse being chased all over the stage by Chu Hang. This scene made Li Mingyan laugh. As expected, this Chu Hang did not disappoint me. Indeed, Chu Hang's strength level was not particularly remarkable. There were several people stronger than him. But his strength could firmly place him among the top 3 in the academy, and after breaking through his strength level, he could crush the second place and compete with the first. With such strength, it should be easy to crush someone like Ling Feng. Ling Feng was being pushed into a desperate situation by Chu Hang, and the audience couldn't help but feel anxious for him. It's over, Big Brother has no chance now. Being chased like this, unless Chu Hang runs out of energy, it's unlikely for a turnaround. Big Brother shouldn't have provoked Chu Hang. Now that Chu Hang is angry, his strength has definitely increased a bit. Everyone watching this situation couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Only Ling Yuan remained silent. She smiled, her gaze calmly fixed on Ling Feng. She wasn't worried at all, as she knew that since Ling Feng chose to run, it meant he had a way out. If he had no way out, he would have surrendered long ago. With his older brother's thick skin, he wouldn't be like Song Zichuan, reluctant to admit defeat and leave in humiliation. In the arena, Ling Feng was still struggling to evade Chu Hang's fierce attacks. Several times he almost had his arm seized by Chu Hang, who attempted to forcefully twist it. Where on earth did this kid learn such vicious moves? There's no choice left. I must activate the mantle small world. Ling Feng took a deep breath, his mental energy instantly penetrating into his sea of consciousness. In just a moment, the abilities of the mantle small world were conferred upon him. Passive talent, mantle defense. Ling Feng's eyes reflected a massive mantle beast, and his Bodhi's defensive power was instantly enhanced. The originally fragile muscle tissue and bones were now as hard as rock. Moreover, they were non-conductive. Chu Hang threw a heavy punch, thinking Ling Feng would dodge in time, only to find Ling Feng's reaction a beat too slow. Got you. Chu Hang's gaze was calm, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, everyone in the audience was taken aback. They realized that Ling Feng could not escape. Yet to everyone's surprise, Ling Feng grinned. What a coincidence, I caught you too. Chu Hang's heavy punch landed squarely on Ling Feng, but Ling Feng felt nothing at all. Instead, Chu Hang felt as if he had struck a rock, and the pain was intense. What a... The audience was bewildered. Even Li Mingyan found it hard to believe. How? Is this... Could it be that Chu Hang went easy on him? In the arena, Ling Feng seized the opportunity while Chu Hang was in a daze, successfully grabbing his arm, and then suddenly throwing him over his shoulder onto the ground. Why is he so light? Ling Feng was somewhat surprised. Chu Hang's weight was around 150 pounds, plus the 700 pounds of weights, it should have been over 800 pounds. But just now he felt that Chu Hang was incredibly light, as if he had no weights at all. Damn it, those weights were just for show. He wasn't even wearing real ones. Ling Feng's heart sank. He had assumed that Chu Hang was a martial artist, but he never expected him to be so unscrupulous. No wonder his speed far exceeded that of the previous two. Chu Hang realized that this shoulder throw had exposed his secret, and he quickly got back up, throwing punches at Ling Feng again, not giving him a chance to report. Given the situation, the only way to end this was to knock Ling Feng out. Once that happened, he could remove his gear and the academy wouldn't find out. After all, this was Li Mingyan's directive. However, with every punch he threw, Ling Feng not only did not dodge, but absorbed them all. Each punch landed on Ling Feng's chest, arms, and even face, yet failed to shake him at all. Instead, it was Chu Hang's fists that were left aching. How can this be? Chu Hang was stunned. Ling Feng felt as tough as a mantle beast, his entire body hard as stone. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a mantle beast? Have you had enough? Ling Feng said in a deep voice. If you have, then it's my turn. He immediately released the power of the mantle small world, but his mental energy was injected into another sphere. Lightning small world. In Ling Feng's eyes, a lightning cheetah transformed into a bolt of wind. Active talent, lightning strike. Ling Feng clenched his right hand into a fist and launched a powerful punch towards Chu Hang's chest. The fist came down, although it couldn't achieve the penetrating sensation that Zheng Hongji mentioned. Ling Feng quickly unleashed a rapid double strike, using his speed. This was Ling Feng's exclusive flash fist. Chu Hang wanted to defend, but was simply too slow. Ling Feng's speed was just too fast. This guy is a monster. Chu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Ling Feng's fist slam, and a sharp pain ignited instantly, and before Chu Hang could react, the second punch followed right after, sending him flying off the stage. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Li Mingyan stared in shock at the arena, momentarily speechless. Only she knew that Chu Hang had no weights on him at all. In other words, Chu Hang had exerted all his strength. Yet he still lost. And he lost miserably. She turned and glared at Dean Song. Song Qilan, what kind of strength does this student possess? I already mentioned it. He is a one-star realm practitioner, Dean Song replied helplessly. The Department of Education's records state exactly this, and I even sent someone to verify it at Tianlin Star Academy. You're telling me he is a one-star realm practitioner? Li Mingyan gritted her teeth. Have you ever seen such a powerful one-star realm practitioner? Chu Hang can compete with 3-star realm practitioners. Yet he lost to Ling Feng. Wasn't Chu Hang carrying 700 pounds of weights? Dean Song responded, his strength clearly isn't what you claimed. It's normal for him to lose to Ling Feng. Li Mingyan was suddenly at a loss for words. She couldn't tell others that Chu Hang had actually given his all. That would expose her actions in allowing Chu Hang to cheat. Li Mingyan's head throbbed. She initially thought she could find a reason to save a spot, but unexpectedly that spot was taken back by Dean Song. This time Jiangnan First Secondary Academy had truly embarrassed themselves. Ling Feng slowly walked down from the stage. He felt slightly dazed due to the excessive consumption of mental energy. Although his physical fitness improvement had also enhanced a portion of his mental energy, sustaining the abilities of 2 small worlds in a row had truly taken a toll on him. But fortunately he had won. Dean Li, did you forget to announce the result? Ling Feng reminded Li Mingyan over the broadcast at an inopportune moment. Li Mingyan finally snapped back to reality and shot a somewhat angry look at Ling Feng. She felt as if she had suffered a silent loss and had no words to express her grievances. I announce that the exchange competition has been won by Shaoran Secondary Academy. As agreed, 1 guaranteed spot for the Research Academy will be granted to Shaoran Secondary Academy by our school. Li Mingyan could only speak this way out of necessity. Ling Feng smiled. Finally, after obtaining the guaranteed spot, he could spend a few years at the Research Academy and then join the Research Institute for projects, allowing him to live a laid-back life. His plan for a laid-back life had reached its initial conditions. Jiangnan Research Academy, unlike other research academies, was funded by the official government of Tianxia, enjoying the benefits of state resources. As long as Ling Feng diligently conducted research, he could easily coast through life. What could be better? After a brief moment of daze, the students of Shaoran Secondary Academy began to cheer. Ling Feng truly won. Chen Xinyao looked at Ling Feng with surprise in her eyes, her face slightly flushed, and her mind began to wander. Meanwhile, most of the people from Ling Yuan were astonished, but quickly cheered for Ling Feng. Big Brother won. Damn, big brother is amazing. Was he just pretending before? I really thought he was weak. Look at you, when you compared yourself to big brother before you weren't as good looking or as suave. The only advantage you had was your realm strength over him. Now, even that advantage is gone. Ling Yuan, do you need a sister-in-law? I think I can step up. Ling Yuan, however, expressed no strong emotions, only smiling slightly. Her smile was like a refreshing breeze. She said nothing yet conveyed everything. She felt happy for Ling. Soon the news of Ling Feng's victory spread throughout the Jiangnan First Secondary Academy. Many junior students who did not attend the competition were astonished upon hearing about it. Impossible, right? Xiaoran's academy ranks at the bottom, and I've heard they have very few undergraduates these past few years. How could any student defeat Senior Chu Hang? Indeed, it is quite strange, especially since he defeated 2 contestants in a row. Could it be that our seniors deliberately let him win? That must be it. After all, they should show some mercy and not let them leave with their dignities shattered, otherwise the significance of the exchange match would be lost. The students were abuzz with discussions. At this moment, Chu Hang had just regained consciousness from his stupor. A sharp pain coursed through his chest, as if he had been struck twice with a hammer. The school doctor was mixing medicine nearby, and said, "Chu Hang, you finally woke up. Next time don't hold back. A look at you, almost seriously injured. Hold back." Chu Hang was taken aback. Yes, the students outside are all talking about it, saying you intentionally lost to preserve the face of the other academy. The school doctor chuckled. "Kid, you really think big?" Chu Hang was baffled. "What big thinking? No, that's not it. Ling Feng is very strong. I couldn't withstand him." "You're still being humble." The school doctor patted his shoulder. "No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than you? Rest assured the academy won't hold you responsible, and you will even be commended." Chu Hang was dumbfounded. Although the outcome was good, the process was highly questionable. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He still couldn't comprehend how Ling Feng's peculiar defensive power and sudden burst of speed came about. Could it really have been his illusion? Impossible. Chu Hang came from a martial arts family and was very sensitive to speed and strength. Ling Feng's strange enhancement felt more like the utilization of ability. The ability of a small world. Could it be that Ling Feng has awakened his small world? Chu Hang suddenly began to doubt. However, for now his defeat was a foregone conclusion, and he would not get a spot in the research academy. However, the major competition within the academy was approaching, and he still had a chance to secure a recommendation spot at the Jiangnan Advanced Academy. Meanwhile, in another room, Dean Song was looking at Li Mingyan with a gloomy expression. "What do you mean? This is going back on your word." "I am not," Li Mingyan replied calmly. "I intended to give you the spot, but there are conditions from above. Transfer is possible, but they require a 2-star realm participant this year. You know very well that Ling Feng has only passed the 1-star realm assessment. Why make it so difficult for him?" Dean Song said angrily. "Li Mingyan, don't go too far. I have already told you my conditions. If you don't want this spot, you can return it to us." Li Mingyan smiled. "Our academy has plenty of people who want spots." Dean Song gritted his teeth. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. But how was he to explain this to Ling Feng? In my opinion, that student named Ling Feng might not even pass the 2-star realm assessment. Li Mingyan said, "Tomorrow is the weekend, let him give it a try. If he fails or gets injured during the assessment, that will affect this year's major exam." Dean Song gritted his teeth. "You are forcing me." "I am indeed forcing you," Li Mingyan sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to take a spot from me?" Dean Song stared coldly at Li Mingyan. He didn't say a word and turned away. However, as he reached the door, he paused and said in a low voice, "This is how my life will be. You bully me, and I have no way to resist. But with Ling Feng's talent, it is highly likely he will become someone significant in the future. You are making things difficult for him now. I'll consider the consequences for yourself." "Humph." Dean Song stepped out, leaving Li Mingyan's office. Hearing this, Li Mingyan's expression changed. However, she was unafraid. As long as she remained at Jiangnan First Secondary Academy, there would be generation after generation of geniuses under her patronage, and she would not lack for Ling Feng. Dean Song walked to the door of the lounge with a cold expression. The injured Song Zichuan and students from Xiaoran's academy were resting inside. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard cheerful voices from inside. "Big brother, how did you train? Teach us." "Yes, you and Ling Yuan are so impressive. You must have unique methods." Dean Song peeked inside. To his surprise, the students surrounding Ling Feng were not from Xiaoran's academy, but from Jiangnan First Secondary Academy. "What is going on?" Dean Song widened his eyes. "Is Ling Feng this charismatic? Why are so many students surrounding him?" As a troublemaker in the academy, Ling Feng had often given Dean Song headaches. "Dean, what are you looking at?" Dean Song was startled and turned to see Chen Xinyao. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Dean Song replied awkwardly. "I was just confirming if I had entered the wrong classroom." "You find it strange too, right?" Chen Xinyao said. "I just walked around and found that almost all the students here know Ling Feng. They even call him Big Brother. I'm starting to suspect he studied here. Dean Song's expression was strange. What on earth is going on? I'm not sure. It seems Ling Feng has a younger sister who happens to study here. Everyone knows her. Ling Feng has a younger sister. This was the first time Dean Song heard of it. Yes. And she is. When Chun Xinyao said this, she obviously felt reluctant, but she had to admit that in terms of temperament and other aspects she was no match for Ling Yuan at all. Dean Song took another glance at the lounge. To his shock, he saw Song Zichuan bandaged across his chest, trying to curry favor with a girl. That smile, that attitude Dean Song had never seen before. This little brat. He just said he couldn't get out of bed. Dean Song's face darkened, and he immediately pushed the door open. Ling Yuan, are you thirsty? I poured you a glass of water. Ling Yuan, let me tell you about my stories with your brother. Ling Yuan. Dean Song couldn't bear to watch. How did he end up with such a useless son? Among all the students flocking around Ling Yuan, Song Zichuan stood out like a sore thumb. Even Ling Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Just as he was about to throw Song Zichuan out, he noticed Dean Song had arrived. Dean! Ling Feng called out. All the students instinctively stopped what they were doing and turned to look behind them. Song Zichuan's body stiffened, and he turned his head. But what he saw was Dean Song's grim expression. Song Zichuan. Ling Feng. You two come over here, Dean Song said in a low voice. The rest continue to rest. We will go visit the academy in the afternoon, so don't complain about being tired later. Song Zichuan felt a chill run down his spine. His father must have seen that earlier scene. He was mortified. Ling Feng, on the other hand, pulled the dazed Song Zichuan and followed Dean Song to another classroom. Headmaster, what's the matter? Why did you call us here? Ling Feng asked with a cheerful smile. Has the quota been decided? It has, and yet it hasn't. Huh? Ling Feng blinked in confusion. What on earth was that supposed to mean? Was he dealing with Schrodinger's cat now? So, has it been decided or not? Ling Feng pressed his tone earnest. After all, we came all this way for this single quota. Jiangnan, no. One middle school has agreed to grant you the quota, but only if you pass the 2-star boundary cultivator assessment. Headmaster Song sighed deeply. I know this poses a challenge for you. After all, you've only recently passed the 1-star boundary cultivator assessment. Though your physical conditioning has improved, your practical combat experience remains insufficient. Huh? Ling Feng paused, startled. That's it? Nothing else? What do you mean that's it? Headmaster Song shot him a sharp glance. The 2-star boundary cultivator assessment is entirely different from the 1-star. Even students with a boundary force rating of 30.0 cannot guarantee success. Failure remains a real possibility. Moreover, the practical combat segment is exceptionally grueling. Injury is virtually inevitable. The only variable is severity. Ling Feng, Headmaster Song said gravely. You are our academy's sole hope for redemption this year. I absolutely cannot allow this assessment to jeopardize your upcoming national entrance examination. At your current level, even without guaranteed admission, you're fully capable of gaining entry to the Research Academy. In truth, this quota holds little significance for you. Just a 2-star boundary cultivator assessment. Ling Feng smiled lightly. I plan to take it at the Stellar Pavilion tomorrow anyway. Perfect timing. His casual remark left Headmaster Song and his son Song Zichuan staring at each other dumbfounded. Song Zichuan couldn't help blurting out, Ling Feng. That's the 2-star boundary cultivator assessment. Have you even reached a boundary force rating of 30.0? Can you truly pass it with certainty? You defeated those 2 competitors today only because they were burdened with 700 gene of weighted gear. Don't mistake that for invincibility. Invincibility? That's certainly not the case. But against the vast majority of students here, I do possess a modest advantage, Ling Feng replied with a calm smile. In any event, the 2-star boundary cultivator assessment poses no real obstacle for me. Once I return Monday, I'll submit my certification and claim the Research Academy's guaranteed admission quota. Headmaster Song froze, utterly speechless. This Ling Feng. Why such unshakable confidence? Could it be he truly possesses an ironclad certainty of passing? That seemed impossible. Very well, Headmaster Song declared. Come with me now for a boundary force measurement. If your rating exceeds 30.0, you may proceed. If it falls short, you will abandon this endeavor, without argument. Agreed. Ling Feng nodded confidently. Beside him, Song Zichuan scoffed coldly. No one ascends so rapidly. If such a thing were possible, I'd write my surname backward. Ling Feng cast him a knowing glance. Had this young man considered how Headmaster Song might feel upon hearing those words? 20 minutes later, inside Jiangnan First Middle Academy's testing chamber, Headmaster Song and Song Zichuan stood utterly stunned. 50. 1. Song Zichuan gaped, jaw slack, eyes vacant. How is this possible? He collapsed onto the floor, disbelief etched across his face. Headmaster Song, too, stood thunderstruck. Just half a month ago, this youth's boundary force rating had been a mere 1.5. far below even the baseline threshold for undergraduate admission. Only by pursuing the academic track's special talent pathway could he barely meet the undergraduate cutoff. Now he was nearly qualifying for the 3-star boundary cultivator standard. Ling Feng stepped calmly down from the testing apparatus, glanced at the dazed Father Anson duo, and spoke quietly. Headmaster Song, have I met the requirement? You've met it. You've far exceeded it. Headmaster Song stared at Ling Feng, his gaze hollow with numb astonishment. He knew Ling Feng had advanced swiftly, but never imagined such dizzying, unprecedented speed. He half suspected Ling Feng had been consuming immortal elixirs these past few days. How else could his boundary force rating surge upward like a rocket? Song Zichuan remained frozen in place. He'd still dreamed of training under Zheng Hongji to surpass Ling Feng. Now Ling Feng's boundary force rating had soared to 50.0, while his own lingered at a mere 8.2. What chance did he have? As the father and son stood paralyzed in bewilderment, a figure burst into the testing chamber. And Pingxing, Headmaster Song, I've finally found you. And Pingxing panted. The afternoon campus tour begins shortly. You're scheduled to deliver the opening address. So, mid-sentence, and Pingxing noticed Headmaster Song's glazed expression and saw both father and son staring intently at the same direction. Puzzled, and Pingxing followed their gaze. Suddenly he froze. Test subject Ling Feng. Boundary force rating 50.1. What a... And Pingxing rushed forward in disbelief, tapping the machine. Is this device malfunctioning again? It malfunctioned previously during campus-wide tests as well. Impossible. Headmaster Song glared. Ling Feng's current boundary force rating is 50.1. Why didn't you report this earlier after measuring it yourself? The machine is functional. Now it was in Pingxing's turn to stare blankly. Ling Feng's boundary force rating has surpassed 50.0. That simply cannot be. The facts speak for themselves. Headmaster Song snapped back to reality, elation flooding his voice. Our academy may finally rise from obscurity. Ling Feng. Headmaster Song embraced him, overjoyed. Tell me everything you need before tomorrow's 2-star boundary cultivator assessment. I'll ensure it's provided. For the next 2 months the academy will fully support you. A boundary force rating of 50.1. Unprecedented in Shaoran Middle Academy's entire history. Even at Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, such a feat would secure a permanent place in institutional annals. Ling Feng stands a genuine chance of attaining 3-star boundary cultivator status before the national entrance examination. That would dramatically improve next year's enrollment. Once word spreads that our academy has produced a 3-star boundary cultivator, applicants will flock to us from far and wide. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised a quiet question. Then, may we have Saturday off? He'd only attended classes last week on leave. Normally students attended Saturday lectures. Sunday too had been hard one. Granted, your holiday is approved. Headmaster Song, buoyant with joy, added. You may even wander freely around campus during class hours. And, might we replace the cafeteria manager? Ling Feng ventured cautiously. Your brother-in-law runs an outrageously stingy operation. There's scarcely a trace of oil in the dishes. Headmaster Song frowned faintly. So Ling Feng had taken issue with his brother-in-law. Yet upon reflection, he realized Ling Feng required superior nutrition to sustain further boundary force breakthroughs. After a moment's hesitation, Headmaster Song replied, replacing him outright isn't feasible, but I'll speak with him directly and instruct him to increase meal portions for all students. Thank you, Headmaster. Ling Feng beamed. On behalf of all my fellow students, I offer our deepest gratitude. The communication event quickly came to an end. The students from Shaoran Middle School were amazed by what they saw. As expected of Jiangnan No. 1 high school, they even have 2 training grounds. And there are 2 indoor gymnasiums with a testing area occupying an entire building. Yeah, we only have 1 playground. I envy them so much. Including their regular cultural study equipment, which occupies 2 floors of classrooms, while we only have 1 room. Hearing the discussions from the students in the back row, Dean Song's initially delighted expression gradually darkened. Goodness, this group of kids has started to complain about their school being poor. If only they could all be as outstanding as Ling Feng. Dean Song would be willing to kneel at the Ministry of Education for 3 days to secure funding. Meanwhile, and Pingxing kept saying, you all need to learn from classmate Ling Feng and bring glory to our academy. Especially the second-year students among you. If next year you all perform like senior Ling Feng, not just 1 quota, but even 10, we can bring them back. What do you all think? Great. The students were filled with ambition. Ling Feng's recent victory indeed motivated many students to strive harder. However, those following behind, like Li Mingyan and others, had unsightly expressions. Getting even 1 quota would be good enough, let alone 10. Did they really think talents like Ling Feng were available in bulk? Meanwhile, Ling Feng was walking out with a group of students from Jiangnan No. 1 high school. Everyone, this is where I leave you. I have to go back. If you come to Shaoran Middle School in the future, just mention my name. I will take care of you. Ling Feng waved his hand, looking back at the crowd of students. This scene left Li Mingyan, Dean Song, and others dumbfounded. What the hell, when did this kid gather 300 to 400 people? Dean Song was so shocked his scalp tingled. Did half the grade come out with him? Li Mingyan's expression grew even darker. Before those students could bid farewell to Ling Feng, she angrily shouted, "Aren't you all supposed to be in class? Why aren't you quickly heading back?" Her shout was extremely loud. Half of the students immediately turned and ran. However, some remained in place. Lin Yiping held Ling Feng's hand and said, "Big brother, don't forget me. We've met many times. When you get back, mention me to uncle and aunt more often." "You go away." Gu Yan pushed Lin Yiping aside. "Big brother, my name is Gu Yan. If you need anything in the future, you can call me. Oh, I can help you. My family has connections with the military." Ning Chinxian was not to be outdone. "Big brother, me too. My family is in the arms business. If you need any weaponry, just come to me." Behind them, a whole bunch of people wanted to step forward to shake hands and bid farewell to Ling Feng. Ling Yuan stood quietly behind him, smiling slightly, without saying a word. Ling Feng felt overwhelmed. He had underestimated Ling Yuan's influence. Just as he was about to speak, Li Mingyan furiously shouted from behind, "You don't want to listen to me, huh? Anyone who doesn't leave now will be put on school probation. And those who have already received reserved slots, all of them are cancelled." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and immediately fled like startled birds. "Big brother, if you need anything, call me." Lin Yiping dropped this line and ran off with the crowd. "Brother, then I'm leaving too." Ling Yuan smiled. "Tomorrow morning after mom and dad leave, we will go to the assessment as agreed, don't forget." "MHM." Ling Feng nodded. At Shaoran Middle School, the students were left speechless in astonishment. Even Dean Song was unsure whether the competition was Ling Feng's home ground or Jiangnan No. 1 high school's. He quietly leaned over and asked Li Mingyan, "Mingyan, did Ling Feng ever study here? And was he ever the student council president or something? Do you think that's possible, eh?" Li Mingyan glared at him. "If that were the case, do you think you could still stumble upon a gem?" "That's true." Dean Song was somewhat puzzled. Ling Feng was notorious for causing trouble in his own academy, and most people found him troublesome. How did the situation reverse so drastically when he switched schools? While he was conversing with Li Mingyan, Song Zichuan rushed over, panting heavily. "Dad, it's bad. Ling Feng said he wanted to see if he could lift your car, and then he ran off carrying your car." Everyone was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Ling Feng. He turned around to look. Sure enough, the person was gone. Looking to the other side, a figure was seen quickly leaving while carrying a car. Everyone. This car, although made of new materials, still weighed 1 tons. How did Ling Feng live? Dean Song slapped his forehead. Ling Feng had never disappointed him in certain aspects. Time quickly passed to the weekend. Due to Ling Feng's request, the academy rarely gave the soon-to-be graduating seniors a break. Ling Chongsheng and Gu Fanhua had matters to attend to today. They instructed the siblings in the morning to make their own lunch and not to wander around before leaving the house. As soon as their parents left, the siblings slipped out, taking the old subway to Tianlin Star Pavilion. "Bro, why do you think mom and dad are going out so mysteriously? What could it be?" Ling Yuan had already sensed something was off. She asked Gu Fanhua, but Gu Fanhua only said that kids shouldn't meddle, refusing to say another word. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this great? We can go out to make money without being watched by them. You know, after the last incident with the disappearance of the beef and lamb, mom questioned us a lot. You still say that?" Ling Yuan replied angrily, "If you hadn't carelessly taken away most of it, mom wouldn't have suspected us. Isn't it all for making a little extra money?" Ling Feng said awkwardly, "Don't worry, we'll go restock this time. We can just secretly return it later." "Do you think mom is as foolish as you? Can't she tell what kind of meat that is?" Ling Yuan sighed. "This time let's keep a low profile and make a fortune. You refine and I sell, sharing the profits accordingly." "All right." Ling Feng had no objections. The siblings quietly arrived at Tianlin Star Pavilion. This week's assessment for boundary testers was scheduled for Saturday. They immediately went to the front desk to register. However, Ling Yuan's aura attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful young lady. Is she an actress? Is she here for the boundary tester assessment? I wonder which level she's participating in. It would be great if I could team up with her. Ling Yuan seemed accustomed to such scenes, while Ling Feng had become numb to it. Every time he went out with Ling Yuan, it would be like this. Lu Yuan, an examiner who was originally waiting in the lounge, suddenly became attracted by the discussions in the crowd and looked over at Ling Feng. The moment he saw the Ling siblings, his expression changed drastically. He no longer dared to linger and rushed directly to the registration area. "Quick, get me today's registration form." The newly appointed receptionist was startled by Lu Yuan's urgency and quickly replied, "Examiner Lu, I will print it out for you right now." "No need, just step aside and let me check the database." Lu Yuan was in a hurry, immediately filtering through the candidates registered today. Indeed, he found Ling Feng and Ling Yuan's profiles. This kid really came to register for the 2-star boundary tester assessment. Lu Yuan's expression was complicated. He had indeed said that if Ling Feng participated he would come to find him, and he had given Ling Feng his business card. But it had only been a week since then. Li Lao, it's not good. Lu Yuan rushed into the waiting room. Seeing his demeanor, Li Gongmin frowned. What a fuss, what kind of demeanor is that? Is there a monkey that broken outside? No, that's not it. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said, Ling Feng is back. And his sister is here too. Li Gongmin smiled and said, it's just Xiao Ling's children, what is there to fear? But one is registered for the 2-star realm examination and the other for the 3-star realm examination. Lu Yuan's words nearly made Li Gongmin spit out his tea. What did you say? He was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the date on the newspaper. What's going on? Didn't it just start a week ago? He was bewildered. Ling Feng is going for the 2-star realm examination, and Ling Yuan is going for the 3-star realm examination. Yes, Li Lao? What should we do? Lu Yuan's face looked grim. You just caught some exotic beasts this week, what if they take them from you again? Li Gongmin's expression darkened. Recently the surge of exotic beasts had erupted. In the past one could easily catch suitable exotic beasts, but now it required considerable time. Moreover, one had to be cautious of attacks from chaotic realm beasts. Was it easy for him? However, Li Gongmin also pondered, it shouldn't be a problem. In just a few days Ling Feng would have barely passed the 2-star realm examination. The Manticore King I just caught has a strength level of 45. Even if a dozen 2-star realm practitioners attack together, they might not be able to kill it. Ling Yuan is the same, probably just past the 3-star realm standard, not much stronger than that. Li Gongmin refused to be superstitious. How could these siblings really take away the exotic beasts he had just caught? Lu Yuan was taken aback. You mean let them in? What else can you do? Li Gongmin replied. Not let them take the examination. Lu Yuan scratched his head. That was indeed the case. They are only examiners. Unless the candidates violate the rules, they can only disqualify them. The 1-star realm examination is about to begin. Go host it first. Li Gongmin said, we'll talk about the rest later. Alright. Lu Yuan nodded. The 1-star realm examination is about to begin. Please candidates proceed to the A1 arena for the... Ling Feng looked up at the broadcast. The examination time is about 1 hour and 30 minutes, so we still have to wait here for a long time. Ling Feng said helplessly, after I go in you'll still have to wait here. Big brother, we can't rush to make money. Ling Yuan smiled as she scrolled through her phone. The longer we wait, the more we can bring back later. By the way, remember to bring a dagger when you go in and pick some ropes and whips. It will be convenient to make leather bags later. I know. Examinations do not allow any auxiliary objects to be brought in, not even bags. The siblings can only make them on site. Fortunately, starting from the 2-star realm, the selection of weapons is unlimited. There is no fear in choosing many, just fear that you won't be able to use them. Just then a deep voice filled with anger came from behind the siblings. Ling Feng. Ling Feng turned around suspiciously, recognizing the voice. Who are you? It was a red-haired youth who looked somewhat like a non-mainstream ruffian. Beside him stood a short-haired man with a lightning mark shaved into his hair. I, Zhao Tianyang, the red-haired youth angrily said, last week during the 1-star realm examination. Have you forgotten? Zhao Tianyang. Ling Feng thought for a long time and shook his head. I don't recognize anyone named Zhao Tianyang, but I do know a 1-star realm examinee who calls me dad. Is that you? Zhao Tianyang gritted his teeth. Chinguitzim. He pointed at Ling Feng and said, the one who caused trouble during the 1-star realm examination, preventing me from passing. The short-haired man frowned and looked at Ling Feng. You're Ling Feng, right? Wrong. Zhao Chen was taken aback. You're not Ling Feng. You should call me Uncle Ling. Zhao Chen was stunned. Uncle Ling. That's right. Ling Feng smiled and said, he calls me dad and you call me uncle. Is that unreasonable? Zhao Chen's eyes widened, and after realizing it he immediately glared at Ling Feng. What do you mean? Ling Feng frowned and said lightly, if you call me Uncle Ling you'll be very happy. But with your attitude Uncle Ling doesn't like it. Both Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Chen were bewildered. Ling Feng clearly looked down on both of them. I'm here to participate in the 2-star realm examination today. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. So I won't act against you. But once the 2-star realm examination is over, if you have the ability, don't leave. Coincidentally, Uncle Ling is also participating. Ling Feng smiled. We might even team up later and become comrades. Don't worry, I take good care of the younger generation. If you don't believe me, ask Zhao Tianyang. This statement left both of them stunned. They had just participated in the 1-star realm examination last week, and now they were participating in the 2-star realm examination. Was this person really that fierce? Zhao Tianyang hesitated for a moment and immediately pulled Zhao Chen aside. Gu, if he really participates in the 2-star realm examination, you have to be careful. Yes, Zhao Tianyang said. You should keep your distance from him, otherwise I worry you'll be affected too. Haha, you can rest assured. Zhao Chen laughed. My realm power level has already reached 28. 0. I'm not afraid of him causing trouble. On the contrary, since he bullied you like this before, it'll help you get revenge. Zhao Chun was a student of Jiangnan Tianlin Academy, a mid-ranked realm university, and he was currently in his 3rd year. Dealing with a senior high school student would be easy. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Zhao Tianyang became anxious. Gun, don't underestimate him. This kid is really a bit strange. It's fine, don't worry. Zhao Chun patted his chest and said, last time he caused you not to pass the examination. This time, it'll make him taste the bitterness of failing the examination. Not far away, Ling Feng watched the two whispering to each other and couldn't help but frown. Ling Yuan behind him was scrolling through her phone and said casually, Big brother, these two clearly want to harm you. Do you think I could be harmed by two non-mainstream people? Ling Feng laughed. I'm someone who takes care of the younger generation. If he dares to hover in front of me, I'll properly take care of him. Don't forget our procurement plan. Of course, I wouldn't dare forget for a moment. Ling Feng spoke since he was too poor. A small world birth card in his sea of consciousness was stuck halfway. He needed to earn money quickly to complete the other half. Today's realm examination was his opportunity to make money. Soon the 1-star realm examination concluded. The candidates who had happily entered before now came out covered in dirt and blood. Some people cried out for their mothers as soon as they came out. Ling Feng found it somewhat amusing, but Lu Yuan and the others had seen too much. Their expressions were indifferent. Then the broadcast rang out. The 2-star realm examination is about to begin. Please candidates proceed to the A2 arena for the trial. Brother, give it your all. Our money-making plan depends on you. Before Ling Feng departed, Ling Yuan cheered him on. You weren't this excited last time. Ling Feng said helplessly. When it comes to making money, you get especially eager. Not true, Ling Yuan said with a grin. I'm just looking out for my dear brother, isn't that allowed? Ling Feng frowned and walked toward the A2 testing hall. Seeing him arrive, examiners Li Gongmin and Lu Yuan stiffened. Damn, this kid really is here to take the 2nd-star practitioner examination. He's serious? Li Gongmin forced calm and in a low voice to the candidates said, You have all taken the 1-star practitioner assessment. You should know the rules. Now collect your number tags, then take tests 1 and 2. During the tests, whispering or otherwise disrupting the examination order is forbidden. Little Lu read the examination rules to everyone according to procedure. Lu Yuan took the file and read aloud. The rules were the same as last time's 6 testing rooms. Candidates enter in batches. The assessments could basically finish within half an hour. Ling Feng drew number 19 this time. There were 21 candidates, so he was toward the back of the queue. Zhao Chun was in the first batch and went in immediately. Candidates emerged from the testing rooms in waves. Some wore solemn expressions, others beamed with joy. Final batch. Lu Yuan announced, candidates 19 through 21 enter the testing rooms to take tests 1 and 2. It's my turn. Ling Feng rose abruptly. Li Gongmin and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, and Lu Yuan immediately followed Ling Feng into the testing room. Examiner Lu. Ling Feng exclaimed, You're examining me again. Lu Yuan replied in a low voice. One warning, do not cozy up to the examiners. Ling Feng was speechless. He muttered, I was only talking, you warned me. How petty. Lu Yuan's face darkened as he said, Get on the machine for test 1. Test 1 Jia power level assessment. Ling Feng climbed onto the machine with practiced ease. Lu Yuan was still pondering. This kid should only be at the threshold of 2nd star, yet he rushed to take the exam. I estimate his punching force level at most around 800 kilograms. Soon the machine announced the result. Best test result 1305 kilograms. Lu Yuan was stunned. What? He rose in disbelief. A punching force of 1,305 kilograms. That meant Ling Feng's punch impact equaled the weight of a small automobile. Ling Feng stepped down from the machine puzzled. It's actually a little lower than my academy test. Punch force values are inherently variable, so the assessment typically counts the best of 3 punches. His prior academy test had registered 1,315, 10 kilograms higher. Lu Yuan's breathing quickened as he shouted, Candidate 19, get on the running wheel at once. I know. Why so fierce? Ling Feng said helplessly and immediately jumped onto the speed tester. Soon the speed results were out. Your peak speed 38 milliseconds. Congratulations. Your Jia power level has been estimated at 52. Lu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. He clearly remembered Ling Feng's Jia power level was only 18. Free last weekend. In just 1 week, Ling Feng's Jia power level had transformed into 52. Madness. How could he improve so fast? Lu Yuan cried. Even the most elite prodigies would need at least half a month to increase that much. And they'd need the finest restorative elixirs to assist. He later investigated the Ling Chongqing family, and learned Ling Chongqing only worked as a coach at Tianlin Star Hall. Not to mention top-tier elixirs, even moderately expensive remedies were beyond Ling Chongqing's means. The siblings Ling Feng and Ling Yuan had always taken only ordinary restorative pills. Suddenly Lu Yuan realized that the exotic beast Li Gongmin had just captured might not be safe. This kid would probably sweep them all away. Ling Feng, did you hide your strength last time? Lu Yuan, no longer bothering with formalities, asked directly. No, I didn't. Ling Feng scratched his head. If I had met the standard last time, I would have directly entered the second star practitioner exam. There'd be no need to keep coming back. Besides, my rate of improvement isn't that fast, is it? What's the matter, Examiner Lu? This sudden paradoxical brag nearly made Lu Yuan see red. A week, from 18. 3 to 50. 2. If that isn't fast, then all the candidates in the country are worthless. You, get on the machine for test 2. Lu Yuan gulped water to steady himself. If your reaction speed doesn't measure up, you won't be allowed to take the practical combat assessment. Alright. Ling Feng immediately leaped into the fan-shaped machine. Bullets blasted toward him in waves. He dodged with all his might, yet some still struck his body. Lu Yuan glanced at the screen. Test grade A. That's reasonable. About the reaction speed of an ordinary 3-star practitioner, talented 2-star practitioners can reach it too. Not too absurd. Ling Feng's result was undoubtedly exceptional. But after the earlier shock, Lu Yuan was no longer easily surprised. Soon Lu Yuan recorded Ling Feng's results and let him out. How was it? Li Gongmin hurried over to ask, as soon as Lu Yuan returned. Oldly, you might have to shell out again, Lu Yuan sighed. But it's fine, I'll help you catch them next week. What a... Li Gongmin was stunned. His Jia power level, how high is it? Above 30. 0. Or 35. 0. Neither. Lu Yuan hesitated and handed Ling Feng's file to Li Gongmin. See for yourself. Li took the file, and when he saw the numbers, his eyes nearly popped out. 50. 2. Li Gongmin was stunned and glared at Lu Yuan. You brat, did you help him cheat? Lu Yuan replied helplessly. Oldly assisting cheating leads to jail time. How could I dare? Besides, there are cameras watching. The shock in Li's eyes gradually turned to dread and horror. He had not expected Ling Feng to come prepared. It's over, all of it. Li flopped into his chair. My brute bull king. And the iron hoof demon sheep king I just captured. They would all be lost. A Jia power level of 50. 2 could almost sweep the entire second star examination field. Moreover, nobody knew what methods Ling Feng had prepared. Now that everyone was already inside, the practical exam's content had been predetermined, they could not change it. In other words, Li Gongmin could only leave it to fate. Oldly, you need to take them downstairs, Lu Yuan said. Why don't you go in early and hide those 2 beasts? Yes, that will work. Li Gongmin said. Well, claim those 2 creatures are beyond the approved strength and might endanger candidates, so I preemptively remove them. Delay things for a while, and file a report upstairs, they'll go hide them now. Soon Lu Yuan led the group down to the 3rd underground level. This is the practical examination site for the 2-star realm candidates. Ling Feng sat in the elevator going down, and they could clearly see the vast practical combat arena, nearly twice the size of the 1-star realm area. Besides the ruins of a broken city, there were also dense jungles and grasslands. Ling Feng was quite astonished beneath the small star pavilion such a massive underground combat arena had been constructed. If that's the case, wouldn't the 3-star and 4-star realm areas be even larger? Tianlin Star Pavilion's capability indeed surpasses other star pavilions. As per the usual rules, you have 10 minutes to choose your weapons, Lu Yuan said. Compared to the 1-star realm examination, there are no restrictions on the type or number of weapons. But you should have learned from experience, there's a method to selecting weapons, and I won't elaborate further on that. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, a crowd surged forward eager to seize swords and other weapons, while some were eyeing heavy firearms like the Gatling gun. However, Ling Feng did not rush to select, but quietly asked Lu Yuan, Examiner Lu, where's Oldly? Lu Yuan was taken aback, his gaze momentarily drifting. He couldn't reveal that Li Gongmin had gone to hide from the strange beasts. He immediately barked, Candidate number 19. Second warning. Do not inquire about the examiner's whereabouts. If you receive 3 warnings, you will be disqualified. Ling Feng felt somewhat helpless and had to keep quiet. He stepped forward to begin selecting the equipment he would use in the practical examination. Lu Yuan was quite curious about what weapon Ling Feng would choose. He speculated that Ling Feng would likely select a sword or knife like the others. After all, his sister Ling Yuan had used a long knife to make the strange beasts flee in last week's 2-star realm examination. This kid should also choose a knife, right? While Lu Yuan pondered, Ling Feng had already picked up a spiked hammer that was sitting in the corner. Lu Yuan was stunned. This spiked hammer was twice as heavy as the one-star realm weapon weighing 200 pounds. Moreover, the hammerhead was covered in sharp iron spikes, making it easy to hurt oneself. It was generally not a weapon anyone would use. Just as Lu Yuan was puzzled, Ling Feng picked up an iron whip infused with energy. Lu Yuan was baffled. What on earth was Ling Feng trying to do with both a hammer and a whip? He hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but shout, "I remind you again, some weapons are inherently dangerous. Be careful to discern. If you don't manage to kill the strange beasts and end up injuring yourself with your own weapons, others will mock you for life." The crowd nodded, now re-evaluating their chosen weapons. Yet Ling Feng remained unfazed, wrapping the hammer in leather and slinging it over his shoulder. He treated the iron whip as a rope and tied it around himself. Lu Yuan was puzzled. Was this kid truly unafraid of death? In the end, Ling Feng chose 2 sharp daggers from the weapon storage, tucked them into the pocket at his waist, and prepared himself to wait at the entrance of the combat site. Soon the 10 minutes were up. Some wore frowns, some nervously carried their heavy weapons, and others appeared. Only Ling Feng was grinning like a Halloween pumpkin. The more Lu Yuan looked at this kid, the more he felt something was off. Could it be that this kid was really here to stock up? He cleared his throat and announced, "Examination time is 2 hours. Now the emergency alarm wristbands are being distributed. Just like before, pressing the button will summon help. Remember, life is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary." The objective of this task is to retrieve material number 285, the horns of a man-bull beast. Material number 365, the hooves of a steel-hoofed demon goat. Bring back any one of these materials, and you will pass the examination. Ling Feng and the others took the wristbands. The entrance to the practical examination site slowly opened. The heavy mechanical doors seemed like 2 different worlds. Outside were technology, order, and rationality. Inside were the wilderness, chaos, and the law of the jungle. Ling Feng could even smell the scent of blood wafting from within the doors. Examination start. With Lu Yuan's command, everyone scattered and entered. Many had formed teams in advance. Some had even agreed to take the examination together, honing their skills beforehand. There were almost no lone wolves like Ling Feng. As soon as Ling Feng entered the arena, he quickly headed towards the ruins. That area had more cover, making it easier for him to deal with the strange beasts. "This time I have 2 hours, enough to bring back a lot of things," Ling Feng said with a slight smile. What he didn't know was that a figure behind him was watching his back. "Brothers, that kid previously sabotaged me, causing my brother to fail the 1-star realm examination and miss out on Jiangnan Advanced Academy. Let's follow him and take revenge for my brother." "Chun Ge, no problem," a young man with yellow hair said to Zhao Chun. "But the examination doesn't allow for mutual harm. Oh, what should we do?" "Don't worry, once we get there, just follow my lead." "Okay." Zhao Chun and his group of 4 trailed Ling Feng to the ruins. Once Ling Feng dove into the ruins, he immediately began searching for the strange beast's presence. He discovered that 7 or 8 man-bull beasts were resting behind the ruins. The massive horns exposed their whereabouts. Ling Feng chuckled, "They'll start with you guys." He picked up the hammer and cautiously approached the man-bull beasts. The man-bull beasts continued to snore behind the ruins, completely unaware of Ling Feng's approach. "Sleep, sleep. Once you're asleep, there will be no pain." Ling Feng silently crept up behind them. Just when he was about to strike the vertebrae of a man-bull beast, a person suddenly emerged from the debris. He shouted at Ling Feng, "Goose, goose, goose, singing to the heavens." "What's the next line?" Ling Feng was taken aback. "What the hell?" But the next second, all the man-bull beasts were startled awake by the voice, turning their heads to spot Ling Feng. Ling Feng's heart sank. He was suddenly paralyzed. Damn it, that guy did it on purpose. 3 man-bull beasts charged fiercely toward Ling Feng. The remaining man-bull beasts also reacted and followed closely behind. Ling Feng felt his scalp tingle. While he could handle a group of man-bull beasts individually, facing 7 or 8 all at once would terrify anyone. Zhao Chun and the others hiding behind the ruins nearly burst into laughter at this scene. "I see this kid is also a lone wolf. Let's set him up and not let him catch any strange beasts," Zhao Chun said cheerfully. "This way it counts as revenge for my brother." "Well, follow your lead, Chen Ge." The man-bull beasts outside continuously attacked the ruins, stirring up a great cloud of dust. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Ling Feng stood on the 2nd floor of an abandoned building, watching the departing man-bull beasts while wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Damn it, I got ambushed." Ling Feng's expression darkened. "I've always been the one to ambush others. No one has dared to ambush me." He glanced down at the ruins, but the ground was covered in dust, and he couldn't see any figures. Forget it, making money is the priority. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. He would take revenge later and find an opportunity to kill the strange beasts first. After all, time was limited. He quickly headed in the opposite direction. Seeing Ling Feng move forward, Zhao Chun and the others quickly set off. Go follow him. Ling Feng advanced steadily, arriving at the western edge of the ruins. Beyond this point lay the wasteland where candidates were already engaged in fierce battles with beasts. From afar, he could hear the sounds of battle. Ling Feng of course did not approach, instead he observed the positions of the beasts from a higher vantage point, and finally spotted 6 man-yo beasts basking under the warm light. This time I must not miss. Ling Feng glanced around, confirming no one was present, and quietly approached with his hammer. His plan was to launch a sudden attack to crush the spines of 2 man-yo beasts first, and then find a way to take down the remaining 4. Watching the exposed cows basking under the light, a hint of excitement flickered across Ling Feng's face. Just as he prepared to raise his hammer, another candidate rushed out from the opposite ruins. He shouted at Ling Feng, "The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground." What comes next? Ling Feng's expression stiffened, and as he glanced back at the man-yo beasts, he found they had all been startled awake, their blood-red eyes fixed on him. Ling Feng cursed under his breath, "What the hell?" The 6 man-yo beasts quickly charged toward him, but fortunately Ling Feng was fast, otherwise he would be doomed. About 3 minutes later, Ling Feng, panting heavily, hid behind a pile of ruins, his face grim. These little bastards are definitely doing this on purpose. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. He suspected that it was most likely Zhao Chen's doing. Just wait. With a determined bite of his teeth, he swiftly climbed to the 3rd floor position to look down. Then he saw a large group of man-yo beasts. "So you want to play tricks with me?" Ling Feng snorted coldly, and immediately headed toward the location of those beasts. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, the blonde youth spoke. "Brother Chun, he has changed locations. He probably gave up on the sneak attack," Zhao Chun assessed. "But no matter, once he starts fighting the beasts, we'll lure some man-yo beasts over and take advantage of the chaos to ambush him. Let him fail." Brother Chun, brilliant plan. The 4 of them quickly followed Ling Feng. Sure enough, just as Zhao Chun predicted, Ling Feng's speed did not decrease. Instead, he bore his hammer, appearing ready to engage in battle. "I told you he definitely gave up," Zhao Chun sneered. "Aiming, go again, and lure out all the man-yo beasts." Just as a candidate in black was about to take action, the blonde youth suddenly interjected, "Brother Chun, something seems..." "My." Zhao Chun paused. "What's wrong?" "That kid seems to be charging towards a herd of over 30 man-yo beasts." "What a..." Zhao Chun was shocked, quickly looking outside. To his astonishment, Ling Feng had already dashed into the herd. In the next second, the herd was completely stirred up. "Is that kid seeking death?" Zhao Chun was dumbfounded for a few seconds. "He can't handle us. Has he decided to commit suicide?" Even a 3-star realm cultivator could be trampled to death by a chaotic herd of beasts. Isn't Ling Feng just asking for death by going in there? "Brother Chen, don't you think those man-yo beasts seem to be shifting their direction towards us?" The blonde youth glanced outside and curiously asked. But as soon as he spoke, the ground beneath them began to... "Oh crap!" Zhao Chen's scalp tingled. "Those man-yo beasts are coming towards us." What? The other 3 were stunned. "Run! Don't stay here!" Zhao Chun yelled furiously. "Everyone move. Otherwise we're all going to die." They dared not linger for a moment, and swiftly fled in another direction. The herd of man-yo beasts seemed to have eyes charging straight toward the direction they were escaping. Zhao Chun and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Had this herd mutated? What on earth was happening? Until they saw a person sitting atop the lead man-yo beast. It was Ling Feng. At that moment, he was swinging the iron whip in his hand, excitedly striking the rear of the man-yo beast beneath him. He felt like a cowboy. But Zhao Chun and the others felt he resembled the Grim Reaper. "I told you to GGG, and you to the bright moonlight before my bed." Ling Feng roared. "If you can't charge through me, I'll write my name Ling Feng backward. Little cows, all of you charge over there. Damn it, whoever dares to fall behind, I'll be the first to slaughter them later." The 4 of them felt their scalps tingling, and their faces turned pale. "Oh crap, how did Ling Feng do that? What does it matter how he did it? We need to escape." The 4 of them ran for their lives, with Ling Feng driving the herd mercilessly in pursuit. These man-yo beasts had low intelligence, primarily acting by colliding with the herd leader. Ling Feng had already locked onto the leader's position, and upon charging into the herd, he controlled it with the iron whip. The entire ruins area was thrown into chaos by Ling Feng and Zhao Chen's group. Some candidates who had entered this area were still battling beasts when Zhao Chun and his group suddenly burst out. "Run! Don't look back!" Although many were puzzled upon seeing the terrifying herd behind them, their expressions changed, and they joined the flight. Ling Feng was somewhat bewildered. Why were there more and more people running alongside him? Had Zhao Chun gathered so many helpers? "Damn it, are you all bullying me alone? You'll all be trampled. When a tiger does not show its power, do you take me for a husky?" Ling Feng gritted his teeth, wielding the iron whip, growing more and more spirited. Outside the examination area, Li Gongmin, who had returned, was leisurely drinking tea. Lu Yuan asked, Oldly have you hidden those two king beasts well. Of course. Li Gongmin smiled. I temporarily placed them in a corner of the beast training ground, but once the 2 hours are over I'll let them out. I absolutely won't let Ling Feng succeed. That's good. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nod. But suddenly he furrowed his brows and asked, Oldly, don't you feel a slight tremor in the ground since just now? Do I? Li Gongmin carefully sensed. It does seem to be a little. It's probably those Man-Nyo beasts being startled by the candidates. It's nothing serious. I'll have the drone take a look. We can't let anything happen. Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat uneasy, immediately controlled the drone to set off. But when he saw the footage returned by the drone, his expression froze. A large group of Man-Nyo beasts was rampaging through the ruins area, numbering at least 40 to 50. In front of the herd, about 7 or 8 students were frantically fleeing. What's going on? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. Why has such a large-scale Man-Nyo tide formed? Man-Nyo tide. Li Gongmin frowned. Let me take a look. Lu Yuan handed him the tablet. The moment Li Gongmin saw the tablet screen, he was stunned. Oh crap. How could this happen? I don't know either. Lu Yuan breathed rapidly. Only should I take people to intervene? Go, Li Gongmin said. With so many Man-Nyo beasts, they might trample people flat. This would lose all practical significance. Alright. Lu Yuan was preparing to set off, but Li Gongmin was staring at the screen, puzzled. Is there a person sitting on the lead beast? I can't see well. Can you help me take a look? Lu Yuan, somewhat puzzled, asked if someone was really reckless enough to sit on a Man-Nyo beast. He quickly adjusted the drone's resolution and locked onto the lead beast. But the person appearing in the footage left both of them completely dumbfounded. Damn, it's Ling Feng. In the scene, Ling Feng is wielding an iron whip chasing after Zhao Chun and the others. Zhao Chun and his companions are on the verge of tears, knowing that Ling Feng is such a scoundrel that they wouldn't dare provoke him even if they were to die. Something has happened, Lu Yuan said anxiously. I need to deal with it now. Otherwise it will be troublesome when the herd of cattle grows. Those scattered wild bulls would respond to the call of the herd and voluntarily join the ranks. This is also why the number of wild bulls behind Ling Feng keeps increasing. Hurry up, don't delay, Li Gongmin urged. Lu Yuan quickly entered the battlefield. Such a level of wild bull tide could potentially snatch the lives of the candidates in an instant. After all, this is a trial arena, not a slaughterhouse. It is normal for the examiner to intervene when things go wrong. Ling Feng. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, what are you doing? He thought Ling Feng would ignore him, but to his surprise Ling Feng shouted, Examiner Lu, help me. I can't get off this bull. Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. Aren't you the one who caused this wild bull tide? How can you not get off? Although Ling Feng said this, the whip in his hand continued to lash around. The herd followed Zhao Chun and the others in a wild rush. It was clear that Zhao Chun and his companions could not hold on much longer. Forget about him, let's break up the herd first. Lu Yuan gestured with his right hand, and a frost spear quickly took shape. Then a cold light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Lu Yuan's speed was incredibly fast as he charged into the herd, instantly cutting through it. Ice arrows pierced through many wild bulls. Even the wild bull leader underneath Ling Feng was affected by the frost. As it kicked back with its hind leg, it was shot with an arrow, immediately kneeling down. Ling Feng did not anticipate this situation and was immediately thrown off. He rolled on the ground twice before lying down in the ruins, pretending to be dead. The wild bulls scattered in all directions, and some were directly slain or severely injured by Lu Yuan collapsing in place. Lu Yuan, holding the frost spear, surveyed the area. He saw Ling Feng pretending to be dead, the exhausted candidates, and some who just arrived to watch the spectacle. Lu Yuan immediately approached Ling Feng. Candidate number 19. What happened? Why are you in the middle of the herd? Ling Feng, looking disheveled, lifted his head, awkwardly smiling. Examiner, do you believe I accidentally got up here? Lu Yuan frowned tightly. This kid was definitely lying. If he truly accidentally got up there, then what was with the iron whip he was wielding? But the assessment was still ongoing, and as an examiner, he could not disrupt the order of the assessment. Continue the assessment. Lu Yuan's voice echoed. Everyone focus on hunting the beasts. He then stepped forward and sliced off the horns of the heavily injured or already dead wild bulls, taking them back with him. Upon seeing this, Ling Feng felt a surge of joy. The horns were the goal of the assessment task, but the remaining beef was not. Lu Yuan's intervention was tantamount to helping Ling Feng slaughter several wild bulls. Ling Feng quickly went over and put the remaining wild bulls out of their misery. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other candidates, he used a small knife to skin them, turning the skins into a large beast skin bundle. Although Ling Feng had slacked off in the research institute in his past life as a biologist, his basic skills in dissecting animals were quite solid. Moreover, Ling Feng's strength and speed were far superior to his past life. He swiftly extracted the most valuable parts from several wild bulls. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Chun and his companions were even more pale. Brother Chen, that kid is definitely ruthless. Yeah, Brother Chen, I think we should avoid provoking him. The three of them turned green. They had only caused trouble for Ling Feng twice, and he chased them all the way. Furthermore, he had even drawn the examiner's intervention. This talent for creating chaos was not something the four of them could handle. Let's complete the task first. Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. We'll deal with him later when we have time. Though he said that Zhao Chun truly did not want to see Ling Feng again. He feared Ling Feng would go berserk again, causing them to fail the assessment. Zhao Chun was in his third year, set to graduate next year, and he had to obtain the 2-star realm certificate this year, otherwise he would not graduate smoothly. He knew very well which was more important. The four hurriedly left, not daring to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, having shouldered the processed beef, was ready to move to another location. What a pity the wild bull leader got away, Ling Feng said. That wild bull leader was bigger than an ordinary wild bull. It should have yielded more meat. Ling Feng felt a bit regretful. He glanced at the time. There was still about an hour and a half left. I need to hurry up. I must take out at least 1,000 pounds. I can't let this 30 minutes go to waste. Just as Lu Yuan returned to the waiting room, Ling Feng began his slaughter. No, it began with stocking up. Although the Lightning 5 whip was useful, Ling Feng found that this whip couldn't kill the beasts, it could only briefly paralyze them. Zheng Hongji said it was possible to fight above one's level, which was true, but it was useless in life-and-death battles. Instead, the spike hammer Ling Feng brought was more effective. With the 200-pound hammer crashing down, any beast would have its bones shattered. With Ling Feng's current speed, he could easily chase after some isolated beasts to strike. Soon the number of beasts that died at his hands kept increasing. 1, 2, 3. The numbers were increasing at a geometric rate. In just the 15 minutes that Lu Yuan and Li Gongmin had been talking, Ling Feng had killed 7 wild bulls. Half an hour passed, and Ling Feng's count of slain beasts reached 18. Among them were 12 wild bulls and 6 iron-hoofed demon goats. Additionally, Ling Feng conveniently killed some other beasts not on the list. These were all after the 300 mark and could also be refined into blood essence. An hour passed quickly. Back in the resting area, Lu Yuan had just brought back 2 injured candidates from the— You were very rational, Lu Yuan said. If I had been any later, you might have died at the hands of those wild bulls. The 2 candidates looked very pale, but more than that, they were relieved to be alive. They truly thought they were going to die. Medical personnel carried them on stretchers and took them to the infirmary for wound treatment. Including these 5 candidates have already withdrawn from the assessment, Li Gongmin said lightly. It seems this batch is not of good quality. But there are still a few promising ones, Lu Yuan smiled. Even if they are not capable, there is still Ling Feng, right? Don't mention it. I was just thinking of using a drone to find him, but I don't really know how to use this thing. I couldn't find any trace of him at all, Li Gongmin frowned. Show me where he went. I want to see if he has completed the task properly. Alright. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan took the controller and began searching for Ling Feng's location on the large map. Soon Ling Feng's figure was locked in. Found him. This kid is currently butchering bulls in a corner of the wild grassland. Lu Yuan laughed. Li Lao, look at how many wild bull corpses are around him. They are all eviscerated. Wait. Lu Yuan froze suddenly at this point. 1, 2, 3. Holy cow, there are a full 18 wild bulls that he has dissected. This kid single-handedly wiped out an entire herd. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Gongmin's hand trembled. How could he possibly do that? Li Gongmin was bewildered. 18 savage bull beasts are enough for a 3-star realm practitioner to drink a pot of spirit liquid. Did he kill them all? Lu Yuan inferred. I suspect he launched a sneak attack. At last I understand why this kid used a spiked hammer. With enough force, each strike takes down a beast. Indeed, as Lu Yuan guessed, without the disruptions from Zhao Chun and his companions, Ling Feng had been sailing smoothly for over an hour. Isolated beasts are the easiest to kill. You just strike their legs with the iron whip and finish them off with the hammer. With Ling Feng's current strength combined with the enhancement from the Shi Yuan's small world, almost no beast could withstand 2 of his hammer strikes. Furthermore, slaying beasts in a resting state, Ling Feng could almost instantly hammer down 2 beasts, while the others would be dealt with by leading them away and picking them off one by one. Wherever the lightning whip struck, that beast would be isolated and thus killed. Those 18 savage bull beasts were gradually worn down by Ling Feng in this manner. However, this outcome seemed too shocking. Li Gongmin held his forehead with his right hand. It's over. We have to capture more beasts now. Oldly, it's fortunate that at least those 2 kings are hidden away safe and sound, Lu Yuan consoled. There are plenty of ordinary savage bull beasts and iron-hoofed demon sheep outside the wall. No worries about not capturing any. Those 2 kings are indeed rare finds. True enough, Li Gongmin sighed. As long as the bull king and iron-hoofed demon sheep king are unharmed, that's a great stroke of luck. The 2 looked at the time. Only 15 minutes were left. Many examinees had already returned one after another. Some formed teams of 4, while others formed teams of 3, but everyone's situation was quite similar. Blood-stained dirty clothes combined with pale faces had nearly become the standard attire of the returnees. That was too fierce. That savage bull beast was enormous. I almost got kicked to death by it. Exactly. Truly deserving of being a beast in the 2-star realm assessment. I finally understand why it was numbered 285, another replied. Fortunately, we had weapons. If we had confronted them barehanded, we would have been directly killed. Many examinees still felt a lingering fear. Lu Yuan saw their expressions and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. When he first participated in the 2-star realm assessment, he was just like them, and even ended up failing. Now seeing these examinees was like looking at his past self. Only 5 minutes left. Lu Yuan picked up the microphone and broadcasted across the area. Examinees who have not yet returned, please take note, do not exceed the time limit or your assessment results will be cancelled. Li Gongmin grabbed the list. 9 people were still unaccounted for. They should still be fighting. As seconds ticked by, more teams gradually exited the examination hall. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun and the other 3 were being chased by an injured, frenzied savage bull beast. They had successfully cut off one of its horns, but the other horn was proving impossible to dislodge. Chenggu, there's not much time left. The blonde youth exclaimed anxiously. If we don't get out soon, none of you shut up. Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. If we go out now with only 3 materials, one of us won't be able to pass the assessment. The blonde youth shouted, that's still better than all of us failing. Zhao Chun felt helpless, yet unwilling. It was all Ling Feng's fault. If it weren't for Ling Feng's earlier antics, they wouldn't be missing a material, which led to one person in their team being unable to complete the assessment. Chenggu, there's not much time left. The blonde youth urged, let's go turn in the materials. Zhao Chun hesitated for a moment, sighed, fine. The 4 of them immediately changed direction and sprinted toward the entrance, while the savage bull beast behind them relentlessly pursued. Fortunately, this savage bull beast had been injured by them, so it couldn't run fast. With only 2 minutes remaining, the 4 finally spotted the mechanical door at the examination hall's entrance. Once we get inside, it will be safe. Zhao Chun and the others saw hope. But the savage bull beast seemed to have also seen the mechanical door. Its eyes turned red, and it began to accelerate its attack. Zhao Chun and the others' faces changed drastically. Moi. Lu Yuan, who was waiting in the lounge, looked toward the arena and spotted the savage bull beast. He refrained from intervening because the assessment wasn't over and he couldn't assist the examinees unless they activated their emergency signal. But the next second, the savage bull beast jabbed its only horn into the blonde youth's backside. The blonde youth was in excruciating pain, but dared not stop running, pushing against the bull beast as he rushed toward the mechanical door. However, he was stunned when in an instant a figure flashed past him. The next second, a sharp hammer crashed down on the head of the savage bull beast. Blood erupted, splattering all over the blonde youth's back. He rolled over, awkwardly tumbling into the mechanical door. Zhao Chun and the others also managed to enter. They were dumbfounded as they turned back, realizing that Ling Feng had appeared on the back of the savage bull beast. That last hammer strike had sent the charging savage bull beast crashing down, landing not far from the mechanical door. Everyone stared in amazement at the scene. Because the enormous beast skin bag on Ling Feng's back was extremely eye-catching. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. This kid is back again. At that moment, however, Ling Feng was gleefully looking at the fallen savage bull beast. Wonderful, he said with a beaming smile. I was worried I couldn't bring back the meat. This bull dying at the door is perfect. Why can drag it all back? The savage bull beast was still convulsing, clearly not yet dead. Without a second thought, Ling Feng brought down the hammer once more. Now it was completely quiet. Many examinees were left stunned as they watched this scene, their expressions blank. Incredible, he is truly ruthless. 1 hammer kills a savage bull, 2 hammers determine the fate. Ling Feng then dragged the corpse of the savage bull beast, carrying the enormous beast skin bag, and forcefully squeezed through the mechanical door. Everyone stood in shock. Li Gongmin and the other examiners felt their vision blur. Was this kid here for the assessment, or to stock up? This bag, along with the savage bull beast's corpse, weighed at least 2,000 pounds. Ling Feng, however, didn't care about the gazes of others. Instead, he found a corner and tossed the bag onto the... When the bag was opened, it contained various kinds of beef and mutton, all bearing a bright red hue, clearly the finest parts from the beasts. Bull horns and iron-hoofed demon sheep's hooves. Instructor, these are my materials. Please take account. Lu Yuan approached with a dark expression. He had initially intended to let this kid pass with a casual glance, but he suddenly noticed that these bull horns were remarkably large, and the hooves of the iron-hoofed demon sheep were also absurdly huge. The size was nearly 2 to 3 times that of ordinary bull horns and sheep hooves. Lu Yuan's heart sank. He felt that something was amiss. Elderly, please come take a look. Don't these ox horns and hooves seem strangely familiar? Lu Yuan hurriedly called for Li Gongmin. The moment Li Gongmin laid eyes on the two specimens, his face turned ashen green. This is the horn of the savage ox sovereign I just captured. Damn it, those are the hooves of the iron-hoofed demon sheep sovereign. Li Gongmin's vision darkened, he nearly fainted outright. Elderly. Seeing his condition, Lu Yuan instantly steadied him. Li Gongmin's entire frame trembled with suppressed fury. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yuan glared at Ling Feng and demanded, "Where did these horns and hooves come from?" "I cut them off myself," Ling Feng replied, puzzled. "Of course I know you cut them off." Lu Yuan snapped, enraged. "What I'm asking is, where did you cut them from?" "Well, naturally, from a monstrous beast." Ling Feng's expression turned oddly wry. "Unless they sprouted from the earth." Lu Yuan staggered backward, vision blurring. His breath grew shallow, his strength ebbing by a third. What on earth is this boy playing at? Li Gongmin finally regained his composure and pointed accusingly at Ling Feng. "Tell us, step by step, how you came to possess them." "Ah, you mean these?" Ling Feng grinned. "I was chasing a savage ox beast when I passed a beast-taming compound. There a savage ox beast and an iron-hoofed demon sheep had gone berserk, ramming violently against their iron cage until a crack appeared in its reinforced wall. I'm a compassionate soul. I couldn't bear their suffering, so I entered and ended their torment swiftly." Everyone stood frozen, speechless. Holy hell, he's truly shameless. Even a child could see those beasts were caged, and he just slaughtered them. Well then, this compound lies within the designated trial grounds, so killing them shouldn't violate the... Staring into Ling Feng's guileless gaze, Lu Yuan clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to strike him across the face. By regulation, it indeed does not constitute a violation. Li Gongmin slumped heavily into his chair, his expression twisted with profound dismay. He'd been careless, unprepared, and utterly outmaneuvered. How could he have foreseen those sovereign beasts breaking free? Had Ling Feng seized the opportunity? Or worse, had he sabotaged the cage? Regardless, next week he'd be forced to hunt such beasts all over again. At the thought, Li Gongmin's countenance darkened with grim resignation. With chaos mounting beyond the walls, monstrous beasts surging ever closer, the task of capturing sovereign-tier savage ox or iron-hoofed demon sheep would demand extraordinary effort and time. Very well, take the specimens. As for the monster meat, I won't trouble you with it. Last time you declined it, I'd have gladly shared some had you accepted. Ling Feng smiled lightly. Lu Yuan's cheek twitched. Had this boy developed an addiction to procuring monster meat? Just 1 week had passed. Was last week's portion already consumed? Yet as chief examiner, Lu Yuan reluctantly carried away the pair of horns and 4 hooves. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Reducing an examiner to speechless exasperation was no small feat. Ling Feng, it seemed, was truly one of a kind. Suddenly Zhao Chen noticed the solitary horned savage ox beast standing beside Ling Feng. He hesitated, then whispered something to his 3 companions. Their eyes lit up, and all 4 turned toward Ling Feng. After a brief exchange, Zhao Chen rose and strode forward. "Ling Feng, this lone-horned ox was slain by our team. Since your material requirements are already fulfilled, kindly return the horn to us." Ling Feng remained silent, focused intently on packaging the remaining monster flesh. "Ling Feng, we're speaking to you, did you hear?" Zhao Chen bristled with indignation. Ling Feng's silence reeked of contempt. But just then Ling Feng lifted his head and asked, "When the great Peng soars aloft upon the wind, what follows next?" "It rides the vortex straight up, to the heaven's 9th tier." Zhao Chen blurted, startled. Ling Feng smiled faintly. "Then why don't you ride it skyward instead of pestering me?" Zhao Chen's temper flared. Ling Feng clearly refused to yield. "Ling Feng, by regulation, we all participated in that battle. Thus the spoils belong to us as well. If you dispute it, review the drone footage." Ling Feng nodded. "You're quite right." Then without warning, he tossed a slab of meat onto the ground. "Here, yours." Zhao Chen stared at the hunk of meat at his feet and exploded in rage. Was Ling Feng feeding him like a dog? Through gritted teeth he snarled, "Ling Feng, hear this. I warn you, push too far and you'll regret it." Ling Feng frowned. "I've already given you your share. This ox fell to my blade. If you want it, buy one outside. Simple as that." "What? Outside I wouldn't even need you." Zhao Chen roared. "Then why summon me at all?" Ling Feng met his glare calmly. "Still, I'm not heartless. You'll hand over the horn." Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed. "Of course. I've always looked after juniors." Ling Feng chuckled. "Just call me uncle, and the horn becomes your welcome gift. Our first token of uncle-nephew kinship." Zhao Chen's fury reached boiling point. Steam seemed to rise from his ears. "You'll pay for this." With that he stormed back to his team. The other 3 instantly closed in around him. "Brother Zhao, how did it go?" asked the blonde youth hopeful. The others leaned in breathless. Zhao Chen ground his teeth. "He refuses." Then what do we do? Panic edged their voices. Brother Zhao, will truly fall short by one person. Zhao Chun rubbed his temples, head pounding. Time ran thin. The 3 horns they'd harvested were all they'd managed. Had they known, they'd have targeted Ironhoof demon sheep hooves. Instead, only 2 kills needed to fulfill the quota. Yet horns could be harvested mid-chase. Hooves required subduing the beast first. Each path held its own perils and complexities. Regret changes nothing now, Zhao Chun said. With examiners watching, coercion is impossible. Xiao Wu, this time I ask you to make a sacrifice. In 3 months I'll arrange for you to retake the trial, with backup, and personally compensate you 5,000 coins. Agreed. A slender youth in the group paled, but under Zhao Chun's authority, he could only nod silently. Meanwhile, Ling Feng cheerfully secured every scrap of meat, though the lone-horned savage ox posed a complication. He'd need to descend once more. No matter. I only need blood and flesh for refining blood essence. Bones are unnecessary. I'll dissect it here. Let the examiners handle the rest. As examiners tallied scores, Ling Feng drew his blade and sliced open the ox's back in one fluid motion, startling everyone present. Holy hell, is he seriously going to dissect it here? That's astonishingly bold. We leave in minutes. Can he possibly finish in time? Even the examiners paused mid-calculation, dumbfounded. Lu Yuan smirked inwardly. You'll run out of time, boy. I'll find an excuse to confiscate the ox. Tonight Li Gongmin and I will feast on beef hot pot. But within seconds his smirk vanished. Ling Feng's dagger danced across the beast's hide like a divine instrument, smooth, precise, effortless as molten silk. This? Lu Yuan gaped. Was he a chef in his past life? Does he master Pao Ding's art of butchery? He had no idea Ling Feng's prior incarnation, a lackadaisical biologist, had mastered knowledge far beyond mere theory. Skills honed by chefs and surgeons alike flowed through his hands. In under a minute, Ling Feng stripped the entire skeleton clean, bone from sinew, muscle from membrane, flawlessly. Even the ox's blood captured meticulously in beast-hide pouches never spilled a drop. The spectacle left every witness utterly astounded. Within 3 minutes, Ling Feng had completely processed the entire cow. He extracted all the blood and flesh that needed to be removed. Previously, due to time constraints, he had only taken some of the essence. Now it was different. There was not a single good piece of meat left on the cow, leaving both the candidates and the examiners present utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yuan's expression darkened even more. You really are something, Ling Feng. You've downgraded their dinner from beef hot pot to bone broth. Ling Feng packed the blood and flesh in cowhide, preparing to take it away. With one large and one small bundle, everyone couldn't help but worry about how he would carry it. Yet Ling Feng remained unfazed, fastening the smaller bundle to the larger one before shouldering the larger load and getting ready to leave. Wait, you haven't stamped your approval yet. Lu Yuan immediately shouted, get the stamp first before you leave. All right, Ling Feng replied with a grin. Examiner, Lu, I should have passed right. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yuan fumed. Get the stamp and get out. Don't come back this month. He was done seeing Ling Feng. This kid was simply outrageous. With Ling Feng around, his group would have to go out every day to catch cows and sheep. How could they rest? Ling Feng immediately became displeased. Come on, Examiner Lu, I plan to participate in the 3-star examiner assessment next week. You all prepare a bit more exotic beasts this week. I'm afraid there won't be enough for me to kill next week. What do you mean there won't be enough for you to kill? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Let me tell you, what you brought back today only accounts for about 40. Examiner Lu, did you forget something? Ling Feng smiled. Wait, I still have my sister. Lu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Right, damn. He had forgotten about Ling Yuan. Goodness, this brother and sister really didn't treat themselves as outsiders. Were they here to stock up? Just returning, Li Gongmin happened to overhear their conversation and felt a wave of dizziness. Come on, is this ever going to end? Are these siblings planning to fleece everything from a 1-star examiner to a 4-star examiner? Li Gongmin's right hand couldn't stop trembling. If these two weren't around, he could enjoy tea and read the news for a week, only getting busy on some weekend days. With these two showing up, his workload instantly multiplied several times. The expressions of several examiners turned green alongside Li Gongmin's. Get out. Get lost. Lu Yuan ground his teeth. Understood. Ling Feng chuckled and ran out with over 2,000 pounds of beef. This time he was the first to run out and could take the elevator up. But Lu Yuan and the others were troubled. They never expected that someone would be shameless to this extent. On the other side, Ling Feng took the elevator straight to the first floor of the Star Hall. In front of the A2 examination room, many parents were waiting. The elevator's ascent caught their attention. Someone's coming. Many parents and companions of the candidates looked towards the elevator entrance. But the one who came out was Ling Feng, along with his over a ton of beef. What the heck is this? What a strong smell of blood. Oh, what has this kid been doing down there? Seeing Ling Feng emerge with large and small bundles, everyone was petrified. Ling Yuan then rushed over with stars in her eyes. Brother, you're out. How much did you get? She showed no disdain for the bloody smell on Ling Feng. This amount. Ling Feng held up 2 fingers. Given this size, is it 2,000 pounds? About right, Ling Feng smiled. This time ill-refined, 200 blood essences. The blood essence of the manticore was stronger than that of the spike rhinoceros, and Ling Feng estimated that the yield would be higher than that of the spike rhinoceros. Alright, you first put it in Dad's small warehouse, and wait for me to show off. Ling Yuan also became excited. If there were 200 blood essences at 50,000 each, that would be 10 million. Although Ling Yuan wasn't sure if her classmates would accept that, many even selling them as blood essences would still yield 5 or 6 million. The siblings were about to make a fortune. You go prepare at the entrance of the A3 examination room, and don't overexert yourself, Ling Feng said. Safety first, money is secondary. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Ling Yuan nodded with a smile. Ling Feng hesitated. It seemed that Ling Yuan's level of strength had increased a bit this week, which must be related to the funds he had given her. But how much exactly had increased, Ling Feng didn't know. For the 3-star examiner assessment, the minimum strength level had to be 60. 0. If Ling Yuan had just exceeded that, she certainly couldn't massacre exotic beasts on a large scale. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded her not to take any dangerous actions. In case of life-threatening crises, press the wristband. Ling Yuan readily agreed. Only then did Ling Feng carry the blood and flesh to a small warehouse in the staff area of the Star Hall. This was Ling Changsheng's personal warehouse used to store some tools and items. Placing the blood and flesh here should raise no suspicions. These blood and flesh can spoil easily. Oh, I need to process them to facilitate the later refining of blood. Ling Feng rummaged through the warehouse and finally found a box of white crystals and some clean preservation bags in a certain spot. Heaven knows why Ling Changsheng had hoarded so many items in the warehouse. This white crystal didn't look like table salt, it resembled MSG instead. In fact, this thing was numbered 588, extracted from the wetland man-eating flower. Although it's called a man-eating flower, it doesn't eat humans, it only consumes small animals. Its fruit, after undergoing human refinement, would yield a type of crystalline substance used for preservation. This crystal, called wetland essence, can extend the shelf life of food, but only from 2 days to about a week. It dissolves easily in water and is non-toxic and harmless, just like MSG. When mixed with water, it disappears completely. So rather than spending money on this, some factories directly process exotic beast meat into powder, which is more cost-effective. However, Ling Feng applying it now would allow him to preserve it intact for a week. If I work at full capacity overnight, I can refine over 400 pounds. It should be on time. Ling Feng happily began to apply the wetland essence to the beef, starting to package the blood and flesh. With the wetland essence combined with preservation bags, it should last over a week. After about 3 hours, Ling Feng finally stood up exhausted. All the blood and flesh were processed, and looking at the time, it should also be around when Ling Yuan's assessment ended. The 3-star examiner assessment generally lasts for over 3 hours. Ling Feng arrived at the entrance of the A3 examination room and noticed that some candidates had already come out. Unlike the previous assessments, this time the candidates were dressed decently, with only a few covered in blood. However, their expressions were quite off, as if they were discussing something. Dad, you have no idea. There was a girl in the combat arena who was terrifying. She took down the number 255 unicorn with a long knife. That girl is incredibly strong. Killing those exotic beasts was like slaughtering chickens. After killing them, she also took the blood and flesh. No one knows why. When she drew her knife, it was like she sliced through a blood moon in midair. In the blink of an eye, several golden gorillas were gone. That's number 244 exotic beast. I estimate that with her killing speed, the exotic beasts in this half of the examination room will be doomed. Ling Feng's eyes widened at the news. Come on, these people can't be talking about Ling Yuan, right? But Ling Yuan shouldn't have broken through so quickly. If she could slaughter the golden gorillas numbered 244, her strength level would have to be close to that of a 4-star examiner. Didn't she just say she was only at 59? 0. Could it be that this girl is trying to fool herself? I told her to act according to her abilities and not take risks, yet she went and killed half the examination room's exotic beasts. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Ling Feng frowned and said, although Yuan can eat and is greedy, she shouldn't have advanced this quickly. It must be a coincidence. There was another girl killing in the examination room. Yes, definitely. Ling Feng had not yet reacted when the elevator door suddenly opened. A girl emerged from the elevator carrying a large number of bags. It was Ling Yuan. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. The subject of the discussions among those people couldn't possibly be his own sister, right? Brother. Ling Yuan shouted upon seeing Ling Feng. Come help me. I can't hold it anymore. Ling Feng rushed over. He took the packages behind Ling Yuan, the weight nearly leaving him breathless. Goodness, these 2 large packages must weigh at least 2,000 pounds. However, this was the result of Ling Yuan's 3 hours of effort. If she had spent 1 hour less than him, she probably wouldn't have gathered so much. How did you kill so many? Ling Feng asked in surprise. Didn't you say your realm just reached the 3-star realm? He thought Ling Yuan would only have killed 2 or 3 and managed to get a few hundred pounds at most. To his surprise, Ling Yuan had surpassed expectations and brought back such a large haul. Ling Yuan hesitated for a moment. Maybe the beasts in the arena were too weak. I casually killed a few, and that's how much I got. Ling Feng was immediately stunned. Sister, can you come up with a more reliable excuse? Such a fresh and unconventional reason. Then wouldn't all the injured candidates in the examination room be useless? Ling Feng speculated that Ling Yuan must be pretending to be weak to hide her true strength. Moreover, what was up with her knife skills? Who taught her? Was it Ling Changsheng? Ling Feng couldn't figure it out for a moment. Brother, we need to hurry and leave. I'm afraid if we take too long something will happen. Ling Yuan urged Ling Feng anxiously. What's wrong? Ling Feng was taken aback. Is there someone here who wants to attack you? Ling Yuan explained. No, I killed a unicorn king and a diamond ape king in the examination room, and now Officer Li is furious. Ling Feng's expression changed. The old man had been attacked 4 kings in one day. Oh, he was likely furious by now. You're right, let's get out of here quickly. Ling Feng did not want to encounter the enraged Officer Li, so he hurriedly fled with Ling Yuan. However, he was somewhat entranced. 2 kings with power levels around 85. It was truly surprising that his sister could take them down. Now if Ling Yuan said she was a 4-star realm warrior, he would believe her. The siblings worked for another 2 hours in Ling Changsheng's small warehouse. They processed over 4,000 pounds of beast meat, all completed. This 4,000 pounds is worth 300 to 400 drops of blood essence at 50,000 each. We can sell it for a lot of money. Ling Yuan, though exhausted, had sparkling eyes. Brother, you need to hurry and refine it. We have money now to buy some supplements, and next time we can go get another haul. I'm your brother, not your pack mule, Ling Feng said helplessly. I've been tired all day. We need to rest tonight and refine less. Tomorrow is Sunday. You have a whole day to refine. Ling Yuan said with a smile. I'll pay for it. I'll have someone bring the packaged blood and meat back for you. Ling Feng was helpless. But thinking about it, the sooner they could cash in, the sooner they could open the small world of the Heavenly Hunt Phantom Fox. If it weren't for the small world being stuck there, he might have even been able to open a small world for the Barbarian Bull. Such a waste. The siblings decided to prepare to transport their spoils while their parents were away. Little did they. At that moment, 300 miles away from Jiangnan City in a ruined area, 2 middle-aged men dressed in black combat suits descended from the sky. They stopped in midair above the ruins, frowning as they gazed down. Below them was once a small town, but following the great disaster it had become part of the human forbidden zone. What surprised them was that the current ruins showed no signs of life, with not a single beast in sight. Again like this. The gray-haired middle-aged man on the left frowned and said, "This is the 7th incident today." His name was Chun Tianrong, a member of the Lingkong realm from the Tianxia Kingdom military. Today he and his comrade Chu Dongi were ambushing beasts in this area, accompanied by a chaotic realm team of around 1,000 people. Almost all the creatures were wiped out with one strike. Chu Dongi's expression was grim. Even a powerful beast king of the Lingkong realm has been killed. He suddenly flashed and pulled out a massive black ape from the ruins, its size comparable to a 2-story building. Number 88, Mighty Demon Ape. This should be the Demon Ape King, its strength on par with a 2-star Lingkong. Chun Tianrong exclaimed. It was actually chopped in half. Its butt is gone. Its butt is hanging on a tree. Chu Dongi gestured, and only then did Chun Tianrong see the 2 giant legs protruding from a distant tree. It also died from a single strike. Chu Dongi said the killer's strength is at least 4-star Lingkong, or maybe the Order Realm. How could it possibly be from the Order Realm? Chun Tianrong took a deep breath and retorted, every Order Realm warrior in our Tianxia Kingdom is registered. None match this situation. Real Mist Chaos Lingkong Order. The 4 great realms, each level is a significant hurdle. Some people may never reach the Chaos Realm in their lifetime, awakening no small world. Similarly, some Lingkong warriors may never reach the Order Realm, even when they grow old. The strong in the Order Realm are the wealth of all humanity, the top echelon. Who exactly is behind this? Chun Tianrong furrowed his brow. Counting the previous 6 incidents, a total of 7 beast kings have perished. Each one was a presence of the Lingkong realm. Generally speaking, beasts also fight among themselves mainly to compete for territory. Among beast clans, the king's strength is exceptional, usually reigning over other beasts. However, there are differences even among kings, just like how number 88, the mighty demon ape, could easily crush a bull king. To be able to kill 7 Lingkong realm beasts in one day, this person's strength is far too formidable. Chen Tianrong opened the map on his combat suit. The 7 locations formed a perfect arc covering a distance of over 1,000 miles, almost encompassing half of Jiangnan City. Actually, I don't feel it was the same person behind this, Chu Dongyi said after a moment of silence. 3 of them seem to have gone through a large-scale battle with wounds all over their bodies. Besides the sword wounds, there are also marks from beasts. Chen Tianrong said helplessly, I've already told you those might be from previous battles. No, absolutely not. Chu Dongyi shook his head. The wounds are all new. Moreover, the fatal wounds are different. If it were our people doing this with such a large-scale team, it's impossible. They left no traces behind. Strange, really strange, Chen Tianrong sighed. The situation you described could only be the work of an Order realm or a 4-star Lingkong researcher. Once researchers break through to the Lingkong realm, they can command the beings born within small worlds to fight. That's the only explanation. Chu Dongyi nodded. But the researchers we know aside from the 3 from the Research Academy, should be no one with this kind of strength left. 2 of those 3 have come out this time, and they are resisting in the north. Could it be that the one in closed-door cultivation made a move? Impossible. Most researchers are extremely eccentric. Once they go into closed-door research, they won't come out again. Chu Dongyi said, did he sneak out after eating his fill? And how do we explain this knife-wielding powerhouse? Chen Tianrong felt a headache coming on. Suddenly 2 individuals comparable to the Order realm appeared in his territory. Although they were helping him, their mysterious actions clearly indicated they didn't want him to know. The knife-wielding powerhouse. There are quite a few. Chen Tianrong sighed. I wonder which 2 big shots collaborated to help out. Forget it, it's a good thing too. Chu Dongyi searched around the ruins, but found no clues, and could only give up. Let's have someone pack the beast corpses from here, and take them back to the small world. Let's go check other places. The 2 quickly ascended into the sky, heading in the direction of After Ling Feng returned home, he immersed himself in the refinement of the blood essence, and unknowingly fell asleep. Today Ling Changsheng and Gu Fanyue returned quite late. Ling Feng went to the refrigerator to find something to fill his stomach, and saw Ling Yuan, who had been playing games in the living room. He approached and confiscated the cola and chips. Ling Yuan immediately became displeased. Brother, what are you doing? Ling Feng replied, stop eating these junk foods. There's home-cooked meal from Mom in the fridge, I'll heat it up for you. I won't. Ling Yuan retorted. I insist on having my cola and chips. Ling Feng threatened. If you eat again, I'll deduct half of your profits. Ling Yuan pouted and calmly said, if you don't give me any, I won't sell anything. Let's see who can outlast whom. If it were in the past, Ling Feng would have been helpless. But he had Zhang Yi as a backup. Even if he sold it to the Research Institute, he could make a fortune. If you don't sell, I'll just sell the blood essence. 20,000 each. With 400 of those blood and flesh products, it could sell for at least 8 million. Ling Yuan was momentarily stunned, not expecting her elder brother to be so shameless. Are you serious? That would cut the sales in half. Ling Yuan said with a pained expression, so much money it will take us so many days to earn it back. Then stop snacking and eat the meal Mom made. Ling Feng said calmly, after eating I'll give you an extra blood essence. Ling Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier, brother? She grinned. Selling the blood essence, I can buy countless colas and chips. Ling Yuan happily went to the kitchen. Ling Feng also felt a bit of a headache. His sister was too money-minded. She was simply the epitome of no profit, no early rise. Just as Ling Yuan was heating the meal, Ling Changsheng and Gu Fanyue returned. Although both were dressed in ordinary casual, where Ling Feng, whose realm had significantly improved, could distinctly smell the blood on them. Mom and Dad, why are you back so late? Where have you been? Children are so curious, Ling Changsheng calmly replied. I took your mom to meet an old acquaintance and brought back some supplements for you too. Ling Changsheng shook the box in his hand. Supplements. Ling Feng's eyes brightened at this. Yes, Ling Changsheng said, but because it's so late today, I only brought back 1 portion. The second portion will be picked up the day after tomorrow, so you two can rest assured everyone gets a share. Ling Feng's expression turned peculiar as he pulled Ling Changsheng aside and whispered, Dad, how much did you con Mom out of this time? Ling Changsheng looked at Ling Feng with confusion. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes, very much so, Ling Feng replied. Last time you collaborated with me, you wanted to trick me out of my money. Ling Changsheng grumbled. Dad is doing things very honestly this time. No tricks. The materials for the supplements were given to me by a friend. Today your mom and I ran around quite a bit for this supplement. Ling Feng was somewhat suspicious because there was a strong smell of blood on Ling Changsheng. This scent was quite similar to that from a combat field. Could it be that Mom and Dad also went to rob the examination site of Li Gongmen? No way. Alright, just relax and take the supplements, Ling Changsheng said. Your mom and I are quite tired today, let's wash up and sleep. Ling Changsheng placed the supplements on the table. Ling Yuan just came out of the kitchen with a bowl and saw the supplements, her eyes filled with stars. Is there something delicious? Ling Feng pondered for a moment. His little world was stuck on the sky hunter ghost fox, unable to awaken a new little world, and the cost-effectiveness of taking this supplement for himself was not high. Dad, let's give it to Yuan first, Ling Feng said. I'll wait for tomorrow's portion. Okay, Ling Changsheng replied. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Ling Feng was speechless. You were just waiting for me to give it to Yuan, weren't you? Ling Changsheng laughed. Isn't it what a brother should do? Ling Feng was helpless, but Ling Changsheng was not wrong. The supplement should be given to Ling Yuan first to see the effect before deciding. What's good to eat? Ling Yuan opened the box, revealing a bottle of red liquid. The liquid emitted a strong smell of blood, and within it were small golden crystals looking translucent and sparkling. Ling Feng was also puzzled. He hadn't seen this supplement before. It's nothing much, just the essence of some exotic beast's blood. Normally you two might not be able to handle its power, so your mom and I specifically had it made into a supplement. At this moment Gu Fanyue also walked out of her room, already changed into new clothes. This is a good thing, don't waste it, she said. Yuan, drink it now, your dad, and I will keep an eye on you. Ling Yuan was somewhat reluctant, as this thing did not look very palatable. But since it was something their parents had brought back after a whole day of running around, she pinched her nose and swallowed it down. The blood-red liquid turned into a pure force that flooded Ling Yuan's body. Ling Yuan's delicate body trembled, and the skin on her arms became visibly transparent. No, it wasn't her skin that became transparent, her veins turned red. The blood-red liquid seemed to be transforming Ling Yuan's meridians, enhancing the power within her. Ling Feng felt a bit scared, but when he turned to look, Ling Changsheng and Gu Fanyue remained calm as usual. What kind of supplement did mom and dad give Yuan? Ling Feng was puzzled. Ling Yuan began to exude white steam, sweating profusely. This continued for nearly 10 minutes before she finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. My strength seems to have increased a lot. Ling Yuan kept clenching her fists, feeling the changes in her body. That's right, Ling Changsheng nodded with a smile, taking out a nebula plate from his bag. Let's measure your realm level. Ling Yuan's expression changed instantly, and she nervously said, No need, Dad, I'll measure it at school tomorrow. That's more accurate. Ling Changsheng and Gu Fanyue exchanged glances. Even Ling Feng felt something was off. Although the values measured by the nebula plate could be off, it wouldn't be too far off. Ling Yuan's refusal to measure was definitely suspicious. Alright, the school's measurement is more accurate, Gu Fanyue nodded. After you measure tomorrow, let us know right away. Okay. Ling Yuan cheerfully ran back to her room to take a shower. The effects of the supplement had left her covered in sweat. Xiao Feng, your supplement will arrive tomorrow. Maybe after taking it you can challenge the 2-star realm examination. Ling Changsheng said with a smile. Aim to get the examination certificate by next weekend. Ling Feng's heart tightened. If Ling Changsheng found out that he had already brought that thing back, he didn't know what expression he would have. In just one night Ling Feng refined 45 vials of blood essence. As he anticipated, the yield from this batch of exotic beasts was even higher than before. Moreover, his realm power had advanced, allowing him to expend a significantly greater amount of mental energy. 45 vials of blood essence should fetch a substantial sum. Ling Feng stepped outside and happened upon Ling Yuan, who was sneaking snacks in the early morning. Seeing Ling Feng, she immediately hugged her chips and cola tightly. Don't even think about stealing my food. Ling Feng was speechless. Had he ever intended to? Find your classmates and sell this, he said, tossing Ling Yuan a bottle filled with vibrant crimson crystals. Bro, you made so many in one night. Ling Yuan was ecstatic. Exactly how many? 45 vials, and one is your reward, Ling Feng replied. As previously agreed, you take 35%, I get 65. Can you manage to sell them today? Yes, I'll call Chu Linlin right now. Ling Yuan's female classmate Chu Linlin was from a family engaged in the jewelry business. Not a typical storefront, but a behind-the-scenes supplier for various luxury and jewelry stores. Ling Yuan quickly contacted Chu Linlin. She said she'll come to collect the goods now, and the money will first be transferred to my account. Ling Yuan asked, What do you think, bro? I think it's fine as long as the money arrives, Ling Feng said. You handle the sale now, and we'll split the proceeds accordingly. Got it. The siblings separated to act. Ling Yuan proceeded to coordinate with Chu Linlin for the transaction, while Ling Feng called Lin Yiping. Brother-in-law, you finally remembered me, Lin Yiping chuckled over the phone. So have you said anything good about me in front of Ling Yuan? Keep your voice down, my sister is right here. No worries, I'd say it to your face too, Lin Yiping said. We must be upright and sincere in our dealings. Ling Feng felt embarrassed. This guy's shamelessness matched his own. Enough joking around, do you have time? Brother-in-law, whatever you say. Whatever I can do, I'll do. Come to the hospital's back entrance. Oh, we'll buy some things from a shop, Ling Feng said. Your reputation is good, they might offer wholesale prices. Such a small matter is no problem. Lin Yiping said. I'm heading out now. See you at the hospital's back door. All right. After arranging with Lin Yiping, Ling Feng immediately set off toward a shop called E, near the hospital's back entrance. The weekend brought even heavier foot traffic. After all, this was one of the most popular trading spots in Jiangnan district, frequented even by students. Combined with the hospital's crowd, no vehicles could enter during the weekend rush. Ling Feng took the subway to the hospital and headed straight to the back entrance, where he saw Lin Yiping waiting. Brother-in-law, Lin Yiping greeted as he approached. But before he reached Ling Feng, the second-floor window of the shop suddenly shattered, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Pedestrians on the street were stunned and scattered in all directions. Two figures were engaged in bare-handed combat, falling directly near Ling Feng and Lin Yiping from the broken window above. Their fight quickly drew a crowd's attention. Ling Feng even noticed that one of them was engulfed in flames, a Chaos Realm cultivator. Ling Feng immediately assessed. The other wore no elemental aura, seemingly relying solely on physical prowess. Despite facing the fiery onslaught, the latter remained expressionless, his face a perfect poker mask. How dare they fight here? Lin Yiping was stunned. Don't they know this place is guarded by a Ling Kong Realm cultivator? Sure enough, within half a minute, an elderly man in a white coat emerged flying from the hospital. Stop fighting, he commanded. If you continue, you will be banned from entering all the shops here. Upon hearing this, the two combatants ceased immediately. Director Zhao, he stole my exotic beast materials, the flame engulfed youth accused. I tried reasoning with him, but he ignored me completely. The other was also a young man with short hair dressed in white. Yet his expression remained calm, to the point that Ling Feng thought he might be expressionless. I don't care what the quarrel is about. Fighting near the hospital is a violation, the elder scolded. Since no one was hurt, compensate for the shop's damages yourselves, and this matter is closed. Though the fiery youth was somewhat resentful, he had no choice but to nod. Against the Ling Kong Realm cultivator, no matter how powerful, he was no match. A middle-aged fat man came out from the shop smiling brightly. 3 million in total, 1,500,000 each. The fiery youth's lips twitched. 1,500,000 was not a fortune for a Chaos Realm cultivator, but still a considerable amount. Moreover, the damage to the second-floor door and windows hardly warranted such a sum. However, with a Ling Kong Realm cultivator present, he had no choice but to pay. Tossing down a card, he sulkily left, casting a fierce glare at the white-clad youth as he departed. Sir, is this yours? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. The white-clad youth calmly took out a card from his pocket. After swiping it, the man's expression turned strange. Insufficient funds. Not enough, I owe you, the white-clad youth said without embarrassment, calmly adding, I'll pay you in a few days. That won't do. What if you run away by then? Just as the white-clad youth was about to respond, a skinny youngster dashed from the crowd. I'll cover this payment for him. The youth handed the middle-aged man a black card. Upon seeing it, the man's face changed drastically. Ling Feng's expression also shifted dramatically upon recognizing the youth. This couldn't be Jiang Yi. What was he doing here? Jiang Yi smiled. Boss, this should be enough, right? Enough. The middle-aged man's demeanor transformed completely, bowing respectfully. With this card, you are our shop's VIP. This matter is settled. The white-clad youth glanced at Jiang Yi without a word and left directly. Jiang Yi was about to leave as well when the white-clad youth glanced at Jiang Yi without a word and left directly. Jiang Yi was about to leave as well when Ling Feng grabbed him. Guess who I am? Jiang Yi. He turned sharply, and upon seeing Ling Feng, rolled his eyes. What are you doing here? I was going to ask you the same. Ling Feng said. You're never so altruistic. Why help someone out? Be honest, who is that guy? Jiang Yi frowned. You want to know? A little bit, Ling Feng grinned. If you don't tell me, just wait and see how I deal. Jiang Yi's face immediately darkened. No use telling you. He is my experimental subject originally. No. 1 now, no? 2, Jiang Yi said. His name is Gu Changming, a freshman at Jiangnan Advanced College with a 3-star Chaos Realm strength. Hearing this, not only Ling Feng, but also Lin Yiping, who had just been about to speak, was stunned. A freshman. That meant he was a year above them. And he had already reached the level of a 3-star Chaos Realm cultivator. Such a talent was truly